I want to congratulate you that you have taken the first step to become a pro Web 3.0 developer. In this, you're going to build a stunning application with all the functionality. And the best part of this application is going to be that everything you can see in this application, all the functionality, that's going to be controlled by the smart contract. So this project will give you a tons of learning, and it's going to be a very great addition in your resume if you want to start your career in Web 3.0. Because in this project, we're going to cover almost every single technology which is out there utilizing blockchain, like how you can do the testing of the smart contract, how to use hard hat, how to use React.js, Next.js, modern technology as a front end to build application like this. We also learn about the powerful packages like OpenZipling for building the smart contract, building all the logic for fetching the data and doing the API requests through the Access API. So tons of things are coming in this project, and this project is pretty huge. It will take you to 22 hours to complete this entire project, every single thing in detail, and we have divided that entire application in small components so you can focus in one thing at a time. So this is how we're going to complete this project. First, we're going to smart contract and then build this entire front-end applications, include 16 plus pages. After that, we're going to build the third part. We're going to connect the smart contract and front-end application together. So tons of things you will learn in this pretty huge course. So hope you will enjoy and learn a lot of this, because it took me almost 1.5 months to complete this huge project. I hope this project will help you to become a Web 3.0 pro level of developer, because you will learn almost every single thing which you need to know about the Web3 technologies and blockchains. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this intro part. You can enjoy the demo and we can start working very soon.
I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me, and what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen when everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you take a fucking swing. Do you got heart, are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs, are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play, I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me, and what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder. And play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take sh**. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
In this project, we're going to use Visual Code Studio for building our full stack NFT marketplace. So let me tell you what I have done so far in this project. So all I have done, I have created an empty folder, NFT Marketplace Smart Contract. So open up your terminal, type CLS to clear your terminal, and now we have to initialize the NPM. Okay, so type npm init, and we have to give the name to our npm package, the project name we have to call it. So let's call it NFT Marketplace. Hit enter. Now you can give the description to your project. I'll call it NFT Marketplace. Then you can give your name as an author. I'll give my Daulat Hussain, and just clear the terminal. And here you can see we have successfully initialized our project. And if you go to this package.json file, this will contain all the information about the project, that what are the npm packages we are using, the name, the version, the descriptions, and the scripts. So all the data you will find about your project right in this file. Okay, let's open your terminal, and now we have to initialize hard hat, because that's the tool we're going to use for building our smart contract and testing. Okay, so simply initialize that. So if you haven't installed hardhat in your computer, so the very first thing you have to do is to open up your browser, type hardhat, go to this installation documentation. From there you have to copy this line and simply come and in your terminal and paste and install the package. So once you successfully install, then we have to initialize that. So simply type npx hardhat init, and now this will initialize the hardhat. Now click on enter, enter, and enter. So here we have initialized the package, and now we have to install this recommended npm package by hardhat. Okay, so simply copy this npm install and paste here and install. This process will take a little bit time, so just wait. So we have successfully initialized hardhat in our project, and on the right hand side you can see that hardhat created couple of files and couple of folders. So the first folder is the contract, we have the script folder, we have the test folder, we have the get ignore file, hardhat, package.json, and readme file. So all these files are created by hardhat. Okay, so let's clear the terminal and come to this contract. Inside that you will have a demo contract by the name Lock Soul. If you open that, here you will have a demo contract, so you can have a look that how they have written the smart contract. But we're going to create our own smart contract file. Okay, so simply copy this one, and we need to delete this lock contract file, and now we have to create our own. So I'll call it NFT Marketplace.soul. So this is the name we're going to give to our smart contract file. Okay, this is the file in which we're going to write the smart contract, and this is the node module. In this, all the packages which you will install and use in your project, that's all you will find inside this, which you don't need to worry about it. Okay, because we're not going to use in this any of these. So, and here you have the another folder script. In that script you will have this file deploy.js, and inside that you will have this pre-written code which allow us to deploy our smart contract. Okay, so here we're going to do a little bit modification. Okay, so first thing I want to do is to remove all this extra code, all these comments. Okay, and I want to remove these code as well. You can keep it or you can remove it, it's totally up to you, but I don't want to add any extra information in our smart contract, so I will simply select this and I will delete this one. Okay, I'm going to remove this because we are not passing any information in our smart contract, in our constructor. We are passing anything like that, then definitely we're going to add those, but for the time being let's remove it, and let's remove this comment as well. So we should start with a clean environment. So this is our deploy script which allow us to deploy our smart contract. So let's close this one and close, and inside this test, so we had a demo contract in our contract file, and that's the test is written. So if you want to test your smart contract in your terminal, you can do it using hardhat. Okay, or if you are using Ganache, then you can do that as well. Okay, but I'm not going to do the testing using hardhat. Okay, so we just leave this file as it is. Okay, so you can have a look that how you can test. Okay, this is not a fancy, it's a very simple code, and you can use all this function to test the contract. So let's close this one, and here we have the get ignore. So here we are ignoring couple of files, so we don't want to push this data to GitHub. So ultimately once we build this project, we're going to push this project to the GitHub, and here I have defined that I don't want to push my .env file which we don't have in this project. We don't want to push the node module, so all the files which we don't want to push to GitHub, that's all we'll define here. Okay, and this is the hardhat config file. Here we're going to do the configurations for the network. Okay, so let's close this for timing, and here we have this package.json file, and here you can see here we have the package.json file which contain all the information about the project. So recently we have installed the hardhat package, recommended package, that hardhat toolbox, and you can able to find here, you can see that we have the hardhat install. So everything's working fine for this. Here it is the readme file, and now we have to install one of the most important package which allow us to create NFT and build our smart contract, that is OpenZeppelin. So Open Zeppelin is a very powerful tool which you can use it to build any kind of smart contract. So we're going to inherit some of the property from Open Zeppelin for creating NFT marketplace, okay, contract. So to do that, let's come here. I'm here on npm.js, so make sure you type simply npm.js and you will come to this article, and you can simply copy this npm install Open Zeppelin contract. Okay, select this one and copy, come back and simply install that. Just wait. So here the installation is completed, and if you come to this packages and file, here you will find the information about this. So here we have installed that Open Zeppelin 4.7.3 version. Okay, you make sure you should always use the latest version. So this is the close this one. Now let's come back to our NFT marketplace contract file. So now we're going to build the smart contract for our NFT marketplace, because we have done all the general setting. We have installed all the packages which we need to build the smart contract. So I hope all these things are making sense. And now we are going to write the smart contract for our NFT marketplace. Okay, so first thing we have to do is to provide this license identifier, which is SPDX license identifier, and I'll call it MIT. You can call it unlicensed, it's totally up to you, but I will call it MIT. Now I have to define the version, Solidity version, so I'll pick that 0.8.4. so that's the general convention we have to follow whenever we want to write our smart contract. Now I'm going to import the Open Zeppelin contract, which we're going to use in this project. Okay, so we're going to call some internal import. Let me give this comment, and I'll NFT from Open Zeppelin, and I will simply paste this. Okay, so once you install Open Zeppelin smart contract, all these packages will get installed into your node modules, and from there we are getting this. Okay, so the first one we have is this, all these packages. First one we have this contract. Inside the contract we have this utils, and then we have this counter. So this counter will allow us to keep the track that how many items are getting created, how many items are getting, NFTs are getting sold, how many users are creating that NFT. So it will allow us to keep the track of the number of token. Okay, so if you click on this, you will come here, and here you can able to find that what we are exactly using from this contract. So as you can see, this is the contract we have. In that we have these three functions. So here we have this three function. The first one is the current one, which will give you the current ID, okay, when you will call this function. And now we have the second function, which is the increment. Its work is to increment the number. Okay, and the third one we have is this decrement function. So this will decrement the number. Okay, so these are the three functions we are inheriting from this counter contract. So let's simply close this one, and here you can see here we have the token contract, and here we are importing the token contract. So inside the token contract we have this ERC21, and we have using this extension version. Click on this, and here you will find the contract. So in this contract we are inheriting some of the property from ERC7021. Okay, and you can able to find that what exactly happening. Okay, you can see all this. Now here we are, simply click on this, and here you will find, so what are the things we are using in this. So that's all information you can able to find about each of these packages. Okay, you have two options. Either you can use this packages to build your smart contract, or you can write the entire code from scratch. But I would never recommend you to go with scratch, because once you do that you have to do the testings, and the packages which we are getting from Open Zeppelin, it is well tested, and a lot of companies are using these packages to build the NFTs. Okay, so you should always follow those code which are already exist and which is already tested by various company. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this approach. Okay, so these are the three imports we have to do. Now I want to do one more import. We import the hard hat console, because we want to check the value in our console. So these are the four import we are doing, and now let's start writing our smart contract. So I'll call it contract, and we're going to give the name to our contract as NFT Marketplace, and we're going to inherit some of the property from ERC721. Okay, and now we're going to use the counter. So for using that we have to say using counter for counter dot counter. So this is how we can use the contract of counter. Okay, so we have the counter, and now we have to take the variable. So first is going to be the counter dot counter, and we'll call it private, and it's called be token ID, because every NFT will have a unique ID. Okay, on the base of that we're going to identify the owner and the selling properties. Okay, so token ID, and we'll take another variable, counter private tokens sold. So this will keep the track that how many tokens are getting sold. Okay, so these are the two variables we have, and now we have to take the address, payable, owner. So when we deploy the smart contract, so whoever will deploy the smart contract became the owner of this contract, NFT marketplace. Okay, and we are making this payable so it can receive funds. Now, so this is the payable. Now we have to create the mapping, and that we're going to do with UNT. Okay, and we'll call it market item, and this will become private, and I call it ID market items. So let me tell you what is happening here. So every NFT will have a unique ID, and we will pass that ID in this mapping, and this is market item is the struct we're going to create, which will have all the details about that particular NFT, like the owner of the contract, the seller of the contract, the ID, the balance, the sell property. Okay, so just imagine that this ID is unique to NFT. So when you will call this ID, it will give you the details about that particular NFT. Okay, so this is how we are mapping. Now let's define the struct. So we'll call it market item, because that what we have defined in the market item in the mapping. So we'll call it market item, and we have to define that. So first is going to be UNT token ID. The second one is going to be the address, payable, and the seller, so the one who will create the NFT, and again address, payable, and this will call owner, UNT, and this will be the price of the NFT. And now we have to keep the status track, okay, whether the NFT is sold or it's unsold. So this is our struct. Let's come down, and now we have to trigger the event. So whenever any kind of transaction happens, whether it's buying or selling, we have to trigger that event. Okay, and I'm not coming up with this function because this is the standard we have to follow for building an NFT smart contract for a marketplace. Okay, so these are the standards which is defined in the OpenZeppelin smart contract. You can have a look from there. Okay, so we're going to define that. I'll call it market item created. Okay, now in this we're going to pass the exact thing we have passed in the struct. So first thing is going to be UNT index and token ID. Second, then one is going to be the address, seller. Third one is going to be the address, owner. Then UNT is going to be a price, and the last one is going to be the boolean is going to be sold. Okay, so these are the events. Why I'm getting this error? Let's provide this comma. Still I'm getting error. Okay, let's remove this one. So let's save it, and right now still we have the error. Okay, let's continue working. So let's call it constructor, and we're not going to pass anything in this constructor, but we're going to use this ERC like 721, and in this we're going to define the symbol of our NFT. All the NFT will create it. We have to assign the symbol and a name. Okay, so the name I will call it NFT metaverse, let's call it token. Okay, and the symbol I will provide is my NFT. So this is the name and the symbol I'm assigning to my NFT smart contract. Okay, and let's provide this bracket. You might be thinking from where I'm getting this. Okay, so if you come here we have this inheriting this. If you click on this, you can come here, and here you can see, let's scroll down. Here we are passing that in the constructor. So we are passing the name and we are passing the symbol. in that ERC is 721. Okay, so that's what we are passing here. So once you pass this, the rest will take care by the open Zeppelin. Okay, so we have to use this property. Let's come back. Okay, these are the name, these are the symbols. Now we'll take the owner is gonna be the message payable message.sender. Okay, so whoever will deploy the smart contract become the owner, and we are using this payable so it can receive funds. So this is our constructor. That's the only thing we want to do. And as you can see, we have no longer having that error because we haven't used the constructor. That's why we had got that error, but now the error is gone. So keep working on it. Now we'll take a creative function, and this will call update listing price. Okay, and the reason why I want to create this function, because as a owner of the marketplace, I want to charge money. So those who will create NFT, they have to pay certain amount to me as a owner of the marketplace. Okay, and this function will allow me to update the price which I will define in my smart contract initial price. And if I want to charge higher, so this function will allow me to change the price higher or less. Okay, so this is the function for that. So it's gonna be a UNT. It will take the UNT and we'll call it listing price, and it's gonna be a public payable because the price will change. So we have to define a modifier because I want that this function should be only called by the owner of the smart contract. No other person can call this function. Okay, so if we leave this function like this, so anybody can update the pricing, listing pricing of our smart contract, but I want that only owner can update the pricing of this listing. Okay, so we have to create a modifier for that. So let's come up here and I'll call it modifier and only owner, and here we have to set the condition for that. Okay, so we're going to check that owner message.sender, that whoever is calling this function, it should be equal to owner. If someone else call this function, we have to say only owner of the contract or marketplace can change the listing price. Okay, so this is the modifier we are using. Simply come here, and now we have to give this dash and this means that once this modifier get success, means it's true, then the other function will keep continue. Okay, so this is how you have to continue code. Now what you have to do, simply copy this only owner, and here we have to pass. So in this way we can easily able to call the modifier whenever someone will call this function. And now we're going to do the changes here. Okay, so we are receiving that listing price, so let's call it listing price, but actually we haven't defined that listing price in our state variables. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we're going to define that listing price. So let's come down, let's call it, take a UNT, and we'll call it listing price, and initially we want to charge something like 0.25. Okay, so this is the amount we want to charge, and now we have to update this with the functions. Why I'm getting this error? Okay, we are getting, so here we have to define that whether we are charging the fee in terms of way, ether, write that. So we're going to say that we are charging ether. Okay, so here we have that listing price. So let's decrease to 15. Okay, now it's good. So here we have the modifier. Let's close all this one, close this one as well, and close this one as well. Close this struct. Now let's come down, and now we have to write a function which allow us to fetch the listing price, so anybody can check that what's the amount they have to pay for creating NFT. Okay, so we'll call it function, and I call it get listing price, and it's gonna be a public, so anybody can call this function. View returns UNT, we have to return the UNT, and then we're going to return the simply listing price. So listing price. Okay, so if you're new to Solidity, so here what I am doing, I'm making this function public so anybody can call it, and I'm using this view keyword. You can use it pure or view, but why we have to use view? Because we are reading the state variable. So listing price is a state variable, so if we want to read that variable, then we have to use the view, and we are using the return keyword which allows us to return any value. Okay, and here we have returning that. So that's our get listing price. Now let's come down. Now let me give this comment where I call it let create create NFT token function. Now we're going to start actually working on our NFT smart contract function. Now let's come down, let's call it function, and I call it create token. So with this function we try to create a token and assign to a particular NFT. So this is how we can track and do the mapping. Okay, so that token is going to be, let's say, string, and in that we have to pass the token URI. So the token URI is actually the URL of the NFT. So when someone will upload that NFT, we will get the URL of that NFT, and that's going to have a specific ID. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. So simply remove this, and it will also take the price. So how much price setting by the NFT creators. So UNT and price, it will come public, payable, and we have to return this one. And the thing we want to return is the UNT, and UNT is going to be the basically the ID of this token. Okay, so here we have to do a couple of things. So as you can see, we are doing this normal thing. We are taking the URL of the NFT, we are getting the price, and we are returning the token ID. Okay, now here we're going to call the token ID, and we'll call it increment. So whenever someone will create NFT, this token ID will get increase. Okay, and now we have to use this one. Okay, it will get increase. Now we'll take another UNT, and I call it new token ID, and this is coming from token dot increment current. Sorry, so first we are incrementing the token ID, and then we are getting that current token ID, and that current token ID we are assigning to this new token ID, which is going to be assigned to the NFT. Okay, now let's come down and we'll call this mint function. In that we're going to pass this to message.sender, and we have to pass this new token ID. Okay, and again we are using this mint function from OpenZeppelin. Okay, so to see what's in there, all you have to do is to click on this, and you will land here, and here you can able to find the function that what exactly happening here. Inside that we are passing this to address and token ID. It's an internal function, and here we are doing two check. First, the address who's deploying this NFT, it's not any contract, it has to be the address, user address. Okay, and the second check we are doing and passing, the second check we are doing that whether this ID is already exist or not. Okay, so that's the two check we are doing, and then we are updating the entire state. Okay, we are doing this transfer. Once again I tell you that you don't need to remember all of these things. All you have to do is to simply use this function, and if you want to become an expert, then definitely you can check the source code. Okay, to take the reference, to take the idea. Now let's continue working. Now we're going to call one more function. We'll call it set token URI, and that we have to pass this new token ID, and simply in this we have to pass this token URI, the image URL. Simply remove this one and close this one. Again we are getting this function from the OpenZeppelin, and we are using it. Okay, here we are from getting here from here and receiving it. Now let's come here, and now we have to create one more function like create market and item, and in this we're going to pass the two things. So first thing we'll pass the new token ID and the price, and this function is not coming from OpenZeppelin. We're going to create this function, and in that we're going to pass this two data, token ID and the price. Okay, so this function is not there, we have to create. Okay, and now once everything's got successful, we have to return the token ID, new token ID. Okay, simply copy that and simply come here, and now we have to create this function. So we'll call it create market items. So first function will create the token ID for that particular NFT, and this function will create the token market items, actually the NFT, and it will assign the data, all the data, to that particular NFT. Okay, in this we're going to receive the two data which we have passed. So let me give this comment like creating market item. Okay, in this I'm going to pass this two data. So first is going to be UNT, and it's going to be, let's say, remove it, and let's call it token URI, let's token ID, and the second one is going to be the price itself for the token. So let's call it price. It's gonna be let's say private functions because we're going to call this internally, not externally. Okay, so that's the two data we are passing here, receiving. And here we have to do a couple of check. So first check we'll do that price should be greater than 0. If it's less than that, then we have to display this error message. Price must be at least 1. We have to do the other check, and here we're going to check that message.sender value should be equal to listing prices, because we have to get our commission. So they have to at least set the price to the listing price. Okay, and if it's less than that, then we have to display this error message. Price must be equal to listing price. So this is the two conditions we are checking. If it passes, then we can continue with the work. Let's come up here, and so here we have the mapping. Each NFT will have a unique ID, and all these NFTs are stored inside this ID market item. Okay, we're going to use this and pass the ID to find the NFT and the entire data. Okay, so that's the entire logic. So simply copy this, and we're going to simply pass the token ID, because this is how we can identify that which item is getting created. It's going to be market. We have to call the struct, and here we have to update the entire data. Okay, we are assigning a unique ID to that NFT, and then we are calling the struct and updating the data. So first is going to be the token ID, because one NFT can have one unique ID. The other one is going to be the payable, and it will going to be a message.sender, and we have to say payable address this. Okay, and this address, this means that the NFT or the money belong to the contract itself. Message.sender is the one who will call this function. It could be anybody who try to create the NFT, but address, this means the smart contract. Okay, so payable. Now we have to get the price, and we have to set the false. So currently the NFT is not sold, so we have to set the status to false. So that's why we are setting false. And here we have to give the comma, and now we have to call this transfer functions. So we want to transfer the function, sorry, we want to transfer the NFT from the message.sender, the one who creating the NFT, to the contract. And here we call address this, and we have to pass this token ID. Okay, token ID. So this is the transfer functions. Why we are getting this error? Just wait, remove this one, and now we don't have the error. So let me tell you what happening once again. Here we are taking the ID market item which contain all the NFTs, and that we are assigning this token ID, and that token ID contains the information about the entire data of that NFT. Token ID, message.sender, contract address, price, and the false status. Okay, and then we are transferring the token from the owner to the contract with an ID. Okay, and again this transfer function, it's coming from the simply opens up link. And now we have to call this event. Okay, because we have created an event, and whenever the transfer of tokens happen, we have to call this event. So we'll call it market item created, and here we have to fill out all these details. So make sure you have to fill the data in the same order which you have defined in the event. Okay, so when you call the event, it's called emit, then you give the name of that event, whatever you have defined, and all the parameter you have set that in the event, make sure you should assign the value in the same order. That's the thing you have to keep in mind, otherwise it will give you an error. So let's come here. Here you can see, here we have given the name ID market item to our event, and this is how we are calling it. Here we're going to do the changes. We'll call message.sender, and the owner is going to be that address this contract. We have the price, and we have to set the stored status to false. Okay, then this is the initial data we'll assign when someone will create NFT. That's looking good. Let's see, let's close. We are done with this, done, and these all are looking good. Let's close this function, and this is the create token. Close this one as well, close this one as well. And now let's write other function as well. So let's come down, and let me give this comment function for resale token. Okay, so this resale function will allow user to sell their NFT if they have the NFT, and if they want to resell in a higher price, so this function allow them to do that. So let's write the function for that. So we'll call it resell token, and in that we're going to pass the token ID, okay, and we have to pass the updated price, whether he want to sell at a higher price or lower price. So he will pass the price, and now it become a public because so, and payable, so anybody can call these functions. And payable keyword is there because there is a transaction of money is happening. Okay, now we have to check for conditions. So here we'll check that ID market item, you have to pass the ID, token ID, and we have to check the owner, that who is the owner of that particular token, the ID he has provided, and we'll call it message.sender. Okay, so why we are getting this error? Okay, we have to remove this too. So now it's working fine. So here again we are calling this and we are checking here. So what we are doing here, when someone will call this function, he or she has to pass these two data. First one is the token ID and the price. So on the base in the base of the token ID, we are mapping the data, and this all data is inside this ID market item. We are checking that who is the owner of that NFT, and the person is calling the function. If both the address get matched, then we want to continue further, okay, and make the sale happen, resale happen. Sorry, let's come down. So that's the very first check, and here we have to pass the message, error message. Only item owner can perform this operation or purchase. Okay, let's come down. We have to do another checks, and in this we have to pass that ms dot value should be listing price. If it's less than that, then we have to pass this error message, because we have to make commissions whenever someone do any sale in our application. Okay, so that's the second check we are doing. Now we'll come here, we'll take this market item, we have the token ID, and we want to change the status. Sold status is going to be false, and we have to change the price to the price. Okay, and here we have to, let's say, change the payable to the message.sender, and here is going to be the seller, and here is going to be the owner. So this will become address this. So when someone will resell their NFT, the NFT will go to the contract, and contract become the owner. Okay, so that's the entire logic. We are not doing anything fancy, we are simply changing the entire state, the constructor we have defined. Okay, so that's the data. Let's come down, and now we have to call this item sold, and we have to decrease the count, because every time any sale will happen or anybody buy any NFT, this item sold count will go up. Okay, but when someone resell that, this number will go down. Okay, so that's, we'll keep the track of it. Now we have to call this transfer function. So message.sender, and will go to the contract address, so address this, and the token ID would be there. Okay, so this is the transfer function we are doing. So this is our resell token function. Okay, so everything's working fine. Now let's write the other function. So let me give this command. It called function create market item sale. So this function will allow to create sales. Okay, so function, and we'll call it create market sell, and in this we're going to take the UNT. We have to take the token ID, because that's the unique to every NFT, and we have to call it pay public payables, and we have to simply do couple of checks. So to create the sales, we're going to take the UNT, and it will call price, and this NFT price is available inside this ID NFT. We have to pass the token ID dot price. So in this way we can able to get the price of that NFT. Okay, we have the price which is coming from inside this here. Let's come down, and now let's working on our contract. So we come down and we have to do the check. So message.sender, sorry, value should be equal to the price, and if it's not, then we have to display this error message. So please submit the asking price in order to complete the purchase. Okay, if someone wants to buy this NFT, so they have to provide the exact price which is available in the NFT for making the sale. Okay, so here we are checking for that. Let's come down. We have to take this NFT item, and we have to pass this token ID, and then we have to check for the owner. Honor is going to be the payable dot message dot sender. So whoever is calling the functions, he will become the owner once he make the payment. Okay, so that's, we are changing the state, honor state. And now we'll call this, pass this token ID, and we'll say sold to true because NFT gets solded. And now we have to simply say payable address 0. Okay, change this to honor. So right now this contract, this NFT is not belong to the contract. So that's simple thing. I hope everything's making sense to all of you. Nothing fancy, very simple. We are just updating the data and transferring the token from one address to the another, and that's how we make sale. Now let's come down. We have to call this item sold. We have to increment that, and now we have to call this function. So this time address this, the contract address will send the token, because when someone will list the token, it will go to the contract itself, and when someone buy the token, it will, they have to buy from them, okay, from the contract. So we'll send to message.sender, and we have to pass this token ID. Then we have to call it payable honor dot transfer, and remove this one, and we have to get our commission. So we'll take the commissions like listing price. So whenever any sale will happen, we have to get our commissions, and this is going to be available in our honor address. Means I'm going to deploy the smart contract, so I become the owner of the marketplace, and whenever someone will sell the token, I'll get the money, the listing price which I have assigned, and the rest amount I'm going to send to the NFT owner. Okay, and the data we have is there, pass that, and from here I will get the seller, so the owner of the NFT, and then we have to call this transfer, and we'll transfer the message.value, so the exact NFT value which he has assigned to for selling. Okay, so this is how we are making the sale. So this is our create market sale function. So everything's looking good. This is now let's come down, let's write the other functions for that. So let's come here, let me give this command, getting unsold NFT data. So we want to display the data, all the NFT from our smart contract. So let's write the function for that, and that's what we are doing. So I'll call it function and fetch market item. So all the NFT we want to fetch. Okay, so it's going to be a public view return, and we're going to take a, let's say, market item, an array, and memory. Okay, so this is the array we're going to return. So let's come here, we're going to take a unt. First we call it item count, so we have to get the total items, and we're going to find it inside the total id dot current. So this will give that how many NFTs are there in our NFT marketplace. Okay, because every time someone will create NFT, this number will keep increasing. Okay, so I hope everything's making sense. Let's come down. Now we have to take another unt, and in this I will call unsold items. So those NFT which are not sold, so we have to keep the track of that. So what we'll do, we'll take this token dot current, and we're going to subtract this with number of token get sold. Okay, and we'll call it, here we have the data. Okay, this, and we call it dot current. So if I subtract the token ID with the total sold, I'll get that unsold item. Okay, so let's come here, and I call it current index. Initially it will become 0, and why it's happening like this? Okay, I have to format this. Let's bring it back. Now it's working fine. So here we have the current index, because we're going to loop already. Okay, so we're going to loop over the entire NFT, and we're going to store inside this current index. Okay, so everything's will make sense, so just walking along with me. So here I will take a, let's say, NFT market item array and memory, and I can call it item. So here I'm taking an array in which I'm going to store all the unsold NFT. Okay, so I'll call this new, I'll call it market item array, and here I have to provide the length, the number of array, the number of item I want to return. So this is how you have to do it. So new is a keyword available in Solidity, and that's what we are using. Okay, and here I have to provide the length, and this length I'm getting from the unsold item. Okay, so I want to fetch only those NFT which are not sell, so I can able to display on my front-end application. Okay, so this is how we are creating that. Now we're going to loop over it. So I'll take it unt I is equal to 0. If I is less than item count, then I want to increment that. Okay, in this we're going to do a couple of things. So first I'll do the if statement. If market item I plus 1 dot honor equal to address this. So let me repeat once again what is happening here. So those NFT belong to this address smart contract. Address this is the smart contract. Those NFT is not sold. Okay, it's unsold NFT, and we want to get those NFT only. Okay, so that's the check we are doing. Why we're getting okay? Let's remove this one and bring this. So that's the check we are doing. If we find those NFT, we have to take this unt and we'll call it current ID, and we're going to simply increment that I plus 1. Okay, every time this loop will happen, this current ID will increase. In that we'll pass this storage current, let's call it current items, and we're going to call this item, and in that we're going to pass this current ID. Okay, that's how we are keeping the track. Same thing we are doing what we have done above. So I hope things are getting clear. Now let's keep working. If you are still confused on anything, do leave in the comment section. I have a Discord team, so do join that Discord where we can able to answer your questions quickly, and a lot of members are already there. So if you have any common problems, and if they have already faced that, so they might can help you. Okay, so make sure you join our Discord server and write down your comment, so we can help you in that. So let's come here. I'll call it items, and in this we're going to pass the current index, and we're going to track it. So current item. Okay, and now we have to simply increment this index. So that's the thing we are doing, and finally we have to return the array items. Okay, so this is our fetch market item function, which allow us to get those NFT which are unsold, and this is how we are doing this check. Okay, we are trying to find out that what NFTs are belong to the contract, that means those NFTs are not sold, and try to fetch that. So that's the function for unsold NFT we have written. Okay, you can check, double check one more time. We are not getting any error. Okay, everything's look good. Now let's come down, let's write the other functions. So I'll call it purchase item. Okay, so I'll take a function. Let's call it fetch my NFT. So once you buy an NFT, we're going to display all the NFT which you have bought in your profile, in your NFT collection. So for that we are writing this function. Okay, so it's gonna be a public view return, and we have to return the array of NFT. Okay, because one user can have multiple NFT. Okay, so that's why we'll return the array. So market item memory, and here we're going to do things. Okay, first we'll take this unt. The same thing we have to do what we have done for fetching an unsold item. Okay, the same thing we have to follow here, same logic. So I'll call it total count. Initially it would be, let's say, number of token we have to find. So let's call it token id dot current. Then we have to take another unt, and in this we have to take this item count. Initially it would be 0. We'll take another unt. It will call current index. It could be 0. Okay, so we are taking this item count and total item count, and then we're going to solve this problem. Okay, then we will take a unt I is equal to 0. If I is less than total count, then we have to simply increment the I. Okay, so in this we're going to check id market I plus 1 dot honor equal to message dot sender. So here we are checking for that who is the owner, whether the owner is the message dot sender. Okay, that's the check we are doing. If it's that, then we have to update the data. So our item count plus 1, and we can come down, and here we're going to take the market item, because once we get the data, once we get this NFT belongs to this particular user, we have to store somewhere. Okay, and so we can render that, we can get that. Okay, so we'll call this market item memory items, and we call this new market item, and here we have to provide the length which is inside this item count. Okay, so all the NFT pal pass, and now we'll run for loop on this. So I is equal to 0. If I is less than total count, then we have to simply increment that I. Okay, and we have to simply take a variable called current ID, and in that we have to increment this as well. We'll take a market items, and we'll say storage current items equal to ID, and then we are going to pass this current ID, same thing what we have done above. And then finally we're going to update the status. So items current index current item. Okay, and here we're going to call this current index plus 1. So updating the data, exactly the thing we have done above. Okay, so these are the, in this way we can able to get the incomplete data. Okay, I missed, so I have to write this, wrap this entire thing in a if statement. So let's take a if statement, market item and I plus 1, then we have to check the owner equal to message dot sender, and then we have to write the entire code inside this, copy and paste here. Okay, so that's the simple change you have to do. Okay, in this way we can able to get the entire NFT belongs to a particular address, and once we done that, we have to return the entire NFT. So items. Okay, items. So that's the function for getting my NFT. Here we have the data if for statement, and now we are looping over it and returning the data. Let's come down and let's write the other function. So let's call it let me give this comment, single user item. Okay, so we want to also display the information about the NFT individually. Okay, so that's the logic we're going to write. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take this function and we'll call it fetch items listed. Okay, public view return, and we want to return the market array. Okay, memory. So provide this s, and now finally we have to return that. So before we run that, we have to take this unt and I'll call it total count. Same thing we have to do here. Okay, so this total count is available inside this id token id dot current. Now we'll take another unt and it becomes items count 0, and we have to take another one, it will call current index 0. So these are the variables. Now let's come here, we'll take this, run a loop, I is equal to 0, I less than total count, and then we have to increment the I, so small I. And now we have to do a couple of checks. We'll take if market items I plus 1 belongs to the seller equal to message dot sender. Okay, if the address of the seller and the person who's calling this function is equal, then we have to continue this function, and we'll say item count to 1 increment 1. Okay, now we'll come down and we'll take this another market item array. It's gonna be a memory, we'll call it items, new market item, and that we have to pass this id and total count, total number of NFT. Okay, so that's the same convention we are following. Hope you guys are getting familiar. Let's continue. So in this we're going to run a for loop, unt I equal to 0, I is less than total count, then we have to increment the I, and we'll call it if I market items I plus 1 belongs to the address seller and message.sender, then we want to simply take this UNT 256 and current ID, and we have to increment that as well. So we'll take this market item storage, call it current item, and we have to call this ID market item current item. We have to pass in that, and now we have to get that items current ID, current index, and equal to current ID items. And once we have that, we have to increment the index, and simply we have to return that. So return items. Same thing we have done in what we have done in the last three function, because we want to get a NFT. Okay, same thing we are doing here for getting the NFT. So you can see we have no more error, and let's have a look. So this is our fetch NFT listed function. Okay, we have written this. We have this function for loop. This is the market item array. Let's come up here. This is the fetch my NFT functions, which allow us to give the NFT belong to a particular address. And this is the fetch market items, which will return the unsold NFT that belongs to the contract address. Okay, and this we are looping over it, and this is the create market sale. Okay, so when someone want to buy NFT, this function will get triggered and it will update the status and the data and transfer of money. Okay, so here we are doing all the things, and now we have this resale. So if someone have bought it and they want to resell, this function will get triggered, and here we are changing the state and from sender to the contract. And here we have the create token. So this function will create the unit ID for every NFT. Okay, and here we have this get listing price function. So let's open this one. This is the get listing price function, and here we have this update listing price, and this is our constructor, this is our modifier, this is our event, and this is the struct and mapping, and this is the state variable we have defined in the smart contract. So with this, we are done with our complete NFT marketplace smart contract. And right now we can't test it because we haven't built the front-end application. Okay, so in this video we have completed the entire smart contract for our NFT marketplace. In the next video, we're going to build the front-end applications. And once we build the complete front-end application, we're going to integrate this NFT marketplace smart contract with our front-end application, and then we can do the testing and we'll create NFT and list in our marketplace. So once we'll do that, so we have built this NFT marketplace, we will build the entire front end. So we'll do the testing with the smart contract, and once we're done with the entire thing, then we're going to build the backend part. Okay, so I believe that whatever we have covered in this complete NFT market project, smart contract development project, everything is making sense. I'll try to explain as simple as it, so you guys can understand that what are the things goes into this when you want to create your own NFT marketplace or any type of contract. So just imagine that if I want to write this from scratch without using any external packages which we are used in this project like OpenZeppelin, if I have to create the same functionality, I have to write thousands of code and a lot of files. So it's always good, you should always try to find the latest tools which is available in the market. Okay, so anybody can create code. Okay, writing code is not the big deal, but you have to know that what codes are already exist, what are the best practices are already followed in the industry for that particular project which you want to build. Okay, in that way you can able to save a lot of time, you can able to build faster project, and you will have the security. Because if I build the same project from scratch by my own, who will be there to do the security testing? Okay, because that's the most important part of the smart contract. This contract will keep like lot of NFTs, and those NFT will cost $1 billion or $1 million depend on the type of project you are working on. So if that NFT get highly valuated, then you have to be secure that your smart contract is non-hackable. No one can hack it and no one can take those NFT. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Okay, you should always review a smart contract. Never sit down once you build your smart contract. It's a continuously evaluation you have to do throughout the entire process. Right now you have built a smart contract, every time you have to test. And that's why I have used Open Zeppelin, because it's already tested, well tested for minting functions, for transfer functions. These are already well tested. So that's what we have used. Okay, so I hope everything is making sense to you. Again, I'm telling you, the final code is already provided to you, all of you, on my website. You can go, you can get the starter file, you can get the complete file, you can get all the assets which we have used in this project. And if you're stuck anywhere, or if you find that nothing is working, something's wrong in the code, you can simply copy the code and compare your code. I would not tell you to simply copy the entire code and use as it is. Okay, in that way you will not learn anything. Okay, that becomes simply copy paste. So just write along with me. If you're stuck, compare the codes, and that's only, I provided this code only for comparison purpose. Okay, only for comparing. If you're stuck anywhere, you can compare, because I do understand that when you write application like this, you will commit some sort of mistakes, you will find some sort of error, and my code would be different from yours in certain positions. So in those scenarios, if you get an error, you can compare, but don't simply copy and paste, because that will teach you nothing. Okay, that will teach you nothing. When you start building from fresh, you will find that you know nothing. Okay, so all these assets, all the codes are provided just for test, but just for comparison purpose. Okay, so that's the only thing I wanted to cover. Again, I'm telling you, we have finally completed the entire smart contract for our NFT marketplace. In the next video, we're going to build our front-end applications. So from the next video, we're going to build our front-end application. Okay, we have built the smart contract. From the next, we're going to build the front-end applications, and that part I have divided in a couple of more parts, because you can see that our NFT marketplace is really huge. We have to build 16 plus pages. We have to build home, seller, authors, a lot of pages we have to build. So each of the things are very complicated, because it's an NFT marketplace. We have to build a lot of things. So I have divided the entire project into a small component. So one time we are dealing with the navigation bar, hero sections, slider, okay, the fetching data. So you can understand that how we are passing the states, how we are passing the component. Okay, and I'm going to create some demo data, and from there we're going to do the rendering. So when we actually fetch the data from our API, we don't have any trouble. All you have to do is to simply plug this API information, and the entire rendering process will happen. Okay, so you will find a lot of things in that. So right now you will find that there is a lot of things, but exactly there is a lot of things and there is a lot of learning for you. Okay, so with this, I hope you have enjoyed this NFT smart contract project, and in the next video we'll start working on our templates. So hope to see you there, and I hope you are enjoying this complete project. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to share. If you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot to build this project, and it took really a lot of effort me to come up with this project. It took me around a month to build this project, and if you build this project, we are building a lot of things, smart contract, front end, and the back end. It will take around 15 to 20 hours to build this complete project. So hope you will enjoy it, and this is a huge course, so I want you to enjoy and take rest. So take rest and then continue with the project. So that's it. Have a wonderful day. See you in the next video. Get started. So what I have done so far for designing this front end, I have created a folder by the name NFT Marketplace video, and in this we're going to keep all the files for our NFT Marketplace template. Okay, so here I have already opened the Visual Code Studio. You can pick any code editor, but I would recommend you to use Visual Code Studio, because that will give you a better idea that what I'm doing, and you will be on the same path. Okay, so here I'm in my directory, and first thing you have to do is to simply open up your terminal, and we're going to initialize a couple of things. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is to clear the terminal and type npx create next app same directory. So in this project we're going to use the technologies like React.js, Next.js, Node.js, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for designing this entire front end, and I'm using Next.js project. Okay, so here I'm initializing the Next.js. Just wait, let the installation get completed. So we have successfully initialized Next.js. Simply clear your terminal, and on the right hand side you will find a couple of folders and files which is created by Next.js. So here in this package.json file, you will find all the details about the packages, about the tools we're going to use in this complete NFT marketplace template design. So here you will find the name of the folder, the versions, the private, and we have a couple of scripts which allow us to run. And here we have the dependencies. So currently we are using 3 dependency. The one is Next, React, and React Demo, which is created by the Next.js, and here we have the dev dependency. Okay, but what I want to do, I don't want to use this ESLint, okay, because I don't want to configure. So I'm going to remove simply these packages which I don't want to use in this project. So simply open up your terminal, and we need to just uninstall these packages. So type npm uninstall ESLint, paste, and hit enter. This will uninstall the package. Do the same thing from this, copy, and simply uninstall this as well. So we can start with a clean environment. So now looking good. Let's bring this down. Here we have that. Close this one, and we have to delete this file as well, eslint.json file, because we no longer using ESLint. Delete this one. And here we have the readme file, here we have the git file. So if you haven't installed git in your computer, then definitely you won't have this file, but I have git installed in my computer, so I'm getting this. So if you're not getting this, don't worry about it, because we're not going to use it. Okay, so in this you will find all the folders which you don't need to worry about it. Then we have this node modules. So all the npm packages we will use in this project, that's all going to be stored inside this node module folder, which you don't need to worry about it. Okay, simply close this. Here we have the page folder. Inside that we have 3 files. The first one, we have this API folder, then we have app.js, then we have index.js. So simply delete this API folder, delete this one, open this app.js, and here we have to do couple of changes. Okay, so instead of using normal function, we're going to convert this into an arrow function. So let's do that. Okay, simply remove this const, give this equal sign, and we have to convert this into an arrow function. And I want to return instantly. Okay, so that's why I will do in this way. Simply cut this one, and we have to remove this, and we have to remove this return keyword as well. Okay, so in arrow function, this is how you can return instantly. Okay, so we have our app.js file. Close this one. Let's come back to the index. So this is the demo code we have in our index.js. So we're going to simply remove it, and we're going to write from the clean environments. Type RAFC. This will create the React's functional base component, and the reason I can able to create this by writing this short form, because I have installed React snippet. Okay, so make sure you install that extension, and I believe that you guys already have in your computer. Okay, so let's work on this. Let's change this to home. Okay, this is our index page, the main page which initialize our project and app. Okay, so let's close this one. In the public folder we have this icons, and we have this files, okay, which you don't need to worry. Close this one. Let's come back here in the style folder, and here you will find 2 CSS file. The first one is home modules, and the second one is the global CSS file. So simply remove this home module, because we're not going to include this. And here we have this global CSS file. So if you want to if you want to apply any global styling in your applications, you can do it from here. And we're going to use this file for applying global stylings like colors, fonts, and we're going to remove some padding, borders. So that's all we're going to do. You will find that how we are applying it. So here you will find all the codes. Okay, so simply close this one, and so this is the getignore folder, and here you will find all the files and folder which you don't want to push to GitHub. Okay, so it's automatically get generated. So when you will push this code, it will go to GitHub, but these files will not included in that. So what I will do, after every lessons, after every component design, I'm going to push this like code to GitHub, so you guys can get and compare from there. Okay, but I want to give you a quick disclaimer that don't simply copy paste, because I will try to explain everything, the logic behind that, why I'm using the code the way I have written. Okay, so after every session I will deploy this code to the GitHub, so you guys can get, and I have already explained that how you can get the code. Simply visit to the articles in my website, and from there you will have the sections, and from there you can able to download the code. Okay, so this is the getignore file. So here you will find the dependency, We have the testings, Next.js, build modules, mins, and debug script, and all this we have. Simply close this one. And here we have this package.json, which you don't need to worry. Okay, here we have the package.json file, and here we have the readme file. So simply do one thing, simply select this all and remove, and let's type NFT Marketplace note. Okay, so I'm going to keep all the notes for this project in this file, so you guys can have a reference. Okay, or if I want to give any code as a note, so that's all I will provide here. So that's the readme file, and let's close this and save. Okay, so that's all we have. Let's open up your terminal, and we have to type npm run dev. We have to check our application, and this script I'm typing because we have this script in our npm package for the development environment. Okay, so if I click here, and here you can able to find that we have all these 4 script. We have dev, build, start, lint. Okay, so we are using the development mode, and that's coming from Next.js. Okay, let's bring this, save it. Okay, let's hit enter, and this will initialize our project on localhost 3000. So to open this, all you have to do is to simply press Control and mouse on this 3000 link, and this will open the application in your browser on localhost 3000. Okay, so let's come here. Here you can see it's loading, and finally we have initialized and open our application on localhost 3000, and you can see that it's written home, the index page we have here. Let's zoom out. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's come back and let's bring the terminal down. I'll keep my server running, so whatever changes, whatever code I will write, that will display here. Okay, so don't stop the server. So far everything is working fine. Now let's create the folder and file structure. In this project is going to be really huge, and there are a lot of things are involved, so it's very important that we have to create the right folder and file structure for our NFT marketplace, because in this we are doing a lot of things. We are managing a lot of stakes, a lot of component, so it's always important to have a proper component structure. So if you want to do any changes in future, so it become very easy, and it's become very navigatable for other developers to do the changes and work on this project. Okay, so folder and file structure is very important. If you work in an organization, definitely they will going to ask you that how you can organize the entire code, because building code is really not that hard, but organizing and working on a scalability level, it's very important. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to create a couple of folder and files. So we'll create the component folder. In this we're going to have all the component for our NFT marketplace, and in that we're going to create couple of files. Okay, couple of folder and couple of files. So the first I will call is index.js. In this I'm going to import the entire component, and from here we're going to export it. Okay, so that's the entire logic. So we have this index.js. Inside that we're going to create a folder, and I call it NavBar. Okay, in that I'll create the files. So let's select that, come here, let's create the other folder. I'll call it footer. Inside the footer we'll create the footer.js, and in that we're going to create one more file, which is footer.module.css. so in Next.js, this is the extension you have to provide, footer modules.css. then you can able to add the external CSS file. Okay, so this is my footer component, both with JSX and the CSS part. Now let's come to the navigation bar and click on this, and let's create the folder. So our navigation bar is going to be the biggest component, because there we have a lot of things. We have a sidebar, we have a discover menu, we have a help menu section, we have navigation, we have a user profile, we have button. So there are a lot of components involved in our navigation bar, and although it's a mega menu navigation bar, so I'm going to structure that entire navigation bar into a small component. Okay, so let's create the folders for that. So I'll call it discover. So this is the first folder we have for the discover menus, and inside the discover we're going to create the file discover.jsx, and we're going to create the CSS file for this module.css. so this is the discover component. Now let's come back to the navbar, and let's create other one more. So I'll take a folder, and I'll call it help center, and let's create the files for that. So help center.jsx, and we will create help center.module.css. so this is the two component for our mega menu. Okay, so one menu for the discover, one menu for the help center. So let's close this one and let's come here, and here you can able to find we have this two part, which is the two component. Let's come back, and now let's click on this navbar and let's create one more folder. So this will call notification component, and inside that we're going to create the notification file .jsx and notification module.css for the CSS file. Okay, let's click on this. We have to create one more folder, and this will call profile, and it will say profile.jsx and profile module.css. So I believe that you guys can make the sense that how we are approaching this entire navigation. Okay, so let's close this one. Now let's click on this navigation bar and let's come here, create one more folder, and this call be our sidebar.jsx, and we have to create sidebar.module.css. So this is our sidebar component. So we have all these. Okay, simply close all these open file. So here we have the navigation structure. Let's close all this and let's open this discover section. This one working fine. Navigation, profile, sidebar, and we have this index file. Okay, so let's come back, go to the footer, and let's type RAFCE and simply import the CSS file for the footer. So let's call it internal import, and I'll call it import style from the same folder /folder modules. Okay, let's close this one. So now let's do with the navigation bar. So let's come here and create one more file. So this time we are not creating folder, we are creating file in the same navigation folder. So I'll call it navbar.jsx. So in this folder we're going to import all the component. Okay, and we have to create the CSS file for this, navbar.module.css. okay, so in this navbar.jsx we're going to import all this component and we're going to build the entire navbar. Okay, so don't be scared because of this folder and file structure. It will make our work very easy and you will find that how it doing it. Okay, I'll try to keep these things separately so it's become very easy to navigate in the project. So this is our navbar.jss. So let's come here and type RAFCE, and we have a navbar. Let's import the CSS file called internal, and this will call import. I'll call it style. That's coming from the same directory from dot. Let's bring it down, navbar module CSS. Okay, so this is we have the CSS, and now that's what we have. Let's close this one, now let's open this. So let's come here, and here we have the navbar. Let's come here and let's start working on our navigation bar. Okay, so before we work, let's come here in the discover folder and we have to type this RAFC, otherwise we'll get the error when we'll import this component in our navbar. So let's close this one and do same thing for others. So RAFCE, this is help center. Let's do for the notification RAFCE. Now do for the profile RAFCE, and we have to do for the sidebar RAFCE. So let's close all this, close this, and close this one, close all these open folders. And inside the navbar we're going to create one more file. This time not going to be folder, it will file, and I'll call it index.jsx. So in this file we're going to import all the navbar component, and from there we're going to export it. Okay, so this is the file we have. Let's come here and let's import all the component. So I'll call it import discover from and /discover component we have to take. Okay, so this is how we are importing the component in this index.js. Let's do the same for other. So let's close this one and let's call it help center, and that's coming from the same directory .help center/help center. Import, and it will call profile. That's coming from the same directory profile/profile. import notification, and that's coming from the same dot notification slash notification. But you have noticed one thing here: when we are importing the file, we are getting two files, one with extension or without extension. So both the files are same. You can import whatever you want. If you want to give the extension, you can give, otherwise you can simply give normal import. Okay, so that's the notification. Now we have to import the sidebar, so I'll call it sidebar, and that's coming from the same directories, sidebar folder, that sidebar. So these are the 5 components are involved in our navigation bar, and now we have to export them. So let's come down and we'll call it export, and in this bracket we're going to pass this all. Okay, so first one is going to be, let's say, discover, second one is going to be help center, third one is going to be profile, notification, and sidebar. So these are the 5 exports we are doing from this file. Okay, let's close this one. Let's come here, and now, so here we have that. Let's close this, come to navbar, and here we're going to import all this folder. Okay, and now we can start working on our navigation bar. Okay, so let's open up your browser, and we need to install React icons, and because that's what we are using in our project for getting icons. Okay, so let's come here, type React icons, come here, click on this, and this is the command we have to do. Okay, so we have to install React, so simply copy this, npm install React icons. This will give the complete library of React icons. Okay, so let's open up your terminal and simply stop the application from running, or you can simply open up a new terminal. Both the thing you can do. I'll go to open the new terminal, and I will clear the terminal, and I will simply paste this npm React icons. Okay, just wait. So we have installed React. Simply clear the terminal. Icons. Now let's come back to the package.json file. You can find the details about this package. So the version we are using 4.4.0. okay, so no matter what version you are using, you always get the supported version. Okay, so here we have the React icon. So let's close this one, and now we can start working on our navbar.jsx. okay, so let's come here. We have to import couple of things from React. So it's use state, and we have to take use effect. Now we have to do import the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the link from next link, and now import the icons. So let me give this command. Now we're going to import icons, and the first icon we want to import is MD notifications. And if you want to know from where I'm getting these name of this notification, you can simply visit the React icon, and if you search the name you will find that. Okay, so I'm getting from there. So it's coming from React icons and /md. So there are a lot of providers, icon provider. So we're going to use multiple providers to get the icons, because in this project I wasn't finding one provider which have all the icons. Okay, so we're going to use multiple provider, and once you install this React icons, you get all the providers in your node modules, and from there you can easily able to use it. Okay, so this is the notification icon. Now let's import one more. It will call BS search. So this is going to be the search icon, and this is coming from Bootstrap. Okay, BS. Let's import other icons. So like we'll call it CG menu left, and we have to take CG menu right, and that's coming from React icon.cg. Okay, so this is the icon import, and this is the React imports and Next.js import. Let's come down. Let's come down here in internal import. We have to import, let's say we have to import the components, okay, which is coming from index. Okay, so first one is going to be discovered from, and we have this inside this nav index. Okay, so if from this index file we are importing or exporting all the components, so from there we have to import. Okay, make sure you do that. In this we're going to import the help center, we're going to import the notification and the profile and the sidebar. So these are the components we have imported here in navbar.jsx. Okay, so we have the component. Now let's come down. Let's come here and click on this component, and we need to create one more component, okay? And the component we're going to create in the component folder. So we're going to create the button component because we have button in our navigation bar, and I am creating button component as separate because we are using button in multiple places, and all the button have same styling but minor differences. So I'm taking as a component, reusable component, so we don't need to style over and over again, okay? So we have this button, and inside that we're going to create this button.jsx, and we will have this CSS file as well, modules.css. We'll type that rafce, and here we have this. Now close this one, and let's come here, and in the component we have this file .index.js, but I don't want to create name conflict. So here in this we're going to import all the component itself, okay, in the component file. So I'm going to change the name, so I'll call it, let's say I'll call it component index, so you guys can become very easy for you to understand that what are the things we are importing inside this component index.js, okay? So here we're going to import couple of things. So first thing, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from the component, same directory, button. Now we have to import the, let's say, footer. We have in the same folder footer/footer, and here we are importing the navigation bar, so NavBar, and that's coming from there. So these are the component import, and now we have to export this as well. So we are not exporting right now. Let's come here, and here we have to import that. So we'll call it button, and that's coming from let's say // component index, okay? So here we have the button component, which is coming from component index. So that's the button. Let's close this one, and let's come here, and here I have already provided this images to all of you guys, okay? So once you get the starter file from the website where you will find this images, okay? So here in this images you can see we have all the images which we are using in this project. We have the NFTs, we have the user, we have the social media icons, we have the background images. So all the images which you will find right in this folder. So make sure you can download from the articles which I have mentioned, okay? So here you will notice one thing. Inside the images folder we have one more index.js file. So what approach I'm taking, you can import the images in the component individually, okay? But here what approach I'm taking, I'm exporting all the images. I'm importing all the images in one file. This is called index.js, and from here I'm exporting. So it's become very easy to get the images without typing the code over and over again, okay? So here you will find all the images we have import. So we have the collections and background images, we have the user images, and we have this logo, and here finally we are making default export. So we can basically able to access this images in any component, okay, which you will find that how we are going to access this, okay? So that's the index for the images. Let's close this one, let's close this as file, and here we're going to import the images. So import, I'll call it images, and that's coming from // images, okay? So in this way we can easily able to access all the images. So here we have the internal import, and now we can start working on our JSX part, okay? But before that we have to, let me give this comment, let's take use state, okay? And we're going to take a couple of use state. So I'll take this, I'll call it discover component. Initially it would be false, and this will call help center. Initially it would be false. We have to take another one, it would be notification, false, and we have to take this use state snippet, and it will call profile. Initially it would be false, okay? We have to take one more, and this will call, let's say, open sidebar, and this would be false. So here we are taking the state for each of this component because we have to open and close it, okay? So that's why we are taking the states. So these are the 5 states for the components, and that's there. Now let's call it use state component. Now let's come down, and now we can start writing on the JSX of our navigation bar, okay? So simply remove this, and we're going to instantly return it. So I'll take a div, it will have a class, and I call it style dot navbar Okay, inside that will have another div. It will have a class called NavBar dash box dash container, sorry. So this is how I'm going to write the JSX. Okay, inside that we're going to have another div. It will call style NavBar dash container dash left. So our navigation is divided in two parts. One is the left section and the other one is the right section. Okay, so this is the pattern I'm going to follow for every single JSX, every single component. And the reason why I'm taking this approach, because if you want to convert this into a perk templates, so it's become very easy. If you want to convert this entire CSS in perk template, or if you want to use SAS, so SAS converter for converting this CSS file to the SAS, it's become very easy for you as well. So let's working on it. So inside we're going to replicate this and we're going to change this to right, and inside the left container left we're going to start writing. Okay, so we'll have our div. It will take a class and we'll say style dot logo, and that will have a image component src, and we have this image dot. So here we have imported the image, and in that we have all the images. So we have to provide the dot and we have to give the name images. So here we have the logo. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to access any images, and we have to provide the alt. So well, let's call it NFT Marketplace. That's the text, and we have to assign the width 100 and height is going to be 100. So this is the image. Now let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class, and then we'll call style dot navigation bar left box input. Okay, so here we will have the search input. So we'll have a div. Inside that we'll have another class style dot navigation left box input box. Okay, and I'm giving this huge name because you guys can understand that what component we are using and installing in our style sheet. Okay, you should always give descriptive name, that what exactly happening in the code. Okay, so in that way it's become very readable for other developers, and that's what you have to keep in mind when you are building your project. So these names looks like very big, why I'm giving this big name, but it will help you a lot when you will do the editing, okay, and review your code. So in that we have to take this input, and it will have a, let's say type is going to be text. Let's give this bracket text, and we'll have a placeholder, say search, let's small, search NFT. Okay, we'll come down and we'll have our icon BS search, and it will have a on click property. So when someone type anything and we'll hit the enter, we'll have to display those NFT. Okay, so right now we will have this empty callback function, on click function. Okay, and it will have a class as well. So style dot search icon. Okay, here we have this div. Now let's come down, and we have to take the, let me give this comment, end of left section, and now we can start on working on the right section. Okay, and this right section is going to be a little bigger, okay, because a lot of components are there. All the components we have created, that's all we're going to display in the right section. So we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call style dot NavBar container right and right discover. So each component will have its separate div. Okay, so this is the discover component, and that's what we are doing here. And that we have to simply, let's take a p, and it will have a on click functions, and we will call the e, and we'll give this empty call functions, and here we call discover. Okay, so when someone will click, our discover component will open. Okay, so we're going to create a function for this. Okay, just write the css, and now we have to take a div. It will have a style dot navbar discover dot slash box, and in that we're going to display the discover component. Okay, so this is the first component for our discover div, and here we have that. And let's come here and let's write the function for opening. Okay, so let's come here, const open menu, and we are receiving that e. Okay, so when we'll call this function, we'll able to have this e. In that e, I want to access the text, okay, button text, and I'll call e dot target dot let's say inner inner text. Okay, so when we'll call these functions, so when someone will click on that discover or a help center or a navigations, we can able to get that text, and once we have the text we want to match it. Okay, so once we match it, and according to that we're going to display the component. Okay, it will make sense, just follow along with me. So here we have this text. Okay, and that's what we're going to target. Okay, so let's come here and we have to take a if statement, and if we say if button text is equal to discover. Okay, so make sure you give the same spelling which you have provided in the paragraph. Okay, so we are matching with that. If it's that, then we have to simply set discover to true. We have to open that component, and we have to set the other component to false. Okay, so we'll call it set help sense help false, and we call set notification false and set profile false, because at a time we want to display open one component, not multiple components. So that's why we have to set other component to false. So this is how we can able to open the discover component, and now we have to do the same thing for other components. So I'll go a little faster. Button text, and this time we'll call it help center, and we're going to simply copy this and we're going to change the status. So this will become false. Here we are looking for this will come true, and the rest should be same. And let's come down, let's say else, and here we're going to say simply copy this and paste here, and this become false, so the rest should be false. Okay, let's copy this function, and now we have to call it here. So let's come down, and we're going to call the function here. Simply replace this, and we have to pass this e, so in that way we can easily able to access the e. So that's the how we can open the component. Okay, now let's come here, let's take a dynamic block. Okay, dynamic block. So if discover is false, then we don't want to hide it. Okay, simply cut this and paste here. So the discovery state is initially false, so this component would not display, but if it turns to true, then this component will display. Okay, so that's the entire logic we are doing here. So that's the discover component, and let's come up here and let's give this comment so you guys can understand that which component we are working on. So this is the discover menu. Now let's come down here, and let's start working on other component. So I'll call it help center, style dot navbar right, and we'll call it, let's say, help center help. It will have a paragraph, it will have on click functions. The same thing we have to do, pass the same function help open menu, and that we have to pass the e, and we have to type the text help center. Okay, same thing we have to do here. That's what we have passed here. Now let's come down, we have to take this dynamic block help, and we have to render this component. So div, it will, let's have a class style dot navbar help dot box. Inside that we'll have this help center component. So this is our help center component. Let's come down, notification, comment out, we'll take a div, it will have a class, and style dot navbar right dash notify. Okay, and we have to take this icon. Okay, because we are displaying the icon instead of the message. So we have this, it will have a, let's say, class. So I'll call it style dot notify. Okay, short name, and it will have a on click function, and that we have to call a different function. So it will have an arrow function, and now we have to call it open notification. Okay, we're going to create a separate function for this. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So we'll take a const and we'll call the same name, open notification, and in this we have to simply, like, say if notification component is false, then we have to set to, let's say, set to notification to true, and we have to set other component to false. Okay, So set discover, set help center false, we have this set profile false, and we have this all the component else. We have to set this notification to false. Okay, that's the open notification. Everything is working fine. So let's come down. And now we have to render this notification component. Okay, so notification, and we have to give the name of the component slash component. Okay, so we have this component, and that's coming from here. Let's come down. We will take a create button, sections, and we'll take this div. It will have a class called style dot NavBar right dash button, and in that we're going to render the button component. So it will have a dynamic, so this button is dynamic. So in this we have to set couple of props, because all the buttons will have a different text and different callback function. Okay, so that's the props we have to send in every button component. So we'll call it btn text, and the name of this button would be, let's say, create. Okay, so this is how we are sending the props. So this is the button component we have, and let's come down, and we have to create the user profile, comment this out, and now let's come here, copy, we'll take a div. It will have a class and style navigation right dash profile. Okay, box. So we are following this pattern. Box will have another div. It will have a class style navigation right profile, and in that we're going to render the image. So it will have a src. We have the images inside this dot user. We're going to take the one, and we have to assign the alt tag. It will say profile, width is going to be 40 pixels and height is going to be 40 pixels. So this is the perfect width and height I have found while I was testing it. Okay, so don't think that I'm coming with this number magically. Okay, I have already tested this according to the components, and that's what I'm typing here. Okay, and it will have a on click functions because we want to open the component, and we have to create this function as well. So I will call it open, let's say profile. Okay, so this is the function we have to create. Gonna open the profile, and we have to assign the class as well to the images. So simply copy and paste that. Okay, so that's the div. And once now we have to render the component. So if profile, then we have to render the profile component. And later when we connect with the backend, we're going to send props inside this component, so we can easily able to access. So we can easily able to remove this dynamic static data with a dynamic data. Okay, right now we are not sending any props, but when we connect with the backend, we're going to change that. Okay, so that's our profile component. Now let's come down, and here we're going to take this menu button. Okay, and this menu button will only display on a mobile device, not on desktop. Okay, so that's why we are keeping this out from this. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say, navigation container right menu button, and it will have this cg menu right, and in that we'll have a class called style dot menu icon. It will have an on click functions, and it will have a function called open sidebar. Call this function. So this is the function we're going to create, and this function will open the sidebar. Okay, so that's the div for the menu. So everything's looking good so far for this NavBar, and let's come down here, and here we're going to render the sidebar component. Okay, and this sidebar only would be displayable in the mobile device, and that's why we are keeping this out of this component. Okay, so let's come here, let's take a dynamic block. We'll say open side menu. If it's true, then we have to render the sidebar component. We'll take a div, and in that we will have a class style dot sidebar, and in that we're going to render the sidebar component. Okay, and we have to set the couple of props. So in this we're going to pass the state Okay, so we'll simply take the bracket, and that we're going to set this props. Okay, so we can easily able to have and change the state of this sidebar and close it. Okay, so initially it will be off. When someone will click this menu icon, the sidebar will open, but in the sidebar component we'll have a one cross button on which someone will click. It has to be closed. Okay, so that's the prop we have to send, so we can receive the props and we can make that happen. Okay, so that's the whole logic. So that's the props we are sending in the sidebar, and with this we are done. I think we are done with that, and now we have to create a couple of functions as well. Okay, so let's come here. And what's the function we have to create? We have to create this, let's open notification function, sorry, profile function. Let's come here and let's create that function. So we'll take a open profile. It will be an arrow functions, and we have to say if profile is false, then we have to set to true. Okay, and we have to make other component false, set false, discover false, and the notification false. Okay, this is the profile. Else we have to set the set profile to false. So this is open, and we have to create this open sidebar as well. So let's come up here and come up here. So we'll call it const open sidebar. It will have an arrow function. We'll say if open sidebar menu is false, we have to turn it to true. Okay, else we have to turn it to false. So this is where we can easily able to call and open it. Okay, so with this we are done with this entire NavBar JSX and all import and export. So let's close this one. Let's close this component. Let's close this one as well. Close one, and close one. Close this one. Okay, not this one. And this is the right left section. Okay, so here we have it. Okay, so make sure you should always organize your code and always give comment, so anybody can understand that what component they are working on, what are the, and we have given the relevant. And you have noticed one thing throughout this entire JSX part, I give relevant name to each of the components. So that's the approach you have to take, and that's become very easy to identify. Okay, so everybody has their own writing style, and this is what I follow. So let's come here and in the browser, and let's try to reload it. So you can see nothing is happening. So can you guess why this problem is there? Let's come back to the code editor, because we have missed something. Okay, everything is looking good on this side. Let's open this one, close this component file, and now we have to go into this page and click on this app.js. Here we have to import. So our navbar and footer is going to be in every single page in our entire application. Okay, so instead of importing those components individually in every single page, we're going to do global import, and that's global import we're going to do inside this app.js. Okay, so once we import this component and wrap the entire application with this navbar and footer, that component would be available in every single page. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking here. So let's do this comment internal, I'll call it import, and we have to import the, let's say, navbar that's coming from the component navbar, and let's come here and we have to take a div. Inside that we're going to take this navbar component, close it, and we have to copy and simply paste here. So in this way we can easily able to access navbar in every single page or in our entire application. So we have this one. Let's come here. Okay, we are getting an error. So it says that type element expected a string, but it's getting something else. Okay, I'm not only teach you that how you can write and build a smart contract and build this NFT marketplace, but how you can debug the error in the project. So we having some problem in the navbar. Okay, so let's come reload the browser and let's try to see what's the problem. Because sometimes what happened that you get error and the error is committed previously, and because of you haven't reload the browser, you have the problem. So make sure you always reload the browser, and if you get the error more than 2 times, then you can come back to your code and try to find out what's the problem as per the suggestion you have got in the front end. Okay, so let's close this one and let's come back to the discover. And in that discover we have everything's okay. Let's see, in the NavBar help center we have this, no problem here. We have this notification, we have this profile, okay, we have this sidebar, everything's looking good, no problem in these components. Let's come here, and these components are also looking good. Let's close this one, and what's the problem happening? So here we have in this, okay, the problem is here. So we are actually not exporting the component from our component folder. Okay, so here we have to export that, and now we have to export button, footer, and navbar. So I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this folder and file structure and import and export. Okay, so here we are exporting the component. Let's save it, close this one, and come back to our API app.js file, and this time we have to import that from the component index file. Okay, so let's remove this, say import, and we'll say navbar, and that's coming from the component index file, you can see, and make sure you should give in this bracket. Okay, so here if we click on this, and here you can see on the browser everything's working fine. We have this discover, help center, input, notification button, menu icons, and home. So all the component we can easily able to render on our application. So that's working fine, and I hope you guys are happy to see that how it's working. And you can see we can easily able to open and close. Okay, working fine. Now this is the navbar, and that's coming from the component API. And if you want to navigate to different pages, simply press Ctrl and click on that folder name as we have done just now, and you can able to open the component. Okay, here we are in this. So let's close this one, and we are done with this navbar.css. Okay, so let's close all this, and now we can start working on the NavBar component. Okay, so we are done with the NavBar JSX part. Now let's start working on the discover. So let's click on this, let's click on discover, and now we can start working on the discover menu. Okay, so let's import couple of things. So it will be internal import. We have to import the CSS file, import style from dot same directory, and we need to import couple of things. So we need to have a link, and that's coming from next link. Okay, so that's the internal external import we have. And let's come here, and here we have to take a demo data. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an array, and in that I will have the name of the page and the router. Okay, so it will make sense. Okay, so let's give me the comment. So I'll call discover navigation menu. Okay, so I'll take a variable and I call discover, and it will be an error, and inside this array I'll have an object of every single menu. Okay, so I'll take an object and I'll say name, I'll call it collection, and I will take the link, and it will have the same name but with lowercase. So make sure this is the convention I'm following, and you must follow the same convention because we're going to construct the URL of the pages on the name of this name we are providing. Okay, so let's create all the menus. Okay, so simply copy this, paste the comma, and we have to change the name to, let's say, search page. We'll have this search, copy and paste, and we'll have this one author profile page, and we have this author profile, paste here, and this will become the NFT detail page, and this will call NFT details. Okay, come here, and this become the account setting, and this become account setting, comma, let's come down, and this will become, let's say, connect wallet. So we'll have a separate page for connecting wallet where we provide multiple options to the user to connect their wallet. Okay, and we'll say connect wallet, and we'll have another, so we can call it blog, and we'll have a blog. Okay, so this is the entire discover menu. Okay, so these are the menu we're going to display in our discover component. Okay, so now simply copy that, and let's come here, instantly return. We'll take a div, and inside that we're going to simply loop over the entire discover menu. So we'll say discover.map, okay, element I. It's gonna be an arrow function. We have to instantly return this, and in this we're going to let the structure of our navigation. Okay, so I'll take a div, and it will have a class, key I+1, because every single menu will have a unique key. If you don't provide this, you will get an error from React. Okay, and we have to add a class as well. So I'll take a class, call it style.discover, and we want to take this link, and this link is coming from next link. You can take the normal link anchor tag, but here I'm taking this link tag which is available on that, and I'll take this href, and here I will provide the path, and the path is available we have inside this element. Okay, so we have this, we'll take this dynamic block and pass this lm.link, and that way we can easily able to access the link in the array object. And here it's not going to be the self closing link, we have to take this normal closing link. Let's say link, and let's provide this one, close this one, and in this we're going to pass the name of the link page. Okay, so we'll say lm.name. Okay, so if we save that, we can easily able to render the entire discover component on our application. Okay, so it's working fine. Now let's come back to the application. You can see here we have the logo, input, search, discover, help center, and help center is rendering twice. Okay, let's see why it's happening. We have notification button, image, and menu and home component. So what we can do, let's click on this help. Okay, so let's click on the discover, and you can see here we can easily able to open the discover component, and we can easily able to see all the pages we have created. Navigation, so collection, search, author details, accounts, connect wallet, and block. Open. If you click on this, you can open, close. So this function is also working, so all the pages are working fine. Okay, let's come back to code editor. So this is our discover component working fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here. I'm not going to style right now. We're going to let the foundation, and we're going to style the entire component in one go. Okay, we are just building the foundation and functionality. So let's close this one. Now we can start working on the help center, and same thing we have to do. We have to import the link from next links, and we have to do the internal import for our CSS file. So I'll go a little faster here because we are going to do the same thing. Okay, so it would be style, and that's coming from /help center modules. Okay, we'll take this const help center, and we'll have this dynamic block, and that we're going to let the foundation. So it will have a name, about, and we have to provide the link about. We'll have another object, and this will call name is going to be contact us. This would be contact us. We'll have another which one will be sign up. Then we have this sign in and sign in. Okay, now we'll come down, we'll have this, let's say subscription, and we'll have this subscription, and this one is optional. Okay, if you want to create and provide certain extra features to the creators, NFT creators on your application, you can do, but I'm going to take this approach, and I will provide it a subscription option as well. Okay, so this is the component, this is the menu we're going to render. Okay, we have to do the same thing, close this one, and we're going to render that as well. So simply remove this one, take a div, it will have a class called side dot box, and inside that we're going to render our menu. So element I is gonna be instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class, and we'll call it style dot help center, and in that we're going to take a link. It will have a href. We have to provide the path which is inside the help center menu. So we'll take this, and in that we're going to take the element dot link, and we have to render the name. Okay, if we save it, close this one, if we come back to our application, you can see right now we are opening the discover, but if we reload the browser and you can see the states are to false, so that's why we can't see the components. But if we click on this discover, we can open it. If we click on the help center, we can able to see all the menu, so about, contact us, sign up, sign in, and subscription. So our dynamic component is also working. You can easily able to switch, open and close. Okay, let's come back to the code. Now come here, close this one, and now let's start working on the notification component. Okay, we have to import couple of things. So first one is going to be the image coming from next image. Now we have to do the internal import, and we have to import the CSS file which is inside the same folder, and we have to import the images itself, and that's coming from dot dot slash dot dot in the image folder we have. Okay, so this is the internal and this is the externals, and now we can start working on the actual JSX component of our navigation bar. Okay, notification, sorry. We'll take a div and we'll have a class style dot notification. In that we will have another p tag, and it will say notification, the message, and it will have a div. And that will have a, let's say, class, and it will say notification dash box. And that we're going to take another div. It will have a class dot, let's say, notification box image, and that will have this image component, will provide the source which is inside the images folder file, and we want to take the user1 images. Okay, so I have given the name user1, user2. So when we want to change the data, all we have to do is to change the number, and with that, changing that number, we can easily able to display different images. Okay, you will see how we are doing that dynamically. Okay, and this approach is also really good because we're going to give the same name to every single user who will create the profile and NFTs, and we're going to store their data, their profile details in their backend in the same format, so it become very easy to render the data. Okay, but that's the different topic for the backend developments. Let's work on the JSX and template. We'll take the alt and we'll call it profile image. We'll have to provide the width is going to 50 and height is going to be the 50, and so that's the notification we have. And we'll have this class. Now let's come down. We have to take a div and we'll have a class and style dot notification box info. So in this we're going to show the information about the user. So first we'll take h4 and it will call it the name of the user. I'll call it Shweb, which is Shweb, and he's my younger brother, amazing guy, Akhtar. And I have to display the address of the user. So I'll call it measure. I'll provide this short message. Okay, and we're going to display the, instead of providing those address, we can provide the short message, short notifications. Okay, now let's come down. We have to take this time. Okay, and this time we'll keep update on the base of the notification period, so when they have got the notifications. So right now we are doing this hard code, but when we fetch the data from our API on the base of the entire functionality, this entire data will change dynamically for different user. Okay, we'll call it a go. So this is the component we have. Now we'll take another span, and this span will have a class and call it notification box new. And we're not going to add anything inside this span because this span is only for styling purpose. We want to show the display that blue mark, okay, blue tick, that this is a new notification. Okay, so this is one is for the styling purpose. Okay, so that's the notification component we have here. Right now we are displaying one component, but when we have the data, we're going to render all the notifications. Okay, so that's what we have, notification. Now come here. So this is the discover component. If you click on this, we can open that discover component. If you click on this bell icon, you can able to see all the data, the image, the name, the message, the time. So this notification component is also working. Open close, working fine. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's close this one. Let's come back and let's start working on the profile component. Okay, so we're going to import a couple of things. So first one is going to be the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the, let's say, icons and US for user alt, and that's coming from React icons slash font awesome FA, short form for FA. And now we have to import the FA let's say rage image, and we have to say fa user edit. So these are the icons we want to import from Font Awesome, and that's coming from React. Now let's import other, and MD help center, and that's coming from React icons slash MD. We have to import one more, and this is coming from TD download off, and that's coming from React icon slash TB, sorry. And one more we have to import, which is called TB download. Okay, so these are the icons we are using in this user profile component. Okay, now let's do the internal import. So we'll call it import style, and that's coming from the same directory slash profile modules. So I believe that you guys are getting familiar. Okay, so I'm going a little faster here. So we have to import the images. That's coming from // and images. So we have the images here now. So these are the external import. I have to do one more, so import link. Okay, so these are the external import, internal import. Now let's come and start writing on the JSX part. Okay, so we'll take this instant return. We will have this div. It will have a class style dot, let's say profile with small p, and we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot profile bar account, and that will have a image. We have to provide the source image user1 all tag. Let's call it user and profile, and we have to provide the width is going to be 50 and height is going to be 50, and it will also have a on click function. Okay, so it will have a style also, so let's call it profile account image. Okay, we have to apply this style. Now let's come down. We have to take another div. It will have a class called dot profile dash account info. In that we have to take this p. It will call the name of the user, and here we're going to display the address. Okay, so right now I'm just doing this hard code. Okay, but we're going to change this data and not dynamically. Okay, the user account address and username. Now let's come out of that div. We'll have another div. It will have this style and profile menu, sorry, dash menu. Okay, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style dot profile menu one, and it will have a class, let's say style profile menu one dash item. Now we have to display the icon, so for our user alt, and we have to take this message. So it will have a link, and that we're going to provide this href. We have to provide the path, so let's say path name. So we want to redirect to the my profile page. Okay, and I'll call it my profile. Save it. Okay, let's do this. Simply come here and simply copy this component. Okay, this item component, and we're going to have 4 more. Okay, so simply replicate this one more time, and we have to change the icon. So first change this name to my item, change this icon. So we're going to call this FA user image. Okay, simply copy and replicate this one more time, and we have to change the icon, so it's FA user edit, and here we have to change this, let's say edit profile, and that's the 3 component. Now let's come down, let's come out that of div, and let's come out of that div, because we want to add a border, okay, between the first 3 menu and the last 2 menu. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We'll take another div, and let's say style dot profile menu 2, and in that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say item. So make sure you give the same name, the name you have provided above, because it's going to apply the same styling. Okay, in that we're going to take this icon, so help center, and we have to display the paragraph message. Inside that paragraph we'll take this link, we'll provide the href attribute. So the path is going to be, let's say, where we want to redirect. So the page name is, we'll take this dynamic block and we want to redirect to the help page. Okay, and in that we're going to say help. So this is our, now simply replicate this one, change the icon to TD download, and here will be disconnect. Okay, so in this way we'll provide the user to log out from the MetaMask. Okay, and we have to change the path as well. We'll call it disconnect, and things are looking good. Here we have to change the name as well, edit profile, and this will become, say, my items. And that's pretty much, I think, what we have to do for this profile. Okay, so it's looking good. So here we have this one, and let's come here and reload the browser. And now we don't have any error. That means we are going on a good path. So let's click on this image, and here you can see we can easily able to render the entire data about the user. So name, address, icons, profiles, so all the data you can able to find. Okay, all the menu we can easily able to display here. So the functionality and the project is also working fine. We can open, close, let's come back, and with this we are done with this. Okay, if we find that we have to do any modification, we can definitely come back to the code. Okay, and that's the entire process of building any applications. So let's check this one more time, and working fine. Let's close this one, come here, and let's start working. Let's come here in the notification. We are done with that. Close one. Let's start working on the sidebar. Okay, and this one is going to be a little bigger component. Okay, so let's start. And first thing we have to do is to import a couple of things from React. So first we need useState, and we have to import the images, and we have to import the, let's say, link from next link, and we have to import the icons. So CG close the cross icon, and that's coming from React /gr. Now we have to import the, let's say, social media icon. So we'll say TI social, let's call it Facebook. Okay, Facebook icon, and that's coming from React /icon TI. Okay, so we're going to display the social media icons, and that's what we are importing, and that's all icon we are finding from this TI. Okay, if you want to know about all these providers, you can simply visit React icons, and there you will have the complete documentation that how you can utilize this and what they are providing. Okay, so we're going to use, simply we're going to import the TD social, and this one is going to be called LinkedIn. We need to import the let's say this one is going to be Twitter. Now TD social, we're going to import YouTube, and the final one is going to be TD social is going to be Instagram, and we want to add one more with TD arrow short down. Okay, so these are the icon we are importing, and that's coming from TI, all the social media icons, and this arrow down, because we want to show that arrow up and arrow downs when they will open the side navigation. Okay, so that's the icon import. We have to import one more. So TI arrow shorted up. So we have up and down both the icons, so all the icons we have here. Okay, let's come down. Now we have to do the internal import as well. So we're going to say import style, and that's coming from the same file. We have to import the images, and that's coming from the images folder. We have to import the button component because we want to have button in the sidebar. So we'll have a button that's coming from the button and button itself. Okay, this time we are not importing from the context, a component context. We are importing for the button component itself. Okay, so that's all the imports we need in this sidebar. And let's come here, and now you will find that we have to display the same menu. So we have to display the discover menu, we have to display the help center menu. Okay, so those all things we're going to take here. Okay, So let me give this comment. I'll say use state. So we're going to take that couple of. So first we'll open discover, and it initially it will be false. Then we have one more. We'll say open help, initially it will be false, and here we have to take that discover. Okay, so this discover will have the menu and the link, so it's gonna be an array, same thing what we have done in the discover component. Okay, so what we can do, we have this already available to us, so we can take that and we'll call it name. We'll provide the name, so we can call it collection, and we already have that. So let's come back to discover. Okay, discover component, and simply copy from here. Okay, simply select and copy the code, copy in that with comment, and we're going to paste here. Okay, why we should write same thing over and again. Paste here. Here we have all the data. Now simply close this one. Now we can have the discover menu, do the same thing for the help center, come back and simply copy this and come here and simply paste here. And this way we can have the navigation menus. And let me give this comment. This will call help center. Okay, so we have this too. We're working fine. Now let's start working on the JSX part. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot sidebar. In that we'll have our icon. So we'll have this cross icon. So we'll call it style dot sidebar dash close btn, and it will have an on click function. So we're going to simply take this arrow function and we're going to call this function close b. Let's close sidebar. Okay, so close sidebar. So this is the function we have to create. Okay, and let's come down. We're going to take another div. It will have a style dot let's call it sidebar dash box. In that we're going to take this image and we have to display the logo. So we have to take the src image dot logo. We have to provide the alt text logo width 150 and height is 150. Okay, little bigger than normal. Okay, so this is the logo. Let's come down. We have to display this message. So we'll take a discover the most outstanding articles on all the topics of, let's say, NFT on story. Okay, and share them. I just gave this random random text. You can type anything as per your NFT marketplace, or you can give your name. Okay, so I've given this random text. So let's start working on it. So we'll come down, we'll take another div, and I will take a class. It will say like sidebar dash social. So in this we're going to display all the social media icons. Okay, so we're going to take this anchor. Initially we don't want to redirect because we don't have any social media account for this NFT marketplace, so we're not redirecting that. And in that we're going to display the icon component. Okay, so first we're going to have Facebook. Second we're going to display the, let's say, social media LinkedIn, and third is going to be our, let's say social Twitter. Okay, we'll take this, and that we're going to display this. Now the icon we have to display is the YouTube, and last icon we have to display is the, let's say, what left, we have left this Instagram. Okay, so these are the 5 social media icons we are displaying. Now let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class, let's say style dot sidebar and menu. Okay, in this we're going to have another div. It will have a, so in this div we're going to take another div, and inside that div we're going to take another div. It will have a class called sidebar menu dash box. Okay, in that, let's say, we'll have this on click functions. Okay, and we'll have this function called open discover menu. Okay, so this is the function we have to create, and this will open the discover menu component. So we'll have this p, we'll call it discover, and here we have to display the arrow down short button. Okay, I hope everything's making sense. If someone will click on this, we have to display that discover component. Okay, so let's come here. we'll come down, we'll take a dynamic block. If we say if open discovered, then we want to render this component. We'll say take a div, and let's close this one, and we'll have a class style dot, let's say sidebar dash discover, and it will have this discover dot map lmi instantly return. We have to take a let's say paragraph, and this will have a key +1, and in that we're going to display this link and href. We have to provide the path, and this link, the data we have inside this. So we'll go to lm.link, and here we have to give the name of that menu, okay, which is dot name. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to render the this sidebar component. Okay, so now let's do the same for other component. We'll take a div, and inside the div we'll have another div. It will have a class called dot sidebar menu box, and it will have on click functions. We have to call this function, so we'll say open helps menu, and same thing we have to do. We have to take a p tag, and here we have to type the test help center. We have to take the icon, so td and arrow up down, sorry, and here we have the same component. Okay, now let's come down, and we have to simply render the help center component menu. So we'll take this open help. Okay, now we will take this div, and it will have a class, let's say style dot sidebar discover, and I have applied the same name to this help center component as well, because we're going to style the same, we're going to use the same styling for this component as well. Okay, so in this we're going to render this data, so lmi we have to instantly return. In this we'll have this paragraph. It will have a click function, and it will have this link. We have to take this href attribute, so it will say path, and we have to take this lm.link, and we have to give the link name of this link. Okay, name. So this is our sidebar menu. Okay, working fine with this dynamic menu. Now let's come down. We'll take another div, and it will have a style, so we'll call it side, let's say button. Okay, we'll have two buttons, one for connecting wallet and one for creating NFT. Okay, so we already have this button component, so that's what we're going to import, and in this we're going to pass the button name. Okay, so this will call, let's say create, and we'll replicate it, and we're going to change this to connect wallet. Okay, so these are the two props we are sending in the dynamic button component. So let's come here, let's up here. So everything's working fine, and here we have it. Now we have to create the functions which we have created. So let's come here, and let's come here. Here we're going to receive the props. So as you remember, we have sent the prop in our sidebar component in our index navbar.jsx. okay, so that's the what we're going to receive here. So set open sidebar menu. Okay, and this props we are receiving from here in the navbar.js, and here we are sending that props. Okay, so that's what we are receiving. So in this way we can easily able to change the state from our sidebar component in our navbar. Okay, so here we have that. Copy and simply come and paste here. Okay, so this is the state we have received the props, and now let's close this one. Come here, we'll create the function. So let's come down. The first function is going to be this discover menu. Okay, we'll call it open discover menu, add a function, and if open discover, then we have to set open discover to true, else we have to turn it to false. Okay, this is the first discover menu, and now let's come down, let's create the other function. So the second one, we have this open help. Okay, So open help menu and same check we have to do. Okay, if open help, then set to true, otherwise set to false. Set to false. Okay, so this is how we are changing the state. Now let's come down. We have to take another one, close sidebar. So we'll have this cross button. Okay, and that we going to simply copy. So this is the cross icon. We have a click function on that. This will close the sidebar. Okay, and in this we're going to call this props. So the props we are receiving in our sidebar, that's what we're going to call here. So set open sidebar menu and we'll turn it to false. Okay, so that's prop here we're receiving. Okay, that's from here. Okay, so finally we are done with the sidebar. So let's have a final look, and things are looking good. This is the React internal import, our functions, use states, and here we have the functions, and here we have the JSX. So close this one. Let's close this one, and let's come here and let's try to reload the browser. And just wait, and everything's working fine. We don't have any error. So let's come here, let's click on this menu, and as you can see, it's working fine. We have this cross button, we have the image, we have the description, we have the social media icons. If we click on this close, we can easily able to close it. Okay, beautiful, it's working fine. If we click on this, we can open and close. So our all the functions working fine. Close this one, click on this notification, image, menu, let's discover, and we have this help center. So working, everything's really good. All the functionality, everything is working fine. And you will find that how easy it's become, because generally what we have done, we have built the complete layout, all the functionality. So when we get the data from our API, all we have to do is to replace those places where we are rendering the data to the actual data, and the entire thing will happen. So when we'll combine the smart contract and the backend, on that time the things will happen very fast, because we have followed the right structure for this project. Okay, now what we can do, let's come here and let's close all these files. Close this one, close this. So this is our NavBar main folder, and let's come here and let's see. So everything is working fine. Let's come here, and now we can start styling our navigation bar. Okay, so fine. So we'll come here and we're going to style it. Okay, so let's come here. I'll make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on, and hope this will give you an idea. So this is on the right hand side, you will have this display where you can able to see all the changes, and on the left hand side you can able to have this code. Okay, so we'll target the navbar, and it will have a width to 100%. We'll have a padding block is going to be 1.5 RAM. We'll have this position relative. Z index is going to be on top of everything, so 111, give us the highest number. Now so let's come down, let's target the navbar container, and it will have a width to, let's say, 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat to 1FR. Okay, now we'll have this align item is going to be center, and we have this justify content space between, and gap is going to be, let's say, 1 RAM. So why these stylings are not taking place? I have on auto save, but still it's not working. So let's come here, and so I made a mistake. Make sure you give the right spelling. So my navbar container spelling is wrong, so let's simply replace this with to actual one. So navbar container, and now you can see all the things is working fine. Okay, we have divided in 2 parts. Now let's come down and let's working on it. So we're going to target that navbar container left section. Okay, we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1FR and 2FR, and 1FR is going to be for the icon, and 2FR is going to be for the input. Okay, align item is going to be center, so you can see that. Now let's come down, we'll target the navbar left container box, so input box, and width is going to be 60%, border is going to be 1 pixels solid, and we're going to use this our custom color. Okay, right now we don't have this custom color in our project. We're going to write that custom color we're going to use in this project. And here I try to do a little bit changes in the project. So the first change I want to do is I'm going to create only light mode, okay, not the dark mode. Okay, the entire thing would be same, but I'm not going to add this dark functionality, but I'm going to set the stage for you. And the reason why I'm doing it, because you have to know that how you can work with state. Okay, so currently I will build the foundations, I will let down that the color of this project, and I will tell you that how you can change that state into a dark mode. And that's what I'm going to keep it on you. Okay, so I'll keep that dark mode for the end. Okay, so when we'll build the entire template, and then we're going to include that dark mode. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. So we don't have the color, so what we can do, first we have to define the color before we can add it. Okay, so let's do one thing here. Come back here, go to this, close this component file, go to close this one as well, go to this style folder, and that we in this global CSS here we're going to define our custom color. Okay, so simply bring this down, and this is the font family I'm using. It's a Google font. So when you will download the starter folder, you will get the colors and the fonts which we are using. So here I'm using Poppins in this project, and I'm using like from 100 to 900 the boldest. Okay, so I'm using Poppins, and we are importing the Google fonts here. So that's the first import we have. So we are not using any framework for styling our entire application. We're going to write the custom CSS. Okay, so that's why we have to define the custom colors as well. Okay, so we'll take this root, and this is how you define the colors in your global CSS file as using root property. Okay, so I'll give this notation. I'll say icon color, and I'll give this color, so 4C5773. And what I have done, I have changed the color of this complete project as well. Okay, so I'm using different color. So this is the icon color we have. Now we'll take the icon light color, and this color will have this 4C577341. Okay, this is the icon light color we have. Now let's come down. We have to take this icon BG color, and the E2 E6E9. We'll target the icon shadow dash dark color, and the color would be, let's say, hash D3 DAE7. Okay, we'll have a shadow, so the color is for that. Now we have to take another second shadow, so this will call light color, and we have completely white. And now we'll have the main color of this application. So main BG color will have this ECF0FF3. Sorry. Now we have to take this box shadow, and you can add it normally, but here I'm taking as a variable. Okay, so when we'll add the dark and light mode, we can easily able to do the entire state of the application. Okay, so we'll call it shadow 1 ram 1 ram 1 ram. We'll use this var, and in this we're going to take this first color. So this is the shadow dark color, and the second one is going to be -1 ram -1 ram 1 ram and var, and the second color is going to be the shadow dark color. Both are the same. Okay, save it. Let's come to the second box shadow. So we'll call it box shadow 2. So this will have a 0 ram 0, and we'll have this var minus dark shadow. We'll have this -0.3 ram and -0.3 ram and 1 ram. We'll have this var our custom color dark shadow. Okay, and you might be wondering that from where I'm getting this magical numbers. Okay, so these are not magical number. I built this application, and from there I found that these are the shadows works suitable for the component. Okay, so these are the back shadow we have, all the colors. And once again I tell you, all these colors are provided to you on the article, so if you're stuck you can get it from there as well. So this is the root colors, this is the box shadow, and let's come here. Why it's the big. Okay, and here in this we're going to do a couple of configuration as well. Okay, so a couple of changes we're going to do in our application, and that changes we're going to do in our global CSS file. So let's come here. So first thing we want to do is come to this star, and here we will say WebKit tap, okay, highlight to none, okay, color none. So when someone try to select any text or any images, so sometimes what happened that we see that blue mark around the images or around the text, so we don't want to have that in our application, so let's make it none, okay. And these all properties are available, so if you want to know about it, simply type WebKit properties, you will find all the properties and you can have a look from there, okay. Now we want to add this selection, okay. So when someone select any text, we want to specify a particular color, which is the primary color. So I'll call this shade dark color, so this is the color, and we have to change the background color of the text, okay. So we'll add this icon color. So these are the two main color we have in this project. So when will someone select the color, select the text, it will have a different background color and different text color, okay. So this is the selection. Now let's come down, we have to get the WebKit, and this time we're going to target the scroll bar. So we're going to add the custom styling to our scroll bar, we're not going to use the default one, okay. So we're going to assign the width is going to be 1 rem, and border is going to be, let's say, 1 pixel solid, and var, and we're going to add the custom color, which is the main BG, okay. Let's come down, we'll simply going to target that WebKit scroll bar track, and it will have a background border radius to 0, okay. Now background color is going to have that main BG color, okay, and we're going to target that WebKit. So we'll have this scroll bar and thumb, okay. So this will have the, let's say, border radius 2 rem, and background color is going to have this our, let's say, let's add this one. So this is what we have in a style, okay, in the design component, okay, icon color, and we're going to assign a width to 0.5 rem. So this is the track. So this is the some global setting we are doing for the selection, for the side scroll bar, and for the tabs, and for the colors, okay. So let's stop the application for running and let's restart the application to check it's working. So we'll type npm run dev, click on this 3000, and this will open into a new tab. Just wait, let it complete the process. Loading. हजरो लेने दे जी भर के मेरी सांसों से बना करके, and finally you can see everything is working fine. This is how it will look on a desktop. So this is the home component. You can see the moment we are selecting, we having the main color at the background, and the text is changing its color. So if we click on this notification, we have this, you can see it's working fine, and you can see on the sidebar we have this scroll bar and its styling, okay, it's working fine. So whatever styling we have applied as a global styling, it's working fine in our scroll bar and our text selection. So let's close this one, let's come back here, bring the terminal down, and let's come here, close this one, and let's start working on our navigation, okay. So now we're going to add the color. So let's make this side by side so you guys can understand what we are working on. And here we're going to provide the color name, so dash icon color. So here you can see the color is changed. Now we'll take this display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, padding 1.5 rem, border radius 2 rem. We'll take this navigation container left box input and input itself. We're going to assign with 90%, and border radius is going to be, border is going to be none, outline is going to be none, and background color is going to be transparent, okay. So this is how it will look, looking perfect. Let's come down, we'll target the, let's say, search icon, and we'll say cursor pointer, font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Okay, why the styling is not taking place on the icon? I think we have made a mistake in our search icon, and let's see where it is happening. So let's come here in our navbar.jsx and let's try to find out the error. And as you can see, by providing this long name, it's become very easy to identify on which the problem is happening, okay. So I'm not cutting this from the project, okay, so you guys can understand that we all make mistakes and we all debug code before we get ready for this production level, okay. So let's try to find out the problem. So let's open this one, So where is the icon component? This is the image we have. Where is the icon? Okay, and here we have the search icon. Oh sorry, I forgot to add the I simply added cu and con, so let's add I. And now let's save it, copy, and simply come back and replace this one and save it. Now you can see we have this cursor pointer and font size is also got increase. So this is how we have to debug. Okay, let's continue. Let me give this comment, and this will call right section. Okay, we're going to type the navbar container dot right, and display is going to be grid template column is going to be, let's say, 1fr 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 1.5 fr 1fr and going to be 0.3 fr. Okay, so on the right hand side we're going to display 5 menu. Okay, 5 component. So we are declaring this. So this is how it will look. You can see we have everything's aligning perfectly and working fine. So everything's working fine. Now let's come down. We will take a gap to 1 RAM. We'll have a align item center. We'll take this align self is going to be flex end. Okay, let's target the navbar container right, discover, and we'll have a position relative, cursor pointer. We have to do the same for other components, so we'll say navbar container right help, sorry, and pointer and cursor pointer relative. Okay, working fine. Come down, we'll target the navbar container, discover, and box, and it will have a, let's say, and another one is going to be, let's say, right dash help box. So both will have this position absolute. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, 0.5 RAM. Let's save it. Come down. We'll have a box shadow, or we're going to use this box shadow variable. And now we have this font size is going to be 1 RAM. Width is going to be 15 RAM. And border radius is going to be 1 RAM. And background color is going to be dash dash main BG color. Okay, let's save it, and you can see this is how everything is aligned. So let's come here, working fine. This one is also working fine, and you can see, okay, we have some problem in the our root color. Okay, but everything's working fine. Okay, so as you can see, this discover is also working, and this health center is also working. I think we have a problem in our box shadow and the color. We're going to fix that later. Let's work on the normal styling. Okay, so here I can notice two problem we are having. We are having the box shadow problem, and we are having the main primary color problem, because this is not the color we are using in this project. Okay, so we're going to change that. Okay, so let's start working on the, let's style it. Okay, we're going to do these changes later. Okay, and the reason we can easily able to do these changes later, because we have used the color as a root. So whatever changes we'll do in the root color, they automatically that changes will apply into this entire place. Okay, entire application. Let's come here and let's keep on working on it. So we're going to take this navbar right and notify, and position is going to be relative, cursor pointer. Let's come down. We're going to target the I, and it will have a font size to 2 RAM, little bigger, and we'll target this right container right button, and let's say it's going to be position relative, cursor pointer. Now we'll target the right, let's say, profile box, and it will have a position relative and cursor pointer. Okay, now let's come down. We're going to target that container right profile, and this will have a border radius to 50%. And let's come down. We're going to target this navbar right menu button, and it will have a display none, because we don't want to display that menu button on the desktop. We want to display only on mobile phone. Okay, mobile phone or tablet. So we'll display none, and let's target that menu icon, and we want to increase the font size. Okay, so let's make it 2.5 RAM, little bigger, and cursor is gonna be a pointer. So let's save it. Let's come back to the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. Click on this button, and this one is also working fine. We have this circle image. Okay, things are looking really good, and gradually we are developing this application and it's taking shape. Okay, So that's the one we have here. Now let's bring down and let's start working on the sidebar. Okay, so we'll call it sidebar, and we'll have this position is going to be fixed. And right now you can't see that. Let's have this top is going to be 0, width is going to be 45 RAM, and background color is going to be this our main BG color. And we're going to have this, let's say, box shadow. We're going to have the box shadow variable, and we're going to have a 100% height, sorry, VWH, and overflow Y is going to be auto because we want the user to scroll on the x-axis. Okay, so we're going to have a display is going to be none, and Z index is going to be the highest number, so it becomes on top of everything. Close this one and let's come here. We'll target the sidebar WebKit, and we don't want that scroll bar, so we'll say display none. Okay, well, let's add a media query. So we'll say max min device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and the next one is going to be max is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels. Okay, so that's the min and max width we want to define for this navigation bar. Now let's light a little bit media query for it. So we'll target NavBar container. Grid template is going to be 1FR and 1FR. Okay, equally we're going to divide it. Now we'll target the NavBar container left. It will say grid template 1FR. Okay, and we'll target that NavBar right. In that we'll take a grid template column, repeat 3 component we're going to render, but altogether right now we have 5. Okay, so we're going to hide some of them component on a mobile device, and those component we're going to display in the sidebar. Okay, let's come here, and you can see this is how it's look on a desktop. Let's do the inspect element, and let's go this, click on this, and click on this mobile device and bring this, just drag it. Okay, why it's not working? Simply drag this one and click on this. So you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. So for media query we're going to use these breakpoint. Okay, so we are starting with mobile 320 pixels. So these are the breakpoints which is already given in the Chrome browser, and this is the breakpoint we're going to use. So let's bring it a little ahead. You can see everything's working fine. So it's working fine. Okay, let's come back to the code in the media query, and we're going to hide a couple of things. Okay, so first we'll target the NavBar container that menu button. Okay, display block, because we want to display the button. NavBar left, we're going to target it, let's say left. We'll target the box and image input. It will be, let's say, display is going to be none. We want to hide it, the input. Now we'll target that right discover component. We want to hide that as well, none. And we want to hide the help center as well. So right dos help display is going to be none. Okay, let's save it. Let's come down. We're going to target that button, and we want to hide that as well. So display is going to be none. Save it. Let's come down. We're going to target that sidebar, and we'll make it display to block. Okay, so let's come here, save it, come here in the mobile device. As you can see, everything is working fine. We have this icon displaying, we have the user image, we have the notification bell, and we have the logo. Okay, so media query is also working fine, and we can open and we can close, open, close, click on this, we can close this, working fine. Okay, everything's working fine. Close this one, and let's come here, go to this discover, and let's start styling this discover component. Okay, we'll target the discover. Adding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Text transition is going to be all 0.3 second easy in. We'll have Z index is going to be biggest number, and we'll have the sidebar on over effect. We want to provide a background color to this our icon color, and we want to change the text color to our, let's say, shadow dark color, and border radius is going to be 0.3 RAM. So let's come here and let's click on this. You can see working fine. If we click on this, we have this nice over effect, and background color is also changing. So let's come back. So our router is also working fine. Okay, let's make on an extra mode. Click on this. As you can see, on over effect we are getting this nice effect. This is the same thing we have to do for the help container. Let's come here, close this one. Let's go to the help container CSS file and let's start working on it. So we'll target the help center, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, 1 RAM, all 0.3 second easy in. Help center over effect will have this, let's say, background color to our icon color. Now we'll have this color to our box dark color. Now we're going to target this border radius 0.3 RAM. Okay, so this is our help container. Close this one, and now we can come back to the applications and have a look. As you can see, everything is working fine. Now we can work on the notification. Okay, we have to fix this one. So let's make it side by side. Click here and go back to notification, and let's start working on notification CSS. Okay, so we'll target the first notification, and position is going to be, let's say, absolute. Padding is going to be 2 RAM and 1 RAM. Box var is going to be dash box shadow. Okay, we're going to use the font families to 1 RAM. Width is going to be, let's say, 225 RAM, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Save it. Let's come here. You can see now it's looking good. Okay, it's looking good. Let's come here, make it left is going to be minus 20 RAM, and top is going to be 3.5 RAM, and Z index on top of everything. Okay, and background color is going to be, let's say, our main BG color. Okay, so let's save it. Okay, it's looking fine. Okay, now let's come down. Let's target the notification P, all the P, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Font width is going to be 600. Margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM. Notification box, it will have a display flex, align item center, and let's say flex start. Okay, gap is going to be 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. Transition all 0.3 second and easy in. Okay, so this is how it will look. Okay, notification box on over effect, we want to change the background color to our icon color, and we want to change the text color as well. So this is going to be our shadow. What is the name of that? Shadow dark color. Okay, save it. Now let's try the border radius 0.3 RAM. Okay, as you can see on overfill we are getting this nice effect. Let's come down and we'll target that notification box image, and it will have a border radius 5 RAM. We'll simply target that notification box info, and it's going to be a line height in 0. Margin top is going to be minus 0.8 RAM. So now it's looking perfect. You can see. Let's come down. We're going to target the notification box info H4, and font size is going to font width 600, and we'll target this notification info paragraph. Font size is going to be 15 pixels. Line height is going to be 0.3, and let's say position is going to be relative. Okay, working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the notification box our span, which is a new. Okay, we'll target width is going to be, let's say, 0.5 RAM. Height is going to be the same 0.5 RAM, and background color is going to be this. Border is 50%, and background color for timing, let's type this one aqua. Okay, that's the color we are taking for as a temporary, but we're going to change it. Okay, oh, as you can see, it's working fine, looking really good. On over effect we are getting the styling. So this notification component is also working fine. Okay, let's come here and let's write the media query for it. So We'll say max width is going to be, let's say, 35 am, and notification is going to be width is going to be 20 RAM, and left is going to be minus 15 RAM. Notification box is going to be padding 0.3 RAM. Notification box P, and font size is going to be 12 pixels. So as you can see, it's looking perfect for the mobile devices. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's make on a big, and this is how it will look on a full screen. It's look quite big, but we're going to fix it. Okay, so make things, everything's working fine. This notification is also looking good, and now we have to work on the profile. Okay, so we are done with this notification. Close this one, come back and just start working on the profile. Click on this profile modules CSS. Okay, this is how it will look on a mobile device. Okay, I have opened my inspect element, and make sure you do open your own as well, so we can start working. Okay, these are the things. It's working really good. We'll target the profile. So we'll target the profile, and profile position is going to be absolute, and padding is going to be 2 RAM and 0.5 RAM. Okay, border box shadow is going to be var box shadow. Okay, font size is going to be 1 RAM, width is going to be 20 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, left is going to be minus 70 RAM, and top is going to be, let's say, 4.5 RAM, and Z index highest number, and background color is going to be our simply primary color. Save it. Now let's click on this. You can see everything's looking fine. Okay, but we'll fix this with the media query. Okay, so that means everything's working fine. Okay, this is our profile section. Let's come down. We'll tag this profile account. Display is going to be flex. Align item start. Gap is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 1.5 RAM. So looking good. Let's come down. We'll have a profile account image. So border radius is going to be 50%. Profile account info. Line height is going to be 0.3 RAM, and profile account info P font width is going to be 600. Profile menu 1 item. So this will have a display flex. Okay, this is how it will look. Align item center, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 0 RAM, 0.5 RAM, and text transition all 0.3 easy in. Okay, now let's target that item over effect, and we'll say background is going to be our, let's say, main icon color, and the color of the text we're going to change is to shadow, let's say dark, and color. Okay, and we have to assign the border radius 0.3 RAM. So as you can see on over effect we are getting this, and our router is also working on mobile device. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see this one is working fine. This one is also looking good. This one is also looking good. Okay, the profile section is looking good. Over effect is also looking good. Let's zoom out. Okay, notification, and that's looking impressive. So that's how. Now let's close that. Let's come here and go to this sidebar, and now let's start working on it. Okay, so before we start working on that, we have to open this and we have to make it visible. Okay, so let's come here, and that's what we can do in the navbar, not in the sidebar. So let's come here in the navbar, and here we have to make it to, we have initialized to false, not, let's make it to true. Okay, so this will open the sidebar component, and you can see here it's open. So here what we have doing, that we have set the stage for the sidebar to false initially, but here we are providing this exclamation mark, we are turning to true, and this is how we are rendering the template. Okay, sidebar. Okay, so let's close this one and come here, and let's go to the sidebar and let's start working on it. So as you can see, it's working fine. This is how we look on a mobile device. Okay, so things are taking place. Okay, let's come here and let's start working on the CSS of sidebar. We'll target the sidebar box, and it will have a padding, let's say 2 RAM, It will have a bottom 1 pixel solid var, and we'll add our icon color. Save it. Working fine. So working fine, our color border. Now let's come down, sidebar, close btn, and the position is going to be, let's say, absolute, and top is going to be 3 RAM, right is going to be 2 RAM, transition all 0.2 second, easy in out, okay, and cursor is going to be pointer, and it will have a box shadow too, var and box shadow. So this is how our sidebar would look. Okay, looking fine. We can close it, we can open it. Now let's come down, and we have to target that sidebar close btn. On over effect, we want to apply some styling, so we want to rotate that close icon to by 45°. So once you click on that or over your mouse, it will rotate. Okay, you can see that. Let's come down, and we'll target the sidebar box p. It will margin top is going to be -2 RAM, so it will come up, and we have to target the sidebar social. Display is going to be flex, and gap is going to be, let's say, 1.3 RAM. Font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. Align item is going to be center. So this is how it will look. Now let's target the social sidebar A, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, and border radius is going to be 50%. Let's say transition all point easy in, and display is going to be grid, and let's come down, sidebar A. On over effect, we want to add a background color, so this is going to be our, let's say, icon color, and we want to change the color of the icon itself. So here we will provide the back box dark color. Okay, we have to provide this, let's say, box shadow to 1 pixel solid var, and this is what we have to provide. Okay, so let's expand this one. Let's make it big on a full screen, and you can see on over effect we are getting the styling. So things are looking really great. Everything is working fine, but why this, the sidebar width is not working? It's taking full width. So again, we have some problem in our code. We gotta fix that. Okay, so let's come back to CSS and keep working on the CSS style. Okay, we're going to fix that width problem later. Okay, so sidebar menu, padding is going to be 2 RAM, and text transform uppercase, font width is going to be 500, and border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our icon color. So you can see it's looking good. Let's target the sidebar menu box. We'll say display is going to be flex, and justify content space between, align item is going to be center, and cursor pointer. So this is looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll have the sidebar discover component, and we'll assign a padding to, let's say, inline padding is 1 RAM. We'll say sidebar dash button, it will have a padding 2 RAM, display is going to be flex, and align item is going to be center, justify content space between. So this is how the button would look like. As you can see, our tabs are also working fine. Okay, open close, we can do it. But the problem we have in the, it's taking complete width. We have assigned a width, but it's not taking that width. Okay, so things are looking good. So okay, let's do the inspect element and come back here in the code. Let's close this one, and let's come here in that let's say sidebar, and here we are in the sidebar, and let's assign a background color. Okay, so to this entire sidebar we have to assign a background color. So let's say var, and we'll add this main bg color. Okay, so here we have the background color. Okay, it's not taking in the full color, it's taking only in single component, so still we have some problem in the code, but we're going to find it. Okay, so we have the color in our sidebar box. Now let's come here, go to this sidebar JSX, and here you can scroll, and in this, where is the sidebar? Here let's come here and close this one, go to the NavBar. Okay, NavBar CSS, and here in the NavBar we have the sidebar CSS file, so simply copy that. Okay, so here we have assigned everything. We have assigned the top, width, background color, box shadow, but why it's not applying the styling? Okay, so we must have in the problem in the name of the sidebar. Okay, here is the problem we have. It's a capital S, we have to make it small s. Okay, so if we save, you can see we have the color. You can see the entire color is applied, and this is how we have the fixed width, 25 RAM width. So the width is also applied and the background color is also applied. So things are looking really good. Everything's working fine. We can open it, close it. We can have this effect. We can have this style. Okay, so our sidebar is also working. Close this one and make it to false, so our sidebar will hide. Close this one, close this one, close this one, and so close this one, open, close, open, close. Everything's working fine. Make it on full screen. We have this notification working. We have the help center. We have the discover section. We have this profile section, and we have to style the button component. Okay, so let's come back to the code, make them side by side. Let's close this one and go to the button component. Okay, let's work on the button component. So in the button component, we're going to import internal import. So we're going to import the CSS file that's coming from the button in the same folder, and let's receive the props. So in the button component, we're going to receive two props. One is the name of the button and the second is the function which we want to add on the button. Okay, so let's receive the props. So first one is we have is button name, and second one we have this handle click. These are the two props we are receiving in the button component. And if you come on to the navigation and go to this sidebar, and here in the sidebar we have taken two button, one create and connect wallet, but we haven't passed that handle click props. So let's send that props as well. Okay, so copy that and simply pass the prop here, and in this we're going to pass the function. Okay, do the same thing for other button. So currently we'll have an empty function. Okay, empty functions. We're going to add this function later when we build the smart contract and communicate with our front end. Okay, so this is the empty function we are passing, and that's what we are receiving here. Okay, let's come here, go to the, let's say here we are in the sidebar. Now here we are in the navbar, and we have one more button in the navbar as well. So let's come here, navbar file, and let's try to find out where it is. So here we have the component, and here we have the button component. So in this we have to pass that handle click function. Okay, so this is the prop we are passing in the button component. Okay, now close this one, and now let's start styling the button component. So we'll remove this, we'll take a dynamic, like we're going to return instantly. We'll have a div, we'll assign a class, say let's say button box, and we'll have a button. It will have a class, say button, and it will have an on click function, and that on click function we're going to call the handle click. Okay, pass the handle click function. Okay, and here we're going to pass the button name. So this is the JSX part for the button. Okay, that's the only thing we have to do in the button component, and here we can able to receive that. Okay, that's working fine. Now let's close this one, and if we come here, you can see here we have that created. So the props are working fine. Okay, now let's close this one, let's come back, let's go to the button style file, and let's start styling the button component. We'll take the button, and it will have a background color to our, let's say, icon color. We'll have a padding 1 RAM, 2 RAM. We'll have a border is going to be 1 pixel solid, where, and we'll have the icon color, and we'll have also a font size to 1.1 RAM, and color is going to be, let's say, our box shadow light color, and we'll have our cursor pointer. We'll take this transition all 0.2 seconds easy in. We'll have the box shadow to our box shadow, and we'll have this button, and on over effect we want to change the background color. Okay, so the background color is going to be our, let's say, main background color, and the color border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we want to change the border color to icon color, and we'll have a text color to something like our icon color as well. So this is the styling for the button component. Okay, if we come here, you can see this is how it will look, working fine. I think I forgot to apply the border radius. Okay, so what's this, working fine. Okay, on over effect it's also working fine. In the final product we have this circle, our code, and here we have to apply the simply border radius 2.2 ram. Okay, so here we have that border, so it's working fine. Let's make it side by side and do the inspect element, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. This button is also got style on the sidebar. Okay, and that's the benefit of using the component. Build one component and you can use that component in multiple places with the same styling. Okay, so all the stylings are applying on our button, but here we have the problem. So why these two left navbar and right navbar is not equally aligned, so up and down they have. So let's have a look what's the problem we have in it. Here we have the problem in the navbar container right. Okay, so we have used align self. I don't know why I have used it. Okay, so let's comment this and let's come here, and right now you can see everything is equally aligned in one line. Okay, so it's looking really good. Our navigation is getting almost finished. So navigation is looking really good. We can easily able to redirect to the different pages, collection pages, and let's click on this connect wallet pages. We have this connect about us, so our router is also working, subscriptions. So here we have the notification, here we have the profile, so everything's working fine. All the functionality is working fine, and this is the original one. Let's come here. So all the logic is working fine. We have completed our navigation bar, but there are problems in this navigation bar because this is not the primary color we are using in this project. So maybe I have given the wrong color name. So let's do the couple of settings. Okay, so let's come here and close this one and close this one, all the files, and let's go to this global CSS file. Okay, in which we have all this color. Okay, so maybe we are doing something wrong here in this color. So what I will do, I will simply select this and this entire thing, and I'm going to delete it. Okay, and I'm going to copy from my website for the articles, and I'm going to simply paste it here. Maybe I've written the wrong spelling, so this is how it's look. Okay, nothing is applied, no stylings apply because we have removed all the colors and box shadow. So this is how it will look, and now I'm going to copy the styles and paste here. Okay, if we save it and come back to application, as you can see right now it's working fine. So the problem we had in the color, okay, in the main color, so maybe I have mistyped the color values, which is very normal. Okay, so this is how we have this navigation. We have a nice box shadow, and our box shadow is also working, box 2 and box shadow. So you can do one thing, you can simply copy the code from there, or you can pause the video and you can just match the code. Okay, so this is the colors we have. Okay, and this color will allow us to change from dark mode to light mode. Okay, which we're going to cover that, and that's the topic from the later video. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, all the colors, pick this exact value if you want to use the same color. So let's come here, we are in the subscription. Let's come back to the home page and let's do the final test. Let's click on this, working fine. Now it's over effect we have. Let's click on this help, this is also working. Click on this one is little big, we have to fix this. Okay, here we have the profile, this one is also working fine. Okay, let's come back, and here we have to do a couple of settings in our main body. Okay, in the body, so we're going to set in the font family because we are using pop-ins, so simply remove, and I'm going to copy and paste. Okay, so same thing what I'm doing, I'm using font family, popping, sans serif, and I'm setting default font size to 14 pixels, and the background color is the main bg, and the icon color is this icon color. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. So pop-ins, font family, background color, and we have this color for text. Save it, come back, and here you can see right now it's looking perfect. You can see everything's looking perfect right now. So let's have a look. All over effect is working fine. We're having this discover is also working. Notification, you can see right now it's fixed this problem. So this is also working this part, and let's do the inspect element and check the responsiveness. So right now you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. So let's click on this notification. We have this, we're going to fix this problem. Okay, so that means everything's working fine. So these are the small touch up we have to do, which will keep it for the later part. Okay, but everything's working fine. Okay, so let's make it big. So this is how it will look. Okay, this is how it will look. Open, close, and here we can close this navigation bar. Okay, we have this navigation bar, we can open this, scroll, open this, we have the buttons. So everything is working fine, all the functions. So there are a few things left in this. We're going to make it a little more responsive. Okay, we have to play with the values of the notification box, profile box, and we have to adjust the alignment of that. So everything's working fine. You can see in all the breakpoints we have added, you can see it's perfectly responsive. Click here, click here, click here, and that's absolutely great. Close this one and come here. So we are done with this, all the root colors working fine. Let's close this one, come here, and simply come here or check the final notification profiles. So with this we are done with the navigation bar. Okay, so here I'm back in my Visual Code Studio and the project I have open. So let's come here, go to this footer folder, and we can start working on the footer. So this is what we're going to build in this. Okay, so we have this discover, help center, and subscription. So this is the footer we have in the real project, and that's what we're going to build in this. Okay, so let's start working on it. So we're going to import couple of things from React. So first one is going to be the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the icon. So let's come here and go to the, let's say, NavBar. Inside the sidebar we have already these icons, social media icons. So that's what we need here. Okay, simply come up here and we need all these icons. Simply select and copy and come back to footer and paste here. Okay, we're going to use all these icons in our footer section. So we have the icons. Close this one and let's start working on it. So we're going to import couple of more things. So we need to have the resend plan fill, and this is coming from different provider, which is a RI. Now let's do the internal import. So import, and we have to import the style sheets footer, and it's in the same directory. Now let's import the images, dot, and here we have the images. Now let's import the component. So we need the discover component and we need the help center component. So these are the menu we're going to display, and the same menu we are using in the navigation bar. So you can see that how effective it's become when you use the same component over and over again. So, and this component is coming from the navbar in the index file. Okay, so all these component we have inside the navbar, navbar index. So we have this navbar discover, both we have. Now let's start, come here, remove this one, let's return instantly, and let's take a div. It will have a class style dot footer. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot footer box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot footer, let's call it box social. In that we will have the social media icon. We'll take this image, we'll have our logo. So image, which is inside this dot logo, we have to assign the alt, and let's call it footer logo. Let's add the height is going to be 100 and width is going to be 100. Okay, so this is our logo. Now let's come down, let's take a p tag and copy the text and come simply paste here. So here we have the text, and let's come here, let's take a div and have a class style dot footer social, and in that we'll have a, and in this we're going to have our icon. So first we'll take the Facebook. Now we'll take this. For second one was going to be, let's say, LinkedIn. We'll take another anchor tag, and that will have this, let's say, TI, what social media we should take. So let's say Twitter. Now let's take the another one. Let's bring this down, and we have to take the YouTube, and we have one more. Let's come down, and now the Instagram is left. Okay, so here we have all the social media accounts, social media icons. Okay, so let's come back to the application, and right now you can see that I have already opened this project on my browser, but we can't see the icons, we can't see the footers. Can you guess why? I have already explained this in my navigation video. Okay, so if you don't know, let me show you what is the problem we have. Everything's working fine. You can see everything is working fine, 100% responsive. Now let's come here, go back to this, click here, and go back to the, let's come here, close here, go back to the pages and go to this app.js. So here we have to import the footer. We have not importing that footer. Okay, and that's why we are not able to see that on our application. So let's bring this down, and we have to import the footer. So we can import it from the same component, so component index, and let's import that footer. So we have the footer, and let's copy and simply paste here, call the footer. So in this way this footer would be available in the entire application. So we have the footer, and now we can have a look. So let's come up here, let's reload the browser, and I have noticed that somehow I have stopped my internal server. So let's start it once again. Okay, so let's come back, open the terminal, and let's start the application, clear the terminal, and let's type npm run dev. Click on this and just wait. So here we are getting an error. So what it is, so it's related to the style. Okay, component footer. Okay, it's coming from footer modules. And okay, let's back to the code, bring this down, and let's come here in the footer section. And here you can notice one thing, that we are importing footer CSS file twice. I don't know how it's come twice, so we have to remove this. Okay, we are rendering twice, everything's look good. Simply remove this one, and now we don't have any problem. So save it, come to the browser, reload it, and just wait. And here you can see that everything's working fine. We can easily able to render our footer. We have the logo, we have the text, and we have the, so things are looking pretty good. Okay, text and icons. Let's do the inspect element, and let's go on the mobile. It's already looking better. Okay, now let's come back to the code, and let's close this one and bring down, and let's start working on the other section of our footer. Okay, so this is the first section. Now let's work on the second section. We'll take a div, it will have a class dot footer box discover menu. Okay, so let's call it discover. Inside that we'll have this h3, and we'll call it discover. Inside that we'll have this discover component, and that's what we have here. Now let's bring it down. We'll take another div, it will have a class called style footer box dash help. Okay, and that will take this h3 and we'll call it, let's say, help center, and in that we're going to discover our help center component. Okay, in this way we can easily able to discover our menu. So we have our help center discovered. Let's come down and let's take another div, it will have a class called style dot subscribe box, and in that we'll have this input field. Type is going to be email, placeholder, enter your email, sorry, and it's required with this star sign. Okay, or we're going to add a lot of configuration on this when we actually will take the data from the user. Okay, and we'll create a automatic mail, so user will get an option to subscribe to our email list, and we're going to add some more logic to this. Okay, we are just building out the layout, so just work along with me. So let's come down, and here we have to display the icon which we are importing. Okay, let's add a class style, and let's call it subscribe box send. Close this one. So this is what we have. Now let's come down, let's take another div, it will have a class, and we call it, let's say, subscribe box info. In that we'll take this paragraph, and let's come back to the original application and simply copy the text from there and simply paste here. So this is the text we want to display. Okay, so this is the div we have. Let's take a div, assign a class, and let's call it style.subscribe, only subscribe, and put this entire, and let's call it as subscribe here. Okay, subscribe, and simply copy this entire code, and actually copy it and cut here. Okay, so put this entire code inside this subscribe. Okay, and by the time you guys have already get familiar that what convention I'm following for giving the name for my CSS. Okay, so the main div will have the short name, then box, and the rest name would be go according to the component. Okay, so make sure this is the architecture you follow. So with this we are done with this entire code. Okay, let's come here. So this is what we have, and we are done with that. Let's come back to the, and here you can see the discover is already looking good. Everything's good. Our menu is displaying, and let's come here. As you can see, our over effect is also working, which we have added on our discover component. We have to just fix the width. Okay, everything's working fine. If we do the inspect element, things are looking really good. And okay, let's do side by side and start working on the CSS. Okay, so close this one, go to this footer CSS, and let's start working on it. So first we're going to target the footer, and it will have a width to 100%. Padding is going to be, let's say padding block is going to be 1.5 RAM. Position is going to be relative. Let's come down. We'll take a footer box. Width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto. Display is going to be grid template column 1.3 FR, and it will have repeat to 1 FR. Okay, and 2 FR. So as you can see, it's working fine. We have divided the entire footer in 4 different components and 4 different sizes. Okay, so things are looking pretty good. You can see this is how it will look. We're going to fix that with the media query for the mobile device. Okay, so let's come down and let's type this question, media query, and let's add a media query so we can start working on it. Okay, so let's say max width is going to be 45 EM, and let's box footer box, and width is going to be 90%, and let's come here. Grid template column is going to be 1 FR, so, and 2 FR for the 45 EM width. Okay, for it's looking sick, it's looking good. Now let's set for the mobile. Okay, so this is for the tablet. Now let's set for the mobile phone. So simply do one thing, simply copy this and paste here and make it 35. Okay, and make it 1 FR, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. So media query is also looking perfect. Over effect is working fine, so pretty good. And our router is also working. Things are looking pretty good. Let's come up and let's start styling. Align item, flex start, justify content space between. Gap is going to be 3 RAM, so looking pretty good. Let's come down. Let me give this comment social, and let's target the footer store social, and it will say display is going to be flex. Gap is going to be 1.3 RAM. Font size 1.5 RAM. Line item is going to be center, so a little bigger. Font social A, and padding will have 0.2 RAM, and border radius 50%, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. Display is going to be grid, a little bigger. Now let's add an over effect. So on over effect we want to add the background color to our icon color, and the color should be our primary color for the text. Okay, shadow dark color, and let's assign a box shadow to our box shadow. So let's make it big and let's try to check. So let's come here. Everything's working fine. You can see it, this help center and this discover, these are looking good. Over effect working fine. Let's check the icon. These are also working fine. I think we need to provide a little more padding. Okay, So everything's looking good. Let's come here make it to 5. Now we have this. It's look perfect. So this looks really good. Our social icon is also working fine, and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, now we can start on the subscribe section. Okay, and if you haven't subscribed to my channel, do so. Okay, that will motivate me a lot to come up with this cool project. So let's call it subscribe box, and width is going to be 100%. Display flex, justify content, space between, align item center, padding 1.5 RAM. Background color is going to be our icon color, and color for the text is going to be the shadow dark color. Let's save it, and the border radius is going to be 5 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. Save it, and this is how it will look. Perfect. Let's come down. Photoshop box input. So first thing, we want to assign a background color to transparent, and border none, outline none, width is going to be 90%, and color is going to be our primary color for the text. Okay, looking good. Let's come down. Footer input, and the placeholder is going to be, let's say, color, our shadow color. So really good. Now let's come down. Subscribe box, send icon, and cursor is going to be pointer. Increase the font size to 2 RAM, so a little big. Perfect. And now let's come down. Subscribe box info, and we want to assign a padding to 1 RAM from all the sides and 2 RAM from left and right. Okay, from top and bottom 1 RAM, and from left and right we have to add 2 RAM. So this looking good, and navigation is also working fine. Let's make it big, and this is how it will look. Okay, few tweaks, so few changes we have to do both in the navigation bar and the footer section to make more responsive, which we do at the end because everything's looking good right this moment. Okay, so it's looking really good. Sidebar is also working, navigation is also looking cool. So let's make it on a full screen, and this is how it will look. So let's make it on a full screen, and as you can see, it's looking beautiful. So we have divided this entire footer in 4 different components, 4 different width we have assigned, and it's looking fine. So this is the logo, this is the text icons we have here, and we have on over effect we are getting this nice beautiful fade in effect. We have this mailboxes, text, and the short info, and this notification is also working fine. This is the button, this profile menu, help menu, discover menu. So on over effect, it's looking really good. Okay, let's do the inspect element and check the responsiveness on the mobile device, and it's looking pretty nice, impressive. Okay, so it's looking really good. So let's come back to the code editor, make it full screen, and now let's simply close. In this video we're going to build the hero section of our applications. So here what I have done, I have already opened the project in my Visual Code Studio. Make sure you do that. And so the very first thing I want to do is let's create the folder. Let's come to this component, and inside that we're going to create another folder, and we call it hero section. Okay, inside that we're going to create the file, so hero section.jsx. Inside that we have to create the css file, module.css. So you guys know that this is the convention we are following, the entire application in small component, so we can use that component in multiple places. And you will find that how effective these things are going to be in the upcoming pages when we build, because the home page is going to be the biggest page, and there are multiple components, and the same component we're going to reuse in other pages. Why I'm dividing this entire application into a small component. Okay, so let's come here and let's type RAFCE to create a functional based component. Now close this one, and let's come here, and we have to import it. Okay, so let's import the component. So import hero sections, and that's coming from the hero section, same folder. And now we have to export it. Copy and simply export that. And that's what we have to close this one and go to this index page. Now from this moment, whatever component we're going to build, that's all component we're going to import here in the index file. Okay, because we have imported our navbar footer in the app.js file because we want to display in every single page. But right now we are working on our index page, so we have to add that hero section here. Okay, so here we are on. So first thing we have to do is, so let's come here and we have to import a couple of things. So let's do internal import. First thing we have to do is to import the style, and I guess that I haven't created that style file. Okay, so let's come here and go to this main style folder, and in that we have to create a style file. So let's come here and let's call it not hero section, we have to call it index.module.css. okay, because this is the for the index page. So we have our style file. Let's close this one and close this and we have to import that file here. So dot which is inside the style, and this is index.module.css. Now let's import the component. So we have to import the hero section, and this is coming from -- component index. Okay, from component index we are exporting all the component. So that's the import we are doing. Simply remove this and we have to instantly return this, and now we can import the hero section component. Let's give this div, it will have a class, let's call it hero page, and in that we're going to return this hero section component. And this way we can easily able to display the component on our index page, which is a home page. Okay, so we have done with the setup, and you can see we can easily able to render the text. Okay, let's open the terminal and restart the application. So let's clear the terminal and type npm run dev. Now click on this 3000 and close this tab, and here you can see that our hero section is displaying, and our other components are also working fine, header and footer. So now we can start working on our hero section. Let's come back to the code, bring the terminal down, and now we can start work it on the header section. So here we are. Let's zoom a bit. So let's come back to the demo, and this is what we have to exactly style. Okay, so we have divided this hero section in two parts. On the left hand side we're going to display this text, demo and button, and on the right hand side we're going to add this image. And right for the time being I'm going to add this image, but I'm going to replace this image from different image. Okay, because I found a really good one, so I'm going to replace this with that one. Okay, but not now, at the end. So let's come back here and let's import couple of things from React. So the first one is going to be the image, and that's coming from next image. And let's come down, we have to do the internal import. In that we have to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory. Now we have to import the image, sorry, button, and the button we have inside this count index. And now we have to import the images, and that's coming from // that's images. Okay, so this is the internal external import we have. Now let's come down, let's start working on the JSX. So simply remove this, instantly return, and we have to take a div. It will have a class, let's say style.hero section, and okay, small, and inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class, let's call it style hero section dash box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.hero section dash box dash left. Okay, in that we'll have a h1, and simply copy the text and paste here. Then we'll have a, so let's, as you can see, this is how to look. Come back, let's P and come here, copy the text and simply paste here. So this is our header, sorry, h1 and p. Now let's come down, let's add a button component which we have. Okay, and we have to pass this props button name. So the button name we're going to call it, so okay, let's remove this. Button name is going to be start your search, and you can see here everything is working fine. We have our heading, we have our paragraph, and the button is already displaying. It's looking pretty good. Now let's come down. Let's take another div. It will have a class called style dot hero section dash right, and in that, let's bring down. In that, we're going to take this image component we have imported, and we have to take the image which is inside this images hero, and let's assign an alt tag. Let's call it hero section. You can give whatever name you want, and width is going to be, let's say 600 biggest, and height is going to be 600 biggest. Okay, so this is our image. Let's come back here, and you can see here we have the image and here we have the text. So that's looking pretty good. It's already taking the shape, and the selection is also working fine. Okay, so that's our GSX part for the hero section. Now let's close this one and go to this hero section and click on this hero sections style file, and now we can start styling on the hero section. So let's make this side by side so you guys can have a look, and now let's start working on it. So we're going to target that hero section, and let's make it width is going to be 80% and margin 3 RAM and auto. This is how it will look. Let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be, let's say 35 EM. Hero section width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. It's already looking good on a mobile device. The only fix we have to do is for the desktop. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Let's take a hero section box, and display is going to be grid template column. Let's say repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. This is how it will look on desktop. And let's come in the media query and target this max width 55 EM. On that, we want to change the hero section box, and grid template column is going to be 1FR. Okay, so these are the 2 breakpoints I'm taking. Okay, so it's looking pretty good on a mobile device. And let's add a gap to 4 RAM so it will have some space. Now let's come here. Let's target the hero section box left, and it will have a padding right is going to be 5 RAM. Okay, you can see we have some space from the right hand side, so we have the padding. Now let's target the left H1 and increase the font size to, let's say 5 RAM on a desktop, and line height is going to be 1. Okay, it's a little big on the desktop. And let's come down. We have to take this paragraph, and we have to say margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM, so it will have some space. And here we have to simply change the, let's say padding right is going to be 2 RAMs. Okay, on a mobile device. And we have to take this H1, and we have to increase the font size to, let's say line height is going to be 1, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, so a little smaller than the desktop one. Okay, looking perfect. Okay, the button is already there, and right now we are getting this error because we have function attached on that button, but that button is not doing anything. Okay, that's why we're getting this error. Okay, we are just working on the template. We're going to make that API calls, data calls later. Okay, reload the browser to come back to the normal, and here you can see notifications, user profile, navigations, everything is looking perfect. Let's open on the big screen, and you can see it's already looking stunning. We have the beautiful navigation. Let's click on this. Okay, it's looking good. We're going to fix this box shadow, and when we're going to change the image, I'm going to add some different image here. Okay, so then we don't have this problem. Or if you want to go with this, you can go definitely by doing some changes in the box shadow. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, and if we find that we need to do that, we're going to do definitely at the end of the project, because when we build this project for the deployment, on that time we're going to do all this small nitty-gritty rectifications in the project. Okay, so let's have a look. Everything's working fine. Profile cool, and this one is also looking cool. So let's start working on our services section. So simply come up to the code editor, and I have already initialized the project, and let's go to the component. And first thing we have to do is to create a folder inside the component. and we call it service. In that we have to create two files, so we'll call it service.jsx and service module.css. okay, now let's come here in our services and type rafce. okay, now let's do internal import. We have to import the css file, import style, and that's coming from the same directory. okay, now we are done with that setup, and let's come to this component index and we have to import this file here. Let's close this one and call it import service, and that's coming from the service/service. okay, and now we have to export it here. okay, save it, come back to the index.pages, and here we have to import it, and we're going to call the component. So I'll go a little fast because we have to do the same thing. okay, so here in this way we can easily able to access the component once we save. And let's start the application. So type npm run dev, click on this 3000, just wait, and here you can see we are getting couple of notification. Don't need to worry about it. Simply click on this, click on 3000 and close this one, and here you can see everything's working fine, and here we have the services section, so we can easily able to display the component here. okay, rest is working fine. Let's come to the mobile device, and if I scroll down here we have this service component. Let's bring this one and let's start working on our service component. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of external import. First thing is going to be image, and that's come here. Let's do the image we have inside the image folder. Let's remove this and take this instant return, and we have to take a div. It will have a class style dot service. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot service dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot service box item. And that will have the image source image dot, and in that images we have this service images. So altogether we have 4 images: service 1, service 2, service 3, and service 4. okay, let's take the alt tag. Let's call it filter and discover. You can give whatever name you want. Let's take a width is going to be 100 and height is going to be 100 as well. Save it, come down. We have to take a paragraph, and let's take a class style dot, and let's call it service box item step. okay, so here we have to type the text, so let's call it, take a span. Inside span we have this step 1, and now let's come out that, and let's take a h3 tag, and we'll call it filter and discover. It's gonna be the title. And now we have to take the filter paragraph, and we have to copy, simply come here and copy the text, and that's what we're going to display here. Simply paste here. okay, so that's the first icon service section we have. okay, now let's come down, simply close this one and copy this entire item and replicate this couple of times. And now we have to do the changes. So let's simply close this one and close this one, close this, and this is come here we have that one. okay, now we have to change the image, so 2, and simply we have to change the images. So this is image number 2. Let's close this one and come to the third one, and let's make it to 3, and you can change the text. So let's close this one and simply copy this, and we have to paste here, not there. okay, close this one and come to the fourth one, and here we have to change the images. So let's simply change this one, and let's call it start trading. okay, that's look pretty good. I think we are done with this. okay, if we find we are making any mistake, we definitely come back here. So that's what I have. You can see we are displaying the images. So first image is second image, third image, and this is the fourth image we have, and we are displaying the text as well. Okay, let's make it side by side so we can start styling it. So that's the only thing we have to do here in the services section. Let's have a final look. So we're going to target the service. Width is going to be, let's say, 80%. Margin 3 RAM auto. Margin block is going to be 8 RAM. So this is look good. We have to add the media query, and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM. Services width is going to be 90%. Let's come down. Service box grid template for 1FR. Display grid, and now it will take the place. Gap is going to be 3 RAM. Align item center. Let's come down inside the media query, replicate this one, and let's make it to, let's say, 50. And in that we'll say box is going to be, let's say, grid template column repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So this looks really great. So it's working fine. It's already 100% responsive on a mobile device. Let's test it on another screen. It's working fine. You can see, looking beautiful. So 100% responsive in all the devices, in all the breakpoints. So let's come here and let's target the service item. Step is going to be, let's say, margin top is going to be 3 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come down, target the span, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1.5 RAM. Border radius is going to be 5 RAM. Background color is going to be var dash dash and our icon color. Save it. Color is going to be, let's say, shadow dark color. Save it, and you can see it's look beautiful. You can even optimize this service section as well. Instead of copy and pasting the same code over and over again in our HTML JSX part, you can simply take a data as a array and just loop over it and display that. That would be also working, okay? But I will go in this approach because ultimately it's a very small component, and this component will not change. It will be there forever, okay? So that's why I will take this approach. So it's looking fine. We have our CSS, everything's looking great. Media query is also fine. Let's close this one and let's have a final test. So this is how it will look on our desktop. Everything's looking great. We have the text. So now, and we're going to build the slider with a dynamic data. Okay, so it's not actually a slider, it's a component which will be change its data on the base of click event, and we're going to do the changes of data with our demo data. Okay, so that's the component we're going to build. You can see this is the beautiful component we're going to design. So here I'm back into the code editor and the project tree is already open. So the very first thing we have to do is to come here, go to this component, and in that we have to create another folder. I call it big NFT slider. Okay, copy, we have to create the file nft slider.jsx, and we have to create the css file as well. So module.css. okay, and I believe that these things are not new to all of you, okay guys. So let's close this one and let's type RAFCE, close this one and zoom a bit, and now let's start importing the files. So let's call it internal import, and first thing we have to import the style sheet, so which is in the same directory. Okay, now we have to import a couple of things from React. So first thing is going to be, let's say, use state, use effect, and use callback. Okay, this is coming from React. Now we have to import the, let's say, image, and that's coming from Next.js, next image. Now we have to import the icon, so AI, fill, fire, and that's coming from React icons / AI provider. Now we have to import the MD verified batch, okay, verified, and that's coming from React icon material UI MD. Okay, so these are the React imports, and in one more we have to import, and this will call timer. Okay, these are the two import. From there we have to import one more things, and we want to import the arrow TB arrow big left lines, and that's coming from React icon /TB. And we have to import one more, which is going to be arrow big what is the name, big right autofill. So these are the import. Let's come here, we have to import one more. So AI fill heart and AI out line heart. So heart line heart. Now let's come down, import images coming from image folder. Let's import the button, and that's coming from slash button component. So here we have the internal import, okay, external and internal import. Now we can start taking a couple of use state, okay. So first thing, we'll take use state and we'll call it ID number, use state and ID1, and we'll take this cons slide the data, okay, and this is gonna be an array of object, okay. So here we'll have the data about our slider of the NFT image, okay. So in this slider data array, we'll have an object of data which contain the information about the NFTs, okay. So first thing is going to be the title, the name of the NFT, we'll call it hello. You can give whatever name you want, I'm just going with this random name. Then we'll give the ID, so it will have one. Name is going to be, let's say I'll call my name Daulat Hussain, and let's say call it collection, okay, and I will have a gem. Now let's set the price to the NFT, so let's call it this something big number. And now we have to take the like, okay, like is going to be this, and will have the image of the user, okay, the one who created this NFT, and all the images we have inside this images, okay, user one. And now we have to take the image of the NFT, so we'll call it NFT image, okay, image, and here we have the NFT image one. We want to provide an offer, okay, countdown timer, so let's have that. So we'll take a day and give any number. I'll just give 27 hours 10, then we'll have a minute, let's call it 11. We have seconds, so we'll have a second, let's say something 35, okay. So this is the data we actually going to retrieve from our API, okay. So these are the parameters we're going to include in the API. Actually we need to include more data. We're going to have a proper description, we're going to have a user involvement, so a lot of things we're going to add, a lot of data. But initially for this component, this is the data we need to display in the component, okay. Okay, so this is the NFT details, and what we can do, okay, is simply copy that entire. Let's change the name to Swab and change this body. I'm just giving this a random name, okay, and this will be image2 and image user1 2, sorry, why we are getting this error. Let's paste one more time and let's call this one to, we are getting an error. So here, okay, this, and we have to provide one more here, and we have to provide this commas, okay. So everything's looking good here. We have to provide this commas. Right now we don't have error, okay. So let's do one thing, simply copy this entire and paste one more time, change this to Jim and change this to Ryan user 3, and this is going to be a user 4, okay, 3, sorry, 3, and that's simply copy and paste and change this to hello home. This is user 4 and this is user 4, NFT 4. So this is the data. Currently I'm taking 4 data, but you can take as many as you want, okay. I just want to build the logic, that's why I'm taking this demo data. So let's close this one and let's come down, and now we can start our working on our JSX, okay. So instead of return, we'll take a div. It will have a class style dot big NFT slider. In that div, we'll have another div. It will have a class called dot big NFT slider dash box. Inside that, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot big NFT slider box dash left, and in that we'll have this h2 tag, and we'll call it, let's say, let's come here. Here we have this, okay, slider data. And let's scroll that, and that's the data we want to display here. So let's call the slider data, and let's call this ID number, because this is this state variable, this ID number we're going to change, and on the base of the ID number we're going to display the data from our array, okay, the demo data we have taken, okay. So if we have 1 in this ID number, we'll display the first element of our array, second element of our array, which is a 1 index, okay. So this is how we're going to display the data, okay. It will make sense, just follow along with me. And inside that we have the title. We are getting this error, why it's happening, okay. The name is really good, okay. We have given this comma, remove it. So this is the title of the NFT. Come down, we'll take a div. It will have a class and style dot big box left, and we'll call it creator. In this we'll have the detail about the creators, the one who has created this NFT. So we'll have a div inside that. It will have a class called style big slider box creator profile, okay. And that will have an image. It will have the source. We have the images, So, and the source will provide from this slider data, sorry, and we have to display the user image, user profile. Okay, so that's we have inside this ID number we have to provide, and we'll call it image, and this image is the image of the user. Okay, this one, and we have to provide the alt text. Let's call it profile image. Width is going to be 50, height is going to be 50. Okay, this is looking perfect, and let's have a class. So we'll say style big slider box left created profile image. Okay, I'm giving this huge name because it will become very easy to navigate. Okay, so it's always very important that you have to give a relevant name as per the component. This looks really big, but it will save you from a lot of problems. When you will do the refactoring, then you will find that these things will help you a lot. So we have the classes. Let's come back to the application, and as you can see, we can't see that because we haven't imported the files. So nothing is here, and you know why. Let's come back, go to this component, and here we have to import that big NFT slider. We have to export that. Now we have to import that into the pages. So come back to the pages index, and here we have to import that component, and now we have to call the component. Okay, and this way we can easily able to see that. As you can see, we have the name. That means we can easily able to retrieve data from our demo data. Okay, the slider data. Okay, and we can easily display the image, so it's working fine. Okay, that's working absolutely fine. Close this one, and now I can continue with that. Okay, so let's come here. You can see here we are displaying this one, ID1. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot big NFT box created profile image, and that will have this paragraph called creator. We'll have this h4. We'll call it, let's say, we'll have the data inside the slider data ID, and we'll call it the name of the creator. Okay, and inside that we're going to take this span MD verified, and in that save it. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot background slider left creator collection. We'll take the icon, and then it will have a class style creator. Let's call it collection icon. Okay, now we'll take another div. It will have a class called style bg creator collection and info, and that will have the paragraph. We'll call it collection h4, and in this we have to display the dynamic data slider ID, and we want to display the collection name. Okay, so let's save it, come back to the application, and here we are getting this error obviously. So let's come here. I did something wrong here. Okay, I'm giving this name in the bracket. Remove the brackets and save it. Now we don't have the error, and everything's working fine. You can see the name and the collection, everything's working fine. So things are looking good. Let's come down. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style dot big box left bidding. Okay, inside that we'll have another div. It will have a style dot box left bidding box. Okay, it will have a small, and in that we will say current bid, and here we'll have a p tag, and in that we're going to display the data, okay, which is inside the price. Okay, and here we have to take the span, and we'll give the random price here for the time being, conversion price. So that price is in the form of ether, and this price in the form of what I say, in the form of dollar. So right now we are doing this hard code. We're going to change this data dynamically. Okay, hard code data, we're going to build it to the dynamic one. Simply come down, and we'll take a p tag. It will have a class called style big box left bidding box timer. It will have a style big bidding box auction. Let's come down. Let's take the span, and let's call it auction ending in. Okay, let's come down, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style dot big box left bidding dash box dash timer dash timer. Okay, we'll take a div. It will have a class called bidding box timer Okay, and that will take the paragraph and we'll call the data dynamic data we have. So we have to display the time. Inside that we have the days. Okay, that's what we are displaying. If we come here, you can see here we have the day and time. Let's come down, and here we have to take a span, and in that we'll call it day. So let's bring down, simply copy this and replicate it one more time. Okay, let's change this data to, let's call it to hours, and this will become hours. Simply copy one more time, this will become minute. Okay, simply change this to minutes, and this is a minus. Now we have to set for second, so this is second and second. So these are the data we have getting from that. So let's save it, and here you can see we have all the data whatever we have specify in the dynamic data. Okay, days, hours, minute, image, price, everything is working fine. Now let's come down, take a div. It will have a class called style dot bg box left button, and in that we'll have a button component, and we'll send the props. We'll call it, let's say, place. We'll have one more button, and let's have a handle click function, gonna be an empty function. Let's replicate it, and this will call view. Okay, these are the button we have. Now let's come down. We'll have a div. It will have a class style big NFT slider box left slider. Okay, button arrow right line, and we'll have a class style dot big NFT slider box left slide button icon. Okay, so this is the one. Simply come here. It will have an on click function. Currently we don't want to send anywhere, empty function we have to give. Let's call it increment function, and we have to write this function. Okay, let's call it increment. Simply copy and paste here, copy and simply paste, and let's call it here. We have to change this to, let's say, left line. Okay, and these function we have to create. Okay, so we have the increment function. We'll have a class style slider data, and that we have to provide the ID, and we have to give the NFT image name. Okay, so we have call it NFT image. Okay, so that's the image, and we have to assign the all tag, let's say NFT image. So that's everything's looking good. Let's come down, and now we have to take the light. Okay, so we'll have a div. We'll call it style big slider box right box. Let's call it like, and here we'll take a icon fill heart, and it will take a span, and we'll have the data, and we'll call it like. Okay, not link, it's like what we have passed here. It's like, not link. So let's come here. We have to simply change this to like. Select and change like. So things are looking good. So in this way we can able to display the likes. So with this we are done with the JSX part. Let's have a look one more time. Okay, so this is the internal board. This is the demo data we have. This is the demo data we have. Let's close this one. Okay, working fine. And here we have to create this function. Okay, so as you can see, this is how everything's look. We can display the image, likes, and buttons, all the data, icons, everything's displaying. So the entire component is working fine. Let's come back here. Let's come up here and let's zoom it. Now we have to create those two functions. So first one is called increment, and we'll take an inc, and it's gonna be an arrow functions. We use this callback. Okay, we'll call if id plus 1 is smaller than slider.length. Okay, then we want to simply call this. Let's come here. We have to simply set the id number to +1. Okay, that's what we are doing in the increment function, and we're going to call this function only when the id number change and the slide.length change. Okay, so these are the two things we are doing. Simply replicate this, and now we have to write for the decrement function. Simply change this decrement, and here we have to simply make it to 0, and this one is going to be a minus. Okay, so this is nothing but simple JavaScript we are writing. Okay, so length, remove this one. So just follow along with me, everything will make a lot of sense. Okay, what we are doing here, we are just changing the ID number. So on the base of that ID number, we can easily able to display like the data in our component on the click event. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. So that's the function. Now we have to run a use effect, and in that we're going to call this function increment. Okay, and it's going to be an empty array. So let's save it. Everything's working fine. This is the decrement. Now simply copy that, and we have to scroll all the way down, and here we're going to call the function decrement. So okay, we are getting an error. Okay, let's reload the page, and still we are getting an error. Why it's happening? So let's come here, and things are looking good. We have the data. Let's comment out this, and let's come here. Okay, now it's working fine, and here we have the data. Okay, let's remove this one for a time being. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Why it's happening? ID, so change this to, make it 3 and make it 4. Let's save it, reload the browser, and still nothing's happening. Still we are getting the error when we are calling that decrease function. Okay, let's call the decrease function here, decrease, and this one is going to be increase. Okay, so let's save it. We're done with this. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, now all the data is displayed. Now we're going to style it. Okay, and then we'll see what's the matter, why we are getting the error. So okay, let's start styling the CSS part. Okay, so close this one and go to this big number CSS file, and now let's start styling this. Okay, let's make it side by side so you guys can see and have a look. We'll target the big NFT slider box, and it will have a margin 0 auto. Width is going to be, let's say, 80%. Padding is going to be, padding block is going to be 8 RAM. Display grid is going to be, grid template column is going to be repeat 12 1FR. Align item center, so this is how it will look. You can see everything is just came together. And we'll come down, we'll take this media query, and we'll add that max width is going to be, let's say, 65 EM, and we're going to say box shadow width is going to be 90%, and padding top is going to be 28 RAM, so it will have some space on the top, and grid template column is going to be 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So now it's look perfect on a mobile device. Okay, it's taking full width. Now let's come here and let's start working. We'll target the box left. Grid column is going to be 1/7, and grid row is going to be 1/-1. Come down, we have to take the background color to our main box shadow. We're going to use our box shadow color. Click to, here we have the box shadow. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Padding 2 RAM. Z index something big number, and height is going to be 90 VH. So now it's look good. Okay, let's come down and we'll target the left H2. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Okay, we'll target the, let's say, left box right. Okay, grid column is going to be 6-1, and grid row is going to be, let's say, 1/=1. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Background color is going to be var, and our main color, and border radius is going to be 2.5 RAM. Box shadow is going to be our, let's come here, main color. So everything's looking fine, you can see. Now let's give this command creator section. Okay, and left creator, we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1FR. Align item is going to be center. Let's target the creator profile, and display is going to be flex. Align item is going to be center. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Let's come down, target the creator profile image. Border radius 50%. Let's come down, creator profile info, and line height is going to be 0. Come down, creator profile info paragraph, and we're going to say margin bottom is going to be -0.7 RAM, and top is going to be 1 RAM. So look perfect. Now let's come down, creator collection will have a display flex. align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, create a left collection, font size is going to be 4 RAM. Okay, the style is not taking place. Okay, here it should be collection icon. Now it will take place. So left created collection info. So line ID is going to be 0. This one is bidding section, bidding box, auction. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, let's come here. Let's come up here and target that box, bidding box. Border, let's say shadow dark color. Then we'll take the margin. Let's say margin block is going to be 2 RAM. Padding 0, 4 RAM. Border radius 0.5 RAM. Okay, we are getting this error. Okay. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Let's go. Okay, remove this one, and right now we don't have an error, so everything's working fine. As you can see, everything's taking shape. So let's working on our JSX. We'll target the bidding box small, and it will have a background color to our var. Let's say shadow color, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius 0.5 RAM. Font width is going to be 600. Bidding box icon. So display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. Top align, text align going to center, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0 RAM, and 3 RAM and 0 RAM. Okay, save it. Looking good. Now provide border bottom 1 pixel solid, and we have this our shadow color. Okay, shadow dark color. So here you can see we have the nice border. Let's come here and let's target the box icon, and we'll say font size is going to be 2 RAM, and just change this to timer. Okay, so make sure you do this change. Okay, box icon, and this one is box timer. So now you can see it's taking place. So make sure you do this change. Okay, so now it's looking really good. So let's come down. Let's target the bidding box, and let's say font size is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 900, and line height is going to be 0. Why it's not taking place? It's let's say, and here we have to call it timer. Okay, save it, and now the sizes are looking big. Let's come down. We'll target the left box button, and display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, justify content center, gap is going to be 4 RAM, padding is going to be block 2 RAM and 0 RAM. Why the stylings are not taking place? Okay, the name is really good. I think we have given the wrong name. Let's assign a font size going to be 4 RAM. So nothing is happening. Let's remove that. Let's come here, go to this JSX part, and let's have a look what's the problem. So where is the button we have? Okay, make sure you change this to it's not I, it's you, and now save it, and here you can see the styles. Okay, now the button is working fine. So make sure you change the spelling. Let's come down. We'll target the box left sidebar button, and display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, font size is going to be 2 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. So this is how our button would look. Arrows, we're going to fix that, not a big deal. Okay, so these things are looking really good, in good shape. Box left sidebar button icons, so we'll say cursor pointer and transition all 0.3 second easy in. Box left slide PTN icon on hover effect, we want to change the color to our text color, and border is going to be 50%, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. So let's make it big, and you can see it's already looking better, but there is some problem in our code because they both are not aligned to each other, they are up and down. Okay, but we're going to fix it. As you can see, this over effect is working fine, and this one is really looking good. You can see we have this component creator collection, so everything's looking on a on desktop really good. And now we can start working on this image. We have the problem here. So on a mobile devices look good. Okay, now let's start working on it. So let's call it right section. So we'll target the sidebar box right box, and position is going to be relative. We'll come down right box image, and we'll say border radius is going to be 2 RAM. So this style is not taken. Simply copy that entire style, come back to the JSX. I think we have forgot to give this class name. Okay, so let's come here, and now we have to assign the class to the image. Okay, let's add the class, and now we have this border radius working fine. Let's come here, box right box like, and position is going to be absolute. Top is going to be 3 RAM, right is going to be 3 RAM, display is going to be flex, and align item center. Okay, there we have our likes. We'll have a gap 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Background is going to be have our, let's say, icon color. We'll have the color to our text color, and we have padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. So it's looking pretty good. Now we'll have the border radius to 5 RAM. So now it's look perfect. Okay, that's the like we have there. Let's come in the media query, and we'll target the box left, and first thing we have to do is to assign height to 83 VH. Okay, look good. Then come down to the right hand side. Well, assign margin top is going to be -70 RAM, so we'll have a quite big space. Okay, let's make it 40. Okay, we're gonna fix it. Okay, it's look perfect. And let's assign one more thing. So we're going to assign padding 1.5 RAM. Okay, we'll have some padding around them. Box left creator, so gap is going to be 1 RAM, and grid template column is going to be 1.3 FR and 1 FR. So this is how it will look. Left creator profile info. So we'll target the font size going to be 0.8 RAM. Left creator collection info, and font size is going to be let's say 0.8 RAM, so a little smaller. Come down, we're going to target NFT box left bidding box timer, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and left bidding box timer item P, and we want to change the text. Okay, size is going to be 1 RAM, so a little smaller, not too big. Okay, look perfect. Yeah, I know we have to do a couple of changes, we have to fix a couple of bugs. We do that. Okay, let's come up, let's make this to 4. Okay, and simply comment this out. So right now it's looking good, we have good difference, and simply okay, so simply take the padding bottom 4 RAM, so we'll have some 8 RAM, let's make it 10, so we'll have some space from the bottom. Okay, and let's make it to 110, let's make it 90, let's make it 90. Okay, so let me go on desktop. This is how it look. This section is looking beautiful on desktop device, and the buttons are also working fine, and here the image is also looking good, but we have some problem in alignment. I will try to find out what's going wrong. Okay, things are looking good, and the functions are not working. We are getting this error still. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so let's come here. Still we have that. So let's come back to the code, and let's stop the application, and let's restart the application one more time. Click on this, and click on this. We are still getting this error. Okay, let's bring the terminal down, and here we have the problem. So I was stuck for half an hour, and I was wondering that what went wrong in my code and why this function is not working because of this silly mistake. So instead of passing this ID number, I'm passing the functions, and that's why we are not getting it. Simply comment, and this is the exact code we have to write. ID number we have to pass, and on that ID number we have to add 1, not the function. Okay, and that's the same thing we have to do here. Simply comment this, Actually remove this code, we don't need this one. Remove this one and remove this one, and now that function will work. Simply come down and now reload the browser and just wait, and here everything is good. Now you can see, click on this, you can see we can change the data dynamically from our slider data. Okay, data is changing, everything's changing. Okay, image is also changing. So this looks really good. So our data is working fine. We can easily able to render the data, the logic we have built. Okay, so let's come to the style, and here we have to do one more changes, and I have found that bottom padding bottom, it should be not there. Okay, so we have to simply remove this, and we have to assign padding block instead of padding bottom. So make sure you do this change as well. Okay, padding block. And one more change we have to do is, the reason why we're getting the image up and the container down, because of this grid row. We have to, there should be no space between minus. Okay, let's remove the space, and now we can easily able to have the perfect container. So save it, and now you can see it's working fine. So make sure these changes you have to do. I wasted half an hour for figuring out that what's went wrong, and we have seen because of this slight one distance space in the minus sign, we were not able to have the styling, and now you can see it's working fine. We can easily able to display the image side by side and the detail, and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, we can click, we can change the text, we can change the data. Okay, this function is working. Okay, we have one more problem here, not a big deal, we're gonna fix that. So our demo data is working fine. Let's come back to the JSX, and here we have the image. Actually, I don't have the NFT image number 4. I have only 3 image, and that's why we're having this problem. So what I will do, I'm going to change this to image, let's say 1. Okay, because I have only 3 images for the NFTs. So right now we don't have any problem. Now we can easily able to switch between the images and the data as well. And to make it more realistic, let's change other data as well. The days, the price, let's change these things as well. Okay, so let's have a look finally. Okay, collections, name, creator, everything is changing. Let's change this quickly. 20, and let's remove the pricing as well. Let's change a little bit in the pricing. Change the number 11, this one is 21, and this one is 05. Change the pricing as well, and here we have to do the changes. Change this one. Okay, change the price as well. So here we have changed the data, and you can see here we are getting the error because we have used the 0. Okay, this is what we have to fix in the minutes. So let's redo the page. Still we have the problem, and here we have to remove the 0, and now it's working. So we have to remove the 0. We have to remove 0 from this 5. Okay, now let's redo the page. Now we don't have any errors, and our component is working fine, and now we can do the test. Click on this, and you can see all the timers, all the data is working fine. We can easily able to switch. It's looking perfect on a desktop, box shadow, everything's working fine. And let's check on a mobile device responsiveness. Okay, we have problem on a mobile device. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so here we have to fix 2 things, actually a lot of things. We have to, first thing, we have to manage the space, then we have to provide the space between the creators, and we have to increase the height of the container as well. Okay, these are the fix we have to do. So let's come back here and make sure here you have to do the changes. Instead of height 83 VH, we have to take 120 VH, because I did a testing and I found that this value suits the element. Okay, so remove this one and simply uncomment this and save it. You can see right now it's looking perfect. We have the space, and all the space is gone, and everything is looking perfect. Now we have to fix that container, and to fix that, here we have to do the changes in the creator section. So here instead of 1.3 FR, we have to say 1.FR. Okay, 1.8. So simply remove this and simply uncomment this one, save it, and here we have, it's looking perfect. Okay, and here we have to provide a line height to 1. Save it. Here we have some space, and now it's looking perfect. 100% responsive for the mobile device. Let's take a final test. Okay, it's looking perfect. Looking perfect. Okay, the data is changing, the state is changing, and we can easily able to switch. So make sure you did all these changes which we have done. Okay, so we are done with that component. Now let's close this one, make it big, and now let's make it big and let's do a final test. Okay, so this is the navigation, no breaking changes have done, everything is working fine and beautiful. This is the profile and button, this is the hero section, this is the services section, and this is the biggest slider. Okay, and the completed one. Okay, you can switch the images, all the data. And on the base of this click event, we're going to make an API call and fetch the data from there. Okay, so it's looking perfect. And this is the footer, which is actually looking beautiful. So that's looking incredible. And okay, that's looking beautiful. Let's do the testing. Let's do the inspect element one more time. We have the images perfectly aligned. This one is also looking good. Slider looking good. We have the buttons. Everything is functional and working fine. Now simply open. So in this video, we're going to create this email subscription form. Okay, you can see that we have divided this section in two parts, one for the information and second one is for the image. And then we're going to build this category. Okay, so this is the category section we have. Okay, so let's come back to, so in this we're going to create that email subscription form. So let's have a look what we have done so far. So inside the component, we have all these section we have created, all this component we have created, hero section, NavBar. In that we have all these small component for the NavBar. And close this one. In this is the services one, this is the component index. So in this file we are importing all the component. Okay, close this one, and this is the image in which we have all the images, pages. This is the index page. We are importing the component and rendering on our home page. Okay, so let's close on this one and let's do one thing. So let's start working on our email subscription form. So let's create a folder for that. So we'll create a folder and we'll call it, let's say, subscribe. Okay, simply copy, create a file called subscribe.jss and create one more file called subscribe. Click on that, subscribe.module.css. okay, so this is going to be our subscribe component. Type RAFCE and import the CSS file. Let's type style and the file is coming from the same folder. Okay, so this is our subscribe component. Now let's come to the component index and in this we're going to import that. So let's import the subscribe component and simply export it, default export, copy and simply paste here and make it default export. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to render the component. Okay, and now let's go to this pages and here we have to import it, the subscriber component, and now we have to simply pass here so we can easily able to display on our home page. So simply save it and come back to the browser and here you can see our component is displaying on our page. So subscribe, it's working fine. Simply come back to the code editor and simply close this one and now we can start working on our actual subscription form. Okay, so now let's import couple of icons. So import, and we want to import the RI send, let's call it plain fill, and that's coming from react icon /ri. Okay, let's import image and that's coming from next.js. So that's the external import. Now let's do the internal import. So we're going to import the images and that's we have dot dot slash dot dot inside this image folder. Okay, so that's the external and internal import. Now what we can do, let's simply remove this and let's start working on our JSX part. So we'll take a div, it will have a class and we'll say, let's say subscribe. Okay, small. In that div we'll take another div, it will call style subscribe dash box, and we'll take another div, it will have a style dot subscribe bot left, and in that we're going to render this h2 tag and we'll call it never miss a drop. And here we're going to take a paragraph and simply come here, come back. As you can see, it's working fine. Now go to the actual application, the complete one, and simply copy the text, copy and come back and paste here. Okay, so this is our paragraph. Now let's take a div, it will have a class called style. We'll say subscribe box left box. In that we'll take a span and we say h1, sorry 01, and here we have to take a small tag. In that we're going to display the message get more. Okay, so that's the one component and we'll call it discover. Okay, simply copy that and simply change this to, and you can change the message to, let's say, premium discount, or you can call it something like a magazine. So that's for the data part. Now let's come down and here we're going to take another div, it will have a style, we'll call it, let's say, subscribe box left input. Okay, and in that we're going to take that, let's say, import. It will have a type to, let's say, email, and it will have a placeholder, and we'll say enter your email. We'll come out of that and we'll take the icon. Okay, let's save it, and it will have a class also, dot subscribe left input icon. Now we'll come down, and here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot subscribe box, and we'll call it right, and in that we're going to display the image. Okay, we'll take the image tag. Source is going to be the image dot, and the image we have is this update alt. It will say, let's say, get update. It will have a width, height, let's assign 600, and width is going to be the 800. Okay, so that's all the JSX part we have written for this. Okay, so let's come back to the application, and here you can see it's working fine. We have the title, we have the paragraph, we have the short info, we have the input, and we have the image. So everything's working fine, no error we have so far. So let's come back to the code, and now we can simply start styling this. Okay, so let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So let's come down, and here this is how it will look on a mobile device. Now let's zoom a bit and let's start working on it. So we're going to copy this subscribe, and we're going to start with that. So subscribe width is going to be, let's say, 100%, and subscribe box is going to be, let's say, with 80%. We'll come down margin 0 auto. We'll call them padding 8 RAM and 0. Display is going to be grid template column 1.fr and 2fr. Align item center, so this is how it will look. Subscribe box left h2. We'll make it font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. So min device width is going to be 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels. So we're going to target the subscription box. Width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1fr, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. So save it, and that's the media query. Okay, simply replicate that and change the here. Simply change this to 768, and this will become 1024. So that's the second media query. Why it's not working? And here we have to change this to repeat to 1fr. Okay, so that's the second media query. And as you can see, it's working fine. Our media query is working fine on a mobile device, looking perfect. Now let's come here up, and let's make it 300, little bigger, and line height is going to be 0. Let's come down. We're going to target the subscription box P, and it will have a font size to 1.2 RAM. We'll take this subscription box left box, and it will have a display flex. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. We'll take the subscribe box left box small, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. Font width is going to be 700. Pretty cool. We'll target the box left span, and this becomes the background color is going to be our icon color. Okay, pretty cool. And we're going to assign a color itself. It's gonna be our main color. Okay, BG color. Padding is going to be, let's say, 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM from left and right, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and width is going to be 4 RAM. Text align is going to be center. Okay, save it. Let's come down, target the box left input. Margin top is going to be, let's say, 3 RAM, so we'll have some space. Padding is going to be 2 RAM and 2 RAM. Let's remove it too. And width is going to be, let's say, 80%. border radius is going to be 4 rem. So this is how it will look. Now let's assign a background color to going be our main icon color, and we'll have a color itself is going to be main. This is how it will look. Nice background color we have. Now let's say display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, and let's come down. We're going to target the box, subscription box left input and input itself. So background color is going to be, let's say, transparent. We have the border 0, outline is going to be none, width is going to be, let's say, 90%, and that's pretty cool. And let's come down. We're going to target that left input and input placeholder. So placeholder, and we want to change the color. So we'll tap this main BG color, and font size is going to be 1.2 rem. So that's pretty big and beautiful. Let's come down and we'll target that subscription box left input icon. Okay, we need to increase the size, so font size is going to be 2 rem. Oh, little big, beautiful. So that's looking pretty cool. So we are done with the CSS part. Let's scroll all the way up and let's have a look one more time. So let's come in the media query, in the first media query, and here we're going to write the media query. So first we're going to target that, let's say, left input. Okay, and we'll say width is going to be 100% on a mobile device. That's pretty cool. And padding is going to be 1 rem. Okay, that's looking awesome. And let's come down. We're going to target that subscription box left h2, and we'll say font size is going to be 2 rem. That's look good. Okay, that's looking good. Let's come down the second media query. Let's target that box left input, and this time we're going to make this to same 100% width, and this will become padding is going to be 1 rem, and box left h2 is going to be same, font size 2 rem. If you want, you can even break this component into a separate component and use it. Okay, but I will go in this way. So that's the media query and looking perfect on mobile device. Let's make it a little big. It's 100% responsive, you can see. Let's make it on a big screen and on a desktop, and this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, so it's looking beautiful. So we have this section, we have this image section, descriptions and all, everything's working fine. So that's cool. So we have come back to the code and make it full screen. Close this one, come here, close that, open the terminal. In this video we're going to build a reusable title component, because in this application, in this NFT marketplace, we have a lot of title which is repeating in the sections. So that's what we're going to build. So let's come here. So this is what we have built in the last video, and in this we're going to focus on this title section. Okay, we're going to design this particular one title as a component, and we're going to use it in a multiple places as a reusable component and changing the data dynamically. Okay, so that's what I'm going to focus in this, that how you can build a reusable component and change the data dynamically. Okay, so you don't need to write the same code over and over again. So here we are in the code editor. Let's come up here and create a folder. We'll call it title. Simply copy, and we're going to create a file called title.jsx. In that we're going to create another file called title module.css file. Okay, so this is our title file we have. Simply come here, go to this, type RAFCE, close this one, and type RAFCE, React Functional Based Component, and we want to import the CSS file. Nothing is new, you guys already know what we are doing. Okay, if you are following the entire project from the beginning. Okay, if you're watching straight away from this video, then things becomes little complicated for you. Okay, so make sure you follow other videos to have a complete grasp that what we are exactly building and what we are exactly working on and what pattern we are following. So the CSS file will come from the same folder. So that's our component, and here we're going to receive the props. So the first prop is going to be the heading, and the second prop is going to be the paragraph. Okay, so let's come here and let's come to this component index, and we're going to import the component here. So we'll say title coming from the same folder, and simply copy and paste. We have to export this as well, default export. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We have to import that in a index.js. and now we can easily able to use it in our page. So simply call the component. Okay, so that's that. Simply close this one and close this one, come here, and now we can start writing the JSX. Simply remove this, take a dynamic instant return and take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, title. And in that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style title box, and in that we'll take this h2. It will have our dynamic data heading, and we'll have a paragraph. It will have our dynamic data paragraphs. So that's our reusable dynamic component. Okay, so we are done with this. Now what we can do, let's come here, go to this component section, and here we have to send the props. We are in the index.js, and now we have to send the props. So we'll call it, so let's come here, simply copy that and paste, and here we have to pass the text we want to render. Okay, so let's come here, go to the original applications, and from there we're going to copy the text. Simply copy that, browse by category, and simply pass it here. Okay, now format this properly, and now we're going to take the, come here and copy that paragraph and simply pass the data. So simply copy this and pass it here. So this is how we are sending the props in our title component. So it's looking good. Now let's come here, go to this application. Right now we don't have anything, you can see. Let's come here. So what's the matter, why it's not rendering? So here we have the subscriber. Okay, simply copy that, it's working fine. Okay, my fault, we have to restart the application. So type npm run dev and click on this 3000, close all the tabs, and let's scroll down, and here you can see that our dynamic content is working. So we have the title and we have the paragraph. Okay, now bring the terminal down, and now we're going to style that component. So simply come here and go to this style file, title style file, and now we start styling this one. So first thing we're going to do is target the title, and width is going to be 100%, and title box width will have its 80%, and margin 0 auto. Then come down, let's target the title box h2, and font size is going to be 3 ram, a little bigger, and line height is going to be 0. So this is how it will look. Now let's come down, let's write the media query. So and it will say min device width is going to be 320 pixels, and the second one is going to be, let's say, max device width, it's going to be around 425 pixels. We're going to target the title box width is going to be 90%. Then again we're going to target the title box h2, and we're going to make the font size to 1.8 ram. So let's save it, and we're going to say line height is going to be 0. So it's looking perfect, you can see it's looking perfect. The thing we have in the design is look like the same. Okay, make it big and it will look good, responsive, and that's how it will look on a bigger. Let's make it big, close this file. Okay, let's close this one, open this index.js, simply cut this and paste above this, and now simply save it. And now in this video we're going to build the category section. Okay, so I have already opened the project in my Visual Code Studio, and let's do one thing. Let's start working. Click on this component and create a folder, call it category. Okay, simply copy and create a page called category.js. Inside that we're going to create a css file, module.css. Okay, simply come to category and type rafce, and we have to import the css file, internal import, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the internal import we have. Simply close this one, and now let's come to the component.js, and I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this. Okay, so we're going to import the component here. We'll say import, we'll call the category, and that's coming from the same directory, and here we have to export that. Simply save it, close this one, and go to the pages index.js, and here we have to import that. Okay, category, simply copy here and pass it here, close this one. Okay, So that's going to be our category section. And now we can start working exactly on our category component. Okay, so here we have to restart the application to check everything's working fine. Click on this 3000, and here we are in the browser. Let's close all the tab and reload the browser and scroll down, and here you can see we have that category title component, and here we have the category component. So everything's working fine and we can render that. Let's come back to the code editor and bring the terminal down, and now we can start working on our JSX. Okay, we're going to import a couple of things. First thing is going to be the image coming from Next.js, and now we have to import the icon. So first one is going to be the circle fill, and that's coming from React Icon Bootstrap. Okay, BS. Now we have to import images, and that's coming from .image file folder, sorry. And we have to demo data, we'll call it category array, and 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so the reason why I have taken this category array, because the data we'll get from our API from the backend, it will come in the form of array, and we're going to display that category here in this component as a dynamic component. Okay, so that's the data we have. Now we're going to return it, and we're going to give a class, we'll call it, let's say, category small. Inside that we'll have on our dynamic data, we'll call it category array. We're going to map over it element I instant return. We'll take a div, and it will have a class, we'll call it style dot category box. In that we're going to, let's take a key, let's provide a key, otherwise React will give you an array. Okay, we have a key. Now let's come down, we're going to take the image and we're going to provide the source of the image, and we have the image inside the images, and we can pick the, let's say, category background, and let's assign a class, we'll call it style dot category box image. Okay, now we write the alt, it will say background image. We have to assign the width is going to be, let's say, 350, and height is going to be, let's say, 150, and it will have a object fit to cover. Okay, that's the image. Now simply come down, we're going to take the div, it will have a class style dot category box title. In that we're going to take a span, and it will have our icon. Okay, let's come down, and here we're going to take another div, it will have a class called style dot category box title info. In that we're going to take this h4, and it will call entertainment, and now we'll take this hardcore value NF1995 NFT. So right now we are doing this hardcode value, we're going to take the dynamic data from the array and we're going to render over it. Okay, so this is the hardcode value. So that's the JSX part for this category. Okay, so we are importing internal, external, and we have this dynamic demo data, and here we have the JSX. Okay, let's open the terminal and come back to the browser, and here you can see we can able to render the image and all the data related to that. So everything's working fine and we don't have any error. So now come back to the CSS file, category CSS file, and let's start styling. Okay, so simply copy this category and let's target that category. It will have a padding 4 RAM and 0 RAM. Display is going to be, let's say, grid, and grid template column repeat, let's say 6 1FR. Now we'll have the gap to 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. Okay, it's looking really good. Let's come down, we're going to target the category box. It will have a line height to 0 and transition all 0.3 second easy in. We'll target the border radius 1 RAM, overflow hidden, cursor pointer, and padding bottom is going to be 1 RAM. So it's look good. Let's come down and let's add a media query. So it's going to be a min device width is going to be 320 pixels and max device width is going to be, let's say, 425 pixels. So we're going to target the category. It will have a grid template column 1FR. So you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device, and simply replicate this, and let's add a one more breakpoint. So we're going to change this to, let's say, 427, and this will become 770 pixels, second breakpoint, and this will have a 2 repeat 2 1FR. Okay, so that's the second breakpoint for our media query. Now simply copy and let's add the third breakpoint, and this time we're going to change this to, let's say, 772 pixels, and this will become around 1024 pixels, 25 pixels. Okay, and let's make it 3. Okay, so that looks pretty good. That's the 3 breakpoint. Now let's come here, and here we're going to take another div and simply put this entire code inside it, copy and paste here. Okay, and that's how we'll look. Let's assign a class and let's call it box category. Okay, now simply copy that, come back to the CS file, go on top, and let's target that, and let's say width is going to be 80%. So this, and margin 0 auto, so it will be in the center. Copy that and come back to the media query and do this targeted here. Okay, so width is going to be, let's say, 90%. Okay, look perfect. It's look perfect on a mobile device, you can see. Now let's have a look. So this is how it will look on a desktop. If we go to this single, this is how it will look on a tablet 2, and this is how it will look on a desktop, and on a complete desktop it will look like this. So right now we have 5, but I want to display 6. Okay, so what's the problem? Let's come back to the code. Let's come back to the JSX, and here we have taken 5 only, so we have to take one more. Okay, 6. So the total number of category arrays should be 6 to display 6 component, but I had only 5. Okay, so right now if I come here, you can see we have 6 component. Okay, so now we have fixed that problem. So let's come down, let's start styling that. So we'll target the category box. On over effect, we're going to add a box shadow var, and we'll have our box shadow. Okay, we'll come down, we will target the category box image. It will have a border radius 1 rem. Let's target the bar title. Display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, and padding is going to be 1 rem. Gap is going to be 1 rem. So that looks pretty good. Let's come down. We'll target the category box title span. Let's make it font size to 2 rem, 3 rem. Let's make it a little bigger, and margin top is going to be 1 rem. Okay, that's look good. Nice effect. As you can see, on click event we have this nice box shadow. So it's looking already much better. Let's come back on a full screen, and you can see it's looking really good on a large screen. On over effect we have getting this styling. Let's look good. So nice effect we are getting. Let's come back to the code, make it full screen, close this one, and now let's come back to this here. So make sure you do the changes in the category array. So earlier we had only 5 elements, but right now we are displaying 6 elements. Okay, so let's come here. So things are looking good and working fine. So it's looking good. We are working on this click event. We are changing the, let's do the inspect element, check the responsiveness. So it's 100% responsive. You can see all the breakpoints we have included, it's working fine. This one is also working fine. So this is pretty good. On a large screen we have this 3, and on a desktop mode we'll have complete 6 row. Okay, in this video we're going to build the filter, advanced filter for our marketplace, because this filter is going to be available in all the 16 pages. Okay, now let's click on this component and let's create a folder called filter. Inside the filter we're going to have this filter.js. We'll create a filter.module.css. Okay, So that's the folder and file structure we are following. Now will come to filter and type RAFCE. Now we have to import the CSS file, internal import, and we'll say import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so we have our folder. Now let's come back to the component.js, and here we're going to import that filter component. So let's import that very quickly. Import filter component, and now we have to export that. Okay, close this one and go to this index.js, and here we're going to call the component. So first thing we have to do is to import the component. So that's coming from the component index, and now we're going to call that component. So simply copy, and let's come here in the applications, and let's simply come here, copy that, and here we're going to call the component, filter component. Okay, and simply copy this title component, because in the filter section we have a title, then we have a filter, then we have all the NFT cards. Okay, so we'll simply copy the title and paste here, and here we're going to change the text. So simply come here. As you can see, it's working fine. Our component is displaying, our title is displaying. So let's come back to the original one, and let's simply come down, and here we have the title. Simply type, copy this filter NFT, and simply paste here in our props, format that, and copy this one and simply pass it here. So that's the props we are sending in the title component, and in this way we can easily able to see. As you can see, we have the feature NFT discover, and we have a filter. Let's come back to the component, and now we're going to close this one, and now let's start working on our filter.jsx. Okay, so we're going to import couple of things from. First is going to be the icons, and that's coming from React/FA font awesome, and we'll have one more icon, FA angle down, we'll have FA angle up, FA wallet, FA music, and FA verified, so video, and FA images, and we'll have FA users alt. So these are the icons we are using in this filter. So we are importing that from font awesome. Let's come down, let's import other. We'll have a icon fill close circle, that's coming from AI, and we'll have a one more which is a MD verify, and that's coming from material. Now we have to import that TI tick from, and that's coming from React icon TI. Okay, I'm using different providers for icons because I couldn't find all the icons in a single provider. Okay, so I'm just importing the icons from different providers. If you want to know more about it, you can simply visit the React icons and you can check the documentations. So these are the icons we have. Let's come here, we have to import a couple of from React. So we need useState, and simply come here, and we're going to take that useState. So we'll say useState, it will call filter, and initially it will be true. So we want to display the filter menu when someone visits the application for the very first time. Okay, so that's why it's true, and we're going to use this useState. Image is going to be true, and we'll take another one. We'll say video true, we'll say music true. So these are the states we are taking. Okay, let's come down. We'll remove this, and we're going to take this instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style.filter, and that will have a div, it will have a class called style filter box, and that will have a div called style.filter box left. Then we'll have a button, it will have a on click function. We'll call it, let's call it for the time being, let's call it empty function. Okay, we're going to create that function later, not now. So we'll create a function, and we're going to pass inside the button. So when someone click on this button, we're going to fetch all the NFTs. Okay, so this function will fetch all the NFTs, and we're going to simply replicate this button a couple of times, and we're going to change the text to art. This will become music, this will become sports, and this will become photography. Okay, so these are the buttons. We'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot filter box right. Inside that we'll have another div, it will call style filter box right box, and in that it will have a on click function as well. And on the click event, we want to simply open the filter options. Okay, So right now you might be thinking that what I'm doing, just bear with me and code along with me. Everything will make a lot of sense when we'll bring the functionality. Okay, so let's write the function name, and inside that we're going to have our icon FA filter, and we'll have the span, and we'll have this filter text, and out of that we're going to have one more icon, and this icon would be dynamic. So filter, if filter is true, then we want to display this like down, and if filter is false, then we want to display this up. So that's the dynamic filter we have. Okay, let's come down here. We're going to take another dynamic block, and this is going to be the menu of our filter. Okay, so if filter is true, then we want to display. If filter is false, then we want to display, we want to hide it. Okay, so we'll come here, we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot filter box items. In that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style, let's say filter box item box, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot filter box item items. Okay, it will have our icons wallet, and we have a span. Here we're going to display the amount to ether and the range 10 ether, and then we're going to display the icon, because initially this is what we're going to display. So it will have an icon, and in this we're going to take this close icon, because initially we're going to display all the NFTs in between these price range. Okay, so this would be the initial active state. Okay, so that's why we have to display this icon. Okay, so this is the first section we have. Now let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style fill box item box class style, and it will call filter box item item trans means transaction. Okay, it will have an on click function, and in that on click function we're going to call this function, let's say open image. Okay, and here we're going to add the data. Okay, FA image, and we'll have this text, and here we'll have a dynamic icon. So image, then we display the image close, then if it's not, then we have to display the stick icon. Okay, so if image is not selected, then we want to display this cross icon, but if image is selected, then we want to display the stick icon. Okay, so that's the logic. I hope nothing is new for all of you guys. So let's keep working. So that's the one we have. Let's come here and open the application, and here you can see we have all the things. We have all the buttons, we have this filter, we have this wallet, we have this image, and right now we haven't written the function. That's why we are getting the error. Reload the browser, and let's come down, and this is the thing, and you can see we don't have the function, but on the click event we are getting this error. That means our function is working. So now we have to create the function. So let's come back to the code, and let's keep working on the JSX. Okay, now let's bring down, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot filter item box, and that will have another div. It will have a style dot filter box item, and this will call transaction. Okay, it will have an on click function, and the function we want to call is this open video, and inside the div we're going to have a icon for video. It will have a span text, and we have to have a dynamic icon. So close icon, then we want to display this stick icon. Okay, so that's the thing. Let's come down. We going to take one more component. It will have a class called style dot fill box item box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will call fill box item transaction, and will have an on click function, and this function would be like open music. Inside the div we're going to have a file music text, and we're going to have our dynamic icon. Okay, so cross icon and tick icon, that's the one. Looking fine. Open music we have. Now let's take one more div, and we'll have a class called style fill box item box, and in that we're going to have another div. It will say filter box item, and in that we're going to take this user icon. It will say verified, and we have our verified icon. Okay, so we're going to display all the verified user and their NFT. So that's our dynamic components. Everything's working fine. So let's come up here and let's check. So these are the function we have to create. Okay, so that's the states we have. Let's come down, let's create the function. So we'll target this open filter first. So let's call it function section. We'll take a filter, open filter, and if filter, then we have to set the filter to true. So if the filter, initially the state of the filter is going to be the true, so we want to turn it to false, and if it's false, then we want to turn it to true. Okay, so that's what we are doing, general convention. Else we want to set to false. So that's the open filter. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see if we click, we can open, we can close, open, close, working fine. Let's come down, target the image, and we have to do the same check. If it's image false, then we want to set the image to true, else we want to make it false. Okay, simply replicate that, and this is the function we have to write. Open video, same thing we have to do. If video is false, then set the true, else set false. So that's open video. Let's come down, let's create one more, which is open music, and this will become if music false, then set to true, otherwise set it to false. So I hope you guys are getting sense that what we are doing. That's why I'm going a little faster. Okay, false. So these are the function for opening and closing. Everything is working fine. So let's save it, come back to the browser and reload the browser, and you can see, just have a look on the icons. Okay, click, change, tick, cross. Again, our icon is working fine, logic is working fine. Okay, everything is working fine. Let's come back to the code, and now simply come back to the filter CSS, and now let's start styling the filter. Okay, so let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. So let's target the filter, and padding is going to be 4 RAM and 0 RAM. Width is going to be 100%. Okay, filter box width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto. That's look pretty good. Let's display is going to be flex. Align item center. Justify content space between. Padding bottom is going to be 4 RAM. Let's target filter box left. Display is going to be flex. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. Filter box left button. Border is going to be none. Outline is going to be none. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 1.5 RAMs. I'm going a little faster because it's a CSS. We are not writing anything logic. Okay, we are writing the CSS, so that's why I'm going a little faster. So border radius 2 RAM, border 1 pixel solid, var, and our main color. That's how we'll look. Let's assign transition all 3 second easy in. Font size is going to 1.3 RAM. Cursor pointer. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down, let's add the media query. So min device width going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 375 pixels. First breakpoint, we're going to target the filter box, and display is going to be grid. Gap is going to be 4 RAM. This is how it will look. And let's copy that and filter box left, and simple display is going to be, let's say, grid, and grid template column 4 repeat 3 1FR, and that's how it will look. Simply come down, gap is going to be 2 RAM. Simply come here, target the filter box left button, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, a little bigger, and filter box left button. On over effect, we want to say background border is going to 1 pixel solid, and icon color we want to add the padding to 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Color is going to be our main background color, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow, and cursor pointer. Okay, So that's working fine. Let's come up here, let's copy this, so this become right, not left. Okay, so we'll have the style, and we have to move it to box. Okay, as you can see, not over, sorry, box. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. Now let's come down, as we'll say display is going to be flex, and align item center, gap is 1 RAM. Come down, filter box left button, on over effect we want to add a border 1 pixel solid, var and icon color. We want to add the color itself to be the icon color, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow. So let's make a big, and let's see, this is how it will look. You can see on over effect we are getting this nice style, and that's our filter. Open close, open close, you can see it's working fine. So it's working fine. This is how it will look on a mobile. We're going to fix this. Okay, it's not aligned perfectly, so let's come back and let's come here. We'll target the filter box items, and we'll say display is going to be filter flex, sorry, padding is going to be 2 RAM, border top is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we have the icon colors. Okay, we have the icon color. Now let's come down. We're going to target the filter box items box. Okay, now we'll say padding is going to be 1 RAM. You can see that's how it look. We can open, you can see it's flex, looking perfect, working fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the filter box item, and we'll say background color is going to be var icon color, and we'll have a padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border is going, radius is going to be 2 RAM. Color is going to be var, our main color, and cursor is going to be pointer. So this is how it will look. And display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap have 1.5 RAM. So that's looking really good. As you can see, it's looking perfect. Open close, everything's working fine. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. We're gonna make it responsive. Okay, so let's come down, target the filter box item transaction trans, and border to 1 pixel solid, and it will have our icon color. Color itself is going to be icon color, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Let's add a border radius 2 RAM and cursor pointer. Okay, let's add a display to flex, align item center, and gap 0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. So you can see all the filters are working fine, nice effects we are getting. So looking good, nicely we can able to click on it. Okay, now let's come in the media query. We're going to target the filter box item, display grid template column repeat to 1FR. So that's how it will look on a mobile, but still we have a problem. So let's target the filter box right box, and it will have a display flex, align item center, justify content center, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. Okay, that's look good. Let's assign a padding as well. Padding, it's gonna be padding in line is going to be 2 RAM. Now come down, we'll target the filter box item, justify content space between, and let's come down, we'll target the for item transaction, justify content space between, and let's come here. You can see it's look perfect, but still we have a little bit problem in the width. Okay, we're gonna fix that. Okay, so this is how it will look on a desktop. Let's make it full desktop. So this is how it will look. We can open, we can close, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. Let's come here, simply copy and paste this one, and now we have to add a multiple breakpoints. The first breakpoint we have done. Now let's add the second breakpoint. This is going to be a 377, and this one is going to be, let's say, 425. This will be same. We have to remove this gap from here. Okay, now just make it 1, and that would be same. Close this one, simply copy and replicate one more time, and this time the breakpoint is 427 pixels to 786 pixels, and we have to simply, this would be same. Okay, let's come here and go to this filter component, filter code, and here we have this filter box items. Simply copy that. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's come back to the CSS. Let's go up, close this one, and simply come up here. Okay, we have to add the width is going to be, let's say, 80%. So make sure you add this width, filter box item 80%, and margin 0 auto. So right now you can see we have this style. Okay, now we have to remove this padding, so that's look perfect, and let's make it 0. Okay, don't remove it, make it 0. Everything's working fine. So padding would be there, 2 RAM from top and bottom, but left and right is going to be 0. Okay, let's come back to the filter J6, and that's what we have here. Here we have that filter box, right box. Simply come back to the CSS, and where it is, that's what we have. Simply comment out this, and let's see what's happening here. Nothing. Let's bring it back, and here we have to do the changes. Simply select this and type icon color. Okay, this working fine, this working fine. Now let's add a background color. Is going to be a var main color. You can see right turn, we don't have that awkward color. Okay, so it's working fine. So that's looking good. And in the media query, in the first breakpoint, make sure you do these changes. Gap, simply remove this gap. Okay, and make it to 0.5 RAM. Instead of 2 RAM, provide 1.5 RAM. Okay, so that's the first change we have to do. And here in the second media query, we have to add the width. So width is going to be 90. So as you can see, this is how it will look. And now we have to fix this one. So let's come here, copy this, and come back to the media query, and width is going to be 90%. So right now it's look good. We have the width. Okay, and let's add a gap 0.5 RAM. So remove it, don't add it. And here we have this. Let's scroll down, and this is how it will look. Let's make it on a bigger screen. Okay, let's remove this extra text. So what we can do, let's come back to the JSS, go to the button, sorry, here in the price section, and remove this price, make it short. Let's make it 10 ether only. Okay, so let's remove this all, 10 ether. Now it's look perfect, and you can see everything's looking perfect, everything is aligned beautifully. And still we have some problem in the button, but we're gonna fix that. Okay, let's come back to the filter CSS, and here we have this width. Okay, here we have this width in the media query. Come back to the second media query, and we have to add the width to 90%. Okay, and here we have to add the width as well to 90%. Close this one, go to the second media query, the third media query, and add a width to 90%, and scroll down, and here in the filter box item, add a width to 90%. And now it's look little better. You can see, make sure you do all these changes. So now it's looking perfect. This is how it will look on tab, and this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, it's look good. This is how it will look on a mobile device, and you can see everything is 100% responsive. You can tap it, close, open, close, open. things are looking really beautiful. Make it down, and this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we have this feature component, we have the menus, NFT, arts, music, sports, paragraph, and the filter options. So this is the title component, this is the button we have, this is the filter component, open close, and we can simply provide this. So this is going to be the component we're going to add in every single page, and we're going to add the display the NFT on the base of this component. Okay, so that's looking really good. It's beautiful. So let's come back to the code, and with this we are done with the entire code. Okay, so let's have a look one more time. Let's close this one and close this one as well. Come back here, and this is all the folder we have worked so far. Okay, in this video we're going to build the NFT card section. So let's click on this component, and we have to create a folder by the name NFT card, create a file, JSX file, NFT card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So NFT card module.css. So these are the two files we have created. Come back to the NFT card and type RAFCE, and here we're going to do a couple of internal imports. So let me do this command internal import, and we're going to import our CSS file which is in the same directory. Okay, so that's the internal import. Now let's click here and go to this component index sections, and here we're going to import that component. So let's call it import, and we have to import the NFT card. Okay, and that's what we have to export here. Okay, so this is the pattern we are following, and if you're watching this video right from here, make sure you follow the complete playlist, which I will link in the I button on the description, so you can know that what exactly we are building. So that's the export. Now close this one, come back here, close this one, and go to this index page, because this is the component we're going to render in our index page. So here we are on index.home, and the very first thing we have to do is to import the component. So NFT card. Okay, just simply remove this simple NFT card, and that's coming from component index. Okay, so you can see now we'll scroll down, and here we're going to call the component. Okay, so that's the index.jss, and now we can come here in the applications, and you can see here we have that NFT card component. So that's successfully rendering on our applications. Okay, so let's come here and let's close this one, and now we can start working on our NFT card.jsx. Okay, so let's zoom a bit and let's import couple of things. So first thing, we need the icons, filter, heart. Okay, we need one more, which is a outline, heart, and we have to import the image, and that's coming from Bootstrap. Then we have to import the Next.js image tag. Okay, so that's the external import we have. And let's do a couple of internal imports. So we have to import the images, that's here in this folder. So that's our internal import. So that's, we are done with the internal external import. Now let's start writing. So here we are taking an array, and we're going to loop over the array to render our card. Okay, so we'll take a demo data. We'll take 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9. So I'm taking 9 array. Okay, because that's many element I'm going to display in the front end, in the home page. Okay, let's come down. We have to take a couple of use state. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, like. Initially it will be true. Now here we have to import use state. Okay, now let's come down and let's remove this, and now let's start working on the JSX. So it will have a div, and it will have a class style dot NFT card. Inside that we're going to take a dynamic block, and in that we're going to call the demo data, and we're going to loop over it, map lmi, and it's gonna be instant return. In that we will take a div, and it will, let's say, it will have a class called style dot NFT card dash box, and it will have a key. Okay, I+1. In that will have another div. It will have a class style dot NFT card image, and in this we're going to use the Next.js image tag, and here we're going to provide the source of the image, which is inside this image, and we'll call this NFT1, and it will have a alt tags NFT image width is going to be 600 and height is going to be 600 as well. So that's the image. Now we have to assign the class style NFT box image. Okay, so this is the pattern which I'm following throughout this entire project, and I believe that you guys are getting familiar. Okay, so that's why I'm going a little faster, because some of you guys have said that I have to go a little faster because my videos are getting very long, like it's 40 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. So I'll try to go a little faster. So let's do one thing. Let's come back to the application and let's scroll down. You can see here we can easily able to render the images. So altogether we are rendering 9 images. So all the images we are displaying. Okay, that's working fine. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box update, and in that we will have another div. It will have a class called, let's say, NFT box update left, and in that we'll have another div. It will say style dot NFT box left dash like. In that, so let's add a on click function on this, and it will say like function. Okay, so this is the function we're going to create, because when someone will click on the like, we want to add the like. Okay, update the like data, and we have to show that like icon. Okay, so that's the function we will create. Now let's come down and we'll take a dynamic block. If the like is true, then we want to display this. Okay, this icon AI fill heart, and if it's not true, then we have to display this normal one. So okay, this will become let's say outfit. So in the first icon we have to display the only outline, the border, and the second, if it's true, it's false, then we have to display the pool icon. Okay, and it will also have a class called style NFT box left like icon. Okay, so that's the class we have to assign. Let's come down and we'll take this ant. Let's add normal space, and we'll give the demo data to 22. Okay, these all data is going to be dynamic. When we fetch the data from our API, we're going to render data dynamically. Okay, but right now for the design purpose, we are giving this hardcode value. Okay, so this is the data we have. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll target the NFT box update right section, and in that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style NFT box update right, and this time we'll call it info, and in this we're going to display the information about the NFT. Okay, so we'll bring it down. We'll take a small tag, and the first will say that remaining time. So every NFT will have a time schedule. Okay, so when the NFT was updated, is there any offers going on and that particular NFT, so those are the time we'll assign to the NFT the moment the NFT will create. Okay, so that's what we have here, and we'll take a p tag, and here we'll display the time for the offer. Okay, remaining time, and we'll come down and we'll take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it nav box update and details. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style and NFT card update details dash price, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box update details price, and this will call a box. In that we'll render the h4, and here we're going to give this name of the NFT. So let's call this random text. Okay, which is there in the design. Now let's take a div, and we have to call the style, and we're going to target that price box dash box. Okay, in that we'll take a div. It will have a class called NFT box update price box, and this will call bid. Okay, price box bid. Okay, and in that we're going to take the small tag, and we'll cite current bid, and downward we'll take a p tag. It will have the price of the NFT. Okay, 1 ether. Let's come down. Let's take another div. It will have a class style dot let's call it NFT details price box stock. Okay, in that we'll take a small, and here we'll say that 61 in stock. So that's the stock of the NFT. Now let's come down and we'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's call it style dot NFT update details category. Inside that we'll take our icon, our image icon, because if this is an image, so in this marketplace we are trying to sell 3 different type of NFT: audio, video, and images. Okay, so according to that NFT we're going to display in different icons. Okay, so right now it's a hardcore value image, so that's why I'm giving this image sign, but this data becomes dynamic. Okay, so let's work on the JSX part. So here we are on the website, and you can see everything's working fine. We have that like, we have the name, we have the price, bidding, and stock, and the icon. So everything's displaying perfectly. All the things are working fine. So let's come back to the code. And okay, so here you can see we have to create this like NFT function. So simply copy that and come here, and let's create that function. So we'll call it const like NFT, and it's gonna be an arrow function. So if like is false, then we have to turn it to true, else we have to turn it to false. So that's a very pretty simple function. So let's come back to the application, and now you can click on this, and you can see like, unlike, unlike, unlike. So this is working fine. That's working absolutely incredible. So let's come back here, and so everything's working perfectly. So here we have that. In here we have the functions, and this is the demo array, and this is the complete JSX. So let's come back to the CSS, and now let's start working on the CSS file. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are actually working on. So we're going to target the NFT card. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1FR. I'll go a little faster, okay, because this is the styling and you guys are already familiar with the type of styling we are following. So I'll go a little faster here. Okay, gap is going to be 3 RAM. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. Let's add a media query. So it's gonna be a min device. Width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and the max device width is going to be, let's say, 425 pixels. And in that we're going to say grid template column 1FR for the mobile device. You can see everything's working fine. Now let's come down, and we have to target the NFT card box, and background color is going to be our, let's assign a back shadow light color. We have to get the padding 1 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, display grid template column repeat 4 1FR, grid template row repeat 4 1FR. That's how it will look. Let's come down. Let's take a cursor pointer. Box shadow, our box shadow custom color, and that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll have to target the NFT box. On over effect we want to target the image and images. Okay, transform scale is going to be 1.0.4, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box update. It will have a grid column 1/1. Same thing for the row 1/1 2. Okay, Z index is going to be something big number. You can give any number. Display is going to be flex, align item center, flex start, and justify. Content is going to be space between. Line height is going to be 0, overflow hidden. So that's how it will look on over effect. You can see the box shadow and the text are also aligned perfectly. Mainly our icon or like component. Okay, so let's come here, target the NFT box update, and it's gonna be a left section. Background is going to be our icon color. Padding is going to be 1.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Color is going to be itself main color, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Margin 1 RAM, and let's provide the E. So lightness looking good. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box update, left, like, and display is going to be flex, align item center, font size 1.2 RAM, target the NFT card box, and gap is going to be 5 RAM. Now target the NFT card box left light icon, and color is going to be red. That's look good. NFT box update right, and it will have background color to our shadow light, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 5 RAM. Text align is going to be a center. Transform is QX 45 degree, and border bottom is border bottom left radius is going to be 1 RAM. Margin right is going to be -2 RAM. Okay, you can see the styling. Let's come down. We're going to target NFT update right info, and transform is Q -45 degree. Okay, background color is going to be our shadow light color. NFT box update right info P would be font size 1.2 RAM, font width 800, NFT box image grid column 1/1, and grid row is 1/end, overflow hidden, and border radius 1 RAM. You can see it's looking perfect. We have the image, everything's working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box image, and it's will have a border radius 1 RAM, transition all 0.4 second easy in. NFT box update details. So let's come up here. Okay, grid column 1 and grid row, same thing, we have to do this. Line height is going to be a 0, Z index something big number, and a line item is going to be flex end. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1.fr and 1fr, overflow is going to be hidden. So that looks incredible. Okay, now let's come here. We're going to target the NFT box update details, and price will say bar background color, our shadow light, margin left -3 RAM, and padding is going to be 0, 0.5 and 0. That's how it will look. Transform is Q -45 degree. Let's plus. Okay, border top right radius is going to be 1 RAM. NFT box update details, price, box, and transform is QY -45 degree to make it straight, and let's assign a padding to left is going to be 3 RAM. Let's come down. NFT box update details, price, box, H4, font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. NFT box update details, price, box, and display is going to be flex. Justify content space between a line item, flex end. Okay, that's look good. Let's come down. We're going to target that NFT box update details, price, box, and bid. Okay, bidding section, and we'll say border 1 pixel solid where our icon color, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, 0.5 RAM, align item center, border radius 0.3 RAM. So nice border color we are getting. And let's come down. We're going to target NFT box update detail, price, box, width, and this will be a small. Background color is going to be our icon color. Color itself is going to be a main color, and border radius 0.2 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's look really good. So it's working fine. Now let's come here, target NFT card, NFT box update details, price, box, bid, and we have targeted the P tag, and padding is going to be, let's say 0.5 RAM 000, and that's how it will look. Font size is going to be, font width is going to 600, and NFT box update details category It will have a color to this icon color, text align end, and margin 1.5 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. So you can see our icon is also looking good. So this card is also looking beautiful. Okay, so let's come here, make it on a full screen. This is how it will look on a 322 pixels, and if I come here, you can see it's already looking much better on a, if you come here, this is how it will look on a big screen desktop mode. We're gonna fix it. Okay, so this is how it will look, perfectly aligned, and it's also looking good on a mobile device. Now let's work on the media query, and we're going to target NFT box update, right, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 2 RAM. Let's NFT box update right info by P. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. You can see right now we have a small text in our mobile, and now our remaining time is working fine. So it's looking good. Now let's close this one, simply copy and replicate this one, and we have to change this media query to 427, and this become 768. Okay, in this we're going to define a width to, let's say, 90%, and what else we have to do? And here in the grid template we have to do the changes. So repeat to 1FR. So we want to display 2 cards in this media query range on our tablets. Okay, simply close this one, copy and simply paste, delete this part, and here we have to do the changes, 770, and this become 1024, and width is going to be normal, and in this we'll have a 2. Okay, so let's come back. It's looking perfect on a tablet. If we click here we have, you can see here we have 2, and that's how it will look on a bigger screen, 3. All the functions are working fine. Okay, some problem we have on our click function, not a problem, we're going to fix that. Okay, but I just want to assure you that it's working. We can click and we can change the state of our like. Okay, so that's working, so it's working fine. Let's scroll down. So it's lovely, working fine. Come here, and here we have to assign the width. Okay, the width is going to be 100%, and in the box we have to say width is going to be 80%, and margin 0 and auto, so that will hold the entire div inside the container. Let's come back to the application, and you can see it's looking really big. Okay, let's come here, let's simply remove this, and that's how it will look on our desktop. Now let's remove this one, 80%, and this will become margin 0 and auto. If we save, now you can see it's look perfect. Okay, so this card is looking absolutely incredible. You can open the filter and close, that's also working fine, and we're going to display the data dynamically. Okay, so we have this tab on the base of the click event on the tab, we have to change the data. Okay, so right now you can see the hard code card, because we are not passing any data in that, but this card is reusable, we can use anywhere in our application because we have designed in that way. So it's look perfect. You can see we have this nice over effect, and that's look good. Let's come here, that's also working fine. Let's come back to the code, and what we can do, let's come here, let's close this one, and I don't want to have the box shadow to this card, so that's what I did. I removed that card box shadow, and now it's looking much better. Okay, so simply do one thing, remove, let's come down on over effect, we want to add that box shadow. Okay, so let's target that NFT, add a transitions, because we want to have that all 0.3 second easy in. We'll come down and we'll target the NFT card box. On over effect, we want to change the box shadow to this one. Simply uncomment this and save it. Let's come back. As you can see, reload the browser, and on over effect you can see in Raya nice background shadow we are getting, so it's looking good. Okay, that's looking absolutely incredible. And if we do the inspect element, if we go on a mobile device, as you can see, This is how the card will look on a mobile device. Okay, so we have some problem in the mobile device as well, so we have to fix the width. So simply copy this part and scroll all the way in the media query, open this one, and here we already have this. So we can say width is going to be 80% and margin 0 auto. If we save it, and now it's look perfect. Okay, it's taking 90% width. Let's come to the second media query, and here we already have that, and we have to pass only in the mobile device. Okay, so that's look pretty good. Now let's make it full. This is how it will look on a mobile device and perfectly aligned. And on click event, on over event, we are getting this nice styling. Let's make it big, and this is how it will look. It's responsive. Right now we have display 2, and that's looking incredible. Okay, it's looking really great. Let's make on a big screen, and this is how it will look on a bigger screen, where the filter is taken full and card is also taken full. You can close and you can simply open. Let's make on a desktop, and that's how it will look. Nice over effect, we are getting this style, and that's look good. Let's come back to the code. Let's make it to normal box shadow. Okay, now this one is look, let's make it to that one. That was better. Okay, now working fine. Let's come back to the code, and here we can provide margin, let's say from the bottom, let's say 4 RAM. Okay, let's remove the S, and we'll have some space. Increase this to, let's say, 10, and now we have some space from the bottom, and this other component is also working fine. So that's looking great. Okay, this is the ID, this is the timing, event. This one is also working fine. We have this search bar, discover menu, help center, notification. We have button, profile menu, button, this section, dynamic data, dynamic slider, working fine. Again, this is the filter component. We have nice over effect we are getting, and this is the advanced filter, so we can turn it off, on. And this is our NFT card component. This is the category component. You can see this look incredible, nice over effect we are getting. And this is the subscription section, and that's the footer. We have this nice over effect on the icons. Okay, let's do the inspect element and have a look on the mobile device. So it's look good. If we scroll down, make it big. Okay, that's look good. That's how the card would look like. We can change the data, open, close, NFT card component. If we overrun it, we are getting this nice style. So it's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can see that. Okay, so we are going on a good path. Everything is working absolutely incredible. So let's close that, and now we can come back to the code and simply make it full screen, and now we can start. So let's close this one, go back, delete. In this video we're going to complete the collection section. Okay, and now what we can do, we're going to create a folder and we'll call it collection. Inside that we're going to create a file, collection.csx, and in the same file we're going to create the CSS file, collection.modules.css. okay, these are the two files we need. Now let's simply type rafc, and we have to import the CSS file into. So let me give this command, style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so that's the import we have. Now we have to create one more folder in the same collection folder, and we'll call it day component. Okay, because this collection component is divided in 3 different components. Okay, we will have a tab and we can switch into the different tabs, and each of the tab will contain different data. Okay, so I'll create a component by the name day component. Okay, so let's create a file for that. So day.jsx, and we have to create the file in the same folder, module.css. Okay, simply type rafce, and we have to do the internal import our CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the day component. Close this one, and that's close this one, and now we can start working on our collection component. Okay, so this is what we're going to build. Okay, top list creator. So if we click on this, we can switch to the data. You can see all the data is changing, and this is what we are about to build in this video. So let's come back to the code, and let's come here, go to this component index.js, because we have to import it first. So that's coming from the same collection, and now we have to export that from here. We'll close that, and we'll go to the simple pages index, and in that we have to import, and now we can use it. So where we want to use here. Okay, let's provide that collection component. So that's the way we can able to render the component in our home page. And here we're going to simply copy the titles and paste it above the filter, and we're going to paste the same thing in the collection as well. Okay, because collection will also have a title, and we'll say that filter by collection. Okay, so let's scroll down, and we have to start the application. So npm run dev, click on this 3000, and here we are on the application. Let's scroll down, and here you can see filter by collections, and our filter is also having the title. So that's the data, dynamic data, and that's our collection component. No changes, no breaking changes. So make sure you should always check your code. Okay, so let's come here, bring the terminal down, and let's remove this part. Let's type new. That's okay, that's look perfect. Let's close this one. Now we can start working on our collection.jsx. So we'll have to import a couple of things. So use state, we need use effect. We want to import the, let's say, icon, BS fill, alarm fill. We have to take the fill, calendar date fill. Now we have to take the calendar 3, and that's coming from React icon bootstrap. Okay, so now these are the icon we are using. Now we have to do the import. So we have to import the day component, and we have inside the same directory, but inside this day component file. Okay, now we can start working on our JSX. So let's take a use state, and we'll say it popular. Okay, initially it will be true. So when someone will visit to this page, the home page, we want to render the popular collection. So we are setting that true, and the next use state is going to be following, and this will call false, and third one is going to be, let's say, newses. It will become false. So these are the three use state we have. Now let's bring down, we'll take a const card array. We have to take a demo data, and we want to render close to, let's say, 8 component card array, and we have to change this to following array, and we want to display close to 4, and we have a news array, and this will have a, let's say, 6. And the reason why I have taken this different array numbers, because I want to show you the different, when we will switch from one to the other, you will find the difference that the type is working. Okay, so right now we are going with this demo data, but once we have the data from the API, we're going to render from there. Okay, so these are the 3 arrays we have. Let's come down. Now what we can do, now let's start working on the JSX. So we're going to take the instance return, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot collection, and that will have another div. It will say collection dash title, and that will take h2, and we'll say top list creators, and that will have a div. It will have a style called collections. Okay, collections. So first collection without s, second collection is with s. Okay, and that will take a div. It will say have a class called collections btn, and we'll take the button tag, not on click functions, and in this we have to attach this open popular, and it's not gonna be a self closing button. Okay, so remove that and take a normal button, and in that we're going to type the text. So that's the button. We say, let's say, we're going to take the icon. So we'll target our alarm bell icon, and we want to display the text, so last 24 hours. So that's how it will look. You can see working fine. Now simply we have to replicate the button. We have to change this to news. This one has become days. Replicate this, and let's change this to open follower, and this become 30 days. Okay, now we have to change the icon as well. So calendar 3, and the next icon we have is date fill. So here you can see the buttons are working fine, the text is also working fine, and titles is working fine. So we are done with this button component. Okay, so let's come down. We're going to take a dynamic block, and the reason we have taken this, and the reason why we are taking this dynamic block, because this component is going to be dynamic, and this component will display on the base of the click event on any one of these buttons. Okay, so I hope you guys are getting. So in this we're going to say if popular is true, then we want to display the popular component. So inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, a style, and we'll say collection box. In that we have to take the demo data and we have to loop over it. So it will say lmi, we have to instantly return, and we have to call the component, okay, day component, and it will have a key i+1. Okay, so that's the component we want to display. Save it. Right now you can see it's displaying fine, and we can able to have that click event function, but nothing's working because we don't have the function. Okay, reload the browser, working fine now. So make it, let's come here, we'll say if following, then we want to display this component. So we'll take a div, it will have the class, same class we want to assign to this as well. So the class we want to assign is the collection box. Inside that we're going to take the following array, and the same component we're going to render. Simply change this following array. Now simply replicate this, and we have to change this to, let's say, news, and this become news array, and the rest should be same. You can see it's working fine. Let's come here, this is also working fine, this is also working fine. Let's come up here. Now copy the following array, and that's what we have to pass here, following array. Now it's perfect. Now let's start creating the functions. So the first function we have to create is this popular, open popular, and it's gonna be array function. If popular is false, then turn it to true, else, and set the other component to false. Okay, so following news, simply copy and replicate that, and do the same thing for other as well. So this become false, true, copy, paste, and copy here, and simply say false, and this become true. Okay, so I believe you guys getting what we are doing here. Okay, we are opening one component at a time and setting rest to false. So let's come here and click on this, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. Why? Reload the browser and click here, nothing is happening. So let's come back to the code, and can you find the code? What is the problem we are having? Just pause the video and try to look at the code and check what's happening. So the problem we had is here. Okay, we have to change this checking. Okay, so we have the popular, and we have to check for a following when we are looking for the following component. So it's gonna be a following, and this become news. So copy and simply pass the news. Save it, come here and click on this. Okay, this one is working, but 7, okay, something problem we have. You can see it's working, but we have some problem. Let's come back to the code, and here is the problem we have. So let's do one thing, simply change this, copy this one and change this to popular, and this become following. Okay, I don't know how they switched, maybe I did it, who else can do that? So now we are good to go with this. Now we can come here and check. You can see this, everything's looking fine, everything's working fine, our tabs. So with this we are done with this entire collection component. Okay, everything's looking good. Now let's come back to the CSS and make this side by side. So we're going to target the collection. Width is going to be 100%, padding is going to be 3 RAM and 0, collection title gonna be, width is going to be 35 em, and margin 0 auto, padding 006 ram and 0, text align center. That's how it will look. We'll target the collection title h2, and font size is going to be 3 ram, margin bottom is going to be 4 ram, collections button, background color is going to be our main BG color, padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram, border radius is going to be 4 ram, display flex justify content space around and 1 ram, and align them center, and font size is going to be 1.2 ram, box shadow var, and we'll have our box shadow custom color. So save it. This is how it will look. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's come down, add collection buttons, and we have our icon color. We'll have a color to the main, padding is going to be 1 ram, border none, border radius 4 ram, cursor pointer, and border 1 pixel solid var, and we have the icon color. Then we have transition all 0.3 second easy in. That's how it will look. Okay, looking perfect. Now we'll target the collection button on over effect. We want to change the background color to transparent, and color we want to make it icon color. You can see on click event we are getting this nice transparent color, and it's looking perfect. So that's working fine. Now let's come down. We have to target the collection box itself. Width is going to be 80% and margin 0 auto, display grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1FR, gap is going to be 2 ram. Okay, it's looking perfect. We have to take this media query, and on min device, which is 320 pixels, and max width is going to be let's say 425 pixels. We want to target the collection title, and width is going to be 90%. We'll take the collection box, and width is going to be 90%, this one, and grid template column is going to be 1FR, and gap is going to be 4 ram. So now it's looking good. You can see we are displaying perfectly. Let's come down. We'll target the collection BTN buttons, and we'll make it font size to 0.7 ram, little smaller. Okay, so let's come here. Simply remove this last from all the button. Now it's look perfect. You can see. So here I'm removing the last. If you want, you can keep it or you can remove it. It's totally up to you. If you want to display only on the desktop, then you can take a spam and make it hide on a mobile device and make it visible on the desktop. Okay, but I'm just removing completely. So that's looking perfect. Now let's take another media query, and this time min device width is going to be start from 427 pixels and all the way to goes to 124 pixels. So collection title width is going to be 90%, and collection box width is going to be 90%, but grid template column is going to be repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 4 ram. Okay, so if we come here, and now it's looking perfect, but as you can see, the moment we are going above 400 and in between 1000, we are displaying 2 in a row. So that's looking perfect, looking good, and this is how it will look actually on the desktop. Okay, that looks absolutely perfect, and we can switch to different component. So our component is also working fine. Let's do the inspect element final more time, and that's look great. Let's close this one, and now we can start working on the other component, which is the day component. So that's we have inside this, where it is inside this collection, and we have to open this, and now let's start working on this. So we're going to import a couple of things. We need image, we need the icons, so MD verified, and that's coming from material icons, material UI MD. Okay, let's do the internal import. So we need to import the images folder, so images, that's the internal external import. Now let's start working on the JSX. Simply remove this one. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot days component, small d, and remove the S. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called days component with box. Will have a div. It will have a class called style day component box dash image, and that will take the image. It will have a source images dot, we have the creator background one, and it will have an all class as well, so we'll call it style today day component dash box image, and all tag is going to be, let's say, profile background, width is going to be 500 and height is going to be 300. That's the image, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's the image property, and look pretty good. Let's come down. We'll target the div. It will have a class called style day component box profile. In that we'll take an image, and it will have a source image dot collection image2. All tag will say profile, and width is going to be 200 and height is going to be 200. It will have a class as well, so we'll take this days component box image 1. Okay, altogether we have 3 images. So altogether we'll have 4 images. 1 the main image, and 3 we have the lower images. Object fit is going to be, let's say, cover. So this is the first image. Let's simply select this one and replicate this, okay, 3 times. Now we have to change the classes for the image, so it will be 2 and this become 3. Okay, that's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style day component box title. In that we'll take this h2 and we'll give this amazing collection name of the, and here we'll take another div. It will have a class called day component box title dash info. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style day component title info profile. In that we'll take the image, and we have to display the profile image, so image dot user 1, and it will have a alt, we'll say profile, width is going to be 30 and height is going to be 30, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's look good, and it will have a class as well, so day component box dash title info p profile image. It will have a p, we'll say creator, and in that we'll take a span, and here we're going to do the name, so Shweb Bhai, and we'll take a small tag, and here we'll have to display the verified icon. Okay, so that's how it will look. Looking fine. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot day component box dash title info profile. In that we'll take this small and we'll type the ether. Okay, so that's look pretty good. So with this we are done with the JSX part of this day component. So this is the external and internal import, and here we have the images, all the images we have. So let's come back to the application, and here you can see we are getting an error. Okay, so it's saved by, so simply remove this. Okay, I don't know why it's come here. Simply remove this one by, remove this one and this one, and here I can say remove this Shweb Bhai, save it. Now let's come to the application, scroll, and here you can see we can displaying the images, main images, collection name, profile, creator name, and the ether. So everything is looking fine. You can see this is how it will look on a desktop, already looking much better. This is how it will look on a mobile device. Let's make it side by side so you guys can see. Okay, let's close this and let's come to the CSS file and let's start working on this. So that's look perfect. So we're going to target the day component. We'll say width is going to be 100%, border radius 1 rem, transition all 0.3 second easy in, cursor pointer, day component. On over effect we want to add a box shadow to var box shadow. So you can see, let's come down, day component dash box image. It will have a border radius 1 rem, day component dash box profile, display grid template column repeat 1 3 1fr, and gap is going to be 0.5 rem. So that's how it will look. You can see it's already looking much better. We'll target the day component box profile image 1 border bottom left radius 1 rem, replicate that and change this to 3, and this will become right radius. Save it. Let's come down, target the day component box title padding 1 rem and 2 rem. So that's how it will look. We'll target the left line height is going to be 0. Well, day component box title info, well, display is going to be flex, justify content space between a line item center component box title info profile image, border radius 50%. Simply replicate that and this will become span, and change this to font width is going to be 600 and padding inline is going to be 0.5 rem. Day component box title price info price small, become the font width is going to be 600, border 3 pixels solid var, and icon color we have. This is what we have here. Simply replicate that and let's assign a padding 0.5 rem and border radius 0.5 rem. So let's come here, go to this and simply type this price. It's not profile, it's price. Okay, so you can see right now we have that border around the price. So let's come back, let's write a media query. So min device width is going to be 320 pixels and the highest is going to be, let's say max device width is going to be, let's say 768 pixels. Take compound box will have a profile, say grid template column repeat 3 1fr. Day component box title info flex direction column gap 2 rem, align item flex start, and padding is going to be 1 rem. So that's how it will look. Perfect. Now let's take this, come out of that media query, normal day component box title, and this will have a padding 1 rem. So look almost really good. Everything's working fine. Let's come here. That's how it's looking on a mode. Let's make a media query responsive, and that's perfect. On click event we are getting this. Let's come here, let's scroll up, and here you can see we have the images, day component box image 2 simply, and this is the image, and here we have made the mistake, so remove this profile and now simply type this. Okay, and if you save it, now we have this border radius. You can see it's working fine. So this is our collection component. So we are done with this entire CSS. So let's make a full screen and let's have a look. You can see this is how it will look, our top list creator. So if you over on it, nice over effect we are getting, nice style, and it's fully responsive for mobile device as well. Let's scroll down all the way, and on over it we have this. So we have the problem in the image. You can see the image and the text is not in equally aligned, so we have to fix that. Okay, but the rest is working fine. So let's come back to the code and let's come here in the JSX, and here we have this day box title info profile, and let's come here. That's what we have. Select and remove it and save it. Okay, no, bring it back. Let's take this, another day component box title info profile, and let's say display is going to be a flex. Okay, save it, and this is how we look. It's working fine. And now we have to say align item center, and let's assign a gap to 2 RAM. So let's make it 1 RAM. Now it's look perfect. You can see equally aligned, looking great. If we click on this, we can display dynamic data. You can see data is changing. That's looking perfect. Nice over effect we are getting. So let's close this one, and here we are in the collection. So everything's looking good. Let's come here in collections, and we have to say padding bottom 4 RAM. Save it. We'll have some space. No, let's increase this to 10 RAM. Now we have good amount of space from the bottom. We can switch to different pages, different components, working fine. Does look absolutely incredible. Open, close, all the buttons are working fine. In this video, we're going to build this follower component. So this is the component we're going to design. We will have this tab, and we can easily able to switch between different component. So the very first thing we have to do is to create a folder for this particular component. Okay, so let's click on this component section and create a new folder. Let's call it follower tab. Okay, this is the folder. Copy and simply create a JSX file. This will call follower.jsx, and in that we have to create the CSS file for that. So follower module.css. So this is the file in which we're going to design our tabs. So let's create the React's functional based components. Our type RFCE. Let's do the internal import. We need to import our CSS file. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, let's close this one. Close. Let's come down here in the component index, and here we have to import this file. So import, we have to follower tabs, and that's coming from the component, and simply copy that and pass it here, export it. So let's close it, and now let's come to the pages, go to this index.js, and here we need to import the component, and here we going to, let's come up here right above the collections, and here we're going to call the component, so follower tab. Okay, so that's the tab for the follower. Okay, if we come to the application, and here you can see we have our new collections, and here we have the follower tab. Here we have the follower tab, so it's working fine. So let's come back, and we should give a title. Simply copy this one, and it's already there. Let's remove that one. We don't need to have it because we already have this top list creator, so we don't need to have extra titles for the creators. Okay, so that's why I removed it. Okay, so that's okay, that's look good. Now let's close this one, and now we can start working on our follower tab. So before we start writing code for this follower tab, I noticed that many of you guys are in hurry for building this entire application, but trust me, once we completely build this entire home page, and that's why I have divided this entire project into a multiple component, because once we complete the entire home page, you will find that these components which we are building and giving so much time for designing and making reusable, that component we can use into the collection page, author page, search page. In those pages we can simply plug this component and the entire template would be ready. Okay, so once we're done with this entire home page, you will find that when we build the other page, it's become very fast. Okay, so just be with me, have patience. I want you to learn something, how to create a reusable component and how you can build any kind of application and design it like that. Okay, so just try to go in a slower pace, because in that way you will learn. Otherwise I can put some background music and I can simply type all this code, or I can provide the entire code, but in that way you will learn nothing. Okay, so with that said, now let's start working on it. So let's come here. Let's import couple of things from React. So first thing, we need use state and we need use effect. Okay, let's come down. We need to import the, let's say, icon. So ri use follower fill, and that's coming from React icon ri. Let's import one more icon, user unfollow fill, and one more is going to be a word line. So these are the icons we are importing. Now let's simply remove this. I don't know why it's came copied twice. Okay, now we need to take this demo data card array, and let's take close to 8 element. Okay, we're going to loop over this card to create the dynamic data. Okay, so we'll take another date. This will call following array, and we'll call news array. So these are the demo data we have. Now let's remove that. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, followers tabs. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style follower dash box title. In that we'll take the h2, and it will have a top creator list. In that we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot follower tabs. In that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style follower tabs button. In that we're going to have the button, so we'll take this button tab, and we'll have on click functions. And for the time beings, let's call the function is open popular. So this function will allow us to open the follower component. Okay, so I'm just giving this name, and in that we can call it, let's take the icon. Okay, so the icon we're going to use is ri user follow fill. Okay, and here we're going to take the text popular. So that's the one button we have. Simply replicate this 3 times. Okay, and now simply change the text to following, and this will become news. And we have to change the follower name as well. Let's change the icon first. So this will become, let's say, user fill follow, and this one becomes ri award line, and let's change the function name to this followers, and this one's becomes the news. Okay, remove this r. So these are the button we have here. Okay, simply come down. We'll come down and we'll take a dynamic block. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to take a couple of use states. So first we'll take popular, and initially it will be true because this is the component we're going to display when someone visit to this page for the very first time. Okay, let's take the another use state, and this will become to following and in false, and the third one is going to be the, let's say, news, and it's false. So these are the 3 use states we have. Now let's come here, and let's say if popular is true, then we want to random this component. So inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call it, let's say, style follower tabs box. In that we're going to take the data card array, and we're going to loop over it, and in this we're going to render the component tab. Okay, so this is the component we're going to create, follower tab card component, and we're going to loop over it. So, and in that we have to pass the key, so it should be unique, otherwise React will give you an error. And in that we have to pass a couple of props. One is I, and the second one is the element. So these are the props we are passing in that follower tab card component. Okay, so this is our dynamic component. Now let's come here, go to this follower tab, and in that we're going to create a folder. We'll call it follower tab card. In that we have to create this JSX, and we have to give this RFCE, and in that we have to create the CSS file as well, module.css. Nothing new, we are following the old is gold. Okay, now let's do the internal import. So internal import, we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. So that's the internal import, sorry. Now let's come here, import the components, and that's coming from the follower tab card and follower tab card. So right now it's working fine. Let's do one thing. Let's simply copy this and replicate this. This time we're going to call this one, let's say, let's come up here, and we're going to copy this following, and we have to change that one as well, and we have to change the data to following array and following array. Okay, simply copy that again, and simply copy again and replicate that, and this time we're going to call the news. Okay, news, we have to change this data to news array. So that's our 3 dynamic component. and only one component would be open at a single time, and that would be triggered on the base of the button click event. Okay, so that's the logic we have. So that's pretty much we need to do here in this follower tab. Okay, so let's expand that one and let's have a look. Aren't we missing anything? No. Let's close all these tabs and let's come down here. We're going to take another div, and in that we're going to have a class called style, and we'll call it follower tab member. In that we're going to have a class and we'll call it follower tab member box. In that we're going to take this anchor, and in that we'll say show me more. Okay, and this will become an author. Okay, so this is what we have in the design. Okay, so that's the JSX part. Now let's create the function. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So we'll call it const open popular. It's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say if popular is false, then we want to set it to true, and we have to set other component to false as well. Okay, so set following news following, simply replicate that and do this false true, simply copy and simply paste here, and we have to change the name to, let's say, open news, and this become true and the rest would be false. Okay, so that's, we are done with this open close tabs, and here we are getting some error. Title is undefined. Okay, just reload the browser. So we have this problem. Okay, let's come back to the code and let's have a look. Okay, that's the problem. We have to remove this dot to dash. Okay, if we reload the browser right now, we have no more error, and if I scroll here, you can able to find that we have the title, we have the 3 button with the icons, and the card is also displaying, and the anchor buttons are also displaying perfectly. Let's click on this. Okay, that function is not working. Why it's so? Let's click on this. Not working. So let's come here and let's bring the terminal down, and here I have noticed one thing, that I have to change the check. Okay, so I have to say following, and this will become the news, and now we have to save it, and now let's come, now we can easily able to open close. It's working fine. Okay, so that's component is working fine. Now let's come here and let's go to this follower tab card, and let's start working on this component. So we need to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be use state, that's coming from React. Okay, use state. Now we need to import the, let's say, image, that's coming from Next.js, and we have to import the icons, verified icons, and that's coming from React icons MD. Okay, now we have to import the TI tick, and that's coming from the React/TI. So these are the external import. Now let's come down. We have to import the images, which is inside that /images folder. So that's pretty much. Now let's come here. We have to take this use state, and in that we'll call it following, and it would be initially false. We'll remove this. Let's come remove this, and we'll instantly return. We'll take a div that will have a class called style dot follower tab card, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style follower tab card dash rank. In that we'll have a p, and we'll say hash, and we'll add the dynamic data. Okay, I+1. You might be thinking from where we are getting this I. We are sending as a prop in the follower tab card component. Okay, and then we'll take a span. So let's come here and type this. I need to take an emoji. Simply copy this emoji, and that's what I want to display. Okay, so that's the middle, and here I need to receive the props which I'm sending in the follower tab component. Okay, so simply give this, and we need to receive the I and the element itself. So come here and let's close this one, and let's come up here, and here you can see here we are sending. So let's come down and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style and tab, follow tab card dash box, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot follower tab card dash box dash image, and that will take the image. So we'll say image, it will have a source images dot background one, and we have to assign the alt tag is, let's say, profile background. Okay, profile background we have, and we need to assign the width 500 and height. We need to assign the class, so style dot forward box image. So let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot forward tab box profile, and that will have a image tag, and we have to give the source. First we'll assign the class called style, and we'll say follower tab card box profile image. It will have the alt tag, let's call it profile picture, and it will have a width to 50 and height to 50, not outside, inside. Okay, so that's pretty much. So let's have a object fit to cover, and let's come here. Let's add the source of the image. So it's gonna be images dash user. Okay, that's looking perfect. Let's come down. We're going to take the div. It will have a class called style dot follower tab card box info, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style follower tab card dash box info name. In that we're going to have this h4. We'll call it Geda Manan. I don't know, this name is there in the design, so I'm putting this, and let's give this space, and in that space we're going to take this span. Inside the span we're going to render the verified icon. Okay, so that's what we have there, looking absolutely perfect. Let's come down. We're going to have a p tag, and inside that we're going to render the price. So let's give a random price. Let's come out of the div. It will have another div. We'll have a class called, let's say, follower tab box dash image dash info dash following. Okay, in that will have this dynamic. Okay, if following is true, then we want to render this button. Okay, so it will have a on click function, and on that on click function we need to call this function follow me. Okay, we have to call it to follow me, and in this we going to type the text. Okay, follow, and we'll have a span. Inside that we're going to give this tick mark. Okay, that means the user is following. We'll take the another anchor tag, and in this we need to do the same thing. Okay, well, it will have a on click function on this, and when someone click on that we need to call this follow me function, and inside that we need to type our text following. We'll give this space, so we're going to render this following message. So that's the JSX part we have written. It's working absolutely fine. So let's come here, and now we have to create this function follow me. It's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say if following me is true, then we have to set this set following to true, else we need to call it set following to false. So that's our follow me function. So it's working absolutely fine. Let's have a look. Let's come back to the application and let's try. You can see everything is working fine. We can easily able to render the title, button, images, and here is the medal, and with the 1 2 3. Okay, so working fine. So this look good. If we click on this, we can easily able to switch to different tabs. You can't see that, but it's happening. So let's come here and come to the follower tab, and let's get start styling this. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Okay, so let me do the proper side by side inspect element, and here you can able to see what we are working on. So let's zoom it a bit, and let's come here. let's come here, target the follow tab, and width is going to be, let's say, 100%. Padding is going to be padding block 6 RAM, border 1 pixels, position relative, padding bottom 13 RAM. Let's come down. We'll take the follower tab title. Width is going to be 30%, 13 RAM, margin 0 auto, and padding is going to be 0 0 6 RAM and 0. That's how it will look. Let's come down. We have to make it text align center, and let's come out of that. We'll take a target the follower title H2, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, a little bigger on the desktop, and margin bottom is going to be 4 RAM. Let's come out of that. We'll target the follower tab dash tabs buttons, and background is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius 4 RAM. Display flex. Justify content space around. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Align item center. Font size 1.2 RAM. And box shadow is gonna be our box shadow color. Okay, this is how it will look. Perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the follow tabs button, and we can say background where icon color. Color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Border none. Border radius 4 RAM. Cursor pointer. Border 1 pixel solid. Where icon color. That looks pretty good. Let's come down. We have to get this transitions all 0.3 second easy in. We'll target that follower tabs button itself. On over effect, we want to add some styling. So background color is going to be transparent, and let's say color is going to be our icon color. So as you can see, it's working perfect and beautiful. Now let's target the follower tab box, and width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be repeat for 1FR. Let's gap is going to be 2 RAM. This is how it will look, and you can see we can easily able to switch between different component. Let's come down. We'll target the follower tab box anchor A, and let's target the first child. This will become, let's say, background color is going to be a transparent color where it's become icon color, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. So we are targeting our button, first button, and let's add the follow button box, and let's come up here. Okay, let's come here. We'll target the follower tab member box, and it will say margin 0 auto. Okay, we got an error, and padding is going to be 7 RAM and 000. Align item center. So our button will be in the middle. Now simply copy that, copy this portions, and simply remove this width. Okay, we'll target the, let's say, member box on over effect. We need to have a background color to where icon color, and color is going to be our main BG color. Let's come down. We'll target the member box A, and background color is going to be, let's say, icon color, and margin inline is going to be 1.5 RAM. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Color itself is going to be our var main color, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and border 1 pixel solid, var our icon color, and box shadow is going to be, let's say, box shadow. Font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, so it's look pretty good. Let's come up here and let's try to have a look. So it's working fine. You can see our button looks absolutely perfect on a large device. Okay, we're going to make it responsive. Okay, this is how it will look on a smaller screen, but this is how it will look on a larger screen. So it's working 100%. Our on over effect is also working fine. So let's come down. Let's add a media query. So admin device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be at least, make it to 425 pixels, and that we're going to target the follower tab, and padding block is going to be, let's say, 6 RAM. Let's come down. We're going to target the follower tab box, and width is going to be, let's say, 90%. That's how it look. Let's come down and we'll say follower tab title width is going to be 90% for the title. And let's come down. We're gonna target the follower tab title h2, and we need to remove, make it 22 RAM size. Let's come down. Follower tab member box and gap is going to be 0. Let's come down. Follower tab dash member box A, and font size is going to be 0.8 RAM, padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. So that looks perfect. You can see the button is looking great. Let's come down. We'll target the tabs button, and button itself will say font size is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, that's looking great. Let's come here in this, and let's say grid template column 1FR. So that's look absolutely perfect. Now everything is perfectly aligned. So that's look great. Let's scroll down, and that's the first media. Go simply copy that and simply paste here, and we need to change the, let's come here, let's have a look. Okay, that's what we want to achieve, and here we need to change this to, let's say, 428, and this will become 769, and that we're going to target the follower tab, and we'll say grid template column repeat 2FR. Okay, let's align that properly. We'll target that follower tab title, and we'll make it width to 90%. Let's close it down, and follower tab title h2 is gonna be, the font size is going to be 3 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the follower tab member box A. It's going to be font size 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. So let's close that one. Simply copy this and simply paste, and now we have to say follower tab width is going to be 90%. Follower tab will say title 2, font size is going to be 3 RAM, and this will become title. Let's come down. We need to simply say follower tab box width is going to be 90%, and grid template column repeat to 1FR. So if I come here, open in the large scale, you can see everything is working fine. Right now we have in 2 columns. If we go in a larger screen, we have this in 2 columns. So things are looking good. So let's come back here and let's have a look. You can see this is how it will look on small device, big device, and let's make it 60. Let's make it 90. Okay, and that's look perfect. We can easily able to switch. Okay, everything's working fine. So let's close that one. Let's come here, go to this card component, follower card component, and let's start styling that portion. So before we do that, let's come here. So this is what we have to target. Okay, so let's come here and let's follow a tab card, and display is going to be great template column repeat for FR, and let's say border background color is going to be our main color, main BG color, border radius 2 RAM, transition all 0.2 second easy in, cursor pointer position relative. So that's how it will look. Okay, we are missing something, so let's come down. But before we come down, we have to check. So what we are targeting, we are targeting this, but we need to target this portion, box. So change this to box, and now it's looking good. Okay, let's come down. We have to target that box. On over effect, we need to add a, let's say, box shadow. So we'll say box shadow, and let's come down. We'll add this rank, and this will become our position absolute, z index 111, background color var icon color. Okay, color itself is going to be our main color. Line height is going to be 0, margin 1 ram, font size is going to be 0.8 ram, padding 1.1 ram and 0.5 ram. Okay, border radius 2 ram, border 1 pixel solid, var dash icon, transition all 0.3 second easy in, follow tap card, rank. On over effect, we need to change the background color to main color, and color itself going to be our icon color. Okay, we'll target the follower card box image and column 1/1. So this is how it will look. You can see it's look perfect. Card box image, and border radius is going to be 2 ram. We'll come down, we'll take it the box profile, and it's going to be grid column /-1, and text align is going to be center. Margin top is going to be -2 ram. Position is going to be relative, so it should be in the middle. We'll say box profile dash image, border radius is going to be 50%, padding 1 ram, z index something big number. Okay, follow tab box profile. Before we're going to create this position absolute, content is going to be empty, width is going to be, let's say, 5 ram, and height is going to be 5 ram. Background color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 50%, top is going to be -20%, and left is going to be, let's say 30%. Okay, so if we save it, you can see we have a circle there. Let's change this number to something 20. Okay, no, 40. It's become, let's say, 35. Let's make it 38. Okay, this one is looking good. 38. Okay, this looks perfect. Now let's come down. We have to target the box info, grid column /-1, and display is going to be flex, align item center. Line height is going to be 0, justify content space between, margin top -1 ram, padding inline 1 ram, and padding bottom is going to be 1 ram. So that's how it will look. It's look perfect. Let's come down. We're going to take this follower tab card box info. H4 is going to be font size 1 ram, line height is going to be 0. Okay, that's look good. We'll come down, follower tab card box info, following anchor. We need to say color is going to be our shadow light, shadow dark color. Padding is going to be 0.7 ram and 1.5 ram. Background border radius is going to be 2 ram. Border 1 pixel solid, our shadow dark light color, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. You can see we have this nice background shadow. It's working fine. Let's come down, target the follower tab card info, following anchor. On over effect, we want to change the background color to transparent, so let's remove this one, transparent. Okay, simply change this to slash and this one is to this. So you can see right now we have that color. Okay, so make sure you do these changes to see the stylings applied. So working fine, we can easily able to change that. And let's come down here, let's add a media query. So min device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels. Follow tab card box profile. Before, we would say left is going to be 38% and info is going to be padding inline to ran. Follow tab card box image, it's gonna be 200 height. And let's take a media query, third media query, and it will have a min device width is going to be, let's say, 322 pixels, and the max width is going to be, let's say, it will go all the way to 375 pixels. And in that we'll target the tab card box profile and we'll target the before, and it will have a left to 39.5%. and these numbers are not magical. Okay, I tried and tested and I found that these numbers are suited best. Okay, so here we have that. Now let's replicate that, and here we need to simply, so this is what we have. Let's close this one, and now we have to change this 377 and this becomes, let's say, 425 pixels. And in this range we want our left should be 41%. Now simply replicate that and change this media query to, let's say, 427 pixels, and this becomes, let's say, 768 pixels. Okay, and this time we'll call it, let's say, 39.5%. so we need to add one more time. So let's come here, this will become 770 pixels and this will become 1024 pixels, and this becomes 42%. So this is the media query we have written for our before element. Okay, so let's come here and you can see everything is working fine, looks absolutely perfect on the mobile device. We can easily able to turn it down and turn it off, but somehow the function is not working. The function we have created to tick or untick, we're gonna check that what's the matter. Okay, and this one is also looking good, but you can see we have this nice over effect. This one is also working fine. And let's come up here, this function is not working, we're not able to turn the following. Okay, so those functions are not working, but our over effect is working and our tab is also working. We can easily able to tab and open different component. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's come back to the code and let's go to close this one, go to the JSX, and let's have a look what's the matter. So if we come here, we have the functions follow me and unfollowing and follow. So this looks good, we don't have an issue here, everything is good. Let's come to the functions, and here is the problem we have. So this is the following and we need to call that following, not follow me. Simply change this to following, and now it's working. So let's come here and you can see we have this follow, and we can follow, and if we click one more time we can simply unfollow that. So it's working fine. Let's come here and let's have a look. So everything's working fine, so these components are looking good. We can easily able to switch between tabs, and let's have a responsive mode. So this is how it will look on a mobile device, no issues in this. Okay, we can turn it off, turn it on, switch back and forth. Okay, that's look good, and that's pretty good. So things are looking good, no issues in this so far, but we need to fix the button. Okay, so let's come to this. We have button here, so this is the button we have in a follower tab. Simply copy that and let's come here and go to the CSS file, and here we need to set that here. So here we have that. Let's say width is going to be let's say 80%, and margin 0 auto, so this will come in the middle, but I want to have the button in the center. Okay, so let's come down and let's say, okay, simply copy this one, come back here. Okay, come, so this is what we have button here. So let's come here and let's say text align center. So in this way we'll have the button in the center. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, so this is how it will look on a desktop, and this is how it will look the button in the mobile device. So here what we can do, simply remove this width, and now it's looking fine. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's remove that one. Now things are looking good, so look perfect. Let's have a look one more time. So we have this nice styling, all the component we have designed so far, that's working absolutely fine. Open, close. This is the card component, and let's come back to the code and simply close all this tab, and all the things are working fine. Let's have a look. Let's come back to the, let's come here and come back to the CSS file and simply change this color. Okay, let's add our icon color, and if we click on this, okay, not this one, we need to add the, simply remove this one. Okay, this is the right one. We need to add this, our main color. If you click on this, okay, now it's looking good. So make sure if you want, you can change this, it's an optional, but I would go with the brand color. Okay, let's come here and have a look one more time. So things are working fine. Okay, let's have a large screen, so tabs are working fine. Let's have a final test. So in this we're going to build the audio component. Okay, so you know the drill. Inside this you will find all the component. This is the big slider we have, button we have, category, collections, filter. In that connection we have this component, filter, we have footer, video section, NavBar, and that we have all these files, card, NFT, subscribe, title. So all these components we have already built. Let's click on this component, and now we're going to create our audio component. Okay, so let's create a folder for that, and let's call it audio live. Okay, and we'll create a JSX file, so audio live.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Okay, in the same folder, module.css. So let's close this one and let's do this. Okay, so let's type RAFCE, and we have to type this text, audio live. Okay, so let's import the CSS file, internal import. So, and the CSS file we have, so before we import that, let's come here in the component index, and we have to import the file, and we have to import it from here. So let's audio live and simply copy, and we have to make it default export. Okay, close this one, and let's close this one and come here and go to the pages index, and let's come here. So we're going to call the audio component right here. Okay, right below. So first we have to import it, and then we're going to call it here below the big NFT slider. Okay, so let's call it audio live. So in this way we can easily able to have the audio, and simply copy the title and copy and paste here. Okay, so this is the title for the audio live, and we can simply change the message to latest audio and collection, you can call it. Okay, so let's save it. Let's come back to our audio live.jsx, and let's come to the application. Let's have a look, and here you can see that here we have the title and we have that audio live component. So everything's working fine. Now let's import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Now let's remove this one, and let's instantly return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style audio live, and that will have another div. It will have a class called audio live dash box. Inside that will have another div. It will have a class called style dot audio box left, and that will say left, and we'll simply replicate this. We'll take a div. It will have a style audio box right, and in that we'll call it right. Okay, so this is the component we have. Let's come back, and here you can see right in the bottom, left and right, so working fine. So let's come here and click on this, close this one, and inside that let's create two more folder. One for the big audio card component and one is for the small audio card component. Okay, so let's create the folder. So let's create the folder and let's call it audio card copy, and we have to create the JSX file as well. So audio card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So modules.css. So that's what we have. Simply type RAFCE and close this one, close this one, close this folder. Now let's create one more folder, and this will call audio. We'll call audio card small. Simply copy that, and we have to create the JSX file audio card small.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So audio card small modules.css. So this is the two folders we have, two components, and we'll type simply RFCE. So that's what we have. Simply close all this tab, close this one, and everything's looking good. Okay, so let's come back to the audio live.jsx, and now we have to import that. So we need to import the audio card, and that's coming from the same directory folder, and we need to call the audio card small, and that's also coming from the same directory. Okay, so these are the two components we have import. And now we're going to simply call this component here. So we're going to call this audio card, and we're going to render two cards. Okay, so let's simply do it twice, and inside this, and in the right section we're going to call the audio small, and in the right section we're going to call the audio card small component, and altogether we need to have three cards. Okay, so that's the setup we have to do in our audio live.jsx. Okay, so we are done with that. Now let's internal external board. This is the card component and this is the actual component. Let's close this one and let's go to the component, open this audio card and click on this audio card, and in this we're going to start designing. Okay, so let's import a couple of things from React. So use state and use effect. We need to import the images, and we need to import the icon. So fi fill heart and fi outline heart, and that's coming from React icons AI. And we need to import the, let's say, TB players, okay, play, and TB player pause, and that's coming from the same React icon TB. Okay, so these are the icons we have. Let's do the internal import. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Let's import the images. So we have inside this .dash folder, and that's the internal import we have. So that's the internal import. Let's come back to the JSX and let's start working on the JSX part of this audio card. Okay, so we'll simply remove that. We'll do instant return, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot audio card or small, and inside this we're going to take this use state and we'll call it like. Initially it would be false. Okay, we'll take another use state and we'll call it play set to false. Okay, these are the two use state we are taking. Now let's come back to the div and we'll take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style audio card dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style audio card box dash like time. Okay, and that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style audio box likes, and it will have an on click function. So in this we're going to call this like NFT function, which we're going to create. Okay, and in that we're going to take this dynamic block and we'll say if like is true, then we have to render this component. So we're going to render this icon AI fill heart, and it will have a class called style audio box like icon. Okay, if it's false, then we want to make this icon, so audio outline, and it will also have a class called style card box like icon and unlike. Okay, so these are the icons we have, dynamic icon. Okay, so we can like and unlike the NFT. So let's come down and we'll take a span and we'll call it 24. We'll give this hardcore data, and let's come out of the div and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dash audio box like, and in that we'll have another div. It will have a class called audio box time remaining, and that will have this small time, and we'll have our text remaining time. In that we'll have a h5. We'll call it 3 hours 15 minutes 20 seconds. Let's come out of the div here. Okay, leave the 3 div and come down, take a div. It will have a class called style. Audio box, we'll call it music player, and it will have a on click function, so we'll call it let's say, for the time being, let's give this empty function. Okay, empty functions. Okay, so let's come down, we'll take this dynamic block and we'll say play. If it's true, then we want to render this div, so it will have a class style dot audio box music player dash icon. In that we have to display the icon tb player pause, else we want to display this icon, so it will have a div. So simply copy and simply paste this one, and we'll change this to tb player play. Okay, so this is our dynamic play button. That's working. Now let's come down, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot audio box details, and that will have another div. It will have a class called audio card box details dash info, and that will have this h4, and we'll say NFT music, and we'll give this ID. Okay, we'll take another div. It will have a class called audio card box details info price, and that will take this small tag and we'll say price. Paragraph is going to be this price. Okay, some random number. Let's come out of the div. We'll take another div. It will have a class style dot audio box detail info, let's say stock. Okay, we'll take a small and we'll say 24 in stock. Okay, so that's the stock component we have. So I think we are done, or let's have a look in the design. So let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style audio box details, we'll call it image. Okay, not details, and inside that we're going to have the image. So we have the images. Inside that we're going to pick the image number 10, and it will have a alt text. We'll call it background. Width is going to be, let's say, 500, and height is going to be 500. So that's the image we have. Okay, so we are done with this entire JSX part. So let's zoom a bit, and music player we have. So let's come here, and we need to take a div, and it will have a class, let's call it audio box player. Okay, and we're going to wrap this entire music player inside this. So simply cut this and paste here. Okay, and we need to simply paste here. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, otherwise it will not work and you will get an error. Okay, so this is the audio card we have, audio cards, and that's the components working fine. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, wrap the entire music player into a player div. Okay, so that's what we have here. Let's come down, we'll have an image. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take an image, we'll say image, and we have the image, this music wave, and we'll have a alt text to music. Width is going to be, let's say, 200, and we don't need to assign a height. Okay, so simply close all this component. So we have this 3, we have this one. Now let's close this one. So these are the 4 components we have, like, player, details, image. So make sure you have the same one. Okay, whatever changes I have done, make sure you do that. So that's pretty much. Now let's come here, now let's create the function. Okay, so this is the function we have to create, and let's open and let's have a look one more time. So let's copy the function and let's come down here, we'll take this like NFT, it's gonna be an arrow function, and we'll say if like is false, then we have to turn it to true, and if it's true, then we have to make it false. Okay, that's the like function. Simply take another player music. Okay, it's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say, let's come down, where is that? So we have that function. So here we have to call the function. Okay, simply copy and call the function here. Okay, let's come here and we have to write the function. If music player is false, then we have to make it true, otherwise we have to keep it false. Okay, so that's the music player functions. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to the application. So here we are, you can see everything is working fine. We have the title, we have all the data with the images. Okay, so if you click on this, you can see we can easily able to turn the icon to like, and here we have all the data. Okay, so everything's working fine. Price, stocks, so all the images are displaying perfectly. we can easily able to like and unlike. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and this is the internal, external. Let's close this one, and let's come here and click on this and go to this, okay, audio card, and let's start styling this part. Okay, we're going to do the styling later. Let's write the JSX first. So we're going to do the internal import. So we need to import the CSS file that's coming from the same directory, and we need to import a couple of things from React use state, and we need to import the images. We need to import the, let's say, let's come back here, go to this audio card, and here we have this icon. So simply copy this icon and come back and paste here. Okay, so these are the play and pause icon we need. Let's come down and we need to import the images, so which we have inside this ./.image folder. Okay, so these are the internal import and these are the external import. Let's come down, and what we can do, we have to take a use state and we'll call it, let's say, play, and it initially would be false, and we're going to start writing the JSX. So we'll do instant return, and in that we're going to have this div. It will have a class called style audio player, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot audio player dash box. Inside that we're going to have this image, and it will have a source called, inside the images we have the image background number 1, and we'll have alt tag. So we'll call it music. Width is going to be, let's say, 100, and height is going to be 100, and we'll assign a class called style dot audio box images. Okay, so that's the image component we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style. We'll call it audio player and info. In that we're going to take this h4, and it will have the title NFT music, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style audio player box info box. In that, inside that component, so in that div we're going to take this like profile component, which we don't have right now. We're going to create it. Okay, so that's what we have. So let's come down, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot audio box info box price, and that we're going to take this small, and we'll have a price, and we're going to take this paragraph and we're going to actually put the price. Let them come down, and we're going to have a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style audio box, and this will call play button, and it will have an on click function, and the function we're going to call it play music. Okay, this is the function we're going to create. So let's come down, we'll have this dynamic block. Will say play is true, then we have to render this icon, otherwise we want to render this icon. Okay, so that's the play icon. So things are looking good. Let's have a look one more time. For the time being, let's comment out this like profile. Okay, we're going to uncomment this letter. Okay, so let's come down here, and you can see that here we have all the details, and here we have the 3 small component images, NFT prices, and you can see we don't have created the function music player. That's why we are getting this error. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's reload the browser and let's come back here, and now we can create the function. Okay, so let's come here and we'll call it const music play music, and it's gonna be an arrow function. If, let's say, play is false, then we have to set it to, otherwise set it to false. Okay, so that's the function we have created. Let's come here and let's click on it. You can see we can play and pause. That's working fine. Let's come back to the code, and that's working fine, absolutely. So let's close this one, come here and close this one, and let's come back to the audio live CSS file. Okay, and here we're going to write the styling. So let's do like this so you guys can see. So we're going to target the audio live, and width is going to be 100%. Audio live box, let's say width is going to be 80% on a desktop, and margin 0 auto. Padding is going to be, padding block is going to be, let's say 2 RAM and 8 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's come down. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be repeat to 1FR. Grid gap is going to be 2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We're going to target that audio live box right section, and we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 000. Display is going to be grid gap is going to be 2 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's add a media query. Okay, so min device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and the max device width is going to be around, let's say, 375 pixels. we're going to target that audio box, and we'll say width is going to be 90% and grid column, template column is going to be 1FR on the mobile device. So that's how it will look. You can see it's look perfect. So that's looking good. Let's come down. We'll target this audio box right section, and we'll say gap is going to be 2 RAM. We'll target the audio box left, and we'll say it's going to be 1FR. Okay. Now gap would be 3.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, perfectly on a mobile device. So things are looking good. Let's come here, and we're going to target the box left, and it's going to be display grid template column repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, so make sure you do all this CSS styling. Everything is looking good. Let's have a look. So this is the box left section, and this is the media query. Let's close this one, and let's come down, copy and paste simply, and here we need to change this to, let's say, 377 pixels, and this will become 425 pixels, and we have to make the changes. I think we need to keep it like this. We don't need to make any changes, and this will become, let's assign a pixels, and let's make it this to 427 pixels, and this will become 768 pixels. So that's also look good. Everything's working fine. And let's come here, go to this audio card, and click on this CSS file, audio card CSS file, and let's start styling the bigger card component. Okay, we'll target the audio card box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column 5 1FR, grid template row repeat 6 4 RAM, gap is going to be 1 RAM, border radius 2 RAM, box shadow are going to be our custom box shadow. Okay, that looks perfect. You can see it's looking really good. We'll target the audio box like sections time, and we'll say grid column 1/-1, and grid row is going to be 1/2. Display is going to be flex and justify content space between align item 0, and z index is going to be 1 to 3, something big. Okay, let's add the like, and background color is going to be our icon color, and we'll target the color. This becomes shadow dark color. We'll target the display flex, and we'll say align item center. Looking really good. We'll have a gap 0.7 RAM. We'll have padding 1.3 RAM. We'll have border radius 2 RAM. We'll have cursor pointer and margin 1 RAM. Overflow is hidden, so that's look perfect, and click function is also working. Let's come down. We'll target the audio car box like icons, and color is going to be red. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, that's look big. Simply replicate this, and this will become, let's say, dash unlike. Okay, so that now it's working fine. You can see. Let's come down. We have to target the audio box time, and we'll say background color is going to be our main BG color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, 4.5 RAM. Margin right is going to be -0.4 RAM. Transform SQ 35 degree. So, and border bottom left radius is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box time and remaining. This will call transform SQ -35 degree. Text align center and E. Okay, come here and go to this JSX, and let's scroll down, and here we have that audio box likes item, and simply try to select, and let's come back here and copy and simply paste here. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. It's audio box like item remaining. Okay, so right now we have this styling. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box like time remaining small, and font width is going to be 500. We'll target the audio box like time remaining H5, and this will have font size 1.5 RAM. Margin top is going to be 1.6 RAM. We'll come down. Audio card box player grid column is going to be 1/-1, and grid row is going to be 4/5. Display is going to be flex. Padding Inline is going to be less 3 RAM, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. Z index something high, align item center. Okay, that's how it will look. Target the audio box music player icon, and we'll make the padding 1.3 RAM. Display is going to be flex, and align item center. Border radius 50%. Background color is going to be our main color. Let's come down. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Cursor pointer, so you can see that's look good. Let's come down. We'll see the audio card box image. Grid column is going to be 1/-1, and grid template row is going to be 1/1, and you can see it's look perfect. Okay, now the image is perfectly aligned. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box details. Grid column 1/-1. Grid row is going to be 5/1, and Z index something big, and display is going to be flex. So let's come here and simply copy the details. Okay, it has S, and here we are missing the S, so let's replace this one. And now you can see the stylings are taking place. Let's come down. Align item is going to be center. Justify content space between, and background color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. Width is going to be 90%, and border top is going to be, let's say, radius 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 1.1 RAM. So that's look pretty good. Let's come down. We're going to target the audio box details info, and H4 we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. We'll target the audio box details info price. This will become border 1 pixel solid var, and this will have our icon color. We're going to target the padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, and height is going to be, let's say, 3 RAM. Cursor is going to be a pointer. So that's look pretty good. You can see. Let's come here, target the box detail info price small, and let's say background gonna be the icon color. We'll have the color itself to our main color, and we'll have a padding to 0.4 RAM and 0.5 RAM. We'll have the border radius 0.5 RAM, so that looks great. Let's come here, target the box detail info price paragraph, and line height is going to be, let's say, 1.2. Fonts width is going to be 700, and let's come down. We'll target the audio box details stock, and text align is going to be end. Display is going to be grid. Okay, and let's come here, and what we have, so audio box complete copy and paste here, so it's right. Okay, no problem in that. Let's come down, target the detail stock small, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM, so that's how it will look. Come down, we'll target the item media query, so we'll have a max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll target the audio box time. Padding inline is going to be 2.5 RAM. Audio box, let's say audio box like time remaining, and H5 we're going to say font size is going to be 1 RAM. You can see it looks pretty good. Let's come down, we'll target the audio box detail, padding 1 RAM, so that's look much better. Let's come down, let's take a second media query, and min device width is going to be, let's say, 27 pixels, and the max is going to be all the way up to 768 pixels. We'll target the audio box likes item remaining H5, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. So that's the second media query. Simply copy and paste, and here we have to do the changes. So this will become 7770, and this will become 1024 pixels. Okay, and we need to remove that, and in that we're going to call this audio box time, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, and in that we're going to target the audio card box like time remaining H5, and this will become font size to 1 RAM. We'll target the audio box details info H4, and this will become font size to 1 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty good. So this is how it will look on a, let's make it on a large screen. So it's looking absolutely perfect. We have a problem on the remaining. Okay, so this is how it will look, and this is how it will look on a small screen. This is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we need to fix couple of things. So we have some issue in this, it's overflowing, and we need to fix that. So let's come here. So let's come here in the audio card box, and let's say overflow is going to be hidden. And here you can see right now we don't have that overflow, so that's working. Let's come here, go to this audio live, okay, and in this we have to do the changes in the like repeat icon. So here we're going to do the changes. We'll say 2.5 FR, and the other one is going to be 1 FR, okay. So right now you can see it's look really good, okay. This card is looking really good. So we have this function is not working, okay. This is the one problem we have, it's not working. So we can click, we can turn it off. This one is working. So everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element and have a look on a mobile device, and that's how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking absolutely perfect and 100% responsive. You can see that. So it's looking good. This is the title, we need to fix that. And this is our small component. Let's make it side by side and let's start working. So let's close this one and close this one and go to this small card, okay, audio card small CSS file, and let's start styling that, okay. So we'll target the audio player and box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat 2 FR and 5 FR and 1 FR. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1.3 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. Background color is going to be our icon color, let's say main color, okay, main BG color. And let's say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius 1 RAM. Height is going to be 8 RAM. And transition all 0.3 second easy in. So that's how it will look. You can see perfect. And we can easily able to turn and turn it off. Okay. So let's come down. We'll target the audio player box. On over effect, we want to add the, let's say, box shadow to our custom box shadow color. Okay. So you can see we have this box shadow looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll take this audio player box image, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Audio player box info box price will have a, let's say, border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it will have our icon color. Font size is going to be 0.8 RAM. Width is going to be, let's say, 40%. Font width is going to be 600, and border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Audio player box info box price, and it will have a small, and we'll say, let's say background color is going to be our icon color. Color itself is going to be our main color, and padding is going to be 1.1 RAM and 0.3 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's how it will look, looking great. Let's come down. We'll target the audio player box info price P, and it will have margin top 1 RAM. We'll target the audio box play button, and font size is going to be 2 RAM. Background color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 50%. That looks pretty good, impressive. So let's make it full screen, and here you can see this is how it will look. You can see rise over effect we have on this. Let's come back here, go to this, and here we can say cursor is going to be a pointer. So right now we are here, you can click. So we have some, this one is working, but we have a problem in the button. So this one is okay, fine, but this one is not working. This one is working. So let's close this one, come here and go to this audio card bigger one, okay, card component, and let's have a look at the JSX. So here we have the play music function. That's the music function, copy, and simply here we have that. Okay, that's look good. This is the like NFT function, which is working absolutely fine. And okay, here is the problem. Instead of set like, we have to call set player. Okay, so simply change this to, copy this one and simply paste here. Okay, save it, and now it will work. Let's come back here, and you can see this one is working fine, this one is working fine. If we click, we can easily able to change the color. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's working fine, 100%. And this is what we have, and here we have this images. Now let's start working on it. Okay, and that's what we're going to add here. So we come here and let's click on this, and here we need to create So let's come back to the CSS file, and so here we have this shadow dark color. Copy that color and come back to our card component, and here we're going to do the changes in the color. So instead of the main color, we're going to add this color. Okay, save it and come here. Okay, this one is really too strong, so it's too strong. We need to make it a little light. Come back here, so we can go to that global CSS file and we can simply replicate it and we can call it to BG. Okay, and let's make it opacity to little downward, and now we can copy that, come here and replace this, and here you can see we have this. We have to make it a little more light, bring it down, and now this one is look perfect. This one is look perfect. Okay, it's looking absolutely great. Everything's working fine. We can easily able to click and unclick. So let's close this one, and what we can do, let's come here, go to the component section, and we need to create a component that is like profile. Okay, so we'll call it like profile, and we'll call this like profile.jsx. We need to create the CSS file as well. Okay, module.css. We'll type RAFCE to create the React's functional based component, and in that we need to import the CSS file. So internal import and import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so that's the CSS file we have. So the reason why we are creating this component, because when we display our NFT, every NFT will have a section where it will show that how many users have liked that NFT. Okay, and that's the component we are creating, and I'm creating this component as a global component because we're going to use this component in multiple places. We're going to use in our audio clip, in our NFT section, in our collection sections. So it's a reusable component. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to import the image, and let's come here. We have to import the images, all the images we have here, and that's coming from the images. So remove that image folder. So here we have the image folder, and here we're going to take a demo data because altogether we want to display four users who have liked the profile. Okay, and this data becomes dynamic when we'll fetch the data from the API. So we'll call it, let's say, image array, and we'll have 1, 2, 3 and 4. So these are the 4 people, so we'll like that. Now let's start working on the JSX. Let's make it instant return. We'll have a, let's take a div. It will have a class called style.like, and that will have this image array map lmi, and we're going to return instantly. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style.like box, and it will have a key i+1. Inside that we're going to have this image tag, and we have to provide the images. So all the images we have inside this images and dot user 1. Okay, if we go like this, no, it will not work. So i+1, save it, and we have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, 115, and height is going to be, let's say, 15, small, not big. Okay, that's looking perfect, and that looks great. So we have the key, we have the images. Okay, everything's working fine. So that's the image. Simply remove this, and let's simply call the normal image 1. So that's working fine. So this is our dynamic component. Let's come here, let's do the styling. So we'll simply, what we can do, we'll simply target that like, and we'll say display is going to be flex, align item center, the flex start, and like is box is going to be, let's say, border is going to be 3 pixels solid, var, and we're going to call this icon color, and we're going to take this border radius 50%. We'll call the image, and it will have a border radius 50%. So that's the CSS part for this. So right now we're going with this hardcode value. Okay, we're going to receive as a prop, and we're going to loop over it. Okay, so this is our like profile, and now what we can come here, we can simply come and import that like profile in this component index. So we will import like profile, and that's coming from /component /component. So this is our like profile. Okay, simply copy, and we have to export that, simply paste here. So that's our export. Let's close this one. Come here, go to this audio, and go to this audio card. Inside that, click on this audio card, and Here we need to first import that component, so let's import it. We'll call it import like profile, and that's coming from dot slash like profile. So this is the component we have. Now let's simply come up here, and we need to simply import that file. So like profile, that's coming from the same place, dots, we'll say like profile, so that's the component we have. Simply copy that, and here we have uncomment that like profile. Simply comment out this, uncomment this. Okay, so this is what we have here. Let's come back here, and here you can see that our like profile component is working fine. We can easily able to see the images, okay, the user images, so that's working fine. It's looking beautiful. So that's 100% responsive and looking really great. Okay, let's come back to the code, and here close this one and close this one, and go back to this simple audio card, and here we need to call that like tab. Okay, so where should we call it? We should call right here. Okay, so we'll call like profile and save it. Let's come here, and here you can see we have the images working fine, the user who liked that audio or NFT. Okay, that's working also fine. Let's come back here, and let's come back here, go to this like profile. Here we have, let's assign class, so let's call it like box image. Okay, simply copy this. I have to add this styles, copy that, and you can see right now, let's come here. So we don't have that border radius. Simply come here, go to the CS file, and here we're going to simply change this like box image, save it, and here you can see we have that border radius. It's round, so it's looking absolutely perfect. Okay, let's do the inspect element, and let's have a look. Let's check the responsiveness. So it's looking good on a mobile device. You can see this is how it will look. You can come up, and these are also working fine. We don't have any problem in that. This is the audio card. You can simply play and off, like, unlike. These are the card components we have. So it's look pretty good. And this is the top list. Let's make it on a bigger screen. So this is how it will look. And make on a full screen, this is how it will look. In a big screen, this is how it will look. So let's come here, come back to the code, and here we're going to call padding is going to be 1 rem, and cursor is going to be a pointer. So you can see right now it's looking perfect. Okay, let's do the inspect element and go on a mobile device. That's how it looks on a mobile, and that's okay. That looks perfect. Let's come here, unlike. So things are looking good. Let's come back to the code, and let's make on a full screen. So close this one and go to this audio card and index, and let's change this to audio collection only. Okay, audio collections. So that looks pretty good. That looks really good. So things looks good. Let's have a look that everything's okay, or we have any problem in this code. So let's come back to the code, and let's simply do one thing. Go to this audio, not audio, go to this like, and here let's we have 4. So instead of that, we need to display the random image. So we're going to call the image user1. We're going to change the image user2, image user3, and image user4. Okay, so when we receive the data from the API, the data will come in the form of object. Okay, so we're going to render from there. So here we have the 4 different images, and we are looping over it, and here we're going to replace this to EL. Okay, save it, come back to the application, and here you can see we have different images. Okay, different user images, and that looks absolutely perfect. That looks really great. Okay, Let's close all these tabs and let's come back to the audio card and let's come to the CSS. And here, let's go to this audio card CSS and let's comment out the box shadow. It's looking good without box shadow, and on overlay effect we're going to add the box shadow. So simply copy this and paste here and remove this one. So let's, you can see it looks better. Let's add the transition, so all 3-second easy in. So let's save it. Now we have this nice transition effect, and this one is looking really good. Okay, we can like, unlike. Okay, let's scroll down and let's remove this. Okay, we need to change the color as well, so we're going to call the icon color, and we're going to change this one as well. We're going to change this to our icon color. So let's come here and okay, we have some problems. So what we can do, we can change the icon color to our main color. Okay, main BG color. So that's how it will look. You can see now it's looking good and matching with the brand color. So it's look perfect, like, unlike. And let's do the changes with this. Okay, so this one is looking good. Let's come back to the code, and where else we have that. So we need to change that player and change this color. So we're going to have the background color to our, let's say, icon color, and here we can come and we can add a color to var, and we're going to call the main BG color. Okay, so that's how it looks. So we have that consistency. That's looking good. Now simply close this one, go to this small cart, and here we have to do the changes, same thing. So we'll remove this color and we're going to call the icon color, and we need to take the color itself. So this will become the main BG background color. Okay, so that's what we have, and that looks beautiful. So it's looking absolutely great. It's matching with the design, exact design what we have. So that looks good. Let's scroll down. Things are looking really great. Okay, let's come back to the code. Let's close this one and close this tab and go to this audio live CSS file, and in this we're going to add some margin. Okay, so margin top is going to be 3 RAM, so we'll have some space. Let's make it to 4. Okay, so we'll have some space from the title, and things are looking good. Everything's looking fine. This is the slider we're going to design in this video. You can see we have this nice slider with this bounce effect. It's working fine. Let's come back to the code. So you know the drill. Let's come back to the component and let's create a folder for that. So let's call it slider. Copy, and we have to create the CSS file, JSX file, slider.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file for that as well. So module.css. Okay, let's come here, type RAFCE, and we have to do the internal import. So let's type internal import, and we have to import the CSS file, okay, style, and that's coming from the same directory, same folder. So that's what we have here. Now let's come back to the component.index, and here we need to import that slider component. Import slider, and that's coming from slider. Okay, simply copy and export this. Normal drill, close this one, and we need to come back to the pages index.js, and here we're going to call the component. So first thing we have to do is to let's call it. So we need to call the component right below the follower tab. Okay, so let's call that slider, save it, and simply copy the title and paste above it. And in this title, let's come back to the application, and you can see here we have the title. Copy this title from the original and replicate it from here, and that's the title. Save it and copy the text and simply change this the paragraph as well. Okay, make sure you do these changes. Okay, let's bring it up. I got some extra space, not a big deal. So that's what we have here. Now let's come back to the original one. So this is what we have built in the last video, and let's come up here. So to see that, I need to start the application. I forgot to start. So let's open the terminal, type npm run dev, and let's start the application. Simply click on this 3000, and here you can open the application. You can see the slider we have some issue here. So slider is not defined. We have to import the slider. So we have to import it here. So let's call it slider, and let's remove this one. So this is our slider component. So let's reload the browser, and right now we have this error. Okay, we still have some problem. I think we have a double import. Okay, here it is. So we need to remove this extra import. Okay, we are doing 2 import, that's why we are getting this error. Remove this one, and right now we'll have no error, maybe. So let's reload the browser, and everything's working fine. Let's scroll all the way down to have a look. So this is the audio component we had built, and this is the component we have already built. Let's come down. You can see we have this explore NFT video component, and here we have the slider component. So it's working fine. So let's close this one, and let's close this one, and now we can start working on our slider itself. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. So use state and use effect, and we need to use this use ref. Okay, so in this we're going to use a library called motion frame. Okay, that will allow us to add that bouncing effect in our slider. We can create our own slider, but we're going to use this library which allow us to add fancy animations. So let's install that npm package. So let's open up your terminal, and let's bring it up, make it side by side, and we need to install that motion frame npm package. Let's clear the terminal and type npm I. So let's come up and let me show you what is motion frame exactly. So let's type motion frame, click on this very first link, and this is the library which allow you to add fancy animations. So you can come, and I already made a complete tutorial on this which I will link in the I button in the description, so you can watch that how you can utilize this motion library and how it's work. Okay, so you can come up here, you can scroll all the way down. You can see, you can play with these values and have some amazing styling. You can read the documentations. They have pretty simple documentation which is very easy to read, and you can easily able to create beautiful animations. So everything is explained beautifully. You will have a couple of examples which you can check from your end. So let's come back to the core editor, and this is the command we have to run: npm I firmer motion. Okay, not motion frame, firmer motion. Hit enter and install the package. Just wait, this process will take a little bit time, and the installation started, and here we have completed the installation. Clear the terminal and simply bring down the terminal, and now we need to import that. Okay, so here if we come in the package.json file, here you can able to find that firmer motion. Okay, so we have installed that. Now we have to simply import that package. So we'll call it motion, and it's coming from firmer motion. Okay, we need to import the icon itself. So we need the arrow icon, arrow left tick, and that's coming from React icon ti. We need to import one more icon, and then this is one is going to be for the right. Okay, arrow, let's say right tick. These are the 2 icons we have. Now let's come here, let's take a demo data slider array, and we need to take this close to 6. Okay, we'll take this use state and we'll call it width, and initially it will be 0. Let's come down, we'll take this const and we'll call it drag slider. So this data will be updated, because when we'll drag the slider we need to get that data, that what is the width of the slider. Okay, that's why we are taking this variable. This hook will give us the data about the width, okay, about the slider. So here we have that dragger slider, and let's come down, let's remove this, and let's start writing the JSX. We'll take a div, it will have a class called, it'll have a class style, and we'll call it slider, and that will have another div, it will have a class called slide dash box, and that will have this h2, it will call explore NFT video. Down below we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot slider box button, and that will have a p tag, and we'll call it click on play icon, and we'll say enjoy NFT. Just write whatever you want. Okay, so this is the paragraph and we'll say video. Okay, we'll come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style slider box button dash, we can call it, let's say, button. In that we're going to have this ti arrow left, and it will have a on click functions, and here we need to call the function name handle, let's say handle scroll. Okay, so when we'll click on this left icon, it will scroll the slider to the left. So that's why we need to create this function. Okay, so we'll pass the props left. Okay, so left. Now we can, let's do one thing here, take a div. It will have a class called style box button icon, and we need to simply copy and paste here. Okay, and we need to have a two button. So what we can do, simply replicate this one. Let's change the button name, so it's gonna be a right one, but the function name is going to be this one is right. Okay, so that's the button function. Let's come down, we'll come here. Here we're going to call the motions package we have installed. So now we have to use this package we have installed for our slider and for that bouncy effect. So this is how we can write the syntax. So we have to take this motion and then we have to call this div. Okay, it will have a class called style and slider box, we'll call it items, and we have to pass this ref, and in that we're going to call this drag slider. Okay, in that we'll call this motion.dev, and it will have the ref, and in that we need to call this drag slider. This will give the data that where we are actually currently. Okay, and it will have a class called style dot slider dash box item. Okay, so that's the second motion div, and it will have some properties. So it will have drag because we want to drag on x-axis, and we have to drag constraint, and here we need to specify the property. So right is going to be the 0, and the left side is going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, so left is going to be actually width minus width. Okay, so simply come here. Why we are getting this error, remove this one, and let's come here, and we are getting an error. So let's come down and let's take a dynamic data. We'll see what is the problem we have. Okay, we'll take the slider array and we're going to map over it element I, and we're going to return instantly, and in that we need to take this slider, and actually we don't have this component. We need to create this component. Let's have a key I+1, and we need to send the prop, so element, and we need to send the I as well in the slider component. Okay, we are getting an error. What's the matter? Everything's look good. Okay, here we need to provide the bracket. So right now we don't have the error and everything's looking good. So things are looking good. Now let's come here. So just wait. So I noticed that we have some error. So let's come back to the terminal, and we have a lot of error. Let's restart the application. So we'll say run dev, and let's click on this and just wait. Still we have this error, call stack. Okay, let's come back and let's come here. Let's comment this and reload the browser. So okay, everything's working fine. So we have the problem in that motion. Okay, here we have the problem, and okay, and let's come here and let's create a use effect. Okay, so it's gonna be an arrow, and in that we're going to call this set width. We'll call this drag dot current, because the reason why we are getting this error, because we don't have this minus width value we have assigned. Okay, so we need to assign a width. Okay, so drag current scroll width and minus drag slider dot current offset. So whatever value we'll get from here, that will assign to the width. Okay, and you have seen that we have used the use ref, which will give the reference of the slider. Okay, if you don't understand anything, just write the code along with me. It will make sense when you will see that how it's working. Okay, so this is our use effect. Now we have to call this handle click function, and that we need to pass this props, let's say direction, you can call it whatever you want. And here we have to check, so here we're going to say current is going to be a draggable slider, and scroll amount, so how far we want to scroll it. So here we have to take this window dot inner width, it should be greater than 1800, then do this, otherwise this one. Okay, that's the simple logic we are building. And then we have to call this check direction equal to left, then we want to scroll it to the left hand side, scroll left minus scroll amount, and else we want to do the same thing for this right hand side. Okay, that's our function. Let's come here and make sure you do this change, it's not right, it's left. Okay, so change this to left and save it. Come back to the application, reload the browser, and just a moment, and still we are getting this error. Okay, right now we are getting some different error, still we are getting the same error. So let's come here, and okay, we have this slider. Actually we don't have this slider component, and I'm calling the same component inside the component, that's why we are getting this error. Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. So we need to change this, we need to create that. Let's come here and let's create a, let's go to the slider one, and we need to create another folder. We'll call it slider card. Copy and say slider card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file in the same folder. Okay, because this is going to be our dynamic component. We type rfce. Now let's come here, we have to do the internal import our CSS file. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So that's the component we have. Let's come here, close this one, and let's come back to the slider. And here what we can do, we need to import that component. So we'll say import slider card, and that's coming from the same folder. Okay, slider card. Okay, so simply copy and simply paste here and save it. If we come back to the application, you can see, reload the browser, and I guess we don't have any error this time. Everything's working fine, we don't have any error anymore. Okay, so let's scroll down, and here you can see we can easily able to render the 7 component. So everything's working fine, so it's look good. So this one is looking great. Now what we can do here, let's come back to the applications and close this one, and let's start working on the slider card. So we need to import couple of things from React. So use state, use ref, and use ref. Okay, we need to import the motions, that's coming from Forma motions. We need to import the images from Next.js, and we need to import the images, all the images which is inside the image folder. We need to import the, let's say, like profile. Okay, and that's coming from the, here we have inside this like profile. So these are the external and internal import. Let's remove this and let's call the JSX. So we'll take this motion dev. Okay, motion dev, and it will have a class called style slider card with small, and we'll take another dev. It will have a class called style slider card dash box. Inside that we'll have this motion dev. It will have a class called style dash slider card box image. Inside that we have to take this image tag. We need to provide the source images dot, and we have the image background one. All tag is going to be, let's say, slider profile. We need to provide the width is going to be, let's say, 500, and we provide height is going to be 300. Let's assign object fit to cover, and that's look good. Let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called slider card dash box title. In that we need to take this paragraph. It will have a class called style slider card box title like. Inside that we're going to have this like profile, and we'll come down, we'll take a small tag, and here we're going to say 1 out of 100, 1 of 100. Okay, so that's the like profile we have. Now what else we can add it? So let's convert that into a div, not p tag. Okay, let's take a p tag above and let's say NFT video, and let's give this number to the video. Okay, so that's working fine. Now let's come down, take another div. It will have a class called style slider card box price, and here we'll take another div. It will have a class style card box price dash box. In that we'll take this small, we'll call it current bid, and we'll take a paragraph. It will say have the price of the ether. Okay, it will come out of the div, and we'll have another div. It will have a style called slider card dash box price time. In that we'll have the small tag, and we'll say remaining time. And that will take this p tag, and we have to assign the time 3 hours 15 minutes 20 seconds. So that's the complete JSX part for this slider card component. So things are looking good. Let's have a look that are we missing anything else? No, actually we don't be using anything like this, so simply remove that one. Okay, so remove this one. External and internal import, we have the JSX, and if we come back to the application, this is how it will look. You can see everything's rendering perfectly, so things are looking good. Things are looking good. Okay, let's come back, close this one, and go to the CSS file, and let's start working on the slider first. Okay, so let's come here and simply remove this one. Okay, actually keep it and come back, come here and go to this index.js, and what we can do, we can simply remove this title. Okay, so remove this title, and let's come back to the slider and let's start working on it. Okay, so we'll target the slider. Width is going to be 100%. Slider box is going to be width 80%. Margin 0 auto. Padding is going to be 0, -1 RAM, and 8 RAM and 0. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. We'll tag the slider box h2. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Slider box button will have a display is going to be flex, justify content, space between, align item center. Slider box button display is going to be flex, align item center. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. That's how it will look. Slider box button btn icon. So we'll target the border 1 pixel solid var, and it's going to be an icon color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Display is going to be flex, align item center. Border radius is going to be 50%, and transition all 0.3 second easy in, and cursor is going to be a pointer. That looks good. Let's tag that button icon on over effect. We need to change the color of the background, so it will have a, let's say, icon color, and we'll have a, let's say, color is going to be main color. Okay, box shadow is going to be the custom box shadow color. So you can see it's working fine. We'll target the slider box items. Width is going to be 100%. Overflow is going to be hidden. Slider box item, so this will become display is going to be flex. Let's say grid template column repeat 6 20.4 RAM, repeat 6 20.4 RAM. Padding is going to be 4 RAM and 2 RAM. Cursor grab. Okay, that's look good. Slider box item will have a display none. Simply let's add the WebKit. Okay, WebKit scroll bar. Okay, so we have this one looking fine. Let's come down, let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be, let's say 35 em. We'll target the slider box h2, font size is going to be 2 RAM, slider box item overflow auto, and grid template column repeat 6, 95%. Padding is going to be 4 RAM and 0, so that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the slider box width is going to be 90%. Slider box button icon would be padding 0.5 RAM, so you can see that's look pretty good and responsive. So that's the part. Now let's come here and go to the card component, and we can target the card itself. So target the slider card. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Slider card box transition all 0.3 second easy in. Border radius 2 RAM. Padding bottom is going to be 1 RAM. Slider card box on over effect, we want to add this box shadow to our custom box shadow. You can see it's look perfect. Let's target the slider card box image. It's 2 RAM. And I think why it's not taking place. Simply come here and go back to the JSX and let's have a look. Okay, we don't have the class, so let's assign a class. Simply copy this and paste here. It's gonna be image. So if we save it, it will come to the application. You can see we have this border radius. It's working fine. So let's come down. We'll target the slider card box title. Display is gonna be a flex. Align item center. Padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. Justify content space between. Gap is going to be 1 RAM, so that's how it will look. And let's say slider box title P. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0.5, and font width 800. Let's come back here and let's comment out this like profile. Okay, we'll see whether we want to display or not. Okay, so for time being, let's comment out and let's start working on the CSS. Let's come here. We'll target the slider card box title like, and we'll say display is going to be flex. Align item center. Gap is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's come here. Slider card box price. Display is going to be flex. Justify content space between. Padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. Line height 0. Margin top 1 RAM. Text align end. And that's how it will look. Let's come down. Price box border 1 pixel solid var icon color. Padding 0.2 RAM 1 RAM. Border radius 0.2 RAM. Slider box price box small, and background color is going to be our icon color. Padding 0.2 RAM 0.5 RAM. Border radius 0.2 RAM. Color is gonna be our main color. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down. We have to target the box price box P, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Width is going to be 700, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Let's come down. Target the slider card box price time, and align item is going to be flex end. Font display is going to be grid. Let's come down and let's target the price item P. We'll say font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and font width is going to be 700. Okay, let's add a media query. So we'll say min device width is going to be 300 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 375 pixels. We'll target the slider card and we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. We'll target the slider box title, and P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 1 RAM. We'll say slider box price box, and it will have a padding 0.2 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the slider box price time P. We'll say font size is going to be 1 RAM. That's how it will look. Responsive. Okay, things are looking really good. Okay, this is not working. So let's come here and let's go on a full screen, and this is how it will look. You can see, okay, we have some problem. One div is coming down. Let's scroll down. You can see our scroll is working. Okay, but why we have extra div? We need 6 but we have 7. But here you can see, we can scroll down, we have like this something. So things are working fine. Okay, let's come back to our code and let's have a look what's the matter. Let's come to the slider card and let's come here, go to the slider, and let's have a look at the array, the dynamic array. So here we have taken 6, 7, we need to remove 1. Okay, so remove 1 and take 6 only. Okay, now let's remove that, and here you can see it's working fine. We don't have any extra, and now we can easily able to slide it. Okay, that's working fine. 100% responsive. You can see it's working fine. We have this bouncing effect, so that's looking good. So let's click on this, it's working fine. Okay, so that's also looking good. Let's come here, and if we go to this slider card, and here we have the image. So let's change the background image to 1 from 10. Okay, so we can display the exact image as we have in the demo, and as you can see the image is changed. Now we have the similar image and we can slide it down and it's looking absolutely perfect. But something is wrong here. Okay, so the function is not working properly on the button. Okay, if we are clicking on the icon then it's working, but it's not working on the entire button. Okay, so let's fix that. So let's come back here, and where we having the function, so we are calling this function only on the arrow, but instead of calling that function in the arrow we have to call it on the div. Okay, so let's do one thing, simply cut and call the function on the div. Do the same thing from this one also, and now it will work. You can see now wherever you can click on the entire button, the function will execute. So it's working fine. We can easily able to slide it down, responsive and looking perfect. This is how it will look on a mobile device. You can see 100% responsive. On a bigger screen this is how it will look, and on large screen this is how it will look. So that's look perfect. Let's close all the tab and and in this video we're going to build this brand section. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and you know the drill. What we have to do, simply create the folder. So we'll call it brand, copy, and we have to create the JSX file .jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well, module.css. So let's close this one and come back to the brand.jsx, and we have to create this RAFCE, React Functional Based Component, and now we have to import the CSS file. So internal import, and this will call style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the brand import. Let's come back to this component index file, and here we're going to import that component. So we'll call it import brand, and that's coming from the brand. Okay, brand, copy this one, and simply we have to export this one. So that's the import and export. Now go to this index.js file, and here we need to import that component, and that's what we have to do here. We have to call that component. So in this way we can easily able to display the component in our home page. Okay, so simply close this one and save it. Let's come back to the application, go back here, and here you can see we have this brand. So things are working fine, we don't have any errors. Let's come down, and now we can start working on the brand.jsx. So we're going to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be the image. We'll come down, we'll import the images that's coming from the image folder. Okay, we'll come down, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from that component slash component index. We have to wrap this inside this bracket. Okay, so this is the button component we have, and now we can start working on the JSX. Okay, so we're going to instantly return, we'll have a div, it will have a class called style brand, and that we're going to have another div, it will have a class called style brand dash box, and that will have this div, it will have a class called style brand box left, and we'll replicate that. This will call right. Okay, and this we're going to call take a image, and we have to provide the source. We have inside this image folder logo, and we'll call it all tag is going to be a brand logo. Width is going to be, let's say, 100%, 100, and width is going, height is going to be 100. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now let's come down. We'll take this h1 and let's come back to the original one and simply copy this text and paste here. Simply come here, we're going to take this paragraph and come here and simply copy and paste here. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now let's come down, we will take a div, it will have a class called style, and we'll say brand box left button. In that we're going to take this button, our dynamic component, and button name is going to be, let's say, the props we have to send create, and it will have a function called handle click, and for the time being we'll have empty, and this will become the, let's say, discover. So this is the button component we have. Let's come down, and here you can see we have the title, button, and descriptions. Everything is working fine. So now what we can do is, let's come on the right hand side, and we have to take the image. We have to assign the source, which is inside the image folder, and dot earn. Okay, so background earn. So let's come here, go to this image folder, and inside the image folder you will find that we have this image er.png, but we haven't imported that. We have to first import this file earn from png, and now we have to export it. Okay, so let's do here. So in that way we can easily able to receive here, and we can call it. Let's assign the all tag is will become the, let's say, brand logo, and we can call it width is going to be let's add a width to 800, and height is going to be, let's say, 600. So that's the image we have. Let's save it. Let's come back to the application, and here you can see we have the image and we have the buttons and titles and logo. So let's come back here, go to the CSS file, and let's start working on the CSS. So we're going to target that first. We're going to target the brand, and width is going to be 100%. Margin top is going to be 10 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 7 RAM. Brand box width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto, and display is going to be grid template column repeat, let's say 1.5 FR, and let's do FR. Okay, we'll have a gap to 5 RAM, and a line item is going to be centered. That's how it will look. Let's come down, we'll take the brand box left and H. We'll target the font size is going to be 5 RAM, and line height is going to be 1. Font width is going to be bolder. That's how it will look. Let's come down, we're going to target the brand box left paragraph, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and margin top is going to be -2 RAM. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Let's come down, we're going to target the brand box left BTN, and display is going to be flex. A line item is going to be center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. So that's pretty good. Let's come down, take a media query, and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM. We're going to target the box, brand box, and we'll say grid template column 1 FR on the mobile device. And we'll target the brand box left H1, and we'll say font size is going to be 2.5 RAM. Brand box left paragraph will say margin top is going to be -0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Okay, looking great. So, and it's responsive as well. Make it on a full screen. This is how it will look. We have the logo, we have the heading, we have the titles, we have the buttons. So things are looking good. So let's come here, and here you can see we have the difference here because we are using different font. We're definitely going to change the font of this application. Right now we are using Pop-in, but we're going to use Latin. Okay, so the font I'm not going to change right now. We do it later. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to make it 4, and now you can see this is how it will look. So this is how it will look. Let's come back and let's make it to 1. Let's make it 1.5. So we have too much. Let's make it to 3, and let's make it 5. Okay, so this is how it look. We're going to change the font because we're going to use different font. Right now we are using font poppings, but we're going to use Latin. Okay, so just follow along with me whatever I'm doing. Okay, so here we are done with this. Okay, and let's come here, looking good. So this is the right section, this is the left sections. Let's close this one, close this one. So finally, so in this video we're going to build this video card component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to design. So, and you know the drill. What we have to do, simply create a folder, we'll call it video, and we have to create the JSX file. We have to create the CSS file, module.css, and type RAFCE, and we have to import the CSS file. So internal import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So we have the CSS file. Now let's come back to the component index, and here we need to import that file. So we'll say import video from /video, and we have to export this one. Come here and export this file, close this one, and go to this index page, and here we need to import that file. And let's come here, we have to import. So we have the video component as well, close that one, and let's come here, let's import a couple of things from React. So we need the images. Let's come down, we have to import the images, all the images which is inside this images folder. Now remove this one and let's make it instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style video, and that will have another div, it will have a class called style video box. Give this space. Inside that we're going to have this h1, we'll call it span. Let's come back here, copy this icon and simply paste here, and let's come here and call the video. Okay, let's come down, come back here, copy the text and paste here, and that's what we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a div, it will have a class called, let's say, style dot video box frame, and in that we're going to have another div, it will call style dot video frame left, and that will have the image. Okay, and you might be noticed that this is a video component, but why we are using image? Because we're going to build the entire layout. Okay, we are not going to design the video component itself, because that will take a lot of time. That's a huge component, because there we have to do a lot of things. We have to design all the functionality, play and pause, and we have to upload the video from the server. Okay, so when we get the data from the API, on that time we're going to design this component. So right now we are just building the layout. Once we have the data, we can easily able to remove this image and we can add a video frame. Okay, so I'm just taking this image and building the layout in this video. Okay, so let's add a source image, and we have the image inside this. So this is the image, drag and drop here, and simply come here and simply import the image first. So let's call it NFT video, and that's we have video png, and that's what we have to export here. So that's, we will get the image and let's call the image. Let's assign the all tag, so we'll call it video image, and we have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, like 190/20, and let's say this one is going to be object fit cover. So this is the setup we are doing. Okay, this is the exact video frame when we get the video. Okay, so we are just building the frame. So let's come down, we'll have another div, it will have a class called style video box frame left, we'll call it right, and this will have a simple, let's type hi. Okay, so that's what we have here. So let's save it, come back to the CSS file, and let's restart the application. So type npm run dev and click on this, open the application on the browser, and you can see here everything's looking good. So we have the title, we have the paragraph, and we have the image, and we have the hi. Okay, so now let's get styling this. So we'll target the video, we'll say 100% width, we'll say margin top is going to be 14 RAM and margin bottom is going to be 5 RAM. So we'll have a good amount of space. Let's come down, we're going to add a video box, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, and let's come down, target the line height is going to be, let's say, 1, and video box paragraph is going to be font size 1.3 RAM, and width is going to be 40%. Line height is going to be 1.2 RAM, so a little smaller. That's look good. Let's come down. We'll target the video box frame, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column, repeat 8 1FR, and we'll say gap is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 5 RAM, margin top is going to be 6 RAM. So that's look good. We'll come here, we'll target the video box frame, and we'll say left grid column 1/8, and grid row is going to be 1/-1 to the end. So here we have the images. Now let's come down. We target the frame left image, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So it's gonna be copy and simply come back here. We don't have the class. Let's assign the class. So we'll have that frame left image. Save it. We are getting the styling. So let's come down. We'll target the video box frame, and it's gonna be a right section. We need to assign the grid, so 3 and -1 to the end, and it will have a background color to our, let's say, icon color. So icon color we have to assign the border radius to be 1 RAM, and grid row is going to be, let's say, 1 and all the way to end. Okay, save it. Padding is going to be 3 RAM and 0 RAM, and margin top is going to be -5 RAM. Okay, and we'll say box shadow is going to be var box shadow. Okay, so let's save it. This is how it will look. You can see our frame is looking good. And let's add a media query. So we'll say max width is going to be 35 EM. We'll say width is going to be 90%, and we'll target the box frame. Padding is going to be 0, so that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the video box frame right, and we'll say margin top is going to be -2 RAM, and box P, we'll target the width is going to be 100% on a mobile device. So that looks good. Okay, let's come here, target the box H1, and let's say font size is going to be 2 RAM, so it's small, looking better. Let's come up here, and what we can do here, we can make the change here. Okay, let's type H1. So that's for the big device. And now let's target box width, and width is going to be 80%, and margin 0 and auto. So this will hold the entire div into the center. Okay, so it's look perfect. Let's make on a full screen, and that's looking absolutely great, 100% responsive. So right now we have just designed the frame of our video. Okay, so in this image section we're going to display the video, and we're going to include all the functionality. Okay, once we have the data from the API. Okay, so that's looking great. We have the frame is ready, and things are looking pretty good, impressive. So this is the discovery section, help sections, notifications, and no breaking changes have done. Now this is our big slider. We can slide it. This is the card sections, looking absolutely. Let's click on the tab, working absolutely fine. This is our slider. We can easily be able to slide both the sides and on the click event as well. So working fine. This is the tab we have. This is the filter component. We have open, close, and we can like it, unlike it. So that's look good. Here is the second. So let's do the inspect element, and let's have a look on a mobile device. So with this, finally we have completed the entire home page of our NFT marketplace. Okay, so let's have a quick overview that what we have built so far and what are the components we have built, because trust me, if you have coded along with me in this entire home page, you will find that when we build the other pages, the entire development of other pages becomes very fast, because these are the components we're going to use over and over again, and we have to write very less code there. Okay, so let's have a look. So let's click on this. This is how it looks. This is the hero section, service section, and this is the slider. This is our audio card, working absolutely fine, looking great. This is a small audio card, looking great. We have the tabs. We have like, unlike, working fine. This is the slider we have. Click on this. We can easily able to slide the, you can see it's beautiful slider. We can click, we can slide both side. This is the collection section we have, looking really good. So that's what we have. This is the filter section we have. We can simply open, close, open, close. And this is the card icons we have. Okay, that's looking good. This is the card icon, looking absolutely perfect. That's look good. So everything's looking perfect. This is the footer section. So in the last video, we had completed our entire home page. In this video, we're going to make a little bit changes in our home page to make it fully responsive. So what we have noticed in the last video, that our navigation is not fully responsive. Okay, so we're going to make that 100% responsive, and we're going to change the data. So we have data in the cart, we have the data in the category. So all those images, all the user images, we're going to change in this video. Okay, so it's going to be the refactoring, okay, what we have done so far in the last 15 video. Okay, let's come up here, and here you can see, here we have the problem in the notification. It's going out of the recommended mobile phone. Okay, so it's overflowing, so that's the one we have to fix. Same case goes with the profile section. You can see the navigation looks good, we don't have any issues in that. And let's make like this. If we have the problem, we need to fix this one. Working fine, but we need to do a little bit adjustment. So let's bring this way and let's make it on a mobile device. So let's click on this component and let's try to fix that. Let's go into the notifications and let's start with that first. Okay, so we'll come in the media query, and here we have to adjust the media query. So let's make it 10 RAM width. Oh, it's very small. So it's totally try. Okay, you have to try that which width is suitable for that element. Okay, so just test with a random value. So let's make it to, okay, this one looks actually quite good. Okay, so this 21 is really fine. You can see now it's looking perfect. This notification bar on a mobile device, you can see if we expand, and it's absolutely perfect. Okay, it's not overflowing. And now if we are done with this notification, so that's the change we have to do. Let's come here, and now we have to fix that profile one. So let's come here and go to the profile CSS file, and here we are in the profile module of CSS, and now we have to fix that as well. So here you can see this is the profile, and we have to write the media query for this. So max width is going to 35 em. We'll target the profile, and this is the profile we are targeting. And here you can see we have assigned left to -70 RAM. That's what we're going to target. So in this we'll say 10 RAM. It's too much. 12. Let's make it 15. No. Okay. No. Okay, yeah, this, let's make it 5. This looks absolutely perfect. You can see right now it's looking good on a mobile device, both user profile and notification. So it's not overflowing anymore, and this looks absolutely incredible. You can see it's looked great in all the devices. Okay, this navigation is also perfect, so it's looked good. Now let's check the other element, and let's come here, and now we're going to do the changes. So right now you can see we have the similar image in the background, we have the similar in the user. So that's the change we're going to do in the images. Okay, these are the image, everything's working fine, no issues we have. So let's come here and go to this, where it is, go to this follower tab, and inside this follower tab we have this follower tab card where we are rendering that. So here we have hard coded the value, this image one. Okay, that's we're going to make it dynamic. So let's come up here, and here we are receiving the props. You can see we are receiving this I and element. Actually we have the data. Okay, simply copy that. Let's come here and let me show you. So here we are passing the props. So here you can see we are passing the element and we are passing the index. So we actually have the image, and here we have taken this random data. You can see card array, we have taken 1 2 3 4 and falling array. So we're going to take the image and we're going to take the user image as well. So we'll import the image folder, and that's coming from the images folder. Okay, so we have the images. Now we're going to simply replace this, and in that we're going to take this image user 1, image user 2, image user 3, image user, let's say 3, image user 4, and image user, let's say 5, image user 6, and image user 7. So altogether we have close to 8 component we want to display. That's why I have taken this 8 array, 8 images. Now we can come here in the card component, and here we are receiving this. Okay, so that's all we are getting the data. Now let's simply do the same thing for others, and let's do a little bit adjustments. So we're going to shift the placement because I don't want to display the same image, so you guys can not able to find the differences. Okay, so let me do the reshuffling. Okay, and let's remove this pressed here. Okay, so that's what we have done. Remove it and let's paste down below. So that's the array we are getting from the images. Okay, now let's come here and let's simply go to this here where we're displaying the images of the profile. So it's right here. Simply remove and type hello. If you save it, and here you can see here the images got changed. So right now we have a dynamic data, and the same type of data we'll get from our API. Okay, so we'll get all the details about this followers, like the background image, the user profile name, ether price, and whether the user who's logged into the application are following them or not. Okay, so all the information will come in the API, and that's what we're going to render. Okay, so it's displaying absolutely perfect. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's switch the tab, and you can see tabs is also working fine. Okay, that's looking cool. Let's come back to the code, and here we have the hard code value for the background. Let's change that as well. So for that, what we can do, let's close all this array and let's open the first one. Inside that, we're going to take an object. One will have a file background, and one we have a for user. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, background, and we'll call the background image. So inside this creator background, and we're going to take the user. In user one, simply copy and remove this one and replicate it couple of more times. So this will come 2, this become 2, replicate it 3, 3, 4, 4. So the possibilities are endless. You can bring the data in many ways, or you can create a separate JSON file. From there you can retrieve the data, which I'm going to do once we build the entire template. So we're going to build a internal server. What do I mean by internal server? We're going to create a JSON file which contain all the information about the NFT, user, authentications, followers, like. So all the data we're going to create in our directory in a data JSON file, and from there we're going to fetch the data and display the entire in the application. So I'll show you how you can do that in an internal server in your computer, and then we're going to deploy the same data into our database, and we'll build an API around that. We'll use MongoDB's powerful query operators to make it our API powerful. Okay, so we'll do a lot of things. So I'll just give you a simple example of how you can play with the data, because data, so if you are good with data, you can plan that how data you can retrieve and display in the application. You can really improve the performance of the application. So planning a data for delivering in the application is one of the high paying skills. So always try to keep that thing in mind, because anybody can write. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. Okay, so let's do that. So change 5, 5, simply replicate it. This becomes 6, 6, this becomes 7, 7, and this becomes 8, 8. Okay, we have got this data. Now simply select all this and copy, and do the same thing for others. So simply what I will do, I will replace the same data with this, and do the same for this news array as well. So let's change the data. So right now here I have all the data, and what I can do, I want to do a little bit of reshuffling. So let's close this array. So let's come up here and let's try to close this one. So let's remove this couple of array from here. Okay, cut this and paste on top, so we'll have some difference, and let's open that, and everything's working fine. Now let's come back to follower tab card, and here we're going to do the changes. So here we'll remove this, we'll type elim, and inside that we'll have the background. Okay, so what's the name I've given? Let's copy the spelling. I don't want to make any typo. Okay, so this is the background, and let's scroll down, and now we have to display the user. So here we are displaying the background. Okay, and let's come down where the user, and here we have that elim. In that we're going to type the user. Now simply save it, and let's come back to the application, and here you can see that the background is changed and the user is changed. Now it's looking really good. Okay, so we have a dynamic data, and you can easily be able to switch between different tabs and it will change. It's looking really perfect. Okay, it's looking beautiful. So I believe that's you guys are enjoying this refactoring. Okay, so that looks really good. Now let's move to this one. We're going to change the images of this as well. So let's come back to the code, and what we can do, let's copy this one, simply remove that one because we don't need in that. Okay, so let's come up here and simply close this one, and simply copy this array because the same type of structure, data structure we have to follow in the video card component. So simply copy this and let's come here, go to this where we have the slider. Inside the slider we have to go inside the slider, and here we have passing the data. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we have the demo data slider array. We're going to simply remove that and we're going to paste that data. Okay, so right now we have the data. Let's import the images, and that's coming from the image from dot dot slash dot dot and image folder. So here we have the images. Now simply copy that. Let's scroll down, and here we have to pass, instead of slider array we have to pass this following array. Okay, so right now we'll passing that as a props. We are passing the props, you can notice. Now let's come here and go to the slider card component, and here we have to receive the prop. Okay, so let's come here, and that we're going to receive the props EL and I. So that's the prop we are receiving. Let's come down, and here we have the hard-coded value. We're going to remove that with the background. Okay, not falling array. Simply come here and remove the background. Okay, so here we have the background. Let's come down, and here you can see that the images are changed. It's looking perfect. It's looking really great. So things are looking pretty good and impressive. Okay, we are done with this. We have no issues in the slider. We can click and we can move on. Now let's move to this collection section, and let's change the images and the profile images as well. Let's come back to the code, and what we can do here, simply close this one and close this one. Come here, go to this collection, and inside the collection we have this collection, and here we are passing the data in the data component. Okay, so first thing we have to do is to replace this data with the data. So let's come here, and we need the same data. So we have the data inside the follow tab. Simply copy the 3 one because altogether we are displaying 3 components there. Okay, so let's copy and simply paste here. What we can do now here, and now we have to simply import the images dot dot slash image folder. So here we have the images. Now we're going to simply replace this one. Okay, so we have this card array. What we can do is we no longer need this one. Simply remove that, and so everything is looking good here. Come back here, go to this day component, and here we are receiving the props. So let's come up here. Here we need to receive the props, which is LM and I. We have the data in this, copy that, and here we need to pass it. Simply replace this with to LM dot background. Okay, for the background image. Now okay, so we have this error message. Okay, not undefined. So let's come here, and here everything's look good. Here we are still have the problem. Okay, let's have a look. Let's come here. We have all these data. We are passing in that, and close this one, close this one. Okay, my bad. Simply copy this and change this to news, and simply copy this and change this to following array. Okay, simply remove that, and now it will work. Simply save it, and you can see still we have this problem. Okay, we have this problem, not a big deal. We're gonna fix it, and you will come across this problem when you will do the refactoring. Okay, so don't get frustrated. It's a part of building any application or any product. So it's working fine. Now let's have a look where we are making this mistakes. Let's scroll down, and here we have that data that's coming from here. So let's come here, and you can know I have noticed one thing, that I'm not sending the props. Okay, so let's send that props let's make it inside the bracket, and here we need to send the element. Okay, the data itself. In this, simply copy this part and do the same thing in this following array as well. So let's face it here as well. So here we have to pass the data, and now we can come here and we can have a look, and you can see that the data is changed. Here we have the different images at the background. Okay, here we have the different. Let's come down, let's scroll down, and here we have 3 images. I'm changing only one because when we get the data from the API, we'll make an object sub image category in which we're going to add this additional image. Okay, if I'm not adding it right now because it will take a little bit of time. Okay, we'll do it in more robust way when we'll get the data from the API or our internal API. So now what we can do, I want to change the user profile as well. So the data we have for the user is this. Simply remove that element, and inside that we'll have this user. Okay, if I save, you can see we have this dynamic user data, and you can simply switch backward and forward and you can have a look. The data is keep changing and it's absolutely looking great. So that's looking perfect. We have no issues in that. Now we have to change the images of this. You can see we are displaying the same image. We're going to make it change that. Simply close this one, and come here and go to this NFT card, click on this, and here we have the card. So let's come up here, and here we are taking this feature array. We need to remove that, and we need to simply come in the collection. We need the data, so let's come here and simply copy the same data. Okay, copy the data, come back here and simply come here and replace this one. So here we have the data with, okay, simply copy that one and simply scroll down and move it to this one. Okay, card array, and from here we have to add the, let's say so let's come here, remove this data. We don't have that. In that we have this background. Simply copy the background and simply I'll select all this and remove that one because we want to display only NFT. We don't want to display the user. Okay, so we'll remove that and we'll take a simple image. Okay, we'll have the NFT1, NF image dot NFT2 and image NFT3. Altogether I have 3 images in my NFT, but we'll have more. Okay, so let's try with this 3 only. Okay, so we have this 3. Now what we can do, simply copy and replicate 3 times. Okay, 3 times. So here we get the 3 different images. So things are looking good. Let's have a look. So here we have that, and now we can do it, simply remove this with the element, the data itself, and here you can see we have that dynamic images. Now it's looking like a real application. You can see now you guys are getting excited. Earlier we were putting the same data that was not getting excited in you. Many of you guys have asked me that how to render different images, so that's why I made this special video, and that we are changing this, playing with this data. Okay, so everything's looking good, images are changed, everything's working fine. Now let's change this category. Okay, so it's quite going to be similar. Let's have a look final more time. Things are looking awesome. Let's come close this one, come to the category sections, and we have to follow the same drill. Simply remove this one, and then we're going to take this image dot, so we're going to take this background 1, this will become 10, this will become 11, this will become 2, this will become, let's say, 4, and this will become, let's say, 5. So altogether here we have the data. Simply come here, remove that with the data, and let's scroll down, and here you can see it's taking a little bit time because the images are heavy. So when we deploy this images, when we'll deploy our application, we're going to compress this image because we have to improve the user experience. If it will take too much time, no one's going to stay in your application. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So here the image is fully loaded and everything's looking fine. You can see everything is looking great right now. We can scroll up and do the final test. So this is the hero section we have. Okay, let's scroll down and things are looking good. And let's come back to the code. Let's make a full screen. Let's make this one, and So finally we have done with this entire refactoring, and I made this extra video on this because many of you guys have asked me that how you can display your own images. So that's the only purpose I had to make this video. Hope you guys have got the insight that how you can do that. We're going to do in a more reversed way. Okay, don't need to worry, just follow in a normal pace where I can find that you will learn the best. If I build the entire thing in one go, you're not able to retain a lot of things. Okay, so that's why I'm going a little slower here, but from the next video we're going to build one page in one video. Okay, so we have done all. Let's come here and go to this pages, and inside the pages we have to create the collection page. So click on that, come here and create a collection page, collection.js. okay, type RAFCE. okay, here let's come down and we have to create a CSS file for this. So let's create a CSS file. We'll type collection.module.css. so we'll have the CSS file. Let's come here and here we're going to simply import that CSS file. So let's give me the command internal import style, and that's coming from /styles/ collection module CSS. so that's we have here. Okay, now let's come here, we have to import the images, all the images, and that's coming from image. Okay, so here we have the images. Now let's come here, simply remove this, and before we do that let's come here and create a new folder, because every page will have its own component folder. Okay, in that we're going to keep all the components which is related to that specific page. And this is the architecture which you have to follow whenever you build a large application like this, because definitely you're going to work in a group with other fellow developers. So when they will refer your code, they will know that which component content information about the which page. Okay, so this is the architecture I personally follow, and I would suggest you to do that because it's very easy to read. Okay, so let's create a folder, another folder, and we'll call it, this time I'll call it collection page. Okay, inside that we're going to keep all the folders for the connections. So inside that I'm going to create another folder. This will become a banner because we have to display the banner. So in that we have to create this banner.jsx, type RAFCE, and we have to create the CSS file for the banner as well. Here we have the banner. So let's create one more folder and we'll call it collection profile. In that we have to create this collection.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Okay, these are the two folders we have created, one for banner and one for collection profile inside the collection page. Okay, and let's come here and we have to create this index. Okay, because we're going to import it, we're going to follow the same structure what we have followed in the component. Okay, so we'll create this collection index.js, and in this we're going to import, let's rename that. Okay, import the, let's say we need to import the, let's say collection profile, and that's coming from the same directory, collection profile. Now we have to import the banner, and that's coming from the same banner profile, and now we have to export that collection profile and banner. So here is everything is working fine. Now let's come back to the collection.js page, and here we're going to import that. So we'll do import banner, that's coming from that // component page and component index, and in that we're going to call this collection profile as well. So we have this two component, so that's working fine. Let's import the slider banner, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so you guys have seen that how easy it's become to use this component in other pages. So here we have that. Okay, now let's import the filter, and that filter is inside the filter component. Inside the component we have filter. In that filter we have to compile the filter. So we have the filter, and the reason why I have import the filter individually, because I don't want to import the titles or the buttons. Okay, because the filter component has two layers, we are importing the second layer, not the first layer. Okay, so just follow the way I'm doing. Okay, so here we have the internal import, and let's come here, we will take a div. It will have a class called style collection, and that will have this banner component, and in that we're going to pass this props, because this banner component is a reusable component in other pages. So we're going to use as a reusable component. In that we're going to pass a prop. So I want to pass the image. So this is the collection background one image I will pass. So that's the banner component we are using. Okay, let's save it and let's click on this collection page. You can see our redirection is also working fine, and here we have that collection banner. Okay, that's working fine. Let's come back to the banner component and let's click on this, and here we need to receive that prop. So this is called banner image. In this we're going to import the Next.js image tag, and that's what we have. Let's do the internal import, the CSS file. So that's coming from the same directory, banner module CSS. Now we have to remove this. It will be a string return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style, and we'll call it banner. In that we'll have a div, it will have a style dot banner dash image. In that we're going to display the image component. Okay, so we'll have the image, and we're going to take this banner image, the props we have sent, and we need to provide the object fit to cover. We need to assign the alt tag to background, and width is going to be, let's say, 16, because and height is going to be, let's say, 300. Okay, 1600 width and height is going to be 300, because I don't want to, I want a little bit. Okay, not too much. If I save it, and so that's the import we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div, and it will have a class called style banner image on mobile. So we have a two div, one because this div we want to display, so this image we want to display only on the mobile device. On a desktop device we're going to hide it, and the other one will be only display on the desktop device. Okay, so inside that, well, again we have to follow the same rule. We'll have an image, and we have to provide the source banner image. It will have the same properties. Let's come out, copy the entire one and remove this one, and here we're going to have this height to 900. Okay, so that's the one, and here you can see on the application we have this two. So this is the large one for the mobile device, and this is the small one for the desktop device. So it's working fine. Let's come back here and let's go to the banner CSS file, and here we need to do something, and let's have a look. Yes, we have to do, let's target the banner image mobile and set to display to none, because we want to hide it on a desktop. Okay, so that's it, how it will look on a desktop. And let's come down, let's add a media query, and we're going to target max width is going to be, let's say, close to 35. This is the standard media query we are following, so that's it. And we're going to target that image mobile, and that's going to be display is going to be blocked on the mobile device. Save it, and the desktop one is going to be hidden, so display none. So this is how it will look. Big, it looks really good. So it's working already fine. So that's the media query. We are done with this banner. Now let's come to this collection profile, collection, and before we do that, we have to come in the collection page itself, and here we need to import that. So collection profile, in this we're not going to send any props. Okay, we do, but not now. When we'll have the data from the API, we're going to send the props and receive the data. So we have that collection profile here. Let's close that one, and let's come back to the collection profile and let's start working on it. Okay, so we're going to import the image, and we do a couple of internal imports. So we have to import the style file, and we have the style file. Now we have to import the, let's say, icon. So we need a, let's come here and let's go to this component. Inside this NavBar we have that, we have the slider, and that we have the social media icon. Simply copy that, come back here, and we need all the social media icon. Okay, so we have the social media icons. Now let's come here and let's do the internal import for the images. So here we have the images, we got the images. Now let's come here and take a card array, and in that we're going to have some demo data. So let's have this 4 arrays. Now we have that 4 array demo data, and now we can start working on the GSS. Remove that, and let's have a div. It will have a class called style. We'll have a collection profile, and that we're going to have another div. It will say style dot collection profile dash box. In that we'll have a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called collection dash box dash left. In that we'll have the image. So we'll have images. Inside that we'll have this NFT one. Okay, and it will have the alt tag is going to be NFT image. Width is going to be, let's say, 800. Height is going to be, let's say, 800, and it will have a class called style collection box left dash image. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now let's come down and we have to take another div. It will have a class called collection box left, and it will have called social, and in that we're going to have the social media. Okay, so we'll take this anchor and we're going to call this Facebook. Simply replicate this 4 times. Okay, now we have to change this one to Instagram, this will become LinkedIn, and this will become Twitter. Okay, so these are the 4 social media icons we want to display. So that's working fine. Now let's leave that to dev and let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style collection box dash middle. Okay, and that will take this h1 and we'll have this awesome NFT collections. Okay, here we'll come down, we'll target the p tag, and let's come back to the applications and copy the text from here. Okay, copy the text, come back here, and this is what we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style collection box dash middle box. In that we're going to have a dynamic array. So we have taken the array and we're going to use that. So map lm.I, and we're going to instantly return. In that we're going to have a div, and it will have the class called style dot collection box middle box, and let's call it item, and it will also have a key I+1. Okay, otherwise React will give us the warning. And it will have the small, we'll display the price and we'll say I+1, and here we'll type this random value. Okay, we'll take a span. Inside that we'll going to use this plus icon, and we're going to use this value and give this increase percent in the NFT price. Okay, so that's working fine. We are done with this. Remove that, those icons we are not using, so we are using only 4 icons. So things are looking pretty good so far, and everything is working fine. Let's come back to the application, and here you can see we have the image, we have the data, the name of that collections, the paragraph, and the percentage, the dynamic data we are rendering. Okay, everything is working fine. Let's come back, make it side by side so you guys can see when we work on the CSS file. Let's have a responsive mode. Okay, this looks pretty cool. So let's close this one, come back, copy this collection profile, and come back to the CSS, and let's start working to that. So we'll target that collection profile. Width is going to be 100%, margin 5 RAM, margin top 5 RAM, sorry, and we have some space. Let's come down, we'll target that box. Width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. Let's come down, display is going to be grid template column 1FR and 3FR. So just wait, we'll have a gap from 3 RAMs, align item center, background color is going to be our main color, and box shadow is going to be our, let's say, custom box shadow, and it will have a border radius to 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM from left and right. So it's looking pretty cool. You can see it's already taking shape. Let's come down, we'll target that collection profile left sections, and image border radius is going to be 1 RAM. And okay, let's come down, we'll target the collection box. Let's have a media query so we can see what we are actually working on. Okay, so let's make a max width is going to be 35 EM. We're going to target the collection box, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, and display grid template column is going to be 1FR, padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0.5 RAM, gap is going to be 1 RAM. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking pretty cool. Now, so let's come down here, we'll target the collection profile left social icons, and we'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 RAM, font size 1.3 RAM, align item center, justify content center, and margin top is going to be 0.5 RAM. So if we save it, this is how it will look, perfectly aligned in the center. Let's come down, we'll target that collection box left socials anchor, and background color is going to be our, let's say, icon color. We have that. Let's target the border is going to be 1 pixel solid where, and we'll have the icon color, we'll have the border radius 50%, and cursor color itself is going to be our main color, and display is going to be grid. Padding is going to be 0.3 RAM, and transaction all 0.3 second easy in. So looking absolutely incredible. You can see how beautiful it looks. Let's come down. We'll target that collection box left social anchor, and on over effect we want to change the background to, let's say, our main color, and the color of the text is going to be the icon color, and it will have the box shadow. So the custom box shadow, you can see on over effect we are getting this nice box shadow, and the border radius, everything is working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle section, and we'll say display is going to be grid, align items, align self, flex start, because we want to start from the, we don't want to start from the middle, we want to start from the top. Okay, so flex start, and let's save it. Let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle h1, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Let's come down, target the box middle, and paragraph line height is going to be 1.3, and width is going to be 70% for the desktop, and target that middle box. Display is going to be grid template column repeat 4FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Background color is going to be our main BG color. Okay, and margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, so we'll have some space from the top. This is how it will look. You can see beautiful. Let's come down. We'll target the box middle box, and items, we'll say background color to be main color, and box shadow is going to be the box shadow, and padding is going to be 3 RAM and 2 RAM. Back border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. Text align center. Save it, and you can see it's looking really good. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle dash button item P, and it's going to be font size 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Let's make it 0, and let's come down. We'll target that box middle box item small, and display is going to be block. A line height is going to be 3. Okay, as you can see it's looking pretty cool. We'll target the middle box item span, and we're going to change the color to the icon color, so that's how it will look. You can see it's already looking much better on a desktop. We have that. I think we are missing something. Okay, this is the banner, this is the card section. Okay, these are the information we have about the NFT. Let's come down here, and let's come to the collection page. Okay, collection profile JSX part, and here we going to do one thing. So here I forgot to take the title. Okay, so what we can do is let's remove this with the P tag. Okay, and let's come on top. We're going to take this small tag, and we'll take this floor price. Okay, so save it, and you can see here we have the P tag. Okay, here we have the small, and here we have the span. So save it, and let's make on a full screen, and you can see here we have that floor price, then we have the actual price and the increase of the price. So it's looking pretty good. Okay, that's look pretty good. Let's come down, and let's go to the CSS. Let's come up here, and where is the box shadow? So this is the box shadow. We're going to make it change, and we're going to take the second one, save it, and this one is look perfect, at exactly like a design we have. So this one is look pretty good. You can do the same thing to the main container, but this is what I like. I will go in this way. Okay, so that's all we have. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. So we need to work on the responsiveness. So let's come here in the media query. We're going to target the box middle, and we'll say padding is going to be 1 RAM. Box middle box, we're going to say grid template column 1FR. So that's how it will look. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, let's come down. We're going to target the color box middle H1, and it will have the font size to 1.8 RAM. Line height is going to be 1, and we'll have the box middle paragraph. Line height is going to be 1.3 ram, width is going to be 100%, margin top is going to be minus 0.5 ram, so that's look good. We'll target the box middle, box item, and line height is going to be 0, padding is going to be 2 ram and 1 ram from left and right. This looks perfect. You can see perfectly aligned. We have come down, target the box middle, box item, P, and font size is going to be 1 ram, so a little smaller, and that's look perfect for the mobile. Okay, let's come down, we'll add a media query. So min device width is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels, and max device width is going to be probably 1024 pixels. Okay, and that we're going to target this box width is going to be 90%, and that looks pretty cool. Okay, simply copy the entire one and replace it. Okay, the same media query we have to apply in this range as well, so simply copy the entire media query and paste inside that. Close this one, and things are looking good. This is how it will look on a desktop. This is how it will look on a mobile phone. You can see it's perfectly, everything is working fine. Price, everything's looking good. Okay, this is the banner section, this is the profile section. Now let's come back to the code, simply cut this one. So come here, so we are done with that. Okay, let's come here in the collections. So we are using that one. Take the filter and call the filter component. Okay, if we save the page here, you can see we have the filter. We have the filter, and this filter is a reusable component. Okay, all we have to do is to send the props in this, and we can use it. Okay, we'll definitely going to do at the end. Okay, so that's the filter we have. Let's come here, we're going to create one more file. We'll call NFT Card 2. So the reason why I have called NFT Card 2, because we have already one NFT card in our component folder, main component folder, which we are displaying in the home page. But this one is going to be very specific, and this component card 2 is going to be available in every other pages, not on the home page, but on every pages we're going to have this component. Okay, so that's why I call it card 2. Okay, so in this we have to create this CSS file, and we have to create the CSS file for this. Okay, simply type RAFCE, and we have to do the internal import. The same drill we have to follow, internal import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So here we have that. Let's come here, we have to import in that collection index, and import that file. Simply pass here and come back to the collection.js page, and here we need to first take this demo data, because we're going to loop over it. Okay, so we'll have this collection array, and in that we're going to take this, let's say, images. Okay, we'll have the NFT1, NFT2, NFT3, and we'll simply copy and replicate it 3 times. Okay, 8 times. Okay, so here we have that, and let's send the data in the collection profile. So we have the data, NFT data, so NFT data collection, and in that we are passing the data. Okay, so let's come here, and here we need to receive the props. So that's the props we have here, and here we're going to call the sliders. We'll call the banner component, which we have already. All we have to do is to call the component. So if we save it and come back to the application, you can see this is the profile, this is the tab, and this is the slider we have. It's already working beautiful. Okay, this is a reusable component, we're going to use it, and this is the branding section. So everything is looking fine. All we have to do is to build that card component. So let's close this one and come here, and let's start working on it. Okay, so let's come here, and let's come back here. Let's come to this one, and here we need to simply we have exported that, but we have to import it. Okay, so let's come here and import this here, and here we have to call that component. Okay, we have to call the component, and simply cut this. My bad, we don't need to pass that props inside this collection profile, because there we are not using, we're going to use different data there. We have to pass this array inside this NFT card too. Okay, so if you reload the page, you can see here we are displaying NFT card too, so it's working fine. Okay, now let's close this one, and here we have the data. Okay, and that's the data we are receiving here. So what we have to do is we have to receive a couple of things from React. So let's do that. Images, we have to import the BS image that's coming from React icons. We have to import the AI fill heart, and that's coming from React icon, and we have to get the outline heart as well. Outline heart. Okay, that's the icon we have. Let's import MD verified and MD timer. Let's do the internal import, and let's do the import of the style, and that's coming from the same directory. And we have to import the like profile component, and that's coming from component index. Okay, actually we have to pass this NFT data, not collection array. Okay, so this is the prop we have to pass, so make sure you do this change. And now we can come down, we can take this use state, and it will call like. Initially it will be false, we'll take the another use state, this will call like increase. So we want to increase the like number whenever someone click on the like. Okay, and initially value it will have 21. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's come down, we're going to simply remove this, and let's start working on the JSX. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style dot NFT card 2, and that will have this dynamic block, and we'll receive the data on that. We're going to map over it. Okay, so LMI, and it's an instant return. In that we're going to have a div, it will have a class called style NFT card 2 dash box, and that will have a assign a key. Okay, it will have a key. In that we're going to have a div, it will have a call NFT card 2 box dash like, and in that we're going to take another div, it will have a class called style NFT card box like dash box, and that will have the div, it will have a class called NFT box light box dash box. That in that we're going to have the, let's say, the icon, and it will have the class called NFT box like box dash icon. Okay, and we want to render the p tag, it will have a on click functions, and we're going to call this function like NFT. Inside this we're going to display this like component. So like, we want to initially we want to display the outline like, and when someone click we want to display this heart. Okay, full heart. So that's the dynamic component we have, and the initial value we want to assign, so it will have a span, and in that we're going to call this like in +1. Okay, so that's the data we have here. So things are looking pretty good. That's the like component. Let's come down, we'll have a class called style NFT box dash image. In that will have the image, it will have a source, so lm alt, and we'll call it NFT. Width is going to be 500, height is going to be called 500, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's the image we have. And let's come down, we'll have another div, it will have a class called style dot NFT box dash info. Inside that we'll have a div, it will call style NFT box info left, and that will have a like component. Okay, and we'll have a p tab, let's call it clone, and let's give this dynamic increasing data I+1. Okay, let's come down, we'll have a span, and we'll call say 4 1+. Okay, so that's the number we want to display. Let's come down, and here we're going to call a class style dot NFT box dash price, and that we're going to have a div, it will have a class called style NFT box price dash price box, sorry, and in that we're going to have the small tag, and it will call current bid. Out of that we'll have a p tag, it will have the price, so we'll take this random, Okay, I'll come out of that, and it will have another beta. It will have a class called style NFT box price dash stock, and that we have to display the stocks. Okay, so we'll have this timer, and it will have the span, and in that we go to display the stock. Okay, so I+1, and it will call our left. Okay, so that's the entire JSX part. Things are looking good. Now we have to create the functions. Okay, so let's come down. We have to create this like NFT function. So it's gonna be an arrow function. If like is false, then we want to set to true, and if it's true, then we want to set to false, and we want to also increase the liking number to 23. Okay, and else we want to set to false, and we want to simply decrease this increase number, so minus +1. Okay, initial and +1. So when it would be true, it will say 23, and when it will fall, it will say this. Okay, so if you come here, and here we are getting this error. Okay, so let's reload the browser. Still we having this error. I think I have imported the style file twice somewhere in the code. So let's come back here, and yeah, I made the mistake here. Simply remove this CSS file from here. Okay, I imported twice, that's why I was getting that error. So let's reload that, and let's come back to the applications, and let's have a look. Let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the icon, we have that like. If we click on that, the number will increase. Click, unclick, click, and here we have the component. All the data is working fine, so things are looking pretty good. Okay, that's looking awesome. Now let's make it side by side, and let's start working on the CSS file. So things are looking good. This is the function JSX part. Let's close this one, come back to the CSS file, and let's start working on it. So we're going to target that NFT card 2. Let's come here and copy the text. I guess it is the NFT card 2, and let's say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid template column repeat for 1FR, gap is going to be 3 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's come out, let's add the media query, and max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll say target the card 2, and width is going to be 90%, grid template column is going to be 1FR. So for the mobile device, this looks perfect. Let's come out of that. We'll target the card box, and we'll say display grid, cursor pointer, transition all 0.3 second easy in, background border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, everything's are working. Let's come down. We'll target the box. On over effect, we want to add the box shadow to our custom box shadow color, so save it. You can see it's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the box like, and we'll say padding is going to be 1 RAM, grid column 1/-1, grid row is going to be das, and setting this something big. You can see it will come on top. So we have that. We'll say that like box, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and justify content space between. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the like box icon, and color is going to be our icon color. Okay, font size is going to be a little bigger, 2 RAM. That's how it will look. So things are looking really good. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box P, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and background color is going to be our icon color. Color is going to be our main color. Okay, and let's say border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. You can see it look beautiful. Come down. We'll target the NFT box dash image. We'll target the border radius 1 RAM, and why it's not taking place. Okay, let's remove that one, and let's type grid column -1. Okay, and grid row is going to 1/-1, so it will come on top, and look perfect. Okay, that's look good. We'll target the image itself, and this time we'll say border radius is going to be 1 rem. Okay, let's copy that class and let's come back to the, and here we need to provide that class. So we'll provide a class to the image, so style and the paste the class. Okay, NFT card to box image, and save it. And you can see here we have the box border radius. So we'll come down, we'll target the NFT box dash info. Display is going to be flex, justify contents space between, padding is going to be 1 rem. And let's come down, we'll target the NFT box info left, and we'll say line height is going to be 0, left is going to be, let's say, span small, and font size is going to be 1 rem. We'll target the box left, and P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 2 rem, and font width is going to be 900. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll target the box price. Display is going to be flex, justify content space between, align item flex end, and line height is going to be 0, padding is going to be 1 rem. So that looks pretty good. And come down, we'll target the NFT box to price P, sorry, and we're going to say border 1 pixel solid and where, and we'll have icon color. Padding is going to be, let's say, 1.5 rem and 1 rem and 1 rem and 1 rem. Okay, that's how it will look. Font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Margin top is going to be 0.5 rem, and border radius is going to be 0.3 rem. We'll target the NFT box price box, and small is going to be, let's say, background color is going to be our icon color. Color var is going to be main color, and padding is going to be 0.3 rem. Border radius is going to be 0.3 rem. Margin left is going to be 1 rem. That looks awesome. Let's come down, we'll target the NFT box price dash stock, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 0.5 rem. Font size is going to be 1.1 rem. Okay, that looks awesome. Let's come back, simply replicate, come down and write a second media query. So this will become max width, let's say 78068 pixels, and this max width is going to be 2025 pixels. We'll target the NFT card, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, and grid template column repeat to 1FR. Okay, that's the second media query, and let's have a look. You can see this looks perfect. And let's go to this one, and here we are in the pages, and here we need to fix the order. Simply cut this one and paste on top of the NFT card 2. Okay, paste here, save it, and let's come back here. You can see this is the card section, this is our tab, and this is the component looking perfect. On over effect we are getting this nice effect. Things are looking really cool here. Let's come back here, and what we can do, let's come back to the card NFT card to GSX part, and here we need to fix this bug. So instead of displaying only 2 digits, let's give the full price, so 00 ether. Okay, save it, come back here, and here you can see it looks pretty good. Okay, nice over effect we are having it. Okay, let's come back to the code, and let's come up here and let's assign the margin bottom to 4 rem, so we'll have some space here. Let's make it 214, so that's cool. We have good amount of space. This one is also working fine. On over effect we are getting the style. Simply cut this one, and let's come back to the home page. That's what we have here. You can see that's the first component we have, and if we come here, click on this menu, click on this, and we can easily able to redirect to the our collection page. So our router is also working fine, and let's have a final look. So this is the, okay, nice over effect, price, the buttons are working fine, filter, this is the component, card component, this is the slider we have, we can click and we can slide, this is the price, and let's make a responsiveness, but we have some problem here we have some issue. Let's come here in the media query and let's try to have a look. What's the matter? What's the problem we have here? So we have some mistake. So if we come here, and I can notice one thing, that this is the problem we have in the second media query. Instead of saying max width, it needs to be min width. Okay, and now it will work. Save it and reload the browser and the problem is gone. Just have a look. So I don't know why I'm getting this black. Okay, so I'm having this problem only in the Chrome browser. Suddenly it started from one day. So if you're having the same problem, make sure you open the application in the different browser. Okay, so let's come here. You can see this looks good, and this is how it will look on a phone. You can see perfectly aligned. Let me see one more time. Here you can see we have the two. So the second breakpoint is also working fine. It's looking absolutely perfect. Okay, but here you can see I'm not getting the view on the that particular width. Maybe I have some issue in my browser at the time of recording, but make sure it should work in your application. So everything's looking good. Let's have a look. Final time, we have the title, we have the paragraph, and we have all the data about this NFT collection. Okay, so these are the demo data we have. This is the filter we have. Okay, we can open, we can close, and here we have the card. So slider we have, and this is the brand section, and this is the footer. Let's come back to the code, and things are looking good. Almost we are done with this entire application, sorry, entire collection page, not with the application. So let's close all the tab and come here, simply delete. And you know the drill. What we have to do, come here, go to the pages, and we have to create the page. For this we'll call it author.js, and we'll type RAFCE. Okay, React functional based component. And here we're going to import a couple of things from React: use state, and we need to import use effect. Let's come down, let's do the internal import. And actually we don't have any file for doing the internal import. So what we can do, we'll do this import and we'll type this style and from, but we don't have that from. So let's come here, go to this style folder, and let's create the CSS file for that. So we'll call it author.module.css. Okay, this is what we have to import here. So we have got our CSS file. Now let's do the import. We have to import the components, the banner component that's coming from the collection banner. Okay, which we have already created in our collection in the previous video. Okay, so make sure you watch that. Okay, and we are using that component here in this author page. So we have this banner component. We have to import the like this two. Okay, author profile card and author tab. We actually don't have this. We're going to create these folder and these components. So I'm just writing down here so I can remember that what I have to create. Okay, so these are the components we have to create. Let's comment out this for a time being, and we have to import the NFT card 2. We have already created in the collection page. So we're going to import it from there, and let's come here and we have to import the, let's say, brand and title, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so these are the components we are importing here. Let's uncomment this and let's type tabs. Okay, so these are the components we're going to create right this moment: author profile card, author tab, and this will call tab card. Okay, and that's coming, and that's actually we don't have the directory, we have to create it. Okay, so let's come here and we have to create that folder in the main directory. Okay, so we'll create a folder and we'll call it author page. Okay, so I'm giving this relevant name so you guys can easily able to identify that which page we are actually working on. So we had work on the collection page, so that's why you can be able to find that there is a folder called collection page. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, make sure you watch that, then it will make sense. Okay, and that we're going to create a couple of folders. So in this author page we need to create a folder. So the first folder we'll create by the name, let's call it what should we call, we'll call it author profile card. Okay, this is the folder we create, and inside that we have to create a JSX file, and we have to type this. Come here, we have to create the CSS file for that as well, module.css. So here we have the CSS file. Now we come back to the author page and we have to create one more folder. So click on that and we have to call it author, let's call it tabs. Okay, copy that and create the JSX file. So author tab.modules, let's create a CSS file, and then we have to create the JSX file for that. So author.jsx. simply type RAFC and close all this one. So here we have these two folders, two component actually, and that's what we have here imported. Okay, so let's come here and let's remove that one. And now what we can do, let's bring it down and type import images, and that's coming from image folder. And let's remove this one and let's start working on the GSX. Okay, so we're going to take a, let's take a demo array, popular array, and in that we're going to take the images of the user. So let's take the images. Okay, because we're going to display the image in the follower component. Okay, so altogether we have 5 tabs, and in 2 tabs we are displaying the follower details. Okay, so this is the images of the user. Let's change this one, 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so these are the data we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a use state and we'll call it collectibles. Okay, this is the first tab we have. Initially it would be true, so when someone initially visit this page, the collectible tab would be open. Okay, now we have to take another one. This will call created. Initially it will false. We have to take another one like false, and we have to take one more. This is called follower, false, and there is one following, and this is false. So these are the 5 use state we have taken, 5 use state. Now let's come down and we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, what should we call, banner. And okay, inside that we'll take another div, not a div, we're going to actually use the banner component we have created. Okay, and in this we're going to send the props because it's a reusable component, so we have to send the props. So in this we're going to send the image actually. So the image I want to send is, that's the author we have here. Let's come back here and let's change this URL, type /author, and let's hit enter and just wait. And here you can see, I think we don't have any image by the name author. Okay, so that's why you can see this broken. So what we can do now, let's come back here, and here I'm going to replace this with background. Okay, and here you can see we have the images. Okay, it's looking absolutely good. I want to use different images, so let's find the image we have in the design. So this is the image we have in the design. Okay, it's looking really good. So we have that. Let's come here and go to this author profile card and close all this, and we have to create one more file in which we're going to import all the component we're going to create in this author page. Okay, so let's call it component index, and in this we're going to import the components. We'll import the author profile card, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to import the author tab. Okay, and that's also coming from the same directory inside the author folder, author tabs. And now we have to export that, so we'll type export, and in that we're going to pass this. Okay, we are remove this bracket with this and with this. So here we are exporting those components. Simply close that one, and let's come back here, and now we can uncomment this and we can call that. So it's coming from author page component index. Okay, in that way we can easily able to access all these component. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply copy and paste here, and so that's the component we have here, and here you can see the component is displaying. And now we can start working on the card component. So let's come back here and let's go to this author profile card and let's start working on this component. So what we can do, let's first import a couple of things from React, use state, and we have to import the image, we have to import the icons, so MD verified, and that's coming from icons MD, and we have to import the cloud upload, and we have to import the MD outline, let's say report problem. Okay, so these are the icons which is coming from MD React icons, and we have to import one more. This is going to be icon copy, and that's coming from React icon /fi. We have to import the icon, so it will be TI social Facebook, and that's coming from TI. And that we're going to take the, let's say we have the Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have YouTube, we have Twitter, Instagram. Okay, so these are the 4 icon we are using. Let's come down. We have to import the BS3 dot. Okay, and this coming from the React icons /bs. These are the icons we have. Now let's come down. We have to do the internal import, so we have to import the CSS file, That's coming from the same directory. And now we have to import the images. Okay, we have the images. So this is the internal import. Now let's import the button component, and that's coming from the component/component index. Okay, so let's remove that, and we want to import it from component index. Okay, so it's coming from component index. Okay, now let's come down here, and in this we're going to take the use state. This will call share. Initially it will be false. We'll take another one. This will call report. This will be false. That's all the import, internal external import. Now let's remove that and let's start working on the JSS. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot, we'll call it author profile card, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called author profile box. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style author profile box dash image. In that we're going to have the image. So we have the source. Inside that we have the images, and we're going to use this NFT image one. We'll take the class. It will have the author profile card box image, and it will have the alt tag, which is called NFT image. It will have the width 220 and will have the height 220. So this is the image property. Now let's come down. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box info, and we'll tag the h2. Let's come here and go to the original wall, simply copy the name, and let's come back and paste here. And inside that we're going to take a space, and we're going to take a span, and in this we're going to use the icon MD verified. So this is the h2. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called author box info. This will call address, and that will have a input tag, and it will have the type to text. It will have the value to the address. Simply copy and paste here, and it will have the ID. We'll call my ID. Okay, my input, and let's come down. We're going to take a icon fi copy, and let's assign a on click function, and we're going to call this function, let's say, copy address, and it will also have a class. So let's come out of that class, and we'll call this style author box info address dash icon. Okay, so this is the name of the class we have to assign to this copy icon. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will take a paragraph and simply copy and paste here. So let's come down, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot author box info, and it will call social, and in that we're going to display the social media icon. So we'll take an anchor, and in that we're going to call the icon. So Facebook, copy paste 4 times and change the icon to, let's say, Instagram. This will become LinkedIn. This will become YouTube. These are the 4 icons we have. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Now let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called author box share, and in that we actually going to take this button. Okay, we have to send the props button name. So we'll call this follow, and it will have a handle click function. So currently we're going to send empty function. Okay, now let's come down. We're going to say MD cloud upload, and we'll call it, it will have an on click function. We'll take the icon. It will have an on click function, and we'll call it open share. It will have the class called, let's say, author box share, and it will call icon. Okay, that's the cloud upload, and we'll come down. We'll take this dynamic block, and we'll say that share, and if it share is true, then we want to display this component. Okay, so we'll take a div. It will now inside the div, let's assign a class. We'll call author box dash share, and we'll call it upload. In that we will have this paragraph, and here we're going to take a span. In that we're going to display the icon. So the icon we want to display is the Facebook. Here we're going to, let's say, we're going to provide the space, and we'll type Facebook. Okay, with name. Simply copy that and replicate 4 times. Now we have to do the changes. This will become Instagram, and this becomes, let's say, LinkedIn. This becomes YouTube, and YouTube. Okay, so that's the icon components we have. Dynamic component, come down and we'll have the icon bs 3 dots. Okay, it will have the on click functions, and we'll call the function to open report. Okay, and we have to create a class called style author box share icon, and here we have to take the dynamic block. We'll say report. If it's true, then we want to display this dynamic block, so we'll take this p tag, and that we're going to assign a class first, and it will have the class called author box share, and let's call it report. Okay, inside that p tag we're going to take a span, and we'll have this outline report icon. Okay, so this is the icon we want to display, and then we want to display this message report abuse, sorry. And here we're going to provide the space. Okay, so let's save it, and if we come back to the application, and here you can see we have some problem. So it says that invalid. Okay, come reload the browser, and still we having the same problem. Okay, we have some problem here in the code. So let's come back here and let's try to find out what mistakes we are making. So the function we have to create. Okay, let's create the function first. Okay, copy function. Okay, we'll take this copy address, and it's gonna be an arrow function const copy text, and we'll target that id. Okay, get element by id my input. Okay, that's what we want to target here. Now here we have that. We'll copy the text, and we'll click this call this select functions. Okay, and now once we have that, we can use the navigator dot clipboard and write text, and we want to pass this copy text and value. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to copy the text. Okay, so it's this function is ready. Okay, now let's come down, let's create the other function. So we'll call it open share. It's gonna be an arrow functions, and we'll say if share is true, then we want to set to false, set to true. If it's false, then we want to set to true, and set the report to false. Else we want to set the share to false, and that's it. Okay, so that's the one, and simply copy and paste, and we have to simply change this to open report, and we have to set this to set report, and we have to change this to share. Okay, that's the change we have to do. So let's come down here and let's have a look one more time. Let's come here, reload the browser, and still we having the same problem. Okay, we are importing something wrong. Okay, something's wrong in the import. So here you can see here I have the problem. It's not bs 3 dot, it's not b, it's d. Okay, so change this to d, simply copy that, and let's scroll down all the way, and here you can see here we have to pass the right spelling. I was wondering that what's went wrong in the code, and I found that I made this silly typo, and it took me half an hour to find this one. So it's a part of development. Okay, so when you come across this kind of situation, don't get frustrated. Okay, so let me correct this spelling, and now save it, and let's come back to the application, and here you can see everything's working fine. So here we have all the data, we have the image name, and we can simply copy and simply paste here. You can see the function we have written, that's also working fine. So things are looking pretty good. Okay, so that's, and this is how we're going to design it. So everything's looking fine. Now let's make it side by side so you guys can see what styling we are doing. Okay, that's how it's look. Now let's close this one and go to the CSS file and simply open that. Come here and go to this file and simply copy the class. Okay, the main class. Come back to the CSS and let's start working. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, Z index is going to be something high, and margin top is going to be 5 RAM. We'll target the box and we'll say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid template column 1 FR and 4 FR and 1.3 FR, align item center, background color var, and it is the main color. Padding is going to be 2.5 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Gap is going to be 3 RAM. That's look how. Okay, that's how it look. We'll target the image and we'll say border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Let's come down, let's add the media query so we can see what we are actually working on. Okay, so we'll take the max width it's going to be 35 em, and we're going to target the box and we'll say 90% width, and grid template column is going to be 1 FR, and that's how it will look. Now padding, make it 2.5 and 0.5 and 1.5 RAM. That looks good. We'll have a gap to 1 RAM. Okay, now we can start working on the CSS. Okay, so let's come down. We'll target the box info h4, and font size is going to be 2.5 RAM, and left line height is going to be 0. Margin top is going to be minus 0.5 RAM, and actually I have noticed that it's not h4, h2. Let's come down. We'll target that author box info address, and we'll have the margin top is going to be minus 1 RAM. We'll target that info address, and let's assign input. Okay, we'll say outline is going to be none, width is going to be 35%, font size is going to be 1 RAM, and border is going to be none. Background color is going to be transparent, so that's working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the box info address icon, and we want to make it all 0.3 second easy in. Well, info address icon on over effect, we want to simply box shadow is going to be our custom box shadow, and cursor is going to be a pointer, color is going to be a var or icon color. Okay, that's look good. Things are looking really good. Okay, you can see the copy button is also working fine. Let's come down. We'll simply target the box info p, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 RAM, line height is going to be 1, width is going to be 90%. Author profile card box info social, we'll say display is going to be flex, a line item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll tag box info social a, and background color is going to be icon, and color is going to be our main color. Border radius 50%, display is going to be grid, padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, and border 1 pixel solid var, and our icon color. Okay, we have the icon color. Now transition all easy, 3 second easy in. Okay, well, cursor pointer box info social a, on over effect we want to do something. So background shadow is going, box shadow is going to be custom box shadow, and background color is going to be our main color, and border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it will have the icon color. We have the color itself is going to be the icon color. Okay, it's looking perfect. You can see on over effect. Let's come down. We'll target the author card box share, and it will have the display flex. Okay, align item center, align self is going to be flex start. Let's make it start. Okay, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and position is going to be relative. So that's how it will look. Okay, let's come down. We'll have the box and share icon. We want to increase the font size to 2.5 RAM, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Well, it's definitely come down. So that's how it will look. You can see on the click event we can easily able to open the dynamic block. Okay, so we'll target that author box social upload, and we say position is going to be absolute, padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, width is going to be, let's say, 15 RAM, border box shadow is going to be, let's say, our custom box shadow, and it will have the border radius to 1 RAM, and it will have the background color to our main color, and left is going to be 2 RAM, top is going to be 5 RAM, and set index something high number. So that's how it will look. You can see it's looking really good. So things are looking good. Now let's come down. We have to target that box share upload p, and it will have the display flex, align item center, and line height is going to be 0, gap is going to be 1 RAM, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Transition all 0.3 second easy in. Padding is going to be 0.3 RAM and 0.5 RAM. Simply copy that and come paste here. We'll tag on over effect. We want to make it background color to our icon color, and color itself is going to be the main color. Okay, and border is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Nice over effect we are getting. Let's come down. We'll target the upload span and we'll say font size 1.5 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the authored box, share, report, and we'll say position is going to be absolute. So you can see that's is there, but you can't see that. Okay, so we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, width is going to be 10 RAM, box shadow is going to be our box shadow color, border area is going to be 1 RAM, and background color is going to be our main color. Left is going to be 5 RAM and top is going to be 4 RAM. Z index something big number, so that's how it will look. Pretty good. You can see, okay, the function is not working. So let's come here and let's have a look. So here is the problem we have. Instead of share, we have to remove this to report, and now the function will work. Save it and let's click it. You can see we can have this one and it's working fine. Let's come back here. We'll tag the box, share, report, P, and display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM. That looks pretty cool. So you can see that's looking really good. It's perfectly aligned. Now let's come up here, and here we need to provide the box shadow. Okay, so let's type box shadow and we will have the shadow. You can see now it's looking perfect. We're having this nice background shadows. Okay, we can copy the text, we can open this dynamic blocks. This button is also working fine. Nice over effect we are getting here. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's come here and let's start working on the media query. So we're going to target the author box image and we'll say width is going to be 50%. Okay, we'll simply bring it down. We'll target the box info h2 and we'll say font size is going to be 2 RAM, so a little smaller, and we'll target the info address input width is going to be, let's say, 85%. So we'll have some space. You can see the icon and space apart, so it's looking perfect. And I don't know why I'm having this problem in my Chrome browser. When I'm making to the mobile screen, I'm getting this blank screen, but I'm coming on the desktop, it's looking fine. Okay, so make sure you have a look on the code along with the responsiveness. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm opening this in my other browser and that's how it looks. Okay, you can see it's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the box info P and font size is going to be 1 RAM and left line height is going to be 1.4. Width is going to be 90%. Target the box info social. We'll target the padding 0 to RAM and that's look good. Let's leave it like this. Let's come down. We'll target the box share and we'll say grid column -1, grid row -1, so that will come on top. Okay, look perfect. And here we have to assign the padding, so it will have 1 RAM, and we'll say gap is going to be 1 RAM, so it will have some space. Let's come down. We'll target the box share icon font size is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come down, box share report, and this will have the left is going to be 9 RAM. Okay, it's still there. Simply come up on top and we have to target the upload and we'll say left is going to be 9 RAM. So let's test. Okay, it's moving, it's working fine. Now we have to change the value to, okay, not this one, we have to change the upper one, upload 18. Okay, too much, make it 15. Okay, now it's looking good. So let's come here and simply check whether we have any spelling mistake. No, so this looks fine. Copy that class and it still look like that. So let's come here and let's make the difference here and make it 9. Okay, now it's looking good, 19. Okay, and that's looking perfect. So things are looking really good. Okay, so everything is perfectly aligned. Now let's come down. Let's take a second media query, min device width is going to be 768 pixels, and the max device width is going to be, let's say, 1024 pixels. And that we're going to target the box, and we'll say get template column 1FR and 2FR. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. So you can see now it is working on my Chrome. Okay, so this is how it will look on a mobile device, looking absolutely fine. You can see this one is fine, this one is be fine, this one is looking good. Okay, this is the problem we have here. Now we have to fix this value and make it 9 and 9 now. Okay, still again we are facing this problem. As you can see, the second breakpoint is also working fine and it's looking perfect. Okay, that's look good. Okay, that's looking good, and the mobile is not displaying, but it's working fine. You can see everything's working fine, and the value I've set 99 is perfect because earlier it was working and I tested that and I find that it was perfectly aligned in the middle. Okay, so make sure to go with that value, or you can do the testing, whichever finds suitable for you, you can go with that. So things are looking pretty good. So let's come here and simply save all this and close this one. So finally we are done with this component. Okay, let's come here, close this one, and let's come to this author page. Okay, and here we have built this author profile card component. Now we have to build the other component. So let's come here and let's go to this follower tab. Okay, so this is the component we need, follower tab card, not the main folder, but we need the second folder, and that's what we're going to import here. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to import that follower tab card, and that's coming from the follower tab card. Okay, so here we have that component. Now the component we're going to call it here. So before we call that component, we're going to call this author tab component. Okay, that the component we have already built, and in that we're going to send all these props. So let's send those props, send this one as well, copy and send that, copy this one, send it, and do this for the following as well. So all these props will receive in author tabs. Okay, and this will allow us to open the tab and close the tab. Okay, so that's why we are sending the tab, sending the props. So here we have the title. Now we can come down, we can use the title component, and in this we're going to simply pass the heading. So we'll type popular creators, and here we're going to pass the description. So what we can do, come back to the original one and simply get from there. Okay, so this is what we are building. Okay, simply copy that and simply paste it. So that's the component we have here. Let's come down and we're going to target that brand component. Okay, so the component we're going to use the brand, and let's save it, come back to the original one, and here we have the problem. So background is not defined. So where it's happening? So it's happening inside the follower tab card.jsx. Inside that is happening. So let's come here. We are not using that component. So let's reload the browser, reload that browser, and sometime it's happened. Okay, sometime you will have this problem, so make sure you restart the application or reload the browser. I haven't done anything, I just reload my browser and the error is gone. Okay, so here you can see we have the author tabs component, and this is the title, and this is the brand component. So things are looking pretty good. So let's come back to the code and come back to the, and here you can see that follower tab card component. Here we are receiving the props. So, okay, so this is the props we're going to send in the follower tab card. Okay, so let's come here, and here we have the data. Come here, we're going to take this popular array and we're going to map over it, and inside that we're going to simply call this follower tab card, and we'll assign a key, and we have to send this props. So element I. So this is the props we are sending. Let's reload the browser, and here you can see it's displaying, but somehow it's broken. It's not working perfectly. We're gonna fix it, but at least something is happening. Okay, so things are looking good. Not a big deal. We're gonna fix this issue very shortly. Let's come here, and for the time being, let's comment out this. Okay, let's start focusing on the author tab. Okay, let's come here. So this is what we're going to work on right now. So let's close this one and go to this author tab, and let's start working on this. So we'll import couple of things from React, use state, and we'll import the image, next image. We have to import the icon, so di allow shorted, let's call it down, and that's coming from React icons ti. And we have to import one more. This is the ti arrow shorted up. Okay, shorted up. So these are the two icons we are coming, and we want to take one more. This is going to be a tick, so tic tick. So these are the icons we have. Now we have to do the internal imports. So we have to import the css file that's coming from the same directory, and we have to receive the props. Okay, so come back to the author page, and here we have sending the props. Simply copy that and change this one. Okay, that's the props we have to change here, send here. Okay, simply copy this and receive the props here. So make sure you do the change. Okay, we want to send this function set collection. Okay, so make sure you do that, and now we can receive that function here, set and receive it here. So here we have all the props which we are sending. Now we'll come down, and we're going to use this use state, and we'll call it open list false, and initially it will be false, and we'll take another use state, and this time we'll call it active button, and this would be, let's say initially it would be 0, and we'll take another use state, and this will call selected menu. Okay, and this will be most recent. So these are the three use state we have taken. Now let's come down. We have to take this list, so we'll take the list of arrays, and we'll say created by admin. We'll take the most appreciated. We'll take another one. This will call most discussed, and the last one is going to be the most viewed. These are the list. Now let's start working on the JSX. So we'll have a div. It will have the class called style author tabs. Inside that we'll take another div. It will call author tabs dash box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have the class called author tab box, and we call it, let's say, left. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called author tab box left button, and that will have the button, and we'll have a on click function on this, and the function we're going to create is, let's call it open tab. Inside that we're going to pass this event, and we're going to call it, let's say, collectibles. Simply let's assign a class to this as well, so we'll call it author tab box left, but this class is going to be dynamic. Okay, because we want to display the active state and non-active state. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this dynamic block, and we'll say active button. If that is equal to 1, then we want to display this class style dot active. Okay, otherwise none. Okay, so that's the normal style. Okay, so this will represent the active state. Now what we have to do is simply copy that button and change this to, and this will become the created. Close this one, replicate it, and this will become, let's say, liked. This will become 2, and come down, this will become 4, and this will become following. This will, on one more time, this will become 5, and this will become, let's say, followers. So these are the 5 buttons we have for the 5 tabs. Okay, now let's come down. We have to take a div. It will have a class called style author tab box right, and in that we're going to have a div. It will have the class called style author tab box right dash para. And that inside this div it will have a on click function as well, and we'll call the function open drop down. So this is the function we're going to create. Now inside that we're going to take this paragraph and we'll have this data selected menu, and we have to display the dynamic block. Okay, so if open list, if open list is true, then we want to display this icon up, otherwise we want to display this down. So this is the icon. Okay, we have the icon. Now we'll take a dynamic block, okay, not a div, because we want to display the drop down menu. So we'll say open list, and if it's true then we want to render this dynamic block. Okay, it will have the class called style author tab box right, and it will call list. Inside that we'll have this list, and we have to map over it I, and it's instant return. And that we're going to take a div. It will have the class, so it will have the key, and it will have an on click function on this. So the function we're going to call it, let's say select menu, and we want to pass this element, okay, the name, and it will have the class called author box right. Okay, and this will call list items. So let me repeat what we are doing here. We have an array and we are looping over it, and we are printing that array, and on every element we have this function select menu, and which will update the state. Okay, that's what we are doing here. Now let's inside that we'll have this paragraph, and it will display the menu, and it will have the span, and here in this we're going to display the icon. Okay, so if selected menu icon equal to this, then we want to display this tick icon. Okay, so that's the simple logic. I hope you guys are getting familiar. Okay, this is the dynamic state, and now we have to create this function. So let's do that. So simply come here, and what function we have to create? So let's call it list. Okay, list. Now drop down list, and it's going to be an arrow function. If we say, let's say if open list is false, then we want to set it true. Okay, and else we want to set to false. That's the first function. Now let's come down. We have to create this one, select menu, and open menu, open tab, and we have to say that const btn text, and we are receiving e here, e.target dot inner text. So if button text is equal to our collectibles, okay, then we want to set it true, the collectibles, and we want to set other component to false. Okay, simple logic, not complicated, easy to understand. Okay, so simply copy that, and we have to increase the button number as well, 1. So let's else if btn text equal to what we have next created, then we want to simply copy and paste here, and it's a e, this becomes false, and this becomes true, and this one is become true. Okay, else if button text equal to, let's say third one is liked, then we want to save, complete, paste, and we want to set to false, and this will become true, and this will become 3. Third one is going to be else button text equal to, what else we have, let's close this one, we have following, paste here, and simply copy and paste, and we have to change the state to false, this become true, and this become 4. Now the final one is else if button text equal to, what else we have, follower, copy and paste here, and do the same thing, change this true, and this become 5. Okay, so that's the open tab function, which allows us to switch between different tabs, different component, and it will also update the active state. Okay, so let's have a look. So this is the internal, this is the functions, close this one, close this functions, and this is the entire JSX, looking fine. Let's come here, and here we can find that we're having some issue, And maybe sometime you will have this issue because you haven't opened your browser for a long time. So in such case, all you have to do is to reload the browser. Okay, so handle unrun runner. Okay, simply reload the browser and you will find that we have no problem. And now we can scroll down and we can have a look. So here we have all the buttons, we have the most recent, and here we have the drop down. So if we click on this, we'll have the list of the dynamic block, and if we click on this, we are updating the state menu. Okay, you can see on click event we can easily able to change the state discussed. Okay, and when we are clicking on the button, we are having this error message because we haven't defined it. Okay, we are not using that, so that's why we are getting this error. Okay, let's reload the browser and let's click on one more time. You can see still we are having this problem because we are not doing anything. Okay, and it actually says that set collectible is not defined. Why it's saying that? So let's come back to the code and so before we test that, let's style it first. Okay, then we'll fix this bug. Okay, so let's just bring side by side and let's style it first. Okay, so we'll come here and simply target copy this one, author tab, and paste here. Let's say width is going to be 100%, margin 8 RAM, 0, 3 RAM, and 0. Box is going to be, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display flex, justify content space between, author box left, BTN, display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 2 RAM, align item center, that's how it will look, author box left BTN, button itself, border 1 pixels solid, and it will have our icon color, outline 0, background color will have our main color. Okay, font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, border radius 2 RAM, cursor pointer, transition all 0.3 second easy in, color is going to be our icon color. We'll target the box left button active state, and let's say border 1 pixel solid, our icon color, and background color is going to be our icon color, and color is going to be the main color. Okay, we'll come here, target the button itself, border 1 pixel solid where our icon color, background color is going to be where icon color, and we'll have the main color as a text color. So you can see looking perfect. Let's add this over effect on this. You can see on over effect we are getting this. Let's target the box right section and we'll say position is going to be relative, author box right, para, border is going to be 1 pixel solid where icon color will have the border radius 2 RAM, width is going to be 15.2 RAM, and padding is going to be 0 and 2 RAM, align item center, and gap is going to be 1 RAM, cursor pointer and get template column 9 FR and 1 FR. You can see it looks perfect. Let's work on this drop down button tab, sorry. So we'll target that para P and we'll say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, line height is going to be 5.5, and right para list, and we're going to target the background color to our main color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, width is going to be 15 RAM, and left is going to be -3 RAM. Padding is going to be absolute, Z index high number, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow. So that's how it will look, looking perfect. Let's come down at this right list item and let's make it display is going to be flex, align item center, justify content space between, and line height is going to be 0. Padding is going to be, padding right is going to be 1 RAM. So you can see now it's looking good. Right list item P, we're going to target the transition all 3 second easy in. Padding is going to be 0, 1 RAM, and line height is going to be 1 RAM, cursor pointer looking better. We'll target the box right list item. On over effect we're going to change the background color to icon color. color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 0.2 ram. So you can see nice, we can easily able to change the state, and it's looking perfect. Okay, we have to do a little bit adjustment, but things are looking good. So let's come here, and here we are in the author tab box left btn, and here we have to say padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram. So if you come, you can see this buttons are looking fine. Now we have space. Okay, now we have to fix this one. Okay, so let's come here in this author box right para, we have to say display is going to be grid, and now you can see it's looking perfect. Okay, we have to do the adjustment in the width, but it's looking quite good. And here we're going to make it 17. Let it make it a little bigger, and okay, we have to make it a little higher, 5, and okay, that's look good. And let's come here and here make it 16 in the box right list. And if we come here, now you can see everything's working fine. Now we don't have this overflow, the tabs are also working fine. Let's come here. Now let's start writing the media query. Okay, so we'll say max width is going to be 35 em. We'll target the tab and margin 3 ram and 0 ram and 2 ram 3 ram, sorry, and 0 ram. So we'll target the box width is going to 90%. Display is going to be grid template column 1fr, looking quite good. Let's come down, target the left button, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1fr. That's how it will look. And gap is going to be 1 ram, and box shadow will have the box shadow, and padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and border radius is going to be 1 ram, and padding to 1 ram and 1 ram. Okay, so this looks pretty good. You can see this looks really good. Let's come down, we'll target that box right, and width is going to be, let's say, not a width, we'll tap the margin top is going to be 2 ram. Right para width is going to be 100%. Okay, you can see now line clicking taking the full space. We'll target the right list, and left is going to be 4 ram. So you can see now we have some space from the left hand side, and things are looking good on mobile device as well. Let's take a second media query, and this will become min device width and 768 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 1024 pixels. And above that, we'll target the box width is going to be 90%, and display is going to be grid template column 1fr, and gap is going to be 2 ram. Okay, active box right list, and left is going to be 7 ram. So things looking good. You can see it's looking absolutely perfect. We have these buttons, but we don't have this function, that's why we're getting this error. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's reload the browser, and we have this drop down. We can easily able to change the text. Let's do the inspect element, and I have this problem, so I can see that. Let's zoom a bit, and here it's working fine. You can see this one is looking good, and this is also working fine, and this is, here we have to do a little bit touch up. Okay, and these components are looking really great. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and what we can do here, let's come here and simply copy this 100%, and simply copy that and paste here and save it, and now it will take the full width. Okay, so things are looking good, really good. We have this over effect FTX state, so it's working fine. Let's come back and let's make on a full screen, and now we have to work on the tab. So simply close here and come back, close this one, and here we are in author.js page, and let's have a look what's the problem we have. So here we have this component popular array. Let's uncomment this one, remove this actually, and let's come here, and here let's come here and create one more folder in the author page, and this will come author NFT card box. Okay, let's create the JSX file, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Let's grab RFC, and this is going to be the controlling point of the entire tab component. Okay, so in this we're going to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. And in this, what I want in this, we're going to do a couple more imports. So let's do that. Images. Okay, we have the images. Let's import the NFT Card 2. Okay, this is the component which is coming from collection page. Okay, and here we're going to import the component like import, and we want to import the follower tab card. Okay, so this is the component we're going to import here, and that's coming from the follower tab. Okay, so these are the, so that's coming from this component, and here we have the follower tab, and this is the component we are importing here. Okay, so make sure you do that. So that's what we have here. So that's the concept. We'll close this one and close this one, and here we're going to make the things happen. Okay, so let's import the use state, imports from React to use state, and we're going to receive the props. So simply copy that, and here before we do that, we have to export this component. So let's import this here and card box, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to copy that and simply export it. So in that way we can easily able to simply close this one, and here we in the author.js we're going to receive that component. Okay, simply receive it, and now what we can do, simply copy that component and simply remove this because we don't need this tab card. Okay, copy that, and that's what we're going to call it right here. Okay, right, call in the component, and in this we're going to send the props. Okay, so you can see right now here we are displaying this NFT card box. It's working fine, things are looking good. Now we have to come here, and this is what we have here. Now we have to send the props. So let's come here, we have to copy that and simply set that. Do the same thing for others. Created, like, followers, and the final one is following. So we are getting this props. Now we have to receive that prop. Simply copy that and call all the props here. Created, and this becomes like, this becomes follower, and the final one is following. Paste here. So these are the props we are receiving here. We'll come down, and here what we're going to do, we're going to remove this, and we'll take a instant return. We'll have a div, and it will have a class called style dot, and we'll call author NFT card box. Okay, in that we're going to take this dynamic block. Okay, we're going to take all the components which we want to display. Okay, so we'll say that we'll take this collectibles. If it's true, then we want to display this component. Okay, we have the component, so NFT card 2. Okay, this is the component we want to display if collectibles is true. So simply replicate this couple of times, 5 times, because 5 components we are displaying. And let's change this to created, this becomes like, and this becomes follower, and this becomes following. Okay, at a time only one component would be visible. Simply copy this follower tab component, and that's what we're going to pass it here, because in the follower component section we want to display the follower details. Okay, so let's pass that, copy that, and simply pass it here. So in this way we can easily have all the component. Okay, looking good. Now what's the problem we have here? So map is not defined. Actually we don't have the data, so we have to send the props. Okay, because each of these component needs data to render on the front end. Okay, so we have to send those data. Okay, so let's come here, and here we're going to take our demo data. Let's come down, we'll call it const, we'll call it collectibles array, and it's gonna be an array. In that we have to take this images, NFT1, NFT2, NFT3, and simply copy and replicate it 3 times and remove last one. Okay, so that's the collectibles array. Now let's do the same thing from others. Created array, and we'll simply change this. We'll have the same array, remove a couple of array from here, and let's take the third one, which is a like array. We'll paste that and we're going to remove it couple of, so this time we'll have 5. Close this one, and the follower is going to be different. Okay, so in that we're not going to have this. We're going to take the images user, and this become user 10, user 2, user 3, user 5. So these are the 5 array we have, and the last one is user 4. Okay, let's close this one, take the following array, so it becomes following array, and we're going to call the users 1, replicate it and change the data 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the final one is 8. So here we have the details about the followers. Okay, and that's what we're going to pass it here. So here in the NFT Card 2 component, we have to receive the props in the name of NFT data. Okay, so simply copy this, come back here, and here we're going to pass that simply, and in that we're going to pass this collectibles array. Nothing is alien to you. Okay, you guys are familiar with the structure which we are following. Okay, so simply copy that and simply paste here, paste here, and paste here, and paste here. So we are sending the props. Now change the name, so this create, this becomes like, this becomes follower, this becomes following array. Okay, save it, come back to the applications, and here you can see that collectibles component is true. That's why we can easily able to have a look. We can easily able to render all this data. Okay, it's looking absolutely perfect. But if we're clicking on the component, on the buttons, we are getting this error message. So still we are having this problem. We having this one, and it says that set collectible is not defined. Right, so we are receiving the prop. Let's come back, reload the page one more time, and let's call the function. Still we have the same problem, and so things are looking good, everything's working fine. So let's come back to the code, and let's come here. Let's make it this, it's a 0, make sure you should make it 1. So if you make it 1, let's come back to the, and here you can see the tab, collectible tab is active, so we can able to have this background color. Okay, active color, so looking good. But if we are clicking on other buttons, we are getting this error. We gotta fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Now let console log out the text, that whether the function open tab function is working or not. So let's do the console, and let's simply close all this one if statement and comment out this for my being to find out the problem. Okay, so let's do the inspect element, and let's come back to the buttons, and let's bring the terminal up and console, and let's have a look. Created, so it's working fine. Collectibles, like, following, popular, followers, following. So these buttons are working fine, but what's the problem? Let's come here, so bring back. Okay, now simply check the text, that the text we have written, it's right or wrong. Let's do the create. Okay, it's right. Let's do the for the like, following, and the final one is followers. So everything's fine. Now simply remove this. Okay, select all this and remove that once. Still we are having the same problem. Still set collectibles is not defined. Okay, why? Let's come here, and here we are receiving that set collectibles, but when we are sending the props, okay, but here's the problem, we are not sending that set collectible. Okay, so that's the problem. We have simply copy and change this one, do the same to all this, and now it's looking good. Save it, and here we are receiving the props. Now we can come here, now it will work. So let's bring the terminal down. You can see we can easily able to switch, and the problem we have in the followers, it says background is undefined, but the other tab is working fine. So let's come here, let's click here. You can see the data is changed, it's working fine. And when we are clicking on created, like is also getting activated. Why? So let's come here. So let's have a look. So this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Let's come here. Okay, here is the problem. We have to remove this to make it 3. Okay, now you can see if we click on this, we can easily able to switch to different components. And here we have the problem in the follower tab card component, background is not defined. So we're gonna fix that. Okay, so let's come here, and here let's click on this and come back to the component. Here we are receiving that element and an element. Okay, so we are receiving these two, and here we are rendering, we are receiving these two. Let's come here, but here what we are doing here, we are sending the entire data, but we want to send the element. Okay, so what we can do here, so here first thing we have to do is to do the changes in the data. Okay, so we want to display the background and the user images. So this is not the data we're going to take. We're going to take an object and we'll have a background. Here we'll have the image of the background, and simply remove this one, and in this we're going to have the image of the user. So image dot user one, simply replicate couple of times, because this is the data we're going to display. Change this to, this become 3 3, this become 4 4, this become 5 5, and this become 6 6. Okay, so simply copy this entire data and close this one, and do the same thing from here. And here we're going to just reshuffling it. Okay, bring it up and then move our last one. Okay, and simply here we're going to take this dynamic block. Okay, and simply cut this and put inside this. Okay, close this one. Okay, so what I did, I simply removed that follower component from here. Okay, and because I was getting constant error, so let me show you how we can fix this problem. So we're going to take a dynamic data, okay, dynamic block, and we're going to call this follower. Okay, if follower is true, then we want to render this component. Okay, so we'll have a div, and that inside the div we're going to have this follower array, and we're going to loop over it. Okay, and this is the data we're going to pass it inside the follower tab component. So we'll pass the index I, and we'll pass the element. In this way we can easily able to render the data. Okay, and simply copy that and do the same thing from here. Simply copy that and paste here, and simply copy this following, and we have to replace this with following. So this is how we can send the props, because our follower tab component need not the entire data, we need the data which is getting loop, and that data we want to send inside this follower tab component. Okay, so this is the trick which we can use. So coding is all about problem solving. Okay, so this is the way I found to solve this problem. Okay, there are many ways to fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's close this one, and let's come here, and here we are receiving that, and here simply are rendering. Simply come here, and now we can simply click switch between the components. When we click on the following tabs, the data is displaying, but it's not in the perfect order. Okay, so the data is working. Okay, the dynamic block is working, we can able to switch, but the design is not good. We have to fix that. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, let's come back to the code, and here we're going to do one thing. So we will assign a class to this div. We'll say class style dash box, card box. Okay, simply copy that and assign the same class to this div as well. And now we have to add the CSS styling. So let's come here and go to this NFT card box, and here we're going to target that. We'll say width is going to be 100%, and we'll target the box, and we'll say, let's say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column 4, repeat 4 1FR. Okay, and we'll assign a gap to, let's say, 2 RAM. Save it, and here you can see things are working fine. but the user image is broken. We have to see what's the problem in that, but things are looking good. Right now it's look much better. We can switch and things are looking perfect. Okay, it's looking perfect. Okay, let's come here. We have to assign the margin from the bottom side, and let's make it to, let's say, 14. Okay, we'll have some space from the bottom. Things are looking pretty good. Now let's come here and let's have a look. Come back to the follower tab and follower tab card, and we have to look that why the user image is not displaying. So let's come here. Here we are receiving the data, and the background image is working fine, but here we have the user image, so we are passing that element.user. So it's a user, but we have passed image. Okay, so simply copy that, and we'll come here and where we are passing the data, and here we have to do the change. Instead of image, we have to say user. Change this all. Okay, now do the same thing from the upper one, and user, and user. Save it, come back to the application, and here you can see it's working fine. We have the data, we have the component. Things are looking pretty good. We can easily able to switch to different components, and this data is entirely dynamic. Okay, so we can follow, unfollow. Okay, looking perfect. Now this one is also working fine. Okay, we have to fix this problem, so let's reload that. Still we have this problem. Okay, so we can fix that, not a big deal. So let's come here and close all this one. Let's go to this is the where we have that, we have the tab, and go to the tab CSS file, and here we have the list. Go to the CSS one, and simply what we can do, this is the one. In this we're going to provide z index something high number. Okay, so it will come on top of that. Okay, now it's looking much better. Remove this one. Okay, looking good. Let's come here and close this one. Let's come here and follow tab. So we have to call this follow tab as well. Simply copy that, and simply we're going to paste it here, and let's reload the browser, and we don't have the data, so let's come here, and here we have the data. Okay, so this is not the data we need, so let's come here, author, we'll go to this card, and this is the data we need. Simply copy that and come back here and simply replace this one, and that's the data we have to send. Simply copy that, and we're going to follow the same structure. We're going to take a, let's say we'll take a div, and we'll have the class, we'll call it, let's say, style dot author, and here we are calling banner. Okay, I don't know why I have called banner, so let's come here, and simply we're going to call this author box. Okay, so make sure you do the change on the top as well, and we'll have this, we'll have the data, we'll loop over it, element, and it's gonna be instant return, and in this we're going to call this component, and we'll send the props. So we'll send the I, and we'll send the element itself. So that would work perfectly, and you can see, reload the browser, and let's scroll down, and here you can see the component is displaying, but we have to fix the order. Okay, not a big deal. Things looks are good. Now let's go to the authors model, the CSS file, and make sure you do the change. So make it author. Okay, copy that and simply come here and simply target that box, and we'll say width is going to be 80%, margin 0, auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat for 1FR, and gap is going to be, let's say, 2 RAM. Save it and come back, and here it looks perfect. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, but we need to provide some space from the top. So let's say margin top is going to be 4 RAM. Let's make it to 6. Okay, that looks pretty good. So this component is also looking perfect, and you can see that how easy it can become, because we have spent a lot of time building this component and now we are using it. Okay, all the functions are working. We can click, unclick, follow, unfollow, and this is the brand component. So let's look good. So let's check here. Just simply delete this, okay, and come back to the home page, okay, to check final terms. So here we are on home page. Things are looking good. Let's come here on top. Okay, let's bring it up. Let's click here, click on the collection, search collection page. Okay, so here you can see we are on the collection page. We can easily able to navigate to the different pages. Let's have a look. Things are looking good on this page as well. No problem we have. Okay, so make sure you should always check, because sometimes when you do the refactoring and use the same component, you make some certain mistakes. So it's always good to check the component in other pages as well. So this looks fine. Okay, this looks fine. Now let's come here, simply remove that, or let's come here and click on this author profile, and here we have, actually we don't have this page author profile. Okay, let's come here and we have to do the changes in our navigation bar. Okay, so let's open that component and we have to go to the NavBar. In that NavBar we have this discovery component, and that we have this array. So simply open that array, and here we have to do the changes. So instead of author profile, we're going to remove to only author. Okay, let's bring it back and remove this and have author. Okay, save it, reload the browser. Okay, my bad, I have to remove this profile and hit enter. And now it's working fine. You can see things are looking good. We can easily able to switch to different pages. Okay, this is the first card component. Okay, this is the user. We can copy the address, short descriptions, this follower, dynamic block for the following, the report. Okay, that's looking fine. Here we have the tab. You can see the state it's changing. We have this component. We can switch to different components, follower, following. Okay, things are looking good, but we have to make it responsive. It's not responsive for the mobile device. It's looking perfect on the desktop, but we have to make it responsive. So let's have a look and check everything's working fine. So okay, things are looking good. We have no issues in this. This is the popular creator section. That's also looking fine. And this is the branding sections. Okay, and this is what we're going to build in the next video. Okay, this is the search page which we're going to build in the next video. Okay, so let's see, this is what we're going to build. Let's come back to this and let's have a responsive. You can see this is the problem we have to fix it. Okay, it's not responsive for the mobile device. Okay, that's the problem we have. We're gonna fix that. So okay, it's overflowing. So let's close this one, and here we are in the author modules, and here we have to write the media query. So we'll target the and it will say, let's say max width is going to be around 35 em. Okay, we'll target the author box and we'll say width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be repeat 1FR. Save it and let's reload the browser. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's reload the browser, and here I have this problem. I don't know why it's not displaying on a mobile device, but just make it side by side, and here you can see it's working fine. Okay, so the media query is working fine. This is also function, and we have one in a row in our mobile phone. Okay, so that's looking fine, and this is also working fine, but we have to fix this follower tab. Okay, this follower tabs we have to fix this one. So for that, what we can do, simply close this one and close this one, and we have that inside this author page, we have to go into this card, okay, and in this we have to write the media query. So we'll target that, and this will become max with 35 em. We'll say width is going to be 90% and grid template column repeat 1FR. Save it, and you can see the changes. It's looking fine. Okay, things are looking good. We have to do the inspect element, and now it's looking fine. You can see everything is perfectly aligned. So this looks good on a mobile device. You can see 100% responsive. We can easily able to have this over effect. We can switch to different tabs like component, and things are looking good. The image is taking a little bit time to load because these images are heavy, and we're going to optimize that as well. Okay, so you can see these breakpoint, and this is not look good. We have to add the second breakpoint here. So it's going to be between 768 to 1000 something. Okay, from here. So we'll take the second breakpoint, and we'll take min device width is going to be, we'll start from 768 pixels, and it will go max device width will go to all the way to, let's say, 1024 pixels. Okay, so in this we're going to target the box, and we'll say width is going to be 90% and grid template column repeat to 1FR. Okay, so we want to display two components. So you can see it's working fine. Things are looking better. Simply copy this entire CSS and close this one, and come here and go to this, let's say, where is it, author. Okay, here in the author modules, and here we're going to simply copy that and paste here, save it, and here you can see it's looking fine here as well. So things are looking absolutely great. Let's have a look. 100% responsive. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. Amazing. Okay, let's come here, let's have a final look. So this is what we have. We can easily able to switch to different tabs. Make sure you open up the project which you are working on, and you know the drill what we have to do. So first thing we have to do is to create the page. We'll call it search page.js. okay, and we have to create the CSS file for that. So let's create that search page.modules.css. so here we have the search CSS file, and we'll come here and we'll type simply RAFC to create the React's functional base component. And now we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, nothing new, we are following the old pattern. Okay, so here we have the CSS file. Now let's come here and let's close all these files, and we have to create one more file in the main directory. Okay, so this is the pattern we are following. So we'll call it, let's say, search component. No, let's call it search page. Okay, inside this folder we're going to create the search bar folder. Okay, so let's create one more folder, search bar, and simply copy that, and we have to create the JSX file, search bar.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file for this module.css. Okay, so this is the component we have. Type RFC. Okay, and here we're going to create let's come here, let's on the main search bar folder we have to create the index. Okay, so we'll say search page index. Okay, in this we're going to import the component. So let's come here and simply do one thing, close all this open tab, and let's bring this and type this internal import and import the style file. Okay, and that's coming from the same directory. Let's come here and go to the search bar index, in which we have to import the component. Okay, so we have to import the search bar, and now we have to export that search bar, and that way we can easily able to receive in the search page. And here we're going to receive all those components. Okay, so everything's working fine. So here we are on the search page, and here we're going to do a couple of imports. So first thing, we have to import the slider, and that's coming from the component, main component, and / component index. Okay, so you'll simply remove this one, and that's coming from the component index. So here we have the slider, and we want to get the brand as well, brand, and let's import the search bar, and that's coming from the search page slash search bar index. Okay, so that's the component we are getting from this export. Okay, so here we have that component. Let's come down. We have to import let's say filter, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so this is the filter component we are using here, so that's also working fine. Let's simply come down. We have to come here and go to this collection page, and in that collection page we have this NFT card 2. Okay, so this is the component we're going to use here as well. Okay, so let's import that as well. So NFT card 2, and that's coming. Remove that simply, and simply bring it from author slash page, not author, we have to say collection dot collection slash collection index. So we have this, and simply wrap this inside a bracket, so will not get an error. And we need a banner as well. So this is the imports we have here. Now we can start working on the JSX. So simply remove that, and we'll take a dynamic block. We'll have a div. It will have a say style. We'll call it something like search page, and inside that we'll have another div, and inside that we'll have this sidebar component. And here we're going to import all the components. So we'll have the banner, we'll have the let's say slider, we'll have the brand, and we need one more component which is a filter. So we're going to import the filter here, and we have this NFT card 2. So this is the card which we have to. So simply start the application, and let's have a look how things are looking. So let's click on this and open in the browser. So let's come here, and inside this discovery, okay, and here we have to do the changes in the menu. So here we have that search. We'll type search page. Okay, so this is the change we have to do. Now simply click on this and open the application. Let's close all the other tabs and just wait. And here you can see everything's working fine. Click on this search, and here we are on the page, but we are getting this error. Okay, we have invalid, expect a string. Okay, so let's bring this down and let's see what's happened here. Okay, we are getting this error once again. So reload the browser, and let's come here and simply comment this all and reload the application. Still we are getting that. Reload everything. Okay, so things are looking fine. Now let's uncomment, reload the browser. It's working fine. The image is broken. We have to send the image in that as a prop. So we'll take the image which we have inside this image folder. Okay, and from there we're going to pass that in here. So banner image, and we'll pass the image to number. Okay, so let's reload the browser, and here we have the image. Okay, it's working fine. Image is working fine. Now let's uncomment this, and so we have problem in the filter. Okay, we have the problem in filter. So let's come here, and this is the problem we have. We have to wrap this filter in this bracket. Okay, because we are exporting for the component index, we are not individually importing it. Okay, so we have to wrap that. And now if we come and reload the browser, and here you can see the filter we have here, everything is working fine. Okay, now simply uncomment this and reload the browser, and here you can see we have the slider. It's also working fine. Titles, and let's remove this, and let's come here. This is the brand section. So everything's working fine. Everything's working fine. Now we have to bring this slider up, and you can see here we have the slider, but the slider is not displaying. Okay, because we have to work on that. So let's simply copy that component card, and we have to pass it right below the filter, and in that we have to send the props, the data. So we'll take a const and we'll call it, let's say, collection array, and in that we're going to pass the images. Okay, so we'll pass the NFT1, NFT2, NFT3, and we're going to simply replicate this 3 times and remove the last one. Okay, altogether we want to have 8. Okay, so things are looking good. Okay, simply remove the last one. So things are looking good, and that's the data we're going to pass inside this. So we'll type this NFT data, and in that we're going to send this prop. So things are looking good. Now let's come here, and it says that map is not defined. Okay, that's the problem we have. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. Sometime you will have this problem, so if you get this problem, make sure you restart the application or reload the browser. Okay, that will solve the problem. So here you can see we have the data, all the data is displaying perfectly and everything's working fine. Filter, and this is the component we want to build. Okay, so let's come down and now we can start working on the slider. Okay, so let's close all these tabs and let's come here and go to the where we have inside the slider. Here we have the slider. Now we can start. So simply take a class and we'll call it style dot sidebar, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a style we'll call sidebar dash box. Inside that we're going to have a, let's type hey sidebar to see things are working. Okay, it's working. Now what we can do, simply come here, we have to import couple of things from React. So we need to import the search icon and we need to import the, let's say, arrow icon. Okay, and this will call arrow right. Okay, so these are the two things we need to import. Simply remove the demo text, and in this we're going to take this icon, first icon, search icon, and we'll have a class. So we'll take the class, we'll call it style dot search box, and it will call icon. Okay, we have to close this one properly. So we got in an error, so simply remove this here, and in here we're going to take the input and it will say type is going to be text, and we have to assign the placeholder. So the placeholder, I would call it type your keyword. Okay, so this is the text we want to pass, and here we're going to take the second icon, which is the arrow. Okay, and it will have the class, will say, let's say, search box icon. Okay, it's the same class we're going to assign. So that's the only JSX part we need, and you can see it's displaying perfectly. Now what we can do, we can come back to the CSS file, and now let's get styling this. Okay, so we have to copy this and let's come back here, target that, and we'll say width is going to be 100%. And so let me make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. And we'll target the box and we'll say width is going to be 40% and margin 0 auto. Background color is going to be our main color. Color is going to be our main color, and display is going to be flex. Border radius 5%, 5 RAM, and align item center. Margin top is going to be 2.7 RAM, and margin bottom is going to be 3 RAM. Box shadow is going to be our custom box shadow color. So that's looking perfect. You can see it's looking beautiful. Let's come down. We'll target the box icon and we'll say font size is going to be 3 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 0.8 RAM. Cursor pointer, and we'll have this color is going to be our icon color. So things are looking pretty good. We'll come down, we're going to target that box input, and we'll say width is going to be 85%, and border is going to be 0, outline is going to be 0, and it will have the padding to 2 RAM, and background color is going to be our main color. So that's how it will look. Let's come down, we're going to target that box input and placeholder. The color is going to be our icon color, and font size is going to be, let's say, 1.2 RAM. So that looks pretty good. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's here write the media query. So it's gonna be a max width 35 EM, and we'll target the box width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. So that looks perfect, and we'll say margin top is going to be 2 RAM and margin bottom is going to be 1 RAM. So that looks perfect. You can see it's looking perfect both on the mobile device and a desktop, and things are looking really good. So it's perfect, so it's working fine. Let's come here and go up here, and here we need to do the changes. Let's type 4, let's make it 14. Okay, let's make it 8. So this looks perfect. Okay, we have nice space from top, so that's looking perfect. Let's scroll down and let's have a look. This is also working fine. So the slider is also looking great. This is the component we have. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's check the responsiveness. So that's how it will look on a tablet. Things are looking good. Make or break. Mobile fine, I'm having this problem. So okay, let's come here and let's do the inspect element. So still I'm having this problem in Chrome browser. But if I copy this and if I open the my other browser, simply paste here and just wait, and here you can see it's looking perfect on mobile device. So it's looking absolutely perfectly align everything. Okay, you can simply check. This is the search bar, these are the tabs buttons, and this is the open tabs, this is the cards. All you can able to see here, you can expand and you can check the media query. Okay, you can check the media query. So looking fine on this. Okay, this one is also good. We need to add the second breakpoint, I guess. Okay, but this looks perfect. Okay, this looks perfect. So let's come back. So here I have already opened the project in my code editor, and you know the drill what we have to do. So let's come here, and first thing we have to do is to create the page, and we'll call it NFT Details. Okay, and here we're going to type RAFCE. Okay, simply remove that and type details, copy and simply replace this. Okay, so this is the NFT page now. So let's create one folder in the root directory, and we'll go call it NFT Details Page. Okay, in this we're going to keep all the components for this particular NFT page. Okay, detail page. So in that we're going to create folder, and the first folder would be called NFT Description. Okay, in that we're going to create the JSX file, and we have to create the CSS file for this descriptions. And in that we're going to type this, close this one, and let's come here and create one more folder, and this will call NFT Details Image. Okay, in that we're going to create two files, so image.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. And here we're going to type the RAFCE, so that's the file. Okay, so these are the two components we're going to import in this NFT page detail. Okay, and let's come here, let's create one more folder, and this folder will call tab NFT tabs. Okay, so let's create the CSS file for this and JSX file for that. So JSX, and let's create the CSS file module.css. let's come here, type RAFCE and close this one. It's okay, so these are the three components we're going to import in this NFT details page. Okay, now in the main folder we have to create this NFT details page.jsx. Okay, and in the same folder we have to create the CSS file. Okay, so let's click on that, and we have to create the CSS file for this page. Okay, so this will call NFT details page.module.css. so these are the folder and file structure for this NFT details page. Okay, so everything's working fine. Type RAFCE and things are looking good. So let's have a look. Okay, so let's close this one and close this one, and let's come to just bring it here, and now we can start working on the NFT detail page. Okay, so here we are, and we're going to import the CSS file and do some internal import. So, and actually I remember that we haven't created the CSS file for this NFT details page. Okay, so let's create that. Okay, so let's come here, but before we do that, let's import all the component in a single file. So let's call it NFT details, and this will call index.js. in this we're going to import the component, and here we have to import the files. So import, and we have to import this NFT descriptions, and that's coming from the same folder. So descriptions. Now we have to import the NFT details image, and that's coming from the same folder. Now we have to import the tab, and that's also coming from the same directory. Okay, tab. Okay, and now we have to export that all components. So we have to export the descriptions, image, and we have to export the tab as well. So these are the import and export we are doing. Okay, nothing new. Let's close this one and come here, and we'll come here in this NFT details page, and we have to import this. So we have to import the button, and that's coming from the component slash button. Okay, not from button, we're going to import from component index, and we need to have this category, we want to have this brand. Okay, so these are the three components we are importing from component index. Now let's come here, let's come here, and we have to import the NFT details page. Okay, and that's the component we're going to pass in here. Okay, simply call the component, and we have to call the component category, we have to call the brand. Okay, these are the three components we are displaying on the NFT details page. Okay, things are looking fine. Now you can come here and let's come here. So let's close all these open tab, and we have to start the application. Type npm run dev and click on this 3000, and here we are on the browser. So here you can see it's working fine. Now let's click on this NFT details, and you can see we are successfully redirected to the NFT details page. So that means that our router is also working fine. So here you can see, here we have the category, here we have the brand. So things are looking pretty good. Let's bring this down, and now we should start working on this NFT details page. Okay, so let's click on here, and here we have to import a couple of things. So we'll type internal import, and in this we're going to type NFT to see things are looking fine. You can see here the NFT is displaying. That means our component rendering perfectly. Come back. So let's remove that one, and we're going to import a couple of things. So first thing, we want to import that NFT description, and that's coming from the same directory. And now we have to import the image, and we have to import the tab. So these are the three components we can import, and now we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so these are the internal import. Now we'll improve this, and we'll take a div, and we'll have a class called, let's say, remove that, style dot NFT details page. In that we're going to have another div. We'll have a class called style NFT details page dash box. Well, in that we're going to have that this component. Okay, simply copy that NFT, simply this one, image one, and we'll simply call the second component, this is the description. Okay, so we'll have this two component here in this NFT details page, and now we can start working on the details. And let's come here, close this one, and let's come here. First we'll start with the image. Okay, NFT details image. So here we are, and let's type image, and here you can see it's working fine. Now let's come to the descriptions, and let's type something description, and here we have description. That means our both the components are working fine. So let's come here, let's close all these tabs, and let's start working on the image first. Okay, so we'll come here, we're going to import a couple of things from React use state, and it's going to be a use effect. We'll do the import the image, and that's coming from Next.js, and we have to import the BS image, and that's coming from React icons slash BS. Okay, now we have to import the AI fill heart, and we have to import the AI fill heart, AI outline heart, and that's coming from React as well, React slash AI. Okay, so these are the icon we have. Now let's come down, and we have to import the, let's say, TI arrow shorted and TI arrow shorted, and this would be, let's say, up, and this one is going to be a down one. Okay, so these are the two icons we are getting. Simply get back, and that's coming from React icon slash TI. Okay, so we have this icon. Now let's come here. Now let's do the internal import. So we'll type this command, internal import. So first thing we have to do is to import the CSS file. So styles, that's coming from the same directory. Okay, dot slash and CSS file. Now we have to import the images. So we have that images inside this image folder. Okay, simply import it from here. Now we have to come down. So these are the external and internal import we have. Okay, nothing is new, we are following the same pattern, and in this video I'm going a little faster. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to take use state. Okay, and this will call description, and initially it will be true, and then we'll take another use state. This will call details, and this will be true. We'll take another use state, and this will call like, and initially it would be false. So these are the use state we have. Now let's come down, we're going to remove this, and we can start working on the JSX. Okay, so we'll have a div, it will have the class called style, and we'll call it this detail image. Okay, we'll have another class as well, have a NFT details image dash box. In that we're going to have another div, it will have that box dash NFT. Okay, In that, we're going to have another div. It will have the class called style NFT detail image dash box dash NFT like, okay, like. And in that, we're going to have this icon, and we'll call it NFT box NFT like dash icon. Okay, let's provide this icon I, and this will have an icon. Okay, icon. So this is the icon we have. Now let's come down. We'll have a paragraph, and it will have on click functions, and we'll call it like NFT. Okay, and in that, we're going to target that if like is true, then we want to render this component, okay, this icon. So AI outline heart, and it will have the class called NFT like icon. And if it's false, then we want to display this icon, fill icon. Okay, so this is the like and unlike but icons we are displaying. So we're done with that. Now let's come down. We'll have a span, and we'll say 23. Okay, here we're going to display the actual data of that NFT likes. Okay, so right now we are going with this hard code. Okay, so let's come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called style NFT image, and in that, we're going to have this image tag, and it will have the source. We'll call it image dash NFT1. It will have the class called style NFT box image. Okay, so that's what I'm calling. Let's provide all tags. NFT image width is going to be, let's say, 700, and height is going to be, let's say, 800, and object fit is going to be the cover one. Okay, so these are the objects, and now this, as you can see, it's looking perfect. Now let's come down. We'll have a class called NFT box dash descriptions, and it will have a on click functions, and in that, we're going to call this functions. Let's call open description. Okay, so this is the function we're going to call it, and in that, we're going to have this p tag, and it will call this description, and it will have this dynamic state. So we'll say if description is true, then we want to display this icon, otherwise we want to display this icon. Okay, so arrow up, arrow down. Okay, so nothing new. Let's come down. We're going to take this description dynamic block, and we want to render this component. Okay, so we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box descriptions dash box. Okay, in that, we're going to have this p, and let's come here and simply grab this text and come back and simply paste here. Okay, so these are the texts we're going to type, and we'll have another div. It will have the class called style NFT box dash details. In that, we're going to simply take this p tag, and then we'll call it details, and let's assign a class to this. Okay, let's remove that, and we'll provide this on click function, and this function will call open details. Okay, and here we're going to do the same thing. Let's come here and simply copy this entire and paste here and change this to details. Okay, so here we have the icons. Now let's come down. We're going to take this dynamic block, and it will have a class called NFT box details box. Okay, and that, we're going to take this small tag and copy this and come paste here. Simply take this p tag, and inside that, we'll have this small tag. In that, come here and simply copy this. Okay, address, and come back, and here we're going to display we'll have this brick, and we'll have that account address. Simply copy this account address and come and paste here. So this is the detail of the account. Now let's come down. We'll have another p tag, and in that, we'll have the token ID, and here we're going to display the token ID. Okay, so that's the complete JSX part of this image section. You can see right now we don't have this like function, but it's working fine. Okay, so let's reload the page, and let's have a look one more time. So things are looking good. You can see we have all the details. Things are looking everything good. So now let's come up here, and now we can start working creating the functions. Okay, so let's come here. We're going to create a function, so we'll call it open. So what function we have to create? Open descriptions. Okay, so let's come here. We have to create open description, and it's going to be an arrow function. We'll say if description is false, then we want to turn it to true, set it to true, else we want to set it to false. Simple function. Okay, so in this way, we can easily able to open and close the description. Simply come down. We're going to create another function, and we'll call it open details, it's gonna be an arrow function, and we have to build the same logic. So if details is false, then we want to set it true, and else we want to set true false. Okay, simple, false. Now the third function we have to write is for the like NFT. Okay, it's gonna be an arrow function. If like is true, then we want to set to true. Sorry, if it's like is false, then we want to set to true, and if it's true, then we want to set to false. So let's remove that and set false. Okay, so these are the function we have. Okay, and let's come here, and here you can able to see. Let's test. Click on this. You can see we can easily open and close the description, but here we have problem in the detail one, so we can fix that also. So we can easily able to switch the icons, but the data is not switching. Okay, so something's wrong. So let's come here, and things are looking good here. And I've noticed one thing, that I haven't wrapped this details in a dynamic block, so we have to wrap that. So simply what I have to do is, let's come up here, and we're going to take a dynamic block. We'll say description is, if it's true, then only we want to display this. Okay, so let's come here, simply copy this entire, close one, copy this entire and paste inside this. Okay, now save it, and now we can easily able to open and close. Simple click, open, close, open, close. So this function is also working fine. Okay, you can see we can easily able to change the states, so it's look good. Okay, this is the other component we have, which we start working shortly. Okay, so this is looking fine. Now let's come here, and let's come up here, and let's have a look. So things are looking good. Now we can start with the other component. So let's come click on this, close this one, and we can go to this description. So let's come here, where it is, here we have it. So close this one, zoom a bit, and now we can start working on the description component. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. Use state, and we want to import the image, and we want to import the icon. So MD verified icon we need from, and that's coming from React/MD. Okay, and that we're going to import couple of more icons. So this is going to be MD cloud, let's say upload, and we want to upload one more, which is a timer. Okay, MD timer, and we want to have one more. This is called report problem. Okay, so these are the 4 icons coming, and the final one is going to be, let's say, MD outline, delete, swap. Okay, so these are the 5 icons which is coming from material UI. Okay, MD. Now we have to import the one more, which is called BS 3 dots, and that's coming from React icon BS. We have to import one more. This will call FA wallet, and that's coming from React icons FA. In that we're going to import one more. This will call FA percentage. So these are the import of icons and external imports. So let's come here, click on this, and let's get back here in that, and you can see these are the social media icon we need in the detail page as well. So simply copy that and come here, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so in this we're going to need couple of things. So remove this one. We need only this 4 social media icons. Okay, so these are the icons we are using in this page. Now let's come here. We have to import the, let's say, bid transfer, and that's coming from that BI. Okay, so we'll have options where of the transfer of the token. So for that we are importing the icon. Okay, so this is the icon for the transfer. Now we have to import it, let's say bid dollar, and we can come down. Now let's start working on the internal import. So we have to import the style file, that's coming from the same directory, and now we have to import the images. So that's coming from the image folder. Now we have to import the, let's say, button component, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so that's pretty simple, and we have to do one more import, and we have to, let's say, import the NFT tab component. Okay, and that's coming from the NFT detail index. Okay, so here we have the NFT tab, which we're going to use display in the description section, so the user can click and they can switch between the tabs. Okay, so these are all the external and internal import we have, Okay, so let's come down, and here we're going to create a use state. We'll say social initially would be false. We'll take on one more. This will call NFT menu false, and let's come down, and now we can start working on the JSS. Okay, simply remove that one, and we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot NFT description. In that we're going to have another div. It will have the class called NFT description box, and that will have this comment, because I have divided this description section in two components, first component and the second component. Okay, so let's call it part one. Okay, here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style description box dash share. In that we're going to have this p. In this we're going to call it virtual and work world, and here we're going to take another div. It will have the style dot NFT description box share box, and that will have the MD cloud upload icon, and it will have a class called box share box, okay, icon. Okay, and it will have an on click function, and we'll call the function, let's say, open social. Okay, so when someone will click on that cloud option, it will all open the social media icon, so user can share that NFT to the different social media platform. Okay, or they can get the URL of that NFT. Okay, so that's looking fine. Now let's come down. We're going to have this dynamic block. We'll say that if social is true, then we want to display this div, and it will have a class called style dot description box share box icon. Let's remove this icon and let's call it social. Okay, it will have this href, and in this we're going to display the icon, social media icon. So first one is Facebook, and replicate it couple more time. This will become, let's say, let's provide this name Facebook. Okay, this will become Instagram, this will become LinkedIn, this will become Twitter, and this will become YouTube. Let's type the name. So Instagram, this will LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So these are the four icons we are displaying, social media we are displaying. Okay, so it's looking fine. Now let's come down. We're going to take this BS icon 3 dot, and it will have a class called style NFT box share box dash icon, and it will have on click functions, and the function we're going to call it open NFT menu. Okay, so we'll come down, we'll take this dynamic block, and we'll say NFT menu true, then we want to render this div. Okay, so div, and it will have a class called style. We'll call it style dot NFT box shared box, and we'll call it, let's say, social. And that we're going to do the same thing. We have to take the icons. So this time we're going to take this icon of, let's say, dollar, and we have to say change price. Simply we do the another one, and this time we'll have that transfer alt, and this will call transfer. Okay, you can call it transfer token, and we'll take another one. It will have that report problem, and this will call report abuse. Okay, so these are the three icons we have. Now we'll click the fourth one, and we'll take this modern outline delete swap, and this will call delete item. Okay, these are the four icons for menus. Okay, simply close this one, and things are looking pretty good. Let's come down. We're going to say that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box profile, and that we're going to have this h1, and we'll say the beer x, and we'll give this random numbers, because every NFT will have a name and unique ID, and that's what we're going to display here. So this is the h1. Will have another div. It will have a class called style NFT description profile box, and that will have a div. It will have a class description box profile box dash left. In that we're going to have image. We have to assign the source, and we have to take the image which is inside the image folder user1, and it will have all tags. Will say profile width is going to be 40 and height is going to be 40 as well. And we have to take the style, which is called NFT box profile box left image. Okay, so this is the image class. Now simply come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style description NFT description box profile left image. So left info, not image, okay, because this one is another div, okay, info. In that we'll have this small and we'll call it creator, and here we'll have the break. Down below we'll take another span and this will be the name of the creator. Let's call it Carly, and it will have the verified badge. So that's what we have here. Now simply come down, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT description box profile box right, and that will have the image and it will have the source. So simply do one thing, come up here and we have to copy this and simply paste here. Okay, we need the same property, the only thing we have to change is the image. Okay, so things are looking good. Now let's come down and we have to take this div. It will have a class called NFT box profile box, and we'll call it right info, and that will have this small and we'll say creator, and down below we'll have the span and this will keep the name of the creator. Okay, so Carly. So here we're going to display true creators. Okay, so let's come here, change the image to, let's say, image number 2, and let's come down, and so things are looking pretty good. So this is the profile section we have. Now let's come down. Here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style NFT description box profile dash bid. Actually, let's call it bidding. Okay, and here we're going to have this paragraph, and that we're going to have this verified badge, and we have to take the span, and in that we're going to say auction ending in. Okay, and down below we will have another div. It will have a style, we'll call it NFT description box profile bidding, and we'll call it, let's say, what name should we give? So dash box. Okay, and timer. I know these names are getting very long, but it will save you a lot of time in future when you will refactoring the code. Okay, that's why I'm giving this huge name, so you can easily identify that which part of the component we are working on. Let's come down. In that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called NFT description box profile bidding box timer dash the items. Okay, in that we'll have this p, will display the number 2, and we'll have a span, in that we'll say 2 days. Okay, so let's come here, simply copy and paste and change this to 22, and this will become hour. Close this one, copy and paste, and this will become, let's say, 45, and this will become minutes. Paste, and this will become, let's say, 22, and this will become second. Okay, so here we're going to display the timing of the NFT. Okay, let's 12. So these are the times we have. Okay, things are looking good. Now let's come here, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box profile bidding and box price, and in that we're going to have we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box profile bidding box price dash, and let's call it bid. Okay, in that we're going to have the price. Okay, so we'll say current bid, and down below we'll have this p tag, and in that we're going to display the price of the NFT with a span. This will contain the converted price. Okay, so let's do one thing. So let's come back to the original application, and simply copy the price and paste here. Okay, so that's the price, and remove this extra bracket from here. Okay, remove this one and paste here. So that's the price we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a span, and this will contain the stocks, that how many stocks are left. So same thing, copy and paste here. So this is the price and the stock we have for this NFT. Now we can come down, we're going to have another div. It will have the class called style NFT box description box profile dash bidding, and this will call box button. Okay, so in this will have the button, and we'll call the button component. We already have that, and here you can see everything's working fine. We haven't provided the name on the button. Okay, things are looking good. And here you have noticed one thing, that this button has an icon. Okay, these two buttons have icon, but other buttons don't have the icon, so we have to do the modification in our button component. Okay, so you can see let's come back here, and so let's send the props. So the first props we're going to send the icons. So let's send the icon, okay, because we want to use the icon as well in the button. So we're going to send this prop, and we're going to send the name of the button. Let's call it button name, and the button name is going to be called place a bid, and it will also have a, let's say, handle click function. For the time being it's an empty function, and now we have to send this custom CSS class. We'll call it class style, and in that we're going to call this style dot button. Okay, so these are the props we are sending in the button component, and now we have to do the little bit modification in the button. Okay, so let's come here, go to this, copy that, and go to this button component, click on that, and here we're going to receive those two props. So first thing is going to be the, we are already receiving two props in the button component. First one is the name and the function, and now we have to import two more. So this one is going to be the icon, and let's come back here, and what did we have called it? Classes style. Simply copy this, and that's what we're going to pass it here. Okay, so this is going to be the custom class styling for the button. Okay, and that's what we're going to use. Is simply copy that and simply paste around here. Okay, icon, paste here. Okay, so in this way, if we send the props, if we send the icons in the button component as a props, then only the button will display with an icon, otherwise it will display only the name. Okay, so here we have the icons, and here we can provide a space. So let's type np html space tag, and we have space. Let's copy that class list, and here we're going to provide. Okay, so here we'll convert this into a dynamic. Okay, and we'll take this dollar and wrap this in the bracket, and this is how you can pass multiple classes. If you want to use multiple classes in a single div or a single component, this is how you can do it. Okay, so now we're going to take this, and that we're going to pass the class. So, okay, so that's the only setup we have to do in the button component. And if we come back to here, we can see that we can easily able to see the button displaying, and we're having a space as well. Okay, but if we come here, and here we can see that we have some problem in our button structure because we have used that extra space HTML space tag. Okay, so that's the thing we have to fix. Okay, I don't want to have that excess space, so let's come here and simply remove this one. I don't need it. I'm going to add that extra margin with this custom CSS class. Okay, so looking good. Now we can see it's normal, and this one is also looking good. We're going to provide some space in that, not a big deal. We need two more buttons. Okay, replicate that, and we're going to change the name, so make offer, and we have to change the icon, so this will become the percentage icon. Okay, so that's the props we are sending. Now let's come down. We'll have a div, it will have a class called NFT description box and profile bidding dash box, let's call it, and that we're going to take the buttons, and it will have on click functions, and the function we want to call it is, let's say, open tab, and this will call, let's say, bid history. So all the bidding history we're going to display, and simply do one thing. In this we're going to pass this e, so we can easily able to receive that text, and on the base of that we're going to open it, which we are already following in the previous component design. Okay, pass that e and simply replicate 3 times, and we'll have to change the text, and this will become, let's say, provenance, and this will become honor. So if I'm making any spelling mistake, please forgive me for that, because I'm really very bad at spelling. Okay, so let's keep working on it. So here we have all the buttons. Now here we're going to take this dynamic. Okay, so here we're going to have the dynamic state. We'll say if history is true, then we want to display this div, and it will have a class called style.nft description box profile dash bidding box card. Okay, in that we're going to display the tab component. Okay, so NFT tab. So that's what we have, and in that we're going to send this data. Okay, data as a prop. Simply replicate that, and we have to change this to provenance. But what I have noticed one thing, that we haven't created these states. Okay, so what we can do, let's come up here and let's create those use state. Okay, so we're going to create that. First will be history, and this will become true initially. The second one is going to be, let's say, provenance, and it's false, and third one is going to be the honor, and it's false. So these are the 3 states we are taking, and now we have to take the data. So data for the each of the components. So first is history array, and in that we're going to just take the images of the user, so replicate it couple times and change this to 3, 4 and 5, and do the same thing for other components, so replicate 2 times. So altogether we want to have 3 arrays. And let's change this to provenance array, and we have to just simply change this users, so we can easily display different user. Okay, so looking fine. Now let's change this to honor, and that we have to change this as well, so make it 8, this will become 2, this will become 6, and that's it. Okay, so these are the 3 arrays we have for each of these tabs. Simply copy that, and that's what we have to pass as a props. So let's open it and send it as it props. Now here we're going to say provenance, and here we have to pass the provenance array. Simply replicate it one more time, and this will become, let's say, honor array, and this will become honor array. Okay, so these are the props we are sending. It's looking fine with things. I think we are done with that, the entire J6 part. So let's have a look, and here we have a couple of functions. That function we have to create, and what I have noticed that I made a mistakes. Okay, so simply close this one, and okay, this is the first component we have here, and this is the second component. But why we have one more component? We want to have 2 components, not more than that. So something's problem I have. So cut this one and simply bring all the way down to here and paste it. Okay, that's the thing we have to do. Simply cut it from there, and now you can easily able to wrap the entire NFT description box profile in the same component. Okay, simply close it, and here you can see these are the 2 components we have. Things are looking fine, everything is working fine. Now let's start creating the functions. Okay, so let's bring this down, and we'll call it open social, and it's going to be an arrow function. If social is false, then we want to set it true. Okay, and we set the other social menu is false, else we want to make it false. Okay, simple function we have here. Simply remove that and bring it down. We have to take another one, open menu. If menu is false, then we have to set it true, and set social false, else we have to set menu false. Okay, so this is the second function we have. Now let's bring it down, and let's come down here in the profile and simply open that. We have to create this open tab function. Okay, simply copy here and come up here. We'll call it open tab, and we have to receive E. It's going to be an arrow function, and we have to take that button text. So when someone will click on the button, we want to get that button text, and on the base of that we're going to open and display that tab. Okay, so it's going to be e.target.inner HTML, inner text, sorry, and we'll say if button text is equal to what we have here. So it equal to, let's scroll down, it's history bed. Copy that and paste your history bed. Then we want to set the history to true and set other component to false. So false, and this will become honor is also going to be false. Else if button text equal to, what is that, provenance. So copy and paste here, and then we have to simply copy that, and we want to set this, let's say set this true, and this become false. Come here, this is the 2 function we have. Now let's create the final function, and this will call, so we have to change this function to, let's say change this to open honor. Okay, and we can remove that E, or you can keep it. Okay, so I'll remove that E. Okay, now let's come here and we'll say const open honor, and we're going to say if honor is false, then we want to set it true, and other component is going to be false. Okay, history and provenance false, else we want to set the honor, let's say false. Okay, so that's the function we have here, and things are looking fine. Okay, simply close that and simply copy this and simply paste here. So this is the second component. Okay, so here you can see everything is working fine. Now let's come up here and open this one and scroll down, and here we have that component. Okay, now we can start working on the, let's say, tab component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to create now. So we have to receive all the props which we are sending. So copy this data tab and here you're going to import the image that's coming from React next image. Okay, and we have to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file. So this will become, let's say, come here and so start working on the div. Okay, simply remove that. We'll take this dynamic block. It will have a style, and style, actually I haven't received the style file, so let's do that. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Now we can say NFT tabs, and that we're going to have this dynamic data. We're going to loop over it, and we want to make it instant return, and that we're going to take this div and we have to assign this class. We'll call it style NFT tab dash box. It will also have a key I+1, and then we're going to take this image. It will have the source, let's say element, and alt tag. It will have the profile image. We have to assign the width is going to be 40 and height is going to be, let's say, 40. It will also have the class called NFT box tab box image. Okay, so these are the couple of things we are sending to the image. We'll come down, we'll have another div. It will have the class called style.nft box, and this will call info, and that will have the span, and this will call the name. So we'll call it offer by the price and the name of the person. So this name is the dynamic one. Okay, so that's why we are taking inside a span, and we'll call it Schwab by. So this is the data we have. Now let's come down here. We're going to take a small and we'll provide the date, so June 14 slash, and this is the time. Okay, so this is the data we are passing here. Now I think with this, let's convert that into a span. Okay, so with this I think we are done. Everything's looking fine, and we'll come here and we have to receive one more thing. We have to receive the icon, because the owner tab is going to have an icon. Okay, so that's what we have to receive, and that the icon we're going to display right up here. So we'll display the icon. Okay, save it, and here in the owner we have to send the props as an icon. Okay, as a prop. So let's send that. We'll call it icon, and we want to send that MD verified icon. So you can see these are the data we are passing, and that's working fine. Now let's come up here. If we go here you can see we have all the data, and something problem we have. Why two components are open? Okay, something's wrong. Let's click on this tab. Things are working fine. Okay, we're gonna fix this problem. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's come here and let's have a look. Everything's working fine. Okay, we're going to fix this problem later. So you can click and you can switch between different tabs. Okay, you can see you can click and you can tap to different. So let's simply close that, and now we can start working on the CSS file. Okay, so let's come back to the close this one and go to this NFT details page, and here we can see that. So let's come here in that NFT detail page and go to this. So we can start working on this detail page first. Simply copy that and we can start working on the CSS. Okay, target that. So let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So okay, so I'm opening in the not in the Chrome browser, because I was getting that white blank paper. I don't know why. I'm using different browser. So now we can start working and styling this component. So let's assign a first width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 5 RAM, and let's target the box, and it will have the width to 80% and margin 0 auto, that will hold the entire content in the middle. Now we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1.2 FR and 1 FR. So that's how it will look. Gap is going to be 5 RAM. Let's come down, we'll take this media query, and on the mobile device 35 EM we want to make it to margin, let's say margin block is going to be 2 RAM, and box is going to be, width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1 FR. Okay, so that's the setup we have to do in the NFT detail page. Okay, so things are looking good. We can easily able to open and close all this. Let's close that one and go to this image component. Okay, now we can start working on the image section. Okay, simply copy that and let's come back to the CSS file, and now we can target that. So first thing we have to do is we have to assign the width is going to be 100%, and Box is going to be, let's say, box NFT is going to be, display is going to be grid, display grid, and we'll say that NFT box NFT image is going to have this, let's say, grid column 1 minus 1, and we have to define the row as well, so /end. We'll come down, we'll come to the NFT image itself. We have to say the border radius to 1 RAM. We'll come down, we'll target the NFT box NFT like. This will be display is going to be flex, align item center, and justify content space between. Grid column 1 minus 1 and grid row is going to be 1 / minus n. Okay, n, sorry. And z index is going to be top, and align self is going to be flex start. Padding is going to be, let's say, padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. So that's how it will look. You can see it's perfectly aligned on top of the image. And let's come down. We have to target this NFT box NFT like paragraph, and background color is going to be our icon color. So that's how it will look. Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM and 1 RAM. Color is going to be our main BG color. Display is going to be flex, align item center. Gap is going to be 0.5 RAM. Border radius 0.2 RAM. Cursor pointer. So that's look perfect. You can easily able to see the functions are also working. We'll come down. We'll target the NFT box NFT like, okay, and it's going to be an icon. We'll say font size going to be 1.4 RAM, a little bigger. NFT box, let's say NFT box and details, we'll target that, and we also target that NFT image box dash descriptions. So we are targeting both the component together, and we want to say display is going to be flex, okay, align item center, justify content space between, and line height is going to be 0. Let's assign a background color to our, let's say, icon main BG, and it will have the border radius 0.5 RAM, and padding inline is going to be 1 RAM inline, and margin, let's say top is going to be 1 RAM, and cursor pointer. So that's how it will look perfect. Here we're going to target that NFT image box details and box, and we have to target that NFT description box, and this will have the padding is going to be 1.1 RAM, and it will have 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the NFT box details box P, and this will have line height is going to be 1. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. This looks pretty cool. You can see this is how it will look on a desktop mode. You can see perfectly aligned. So let's make a normally, okay, it's too big. Okay, that's how it will look perfect, and this function is also working fine. That's look good on a mobile device, looks absolutely perfect. Let's come back here and let's start working on that. So with this we are done with this entire image component. Okay, image component. Now let's come here and let's start working on the description section. So click on that, copy this, and now come on the CSS file, description CSS file, and now we can start working on it. We're going to say that, let's say, width is going to be 100%, NFT box would be width is going to be 100%, and margin 0 auto. NFT box share is going to be display is going to flex, align item center, justify content space between, positions relative, and let's make it 80. So that's how it will look. Okay, let's come down. We'll take this media query, and on a mobile device it's a 30 EM. We'll simply copy that and we'll say 90% width. Okay, so that's how it will look pretty cool. Now let's come here. We're going to target that description share box icon. We'll say cursor pointer, and we'll target the box share box social. Position is going to be absolute. Top is going to be 5 RAM. Left is going to be 65. So you can see our dynamic block is also working fine. And let's say width is going to be 40 RAM. Background color is going to be have the our main color, main BG color, and it will have the box shadow to our custom box shadow. So save it. We'll have the border radius 0.5 ram, padding is going to be 1 ram. So here you can see it looks perfect. Okay, looking fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the box share, box social, okay, A, okay, anchor individually. First thing we have to do is to display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 ram, transition all 0.3 second, easy in, padding is going to be 0.2 ram and 0. That looks pretty cool. Let's come down. We have to target that box share, box icon, and not icon, social, A, and over effect we want to have this. So background color is going to be our box shadow, and we'll have the color is going to be, let's say, our main color, and we'll have this border radius 0.5 ram, and padding is going to be 0.2 ram and 0.5 ram. Okay, that looks pretty cool. So let's have a look on a mobile device. You can see on over effect we are getting the styling and things are looking pretty cool. And this is how we look on a mobile device. And here we have to do the changes. It's not box shadow, we have to provide the, let's say, icon color. Okay, save it, and now on over effect we are getting this nice icon color over effect. Okay, it's looking fine. And okay, it's not looking good right now, but it's taking shape. Okay, we're gonna make it more responsive. So let's come down. We have to take this NFT box share P, and we'll say background color is going to be icon color, color is going to be the main color, and padding is going to be 0.2 ram, and this will become 0.8 ram, and border radius is going to be 2 ram. Okay, now let's come down. We'll take this box share box, and this will become, let's say, display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 ram, and font size is going to be 1.3 ram, so a little bigger. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box profile, and h1 is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 0.2 ram, 0.3.2 ram. Okay, line height is going to be, let's say, 1, and we'll target the NFT box profile box, and this will be display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 ram, padding bottom is going to be 1.5 ram. Okay, so we'll have some space from the bottom. You can easily able to switch and open close, working fine. Now NFT profile box left, and we'll say display is going to be flex, align item center, align self is going to be start, and gap is going to be 1 ram, line height is going to be 1, and let's come down. We'll target that. We'll target the NFT box profile and right section, right info small, and we'll target the another left info small together, and font size is going to be, let's say, not fonts, font width is going to be 500. Okay, you can see the both profile, that's what we are targeting. And so small tag is working fine, and what else we have to target? Okay, so change this to box. Okay, so this is the problem we have, so change this to box, and now you can see the stylings are taking place. And simply copy that and replicate it one more time, and here we have to do the changes to span, and here we going to make it. Okay, now we have to target this profile box left section image, and width is going to be, let's say, border radius is going to be 50%. You can see we have this nice border radius, and here we're going to make it to 8, not 500. Okay, so this is little bolder and looking perfect. The name is little bolder, is looking good. We have to take this NFT box profile box right, let's say display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 1 ram, line height is going to be 1 ram, border left is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have this icon color. Okay, we'll have the padding left is going to be 2 ram. Let's come down. We have to target this profile dash bidding, and this will come margin block is going to be 1 ram, and simply come here, copy that, and come here, and let's have a look. We are assigning the same class, so where is the bidding? And here we have that. Simply copy here and simply paste here. Okay, so both are the same class, and change this to 11. Okay, it's working fine. Let's copy that and simply paste here, and we'll target the P. We'll say display is going to be flex, align item center, font size 1.5 RAM, gap is going to be 1 RAM, so looking pretty cool. We'll target the box profile, dash bedding, dash box, I timer. We'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 3 RAM. That's how it will look. Align item center. Okay, we'll target the profile bedding box timer dash item. Okay, and P will say that font size is going to be 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0, width is going to be 900. We'll come down, we'll target the profile bedding box timer item span, and font width is going to be 600, little bolder, and we'll target that profile bedding box timer item, and let's remove that, let's call it price. Okay, so we are targeting the price section, not the timer section. Okay, and this will become line height is going to be 0, margin top is going to be 4 RAM, display is going to be grid, and grid template column 4 FR and 1 FR, gap is going to be 3 RAM, and align item flex end and justify content space between. Okay, that's how it will look. So we'll target the box profile bidding, and that's a bidding. Okay, let's come down, bidding box price, and this is the price we have. Now let's call it bid, and we have to target the border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and we have this icon color. We'll have this border radius going to 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. We'll come down, we'll target that bidding box profile price bid small, and we'll say, let's say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and background color is going to be have icon color, and color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Margin left is going to be 2 RAM, so that looks pretty cool. Let's come down, and we'll target that, copy simply and paste here, and target the P, and we'll see padding is going to be 1 RAM, and font size is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 900. Okay, so that looks pretty good, pretty big and bold. We're gonna fix it. Okay, so description profile, and this will become but bidding box price, and simply remove that. It's a button, not a, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM, display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. So that's how it will look, the button, and you can see it's looking pretty good on a desktop. Okay, so we have that virtual, we have the icons, we have the name, we have the creators, and things are looking good. We can open, we can close, so it's looking good. So we have to fix this dynamic data. Okay, and this is quite bold, we're going to fix that as well, not a big deal. And this is how we look on a mobile device. Now let's come here, we have to target that box profile bidding box button, and remove that button. We have to call it tab, and top is going to be 3 RAM, and display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 RAM. So that's the button, how it will look, perfectly working fine. We'll come down, we'll target the profile bidding box tabs button itself, and font size is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, border is going to be 0, background color to be having a shadow dark color, and we'll have the color itself is going to be the icon color. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM, cursor pointer, and font width is going to be 600. So that's how the button would look. Let's come down, we'll target the NFT box profile bidding box card, and we'll say margin top is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, so that looks pretty condensed, it's looking fine and working fine. Now we can start. What we have to do, let's have a look in the code. Okay, let's come in the media query, and we're going to target that NFT box, and we'll share box social, and we'll say left is going to be 35%. So you can see it's looking fine, and we'll have to say that box profile box, and this will become display grid. Okay, that's looks pretty fine, and remove this code. So now it's looking good. Okay, it's looking perfect. So let's come here, and here we're going to make it 100. Okay, 100. So it's looking fine. So make sure this is the changes you have to do, and now we can scroll down. Let's come here, and if we go to this, close this one and go to this main one. Okay, NFT detail page modules, and here you can see the width we have assigned is 100% and 80%. So the entire width we are controlling from this CSS file. Okay, NFT description page. Okay, so NFT details page, main CSS file. Now let's come here, and we're going to target that NFT box profile, and let's say box, and we'll target the right section, and we'll call it, let's say, border left is going to be 0, and border padding left is going to be 0. So that will be aligned equally, looking perfect on the mobile device. Now let's come down, and we have to target the profile bidding, box price, and gap is going to be 1 RAM, and grid template column 2 RF and 1 FR. Okay, we'll come down, we'll target the profile bidding, box price bid P, and we'll say font size is going to be 1 RAM, so little smaller, look good on a mobile device. Let's come down, we'll target that profile bidding box button, and it will have a gap point 2 RAM. Okay, and we'll have a description bidding box tabs button. We'll say that font size is going to be 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 and 1.2 RAM. So that looks perfect. You can see the button's looking good, and here in the desktop we have to still fix a little bit. Okay, this looks fine. So we can click on this, and it's working fine, but we have to fix this. Okay, it's very close to each other, and we have this nice animation, but they're very close to each other. We have to do something about it, and this is the price we have to fix. Okay, so the tabs are working fine. We also have the problem in the tab, but starting is looking good. Okay, now let's come back here, change this to 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Okay, now let's look good. Button, we'll target the font width is going to be 500, and we'll target the button itself and the dynamic class we are adding in the button, and that we're going to say if button size is going to be 1 RAM and padding is going to be 1 RAM, 1.2 RAM. So that's how it will look, perfectly aligned. Okay, the buttons are also looking good. Now we have to fix this one, and these are it's also looking good, no problem in that. We have the only changes we have to do in the text. So let's come here, and let's see where we having the text. So let's scroll up here. So this is the price width, and that we are having this price. Okay, so price width, let's come up here, and where we have here we have to do the changes to, let's make it 1. Okay, 1 RAM, and let's make it 2. Let's see. Okay, 1.5 is better. Okay, 1.5 is look good. So 1.5 is look perfect, and if we look on the mobile device, it's looking perfectly aligned, everything's working fine. Open and close. And this is the fix we have to do. The price is also looking good, and we can easily able to switch to between different tabs. Okay, so let's come up here, and so this is the menu component we have. Simply copy that. Okay, this is the component we have. Come back to the CSS file, and let's have a look where we are styling this. So here we are styling. Okay, so simply do this to 1 RAM. Okay, padding, save it. Okay, 1 RAM is to 1.5 RAM is look good. Okay, this looks perfect. 0.5 is good, and here we have to make it 0.5 as well on over effect. So make sure you do the changes in the NFT description box, shared box, social A. In that padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, and on over effect we have to also change that padding to 0.5 RAM. So looking perfect. You can see nice over effect we are getting, but we have to work in this tab. So we have some problem in the tab, and if we come here in the full desktop modes, it's looking beautiful. So this is the image component, these are the price box. Now it's looking good. We have this Okay, and this is the name, this is the creators, this is the auction timing, this is the price section and stock. Okay, auction, we have to change this icon as well. Okay, let's come back here and go back to this JSX description JSX, and let's see where we are rendering that. So let's come here, let's come down, and here I have noticed where we are displaying the timing. Here instead of this MD verified, we have to display the timer, MD timer. Save it, and here you can see we have the timer icon, looking pretty good. The pricing, the tabs, but we have this tab problem in the tabs. So okay, so let's cut that and come back to the NFT tabs and let's have a look. So here we are receiving the data, not a big deal. Let's start styling the tab component. Okay, so we'll target the tab and we'll say, let's open that. We'll say that display is going to be flex, and let's target the box. Okay, align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, align height is going to be 0, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our shadow dark icon color. Okay, so that's will look good. Okay, looking good. Just come down, we'll target the image and we'll say that border it is 50%, and we'll target the box info. We'll say display is going to be grid, and align self is going to be flex start, and line height is going to be 1, and margin top is going to be 6 pixels. So that looks pretty cool. Now we have to target the info span itself, and font size is going to be, not font size, font width is going to be 700. Okay, we'll target the small, and this will have margin 0.2 RAM. Okay, so it will have some space from the heading. Now let's close that one and let's have a look on the full screen, and looks incredible. You can click, you can switch to different tabs, but here we have the problem in the icons. Okay, in the honor. So that's the fix we have to do, and we are rendering this 2 component on the click event. Okay, so let's come back here and let's go to this, and let's come to the, here we are, and let's go to this description one. Okay, and let's scroll. So here we have to do the changes. Okay, instead of sending honor array, we have to send the honor. Okay, so that's the change we have to do. Honor, I made a silly mistake. So honor, and if you save it and come back to the application, and you can see right now we are displaying only 1. So you can click, you can switch to different tabs, and it's working fine. Okay, and this is the icon we have to fix. Okay, that's the small fix we have here. So let's come here, and the fix we want to do in the tab component. Okay, so let's come here in the tab component, and here where we are rendering the tab icon, so here we have the icon. Simply cut this icon and paste right here. Okay, not outside the span, but inside the span we have to paste. Now save it, and here we have the icon looking perfect. Okay, you can simply click, and this looks pretty cool. Okay, and that looks good. And if we click twice, it's getting off. So let's come down here, and here we have to do the fix on the honor, and here we're going to say that set history to true. Okay, save it and click, and it's looking fine. Now it's working fine. Okay, looking pretty good. So things are working fine. Okay, with this I think we are done with this entire components. So that looks good. Now let's close this one, and come here, and let's have a look final time, because we have built this entire beautiful component. And let's see, let's come here, and as you can see everything's looking good. This is how it will look when someone visits us for the very first time. NFT details, so we have this tab component, we have this nice drop downs. Okay, things are looking good. Do we having any overflow? Okay, it's very close to that. This is also working fine, and our media query is also working. Okay, we are having a little bit overflow somewhere. Okay, not a big deal, we're going to fix that later. Okay, because we are almost done. When we do the final touch up at the end, that time we're going to do this. Okay, so you can see our media query is also working fine. We can easily able to make it more responsive, looking pretty good. Now on a desktop you can see it's looking good. So this is the category section we have. Let's come back to the in this video we're going to build the user account page. Okay, so I have opened the project in the code editor. Make sure you do that. Follow the general convention. We have to create the page, so we'll call it, let's say, account, and let's type RAFCE. Close that, and we have to create the CSS file, account.modules.css. Simply we have to import that CSS file here, internal import, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, style/account. Okay, so close that one. Now let's click on the main directory, and we have to create a folder, and this folder is for the account. Well, so we'll call it account page. Inside that we'll create another folder. This will call form. Okay, and we have to create the JSS file for this form, and we have to create the CSS file for this as well. Okay, nothing new, following general convention. Okay, now let's type RAFCE, and now we have to import that, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, let's close that one, and close this one as well. And now we can come to the pages and go to the account page, and let's start working on this. So first thing we have to do is to import the use state coming from React, and use memo, use callback, and we have to use context, and we have to import the image, and we have to import the use drop zone, and that's coming from, and I remember that we haven't installed the drop zone. Okay, this will allow us to drop the images. Okay, so we're going to use this package. Let's open up the terminal. Let's split the terminal, and let's come here I'm on the npm, so react dropzone.org, and this is the package we are using for dropping the images. So make sure you install this package. Simply copy that and come back to the code and install this. This will take a little bit of time, and here we have installed the packages. Now simply clear a terminal, and here we're going to import that. So let's call it react dropzone. Let's come here. We have to import all the images, so we have inside the image folder. Now we have to import the, let's say, form component, and that's coming from the account page.form component. Okay, so in this page we need only one component. That's why I have not created the extra file that's like component index file for the account page. Okay, so I'm directly importing that form here. So that's the form component we have, and that's the internal external import. Now let's come here and let's bring this down. We have to take this use state, and this will call file URL. So when someone will upload the images, that's the data we want to store in this. Okay, file URL, and initially it would be null, and we have to remove that, and we're going to do the enter return, and inside that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say, account, and that will have a div. It will have a call a style account dash info, and that we're going to have this h1, and we'll say profile setting. Remove that comma and come down. We have to take this, come back to the original application, and we have to copy this text. Okay, simply remove that, go to this account page, and you can see, copy that and come back and paste here. So that's the paragraph. Now we can come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot account dash box, and that will have a div. It will call class style account box image, and that will have the image. So we'll have the image. So before we take the image, we have to take this input. Okay, and it would be a blank, and down below we'll have the image. So we have to provide the source image, and we'll say, let's say, user1. It will have the all tags as well. So account upload will have the width is going to be 150, height is going to be 150, and we have to assign the class as well. So style dot, let's call it account box image. Okay, so that's the images we have. Now here we're going to take a p tag, and we'll say change image. Okay, it will have a class called style dot account box image para. Now we have to take a div. It will have a class called style dot account box form, and that we're going to render this form component. Okay, so that's the entire JSX for this account.js file page. Okay, simply come here and visit the application, and right now you can see this is how it will look. Okay, profiles, data, and let's come here and close this one and go to this component. Okay, and in that we have to do the changes in the navigation. on the URL. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this, go to the discover menu, and here we're going to do the changes. So we need to only add this account, remove this one setting. Okay, and click on this discovery, go to the collections, click on this collection, and here we are on the collection. But now we can click on this account setting, and you can see it's working fine. Okay, things are looking good. Now let's come back, close this one, and we can simply come here and go to this. Let's come here and go to this account page and form section, and now we can start working on this form. Okay, so now we have to import a couple of things. So first thing, we need to have the icons. So outline mail, that's coming from React Icons HI. Now we have to import the icons MD outline HTTP, and that's coming from icon MD. And we have to import one more, outline content copy. We have to import that TI social Facebook, and that's coming from React Icon TI. And we need to import one more. This is gone of social Twitter. This becomes link Instagram, sorry. And we have to import the button component, and that's coming from the same component index. Okay, so that's the internal external import we have. Now simply remove that. We'll take a div and we'll have a class called style dot form, and that we will have the div. It will have a class called form dash box, and that will have a form itself. We'll remove that, okay, for the time being, and that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style, let's say dot form box input, and that will have this label, and we'll call it name, and here we call the user name. Okay, down below we'll have this input, and type is going to be text, placeholder is going to be, say, let's say Shoaib Bhai. Okay, and it will have a class called style form box input username. Okay, now we'll come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style form box input, and that will have the label. We'll call it email, sorry. And here we're going to take the div. It will have a class called style box input box, and that we're going to have this div. It will have a class called style dot form box input box icon, and that will have the icon. So let's have that icon to outline mail, and here down below we're going to take the input tag, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, email. Okay, so that's the second input box. Close this one, close this one. Now let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot form box input, and we'll have the label to descriptions and description. And down below we're going to have this text area, and initially row is going to be, let's say, 6. Okay, and we'll have the placeholder will say something, type something about yourself in few words. Okay, so that's the text area. Now simply come down, we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot form box input, and that will have the label, we'll say website. And down below we'll have a div. It will have a class called form box input. Okay, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have the class called, let's say, form box icon, and we'll have the icon itself. In that down below we're going to take the input tag, and let's remove that input, and we'll say placeholder is going to be, let's say, website. Okay, now let's come down, come here, and we will take another div. It will have a class called style dot form box input social. Down below we'll have another div. It will have the class called style, and that we're going to take this label, and we'll call it, let's say, Facebook, and here we have to type Facebook. Down below we'll take a div. It will have a class called style docs box input, and that will have the icon, so we'll call it TI social. And here we're going to take the input, and it will have a type to text, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, we'll give this demo data, so it should be, let's say, Shoaib Bhai. Okay, simply close this one and copy and replicate 3 times. And here we have to change this to Twitter, and this become Twitter, and this icon become Twitter. Close this one, and we have to replicate one more time. This will become, let's say, Instagram, and this will become Instagram. Okay, so these are the 3 social media URLs. Okay, we're going to take from here. Come down, we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot form box input. In that we're going to have the label, and we'll call it wallet, and let's call it address. Okay, in that we'll have a div. It will have a class called style box input box. In that we'll have another div. It will have the class of the icon. So icon, in that we're going to have the icon. So the icon we want to display here is outline HTTP, and we're going to come out of the div, and we're going to have this input, and placeholder is going to be, let's say, our wallet address. So okay, that's how it will look. Copy. So this is the placeholder I'm giving, random address. Okay, so that's the address we have here. Let's come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot input box icon, and in that we're going to have this icon. Copy. Okay, so let's come down. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot box button, and in that we're going to have the button. So we have the button component, so remove that button component, and then we have to send the props. So we'll call it, let's say, upload profile, and it will have a handle click functions, and it will also have a class. So custom class we are providing. Okay, button class. Okay, that looks pretty cool. So with this we are done with this entire JSX. Let's have a look. So close all this component. So come here, and so altogether we have 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, 5 6 7. Okay, so we are done with this, and now here we are in the account.js, and now we have to use this drop zone. Okay, because we are not using that, let's use the drop zone, and let's write the function for that. So what we can do, let's come here, and we'll take a const. We'll call it on drop. We'll take this use callback, and it's going to be async function, because when we receive the data with this, it's going to be an async function. Okay, so we'll type it expect and file. Okay, and we have to call this function, and we want to set the URL to the exec file, the first file. Okay, and with this empty array. Okay, so that's the function. Now we'll come down, and we have to import couple of things from drop zone. So this is going to be a get props, and if you want to know more about this drop zone package, you can easily visit the documentations, and you can know everything that how you can utilize this. There is a lot of property which you can explore, and that's always a good idea to know that how this work. Okay, so you can read more about it. So this is the one props we have to get this input props, and that's coming from use drop zone. So we have to give this, and we have to call the function. In that we're going to provide the object. So what are the first object is going to be the function. Okay, and we have to provide the size accept file. So what are the files we want to accept? So we want to accept all the images. Okay, so we'll say image slash this star. Okay, and we have to define the size. So what size? So this is the number we want to take. So this is the standard number, which most of the time you will find in the high scale application. So that's the standard digit I'm using here. So that's the props we have here. Now we can simply copy this and props, copy this props, and let's come down here, and we're going to call on the div. Okay, so in this div we're going to call that prop. So take this dynamic block, and that we're going to call the props. Okay, so that's how we have to call the prop. And now let's key that, and we have to call this on the input, because it's an input prop. Okay, and we have to call it. So things are looking pretty good. And if we come back to the application, and here you can see, if we click on this, we can easily able to open our image uploading folder. Okay, so from your directory you can easily able to save the image. Okay, you can click and you can open. Okay, you can click and you can open. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's come back here. So we are done with this entire JSX and all the functionality. So things are looking pretty cool. Okay, and you will see the real magic when we'll connect our smart contract and create the NFT, and when we'll get the data from the IPFS. Because when someone will upload the data, first what we will do, we're going to upload that image or in the entire data to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch it and store into the smart contract as well as in the backend. Okay, so you will see the real magic when we're going to display this entire dynamic data from the smart contract. Okay, so that's looking absolutely perfect. No problems we have here. Close this one, and now we can start working on the CSS file. So let's come back to the account module CSS and make it side by side, and let's target the account. Width is going to be 100%, Margin block is going to be 6 RAM. Account info is going to width is going to be 50%. Margin 0 auto. Border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we have the shadow dark color. Okay, that looks good. That's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the account info h1, and font size is going to be 4 RAM, and line height is going to be 0.5. Account P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and width is going to be 80% on a desktop mode, and line height is going to be 1.2 RAM, and padding is going to be bottom 0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's target the account box, and we'll say width is going to be 50%. Margin 0 auto. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1FR and 5FR, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. Gap is going to be 3 RAM. Align item flex start. So that's how it will look. Let's add a account box image. Margin top is going to be 2 RAM. Cursor pointer, positions relative, and text align center. Account box image border is going to be 5% border, 50% border radius. Account box image para, this will become font size is going to be, let's say, 700 bolder, and font width is going to be 700, and font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. So save it, and that's how it will look. You can see bold. Now let's come down. We'll take the media query, and we'll say max width is going to be 35 EM, and that we're going to target that info. We'll say width is going to be 90%. We'll target the account box. Width is going to be, let's say, 90%. Grid template column 1FR. That's how it will look. Pretty cool. Okay, it's looking pretty decent. And let's come here, and we have to take this h1. We'll say font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Okay, we'll go to this font h1. Let's make it 2. Okay, that's look cool. And we'll target the font information P. We'll target the font size is going to be 1 RAM, and here let's make it 100. Okay, width is going to be 100, and let's make it 90. That looks good. And let's come here in the para, and here we have to make it to, let's say, copy that, and here we have to make it to 100%. Okay, so that looks pretty cool on a mobile device. Pretty cool. So things are looking good on mobile device. You can see it's responsive, and that's how it will look on a tablet. We're gonna fix it and make it more responsive. Okay, that's how it will look on a desktop. Pretty good. I can see the beauty. I hope you guys can see the beauty I can see. Okay, it's looking beautiful. Now what we can do, we are done with this. We're done with this, and let's close this one. Close this one and come here. Come back to the form and start styling this one. So let's copy this, what we have called form. Okay, now let's come here. We have to target the form. So let's say width is going to be 100%. Font box is going to be, let's say, input. Margin top is going to be 2 RAM, and form box input label is going to be, display is going to be block. Width is going to be 100%. Margin left is going to be 1 RAM, and font width is going to be 700. Font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. That looks pretty good. Now let's target the input username. Width is going to be 100%. Border 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our icon color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Border radius 1 RAM. Background color transparent. Margin top 0.5 RAM, and outline is going to be none. Save it, and that's how you can see it looks beautiful. We haven't getting that style, looking beautiful. Let's come down. We have to target the font box input placeholder, and font size 1.2 RAM. Color is going to be our, let's say, icon color. We'll target the form box input box, and width is going to be, let's say, 100%. Border 1 pixel solid var, and we have our icon color. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Align item center, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Outline, let's say, overflow hidden. So that looks pretty good. You can see all the inputs looks nice, having this nice border. We'll target the box icon, and font size is going to be 2 RAM, and background color to be the icon color, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, and color itself is going to be our main BG color. Okay, that looks pretty good, but we have some issues. So display is going to be grid, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Okay, we have some issue in the icon, we're going to fix that. Okay, let's work on this icon. We'll come down, we're going to target that box input itself, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, border 0, and background color is going to be transparent, and outline is going to be none. So that looks pretty awesome, you can see that. And we'll simply come down, we'll target the, let's say, form input text area, and width is going to be 100%, and border color, background color is transparent, outline is going to be none, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 1 RAM. So that looks pretty awesome. Okay, let's come up here, and here we need to provide that, let's say where it is here we have to provide the display is going to be flex. Okay, now you can see it's look perfect. So I forgot to add this display flex, and here see this looks beautiful. We have this nice form style, so it's looking good. Now we can come down, we target the form box input social, and let's say grid display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1FR, and we'll have a gap of 1 RAM. So that's how it will look on a desktop. We'll have this 3 in a row, and we have this font box BTN, and margin is going to be 4 RAM and 0 RAM. And we'll take this custom style button, and we'll target that button is going to be 100% width, and display is going to be flex, justify, content center, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. So that looks pretty awesome. You can see pick on a full screen, and here you can see it looks absolutely stunning. So it's on media query, this is how it will look. We're gonna fix it, but this is how it will look on desktop. On a full screen, this is how it will look, perfectly designed. We have to fix this change image, and this looks really good. You can see this look beautiful. This looks, this form, so this looks good, and we have to fix on this breakpoint. So let's come here, add the media query, target the max width is going to be 35 EM, and we're going to target this social first, and we'll say grid template column, it's 1FR on a mobile device. So that's how it will look on a mobile, and let's make it, and that looks pretty good. And that's on a, how it will look in a 3 row, and here, and that's how it will look on a big screen. Let's come here, and we'll take the second breakpoint, and this will be min is going to be 425 pixels, and the max is going to be, let's say, what we have here, 768 pixels. Okay, we're going to target that, and we'll say 1FR 2FR 1FR 1FR. Okay, and let's come here, and simply, so what we have here, let's come back here, go to the CSS file, and come here, and all we have to do is simply grab this CSS file. Okay, says this one, copy this, and come put this account one and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. Simply copy this entire CSS, okay, and paste here, and now it looks perfect. You can see now it looks beautiful, both on tablet and a bigger screen. Okay, that looks pretty good, and the only changes we have to do is this insert bit, and this one is also working fine. You can see you can click and you can open it, and that's the fix we have to do, a little bit fix. So here we are, and on the account page, and let's come here on the account page. So this is the profile, it's fine. Let's scroll down, and here we have that account box image para. So that's the class where it is, and here we have that. Let's make it 1 RAM, and let's save it. Now it looks perfect. Okay, this looks perfect, and that's how it will look on a full screen. It looks beautiful. That's the profile setting we have. We can click and open. You can type the emails, descriptions, websites, Facebook, Twitter, and the address, and upload. Things are looking beautiful, and we can easily able to navigate to different pages, socials, and we have that search page. It's looking fine. We have this author, that looks also good, We have this NFT details, and this is the details page. It's also looking good, which we had built in the last video. Okay, and this is the account page. Okay, that's what we have built here. This looks pretty good and awesome. You can click and you can open this folder, and that looks pretty good. All the things are looking fine. Let's have a look final time. Okay, it's working. Things are looking good. So here in my code editor, let's click on this page and we have to create the page. So we'll call it upload nft.js and we'll type RAFCE. Simply close this one, come here, and we have to create the CSS file for this. So upload nft modules.css. Here we have the CSS file. Now we have to create one folder in the main directory. Okay, in that we're going to keep all the component for this NFT upload. Okay, so we'll create a folder and we'll call it upload NFT. In that we're going to create one more folder, and this will call drop zone. Okay, drop zone, and in that we're going to create the file dropzone.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file for this as well. So let's create that dropdown module.css. So this is the one component we have. Simply let's do the internal import our CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. So here we have the drop zone, and we have to create one more component. So let's come here, and that's we're going to do in the upload NFT. Okay, so we'll click on that and we'll create a new folder, and this will call, let's call it, actually we're not going to create a folder, it's a component itself. So we'll create in the same folder. Okay, so we'll create this file upload nft.jsx, and in that we're going to create the CSS file for this as well, modules.css. Let's type RAFCE, and we have to do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so here we have the CSS file. Let's close all this and simply close this folder and close this drop zone as well. And what we have to do is come back to this pages, and here you can see we have to simply replace this, select this on, change this to upload NFT, and make sure you have to type in a lowercase, because the component we're going to import here, that would going to be in uppercase, but it will have the same name. Okay, so let's do the internal import. We have to import the CSS file, so that's coming from the same style folder, and we have this CSS file. Now let's come here and let's click on this, and now we have to create a file in that we're going to import all these components. Okay, so let's create that file. So we'll call it upload nft index.js, and in that we're going to import the component. So we import the drop zone, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to import the, let's say, upload nft component, and that's in the main directory root folder. Okay, and now we have to simply export that both the components, so we can use them in our upload NFT page. Okay, so let's close that one, and we can come here and we can upload that. So we'll upload the upload NFT, and that's coming from the, let's say, /upload index. Okay, so here we have the upload component we have. Now simply remove that and let's start working on the JSX. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is to take the div, and it will have a class called style.upload NFT. In that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style upload dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style upload box dash heading. Okay, in that we're going to take this h1, and it will have the heading create new NFT, and down below we'll have a p tag. And let's come back to the application and simply copy this text and paste here. Okay, so this is the paragraph we have. Now let's come down, and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.upload box, and this will call title. In that we're going to take this h2, and we'll have this h2 heading. Simply copy this one and paste here. We have to take the paragraph as well, copy and simply come back and paste. So that's the second heading we have. Okay, now what we can do, let's simply come down, and we have to take another div. It will have a class called style.box, and this will call form. So this will hold the forms. Okay, so in that what we have to do is we're going to call this upload NFT component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to call in that. So here we have to call it in uppercase because we are importing and exporting in uppercase. So make sure you do this change and simply copy and do it here. And if we come here and have a look, is it in uppercase? Yes, it's in uppercase. So simply copy that, come back here and simply change that. Okay, so that's the upload NFT. That's what we have here. Now let's simply open up your terminal and start the application. To have a look, type npm run dev and just wait and bring this down. Okay, let's come here, and before we do that, before we check, let's come back to this component and we have to change the router. So go back to the navigation, okay, navbar, where it is. There are so many folders, okay, that's why it's very important that you have a better folder structure when you're working in a application like this. Okay, so right now we have this full navigation folder, so it becomes very easy to navigate. Okay, so let's open that folder. Simply open the folder and we have to go into the discover section, and here we have that. So here we have this upload NFT, so the name is right. Okay, and that's the name we have given to the pages. Okay, so close this one and look, have a look. This is what we have called upload NFT. Okay, simply rename this. Okay, type upload NFT. Okay, save it, and that's looking good. Now simply close this one and now come back to the application, and here we have that. Click on this and click on this upload NFT and just wait, and here we are on upload NFT page. You can see all the data we have passed, that's here. So we have the title, we have the second titles and the paragraph, so everything's working fine. Now let's come back to the code and simply scroll down and let's close this one and go back to the upload component. Okay, close this one and close this entire component, and here we have to come upload NFT, and now we can start working on this. Okay, we have to import couple of things from React, use state, and we have to import the icons, outline, HTTP, and that's coming from React icon MD, and we have to import one more outline attach file. We have to import one more FA percentage, and that's coming from React FA. We have to import, let's say, AI to property safety, and that's coming from the AI. Okay, now we have to import the, let's say, tick icon, and that's coming from TI, and now we have to import the image tags from Next.js. Okay, so these are the icons we have here. Let's come here, and here you can see in the account we have this form, and that's the form we're going to use here in this component. Okay, so we're going to use the CSS file, we're going to import the CSS file, and we're going to copy and paste some of the components, some of the input component. Okay, so that's the thing we're going to import here. Okay, so let's close this one, and we have to import the form CSS style. Okay, so this is the name I have given to the form style. Okay, form style, and this is style is for the NFT. Okay, don't get confused. So that's coming from the account form module CS. Okay, so that's the external and internal import we have. Now we have to import the images, all the images, and that's coming from the image folder. Okay, we have to import the, let's say, button component, and that's coming from the, let's say, component. Okay, in the component section we are getting from component index. Okay, and here we have to import the drop zone, and that's coming from the drop zone NFT. Okay, from the index folder. Okay, so that's what all the external internal import we have here, and now we can start working on the actual JSX part. But before we do that, we have to take a use state, and this will call active, initial would be 0, and this will become active name string, and this will become website, this will become description, this will become royalties, this will become, let's say, file size, and this will become, let's say, category. Okay, so these are the internal, external, and use state we have here. Okay, so everything's looking fine, and we have to take one more category array because we have to loop over it. Altogether I want to display 5 category. Okay, so let's have a data for that. So we'll take an array, and it will have this object. So we'll have the image and we'll have the name. Okay, so let's do one thing. Simply images, we have to get the image NFT1, and we'll call it category, let's say, sports. Okay, right now I'm going with this hardcode value, but later when we'll get the data and when we actually define that what are the data, what are the categories of NFT will allow user to upload, on that time we're going to do this modification. But right now I'm just going with this hardcode value. Okay, and that's what we have here. Now let's simply replicate it and change this to art, change this to, let's say, music, and this will become digital, and this will become two, and this will become time. Let's repeat one more time, and this will become photography. Okay, these three images. So all the data we have. So simply close this one, and let's come down, and here now we can start working on the JSX part actually. Okay, so let's zoom a bit. We have a div, and it will have a class called style dot upload. Okay, and that will have this drop zone, and in this we're going to send all the props. Okay, so that's props we have here. First props will send the title. Okay, so the title we call it something like what are the file will accept from the user to upload in our application. So the file format we have to define. So JPG, PNG, we will go with this WEBM, and max width is going to be 100 MB. Okay, so that's the first title we have. Now we have to, let's take a heading, and this will have drag and drop file. We'll have a subheading as well, and this will call, let's say, the reason why I'm using this drop zone as a reusable component, because we can use it in multiple places, or you can do this value hardcode, but I don't want to go with any hardcode value. I want to make the component as reusable as possible, so we can use in different application or in this application. Okay, so we'll have a subheading. We'll call browse media on your device. Okay, these are the title components, subtitles, and now we have to send the actual data. First we'll send the name of the NFT, we'll send the website URL, then we have to send the descriptions of the NFT, then we have to send the royalties, and royalties we have, then we have the file size, now we have the category, and let's have the final thing is the image. Okay, so we'll have this upload image. So these are the props we are sending in the drop zone. Okay, that's all we have here. Now, so let's come down. We'll have a div, and we'll have a style tag, and we'll call it upload box. In that, we want to do is we're going to use that form component. Okay, so we'll come here and we'll go to this our account page, and we'll go to this form. Okay, here we are in the form JSX, and now we're going to import couple of things from here. So we're going to simply copy and paste. So let's open this one, and this one is a username, so we need this one. Simply copy and come back to this and simply paste here. Okay, so that's the one import we have, and what we have to do is simply we have to change this name to, let's say, item name, and we have to call it, let's say, NFT. Okay, this is the first thing we have, and it will have a on change function, because when someone will type anything, we want to get the data and update into our state variable. Okay, so it will have this set item name, and in that we're going to use this e.target. In that we're going to pass the value. Okay, so here we have to take the e. Okay, so when someone will click on type anything in the input, we can easily able to update that name in this state. Okay, so that's the input we have. Now let's close this one and come back once again to the form, and this time we are looking for, let's say, open this one. Last time we are looking for the website. Okay, simply copy this one and come back here and simply paste down below. And here what we're going to do is simply open this one and simply copy this and simply paste right here. Okay, and the same thing we have to pass the data. So that's the website component. Simply close this one and close this one, close this one. Now come down, and in this, and this website will have a p. Okay, so in down below we'll have another class, and here it will have a upload box input para. Okay, so we'll come down to the applications, and this is the text we want to simply copy and simply paste here. Okay, so that's the paragraph we have. That's looking good. Now let's come down, let's come back to the forms once more time, and here we're going to need the description. So okay, come back and simply paste here. Okay, so this is the description component we have copied, and that's what we have. Okay, so this is the website section we have, and simply cut this one. Okay, simply cut this one and wrap this here. Okay, and what we have to do is simply cut this portion and bring all the way down. Okay, here. Okay, so it's looking perfect. So make sure you do this fix. Okay, So things are looking good. Now down below we'll have a p tag and we're going to display the text, so simply copy this p tag and paste here. So that's what we have here. Now let's come down, and here we're going to take a div and we'll take a style tag. We'll call it form style because this time we are going to use that form, okay, form style. Okay, so it will say form and the name is dash box input, and copy that, and we have to change all the field we have copy and paste here with this form. Okay, so that's the one we have. Simply copy this and change this one. Okay, and now we have to change this style. Okay, so simply copy this portion, that's what we have, and simply come here and replace this one as well, and replace this one as well. So whatever we have imported from the form component, make sure we have to replace that with this form style. Okay, and that's the name we have given on top when we have importing that CSS file. Okay, so simply change this one and change this one, and not that. So this is okay, and here we have to do the changes. So that's the form one, this is the form, and this is also a form. Change this one, both one. And let's see where else we have. No, this is not one, and that's what we have, and this is what we have. So simply bring this down, and we'll take a label and we'll call it, let's say, name. In that we're going to give this message, so choose collection. Okay, we'll come down. In that we're going to have the para. It will have a class called style dot upload box into paragraph, and here we're going to copy the text, copy, and simply come back here. So that's what we have. So you can easily able to find the difference when we are importing the component from the form component. We are applying the styling from the form style. Okay, but when we are writing any custom JSX, we are using this style. Okay, and we are giving the different relevant name. Okay, so that will make the difference. Okay, so make sure you follow the same pattern. So that's what we have. Let's simply come down. We'll have the div, and it will have a class called style dot upload box slider and div, and in that we're going to have this dynamic data. We'll call category array. We have the data and we're going to map over it, and it's going to be an insert return, and in that we're going to have a div, and let's say it will have a class called style dot, let's say it's gonna be a template literal. Okay, we're going to have two type of styling. One is the normal styling and the other one is going to be active styling. So when someone will select that particular category, we want to display different styling, or we want to change the background color simply. Okay, that's why we're going with this dynamic styling. So we'll call it, let's call it upload box slider, and this will become active. We have already taken this active state, use state, and we'll say I+1 is this. Then we have to add this active class, otherwise it's gonna be an empty. And make sure you copy and simply paste here. Okay, so now looking fine. So this is the normal and this is the active one. Okay, so save it, and let's come down. We have to assign a key as well, so I+1, and it will have the on click function. So on the on click function we want to first do something. Okay, we're going to set the active state. Okay, I+1, and we want to call this function as well. So set category. Okay, that's the data we want to update. So we'll say e dot category. Okay, and then we have the category. So simply save it, and let's bring down, and we have to take a class, and it will call, let's say, upload box slider dash box, and in that we're going to, let's say, have another div. Will have a class called style upload box slider box dash image, and that we're going to have the image. So we'll have an image inside this image dot, not that, element dot image. Okay, so we have to provide the alt tags. So background image, we have to assign the width to 70, height is going to be 70, and we have to assign a class as well. So upload box slider box image. So that's what we're going to call it, dash image. Okay, so that's the data we have. Okay, now let's come down, and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style box slider and box dash image, and this will call icon, and that we're going to have this tick icon. Okay, So that's the icon we have. Down below we're going to take this paragraph, and here we're going to call it, okay, crypto legend, and let's come here, simply copy the text from here and copy and simply paste here. So that's looking perfect. Okay, this is the dynamic block we have. Now we can come down, and before we come, let's come here in the form section, and we need a couple of things from here. So this is the social box. Simply close this one and copy this entire box. That's the one we need. Form box input social, copy and come here, and we're going to paste right down here. Okay, that's all the component we need. And now simply open this, and now we have to do the changes, couple of changes we have to do. So simply change this royalty A and simply copy and paste, and here we have to change the icon to FA percentage, and this will become, let's say, 20%, and it will also have an on-click function. So we'll say set royalty. Let's come here, what do we have called here? We have called here set royalties. So let's come down, and here we're going to pass that, okay, e.target.value, okay, and then that we have to pass this E. So things are looking good. Now let's come down, do with the same with the Twitter. We'll say size, and we have to change this to, let's say, set file size, and this is going to be, let's say, 165 MB is allowed. And here we're going to say the properties and paste your properties, and this is also going to be, let's say, initially what we should type. Simply copy that and paste the properties as well, and it will also have this on change. Simply paste here, and we have to change this to set properties. Actually we don't have that. Okay, so we don't have, let's come up here, and we have to create another use state. So that's what we're going to do now. So let's come here, we'll take another use state, and this will call properties. Initially it would be empty string. Simply copy and bring it down, and now we have to call that. Okay, so things are looking good. Okay, and things are fine now. Close this one. Okay, this one, things are looking good. Close this one, and let's come down. We're going to have another div. It will have a class called style dot upload box button, and that we're going to have this button. Okay, and that we have to send this prop. So the name of the button is going to be upload, and we have to have this handle click function, and it will have this custom class style, and thus we'll call it style dot button. Okay, style button, sorry, upload box button style. Okay, so that's the button we have, and that's all the component we have. So things are looking good. Let's have a look final time. And we're missing something, I guess. So let's copy this one, and simply that's what we have to pass here in the description as well. So simply paste here, and we have to change this to, let's say, description. Copy that one, and here we have this twice. Okay, so we have to call this set website. Okay, so now we have updating all the use state, and here is the property we have. Okay, simply copy that, and we have to send that in a drop zone. So simply bring it down, and we have to send the props. Okay, so send it properties. So here you can see, here we are getting an error, and that's obviously because you are trying to import the Twitter icon, but we don't have it. Reload the browser, and you will find that this error is true. Okay, simply come down, and here we're going to simply, what we have to do is, here we have to remove this icon. Okay, Twitter account, Twitter icon, and simply copy this file size, and simply come back to the Twitter and change this tag. Now we have to reload. What else we have? Again, we have this error. Instagrams, come up here and simply copy this one and bring all the way down, and simply change this one. Okay, so that's what we have so far, and here you can see, so here we have the function problem. Okay, that was my problem. We have to wrap that component. So here we have to do is simply remove this one, and we have to write this on click function. It's gonna be an arrow function. So, and we'll wrap this function, and we'll call it now. Okay, set active i+1, and we have to call the second function is category element. So when we want to call the two function in one click event, then this is how you have to call it. You have to wrap that both the function in a bracket like this, then you can easily able to add as many function as you want. Okay, so make sure you do that and save it. And if you come back to the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. We have this already styled description, website, and items. Okay, it's already styled, and here we have the collections we are rendering, and this is the royalties. Okay, this is a small fix we have to do. So things are looking good. Now let's come back here, and simply these are the imports we have. These are the use states. Simply close this one and close this one, close this one, and close this one, close this one, and close this one. So these are the components we have worked on. Now simply close this one and come back here and come to this drop zone, and now we can start working on this drop zone. Okay, now we have to simply receive the props which we have set. So let's open this one, and we have to import it one by one. So title, heading, then we have item name, subheading, sorry, and then we have the item name, website, description, royalties, file size, category, properties, and the final one is the image. Okay, so these are the all props we are receiving in the drop zone. Working fine. Now we have to import couple of things from React, use state, and we need use memo, use callback, and use context. And now we have to import the, let's say, use drop zone package. We have to import the image from Next.js. We have to do a couple of internal imports. First is the images, so that's coming from the image folder. Now these are the external internal import we have. Now let's come down, and now we're going to take a couple of states. So first it would be, let's say, file URL, and initially it would be null, so that's the null. And we can come down, we can have this on drop zone. We have to create one function on drop. This is not new, we have already created this function in the account page. Okay, so I'll go a little faster here. So we'll have this use callback, and it's gonna be an async function. Okay, and it will receive the file, so accepted file, and gonna be an error function will say set URL to accepted file 0, so the first file. And down below we'll have this, we have to import couple of things from the drop zone. So the first one is going to be the get root props, and that's coming from the use drop zone, and that we have to send a couple of properties. So the first property is going to be the function we have created on drop, and here we have to define the file size, that what are the files we want to accept. So we want all type of image, and we want to define a specific size of the file. So the maximum is going to be, this is the convention, 1, 5, and 60. Okay, and we have to import one more, is going to be a get input props, and here I made a spelling mistake. Simply remove this R to T. So these are the two props we are getting from use drop zone. Okay, so that's the function, simple function we have here. And now we can start actually working on our JSX. So simply remove this one, and we're going to take this div. It will have a class called style and drop zone, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style drop zone dash, let's say, box, and it will have this props, the props we have created, get root props. Okay, that's the props we're going to call it here, and we'll have this input, and in this we're going to call the prop as well. So we'll have this get input props. Okay, so that's the two props we are passing. Down below we'll have this div, and it will have a class called style drop zone dash box. Okay, here I have to provide this box, and this one is going to be called input. Okay, input, and in that we're going to take this title, and down below we're going to have another div. It will have the class called style dot box dot image. Okay, and that we're going to have the images. So we have to display the image which we are receiving from the props, and that's in this image, and we have to assign the alt tag, and the alt tag will call it upload, and it will have a width to, let's say, 100. Height is going to be 100. Okay, so these are the data we are passing. It's going to be this class also. So we have to assign the class drop zone box input image. Okay, so these are the data we are passing. We come down, we'll have another p tag, and it will have the data. So it will have the heading, it will have the subheading. Okay, so these are the props we are displaying. Okay, We'll come down and we'll have this dynamic data, and this dynamic block we are creating to display the data which user are filling for the NFT. Okay, so once we get the data, once we get the image, then we want to display this dynamic component, okay, which will make sense. So just follow along with me. So we'll say if there is a file URL image is, if there is an image, then we want to simply render this component. We'll have a div, not a div, we'll have a side element, HTML element. It will have a class called style dot drop zone box aside, and that we're going to have a div. It will have a class called style drop zone box aside dash box. In that we're going to have a image tag, and with the image we want to display is, for the time being I'm doing hard code because the drop zone we have created, it's not working. So the drop zone will work in such way, because what I will do when we actually allow the user to upload the image through this drop zone, we're going to connect with this IPFS. So first we'll upload that image to the IPFS, and then we'll get the URL of the IPFS, and then we'll display the image. Okay, so that's the entire plan I'm going, and this is the approach I'm taking for displaying the image. So for the time being I'm just go with the hardcode value. Okay, so just give the hardcode value, and that's, and the image is coming from the image folder. Okay, NFT one, that. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now we'll provide this alt tag and we'll call it NFT image. It will have a width to, let's say, something 200. Okay, and here we can have this object fit on, and we can say object to fit to contain. Now let's come down. We'll come down. It will have a div. It will have a class called style drop zone box aside box preview, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called drop zone box aside box preview dash on one, and it will have the paragraph, and this we're going to display the name. Okay, and here we're going to display the actual name of the NFT. Okay, if there is a name, then we want to display the name, but if there is no name, then we want to display this empty string. So that's the simple logic, nothing new, simple JavaScript. So what we can do now, simply copy this portion and replicate one more time, and we'll change this to website. Now this will become website. We'll simply come down and, well, let's say we'll have another div. It will have a class called style, let's say drop zone box aside box preview, and this will become 2. And down below we'll have a, let's say, paragraph, and this will have a span, same structure we have to follow, descriptions, and we have to say if there is a data, then we want to display the data, otherwise empty string. So that's simple logic. And we'll come down and we'll have another class, another div, and we'll have a class called, let's go 3, and in that we'll have this piece, span, royalty, and this will become the data, otherwise empty string. And now this time is a little tricky because I want to do changes. I want to give a space, a big space for the description, but for this royalty, a 2 or 1 word keywords, I want to provide a little space. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply replicate this. Okay, so replicate this 3 times and just change this, actually 4 times. File size, this will become the, and file size, this will become the properties, this will become properties, and this will become the category, and this will become category. So okay, so these are the data we are displaying. Okay, so we have all the data, and by the way, we are getting done with this drop zone. Okay, so let's have a look final time. So let's remove this, we are not using this one. Okay, so let's remove this one, and things are looking good now. Things are good, and here you can see we have this, and now it's looking fine. Okay, all the props we are sending, that's working absolutely fine, but we have some problem with the image. Our image is not displaying. We can see what's the problem. Okay, if you come here down, and here you can see that, let's come back to the code, and let's come back here and click on this, go here, and in the CSS file, and where it is, so here. So let's start with the CSS styling. Okay, so we can target the main page. Okay, so we'll make it side by side, and let's start working. Upload is going to be, let's say, width is going to be 100%, and margin block is going to be 8 RAM. We'll come down, we'll target that block, and width is going to be 60%, and margin 0 auto. That's how it will look. Now let's come down, we'll target the box heading. This will become the border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have the shadow dark color. Okay, shadow dark color. Okay, that's the color we want to assign to our heading. So you can see there is a, now let's add the media query, and on a max width 35 em we want to provide, let's say box is going to be width is going to be 90%, so nice wide. We'll have to target the heading and paragraph, and we'll say width is going to be 100%. And let's come here, and let's come up here out of the media query, and we're going to target that heading h1, and we'll increase the font size to, let's say 3.5 rem, and line height is going to be 0.1. okay, we'll come down, we'll target the heading p, and we'll say font size is going to be 0.4 rem, width is going to be 70%, and line height is going to be 1.2 rem. Okay, that looks awesome. Okay, now simply come down, we have to target the title, and we'll say border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our dark color. So let's review the page, and looking fine. We'll target margin top is going to be 4 rem, so we'll have some space from the top, and here you can see it's looking really good on the larger screen. So we have this nice title, paragraph, and all the details, and you can see it's looking perfect on our desktop. Okay, we have to do a little bit of adjustment in the mobile device. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to do the adjustment in the mobile device. So let's come here, and okay, let's come here, we have to target the title h2, and we have to say font size is going to be 2.5 rem, and line height is going to be 0, so that both will have on top of each other. Now we'll target the p, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 rem, and font width is going to be 500, a little smaller. Okay, now target that, and simply paste here title h2, and we have to say font size is going to be 1.5 rem on a mobile device, and line height is going to be 1 rem. Okay, look good, 1.1, that's better. Now we have to target the heading h1, and we have this font size is going to be 1.6 rem. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay, 2, yeah, that looks perfect. Okay, so now it's looking good on a mobile device as well, looking fine. Now let's come here, and let's have a look. You can see it's looking absolutely gorgeous on a larger screen. It's absolutely beautiful. Titles, subtitles, but we have the problem in the images. But if you click on that, you can see this pop-up is opening. So this is the title, this is one, and here things are looking good. Okay, let's do the inspect element, and here is also looking good. Now let's simply close this one, come back here, and simply go to this, and go to this CSS file, and we have to start working on this. So simply copy that, and we can target that upload. So we'll target that upload, and we'll say upload box input para, and we'll say padding is going to be 0 and 1 rem, and we'll come down, we'll target this para input box slider div. Okay, and this will have the border 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our icon color. Okay, looking good. Now simply scroll down, and here you can see we are working on the category section. Okay, so let's target that border radius is going to be 1 rem, padding is going to be 1 rem, cursor pointer, and we'll come down, we'll have the upload box slider, and we want to target that, and we want to say simply cut that. Okay, cut that and paste here, and in the slider, and here we have to say display flex gap 1 rem. So that's how it will look. We have to target that slider box, and we have to say display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 rem. So that looks pretty awesome. It's look good on a large screen, but we're going to make it more responsive. So that looks awesome. Let's come down, and we have to target that box slider, box image, and we're going to say border radius is going to be 50%, and we have to target that box slider image icon, and we'll say background is going to be our icon color, and the font color is going to be, let's say, our main BG color, and we're going to make it to border radius to 50%, and display is going to be grid, and padding is going to be 0.2 rem. So that's how it will look. Now we'll come down, we're going to target that slider P, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.2 rem. Let's say font width is going to be 700, line height is going to be 1.2 rem, little smaller, beautiful. And come down, we're going to target that upload box upload box, and this will become the buttons, and we have to say that display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1FR, and let's assign a margin. Block is going to be 4 RAM and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we have to target that box BTN style, so the custom styling color, and we'll say width is going to be 100%, and let's target the display is going to be grid, align self center, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty awesome. That's the custom styling we have. Now we have to target active. Okay, background is going to be our icon color and color is going to be our main BG color. Okay, now we have to start working on the media query, so we'll target that max width is going to be 35 em, and we'll target the, let's say start with the slider div, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1FR, and this is how it will look, and 3 1FR. Let's have a look. So this is how it will look. It's having a little bit overflow on a small screen. Okay, here you can see we have a little bit overflow, so let's make it 2, and here you can see it's looking perfect. So, and our active state is also working fine. You can see on click event we can easily able to change the state, so it's looking perfect. So this is looking good, already good on a desktop. Everything is looking good. So this one is fine, and this data is already fine. This we can easily able to choose the category we want. Okay, and by the way, so why this is not working, royalties size, so close this one and come back, make a full screen, and simply go to this JSX part, and here we have this form. So go to inside this social where we have all these 3 components. Okay, I do understand what's the problem. We have to change the style file name. Okay, so simply copy this and simply change this, select and select and change that. Okay, replace this with form style, and here you can see we have the style. Okay, so it's looking perfect. We are getting the style, and we can simply type, make a check on the mobile device. It's already responsive. Okay, it's already 100% responsive and taking place. Let's go on a small screen, and this is how it will look on a smaller screen. Okay, but we have one button, but we need 2 buttons. Okay, so simply come down in the button component and replicate this one. Okay, and this time we'll call it preview. Let's call it preview. Okay, so that's the button component we have here. It's looking already much better. So it's working fine, all the effects are working fine, all the components are perfectly aligned and responsive, and the data are also looking fine. Now we have to work on the drop zone as well. Okay, this is how it will look on a mobile phone, 100% responsive, and on click event we can easily able to see data. Okay, this one is looking good. Now close this one and simply open the drop zone, and we have to start working on it. Okay, so first thing we have to do is to simply copy this and come back to the CSS file, and let's target that. So we'll target the drop zone, and let's make it side by side, and so we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 3 RAM, and drop zone box is going to be, let's say, border 5 pixels, so 5-6 pixels dot, and we'll have our icon color. Okay, save it. Here you can see it's working fine, and we'll target that border radius is going to be 1 RAM, and we'll target text align is going to be a center, cursor pointer. Okay, the border radius is not taking place, but you can see it's looking really much better, and everything's working fine. And here we have to do the changes, not box sizing, it's a border radius, so simply change that to border radius, and here you can see it's looking perfect, and that's looking good. Take a padding to 1 RAM, and we'll come down, we'll target the drop zone box input P, and we'll say line height is going to be 0, so that's looking awesome. Let's come down and we'll target the drop zone box input image, and we'll say border radius is going to be 1 RAM, but the image is not there. So let's come here and go to the images folder. Actually, what I have noticed that I haven't have the image in the image folder, and that's why we are getting this broken image. Okay, so first thing we have to do, get the images. Okay, so here you can see we are passing the exact data, the image in the props, and that's what we are receiving here in the, and that's what we are trying to display in the component, but we don't have the images. Okay, so we don't have the images. So let me copy that image from the project. So I will simply open my project, come back to this index.jsx. I have already imported that. Okay, so I will stop the video and I imported the video. So I stopped the video and I copy the video and paste it inside this image folder, and now I'm importing. So I'll import the image, I'll call it upload, and that's coming from ./upload png. Okay, so this folder, this all the images would be provided to you in the article. Okay, so make sure you get that folder, starter folder from the articles. From there you can easily able to have this all the images. Okay, and now what I have to do is simply I have to export this so I can easily able to display, and you can see here it's working fine. The moment we have exported and provided that image, it's displaying on the application. So we can close this one, and here I want to show you a small trick. So if you want to turn it something lighter to dark or dark to light, this is how you can do it. Okay, and we're going to use it actually when we convert this into a dark mode or into a other color design. Okay, because I'm planning to create this close to 5 to 6 version of colors. Okay, so right now you can see in a gray color we're going to have a dark, we're going to have a yellowish, we're going to have it's reddish. So the entire application will have in multiple colors. That's what we will do in the letter, because we have to do a little bit changes and the entire state of the application, the color would be changed. Okay, so here we're going to use this filter. Here we're going to use this filter and we're going to call it invert, and the moment we call this function, you can see the white image turn it to dark. But for the time being, I'm just commenting it out. Okay, I leave it on you guys. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now we can simply come down, we're going to target that drop box aside, and actually we can't see. So let's come back here and go to this drop zone, and here we have to turn it to, let's say, true. Okay, provide this exclamation marks, and here you can see the moment you save, here we have the all the hidden block we have created, and now we can start styling on it. Okay, so let's come back and let's target that. So first thing we want to do is padding is going to be 2 RAM, and let's come down, we're gonna target the border is going to be 3 pixels dotted, and it's gonna have our icon color. Margin top is going to be 3 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, and we'll have the drop zone box aside box, and it will have the display is going to be grid template column 1.5 and 4 for 4 RAFR, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. This is how it will look. Let's come down, we're going to target the, let's say we'll take the media query, and on a max width is going to be 35 EM on the mobile device, and we're gonna say width is grid template is going to be 1 FR. So that's how it will look. Okay, we'll come here and we're going to target that aside box, and we'll say preview p span, font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, font width is going to be 700, and margin left is going to be 1 RAM. So you can see nice bold effect we have. We'll come down, we'll target that box preview, this is going to be a 1, display is going to be flex, and align item center, justify contain space between. So that looks pretty good, and it will have the font width is going to be 700, and it will have the font size 1.2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, and we'll come down, we're going to target the box 3, and we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1 FR. So that's how it will look on a desktop mode. You can see it's looking beautiful. It's looking beautiful. Okay, it's already looking much better. Let's make on a mobile device, and here we have to simply copy that and paste here, and we're going to say that grid template column 1 FR on a mobile device. So that's how it will look on a mobile device. Okay, now we can target that 1, and we'll say display is going to be grid. It's also looking fine. Now let's have a look final time, and things are looking much better. Close this one, and go to this drop zone, and just turn it to normals. Okay, and let's come here and let's test it. If you click on this and select this author image, and here you can see the dynamic block is open because we have something in that drop zone. We have the images data. Okay, so that's turn the div, and if you come here, if you type anything, you can see the live update. Okay, you can see the name of the NFT, Daulat Hussain NFT. You can provide the website name. I'll call it daulathussain.com, and here I can provide the description. Simply copy that and paste it. So here I have the description, and here I can provide the royalty percentage, and this is the file size, and this is the, let's call it best. Okay, so all the data, and right now you can see all the data we can able to see here. This is the digital, because right now we are selecting digital, but if you click on this, and here you can see it's a sports. If you click on this, it become arts. If you click on this, it will become music. If you click, so here we have this data. Let's change this data. Okay, so let's come back here and let's scroll down. We have to go back to upload NFT, and where we are rendering the data, the category. So where it is, let's open that, and here we have that professor. Simply change that, and in that we're going to say element dot category. Here you can see we have all the categories: sports, art, digital, time, and photography. So if you click on this digital, you will have this digital, but you can see these, the category and the data, they are very close to each other, so we have to provide some space between them. Okay, so let's come back to the code and close this here, and here simply copy that one and preview, and simply come here, and where is that? So here we have that margin left, so let's change the value to margin 2. Simply remove that one and say margin inline, and this will become 1 RAM, so it will have some space. You can see we have some nice space from these data. Okay, looking fine. Okay, this one is also working, this one, and reload the browser. Let's have a look one more time, and everything's working fine. If you click on this, this pop-ups open, and here we have that data. We can type it whatever you want. You can simply make it side by side. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can see image is stretched a little bit. We're gonna fix that. Okay, but it's looking much better now. And this is the category section. We have file size, upload, preview. Okay, so things are looking much better. Let's reload the browser and let's have a look final time. So this is the heading, subheading. This is the box. You can click and you can upload the images. You can simply update the data. You can type the website if you have. You can give the description, simply copy and paste here. You can see the data is here. Now you can simply select the category. So sports, if you want to select this art, you can see art. If you want to provide a royalty, some type of discount, you can do that here. You can provide this size, you can provide this properties. So all the data is updating dynamically, and all we have to do is to simply pass this data into the smart contract, and the NFT is ready. Okay, so the details are already ready. All we have to do is to pass this all data. Okay, so things are looking pretty good, and this is the upload section we have now. You can, so in this video we're going to create the connect wallet page. Okay, so let's create a page for that. So we'll call it connect wallet.js, and we have to type this RAFCE and simply close that, and we have to create the CSS file for this. We'll call it connect wallet.modules.css. So that's the CSS file, and in this we're not going to create any extra component folder because this is going to be a very simple page. Okay, we're going to do a couple of imports. So the first thing we need is the use state, and we need the use effect. Okay, and we're going to import the images. Let's come down, let's do the internal import. We have to import the CSS style file, and that's coming from the style folder, and this will call connect wallet. Okay, so these are the imports we have. Now we have to import the images, so all the images, and that's coming from the image folder. Okay, so these are the external and internal import we have. Now what we have to do is, let's come here inside the images. I have to get a couple of images. So right now you can see I have this provider 1, provider 2, provider 3, and provider 4. So that's the image we want to use in this project. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'll make this side by side, and I'm going to simply drag and drop the CS images. Okay, drag this one, drag the 2, 3 and the 4. Okay, so all the images we have for the providers. Okay, so because in this NFT marketplace we're going to provide 4 providers: one MetaMask and Connect Wallet for Matic. Okay, so we're going to provide different providers. So here we have the logo of that providers. Okay, nothing complicated. Now we have to import the images here, and we'll call it NFT provider 1, and that's it, called provider 1. Simply replicate it 4 times, and we have to change the file name to 3, 4, and here we have to change as well. So 2, 3 and 4. So all the providers we have here, simply copy and export that. Copy this one and paste here, replicate it 4 times, and we have to change this 2, 3 and 4. Okay, and now we can easily able to utilize that images here. Okay, so we have that one. Now we can come down, we can take this use state and we'll say active button, and initially it would be 1. So we want to make it MetaMask active. Okay, initially, and we'll say provider, it's going to be an array. So in that we'll take an object, this will call the name MetaMask. So simply copy this. Okay, select this one, and we have to take the object, simply cut that and paste inside this. Okay, now replicate it 4 times, and we have to change this to, and this will become, let's say, what we call wallet connect. And by the way, if I make any spelling mistake, please forgive me for that, because I'm really bad with the spelling. And by the time you are watching this, following this course, you have already seen me making a lot of spelling mistakes, because I'm bad. And this will become, let's say, 3, and this will become, let's say, wallet link, and this will become 4, and this will call it for Matic. Okay, all the 4 providers we have with the name image. Okay, simply close this one, and now we can start working on the JSX. So remove that, we'll take that, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot connect wallet, and that we're gonna take this style connect wallet dash box. Inside that we'll take this h1, and we'll say connect your wallet. It will have a p tag, and this will have a class called style connect wallet dash box dash para, and that we can say something like connect with one of your available wallet provider, or create a new one. Okay, that's the message we want to pass here. Now we can simply come down here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style connect wallet box, and this will call, let's say, provider, and that we're gonna take this, we'll have the array, we're gonna loop over it, element I instant return, and in that we'll have a div. It will have the class called connect wallet box provider. Okay, connect provider dash items, and it will also have a key, otherwise React will give you an error. And it will have a on click function, and we'll call it, let's say, set active button I+1. Okay, that's the function we want to call it. Now let's turn this class into a dynamic class, because we want to make it active whenever someone click on any one of the provider. Okay, so let's take in a template literal, and we'll take this dollar and wrap this entire in a bracket. So this is the normal CSS file, and now we have to take this active one. So we'll say active style active equal to I+1. Then we want to say active, add an active class active, and otherwise we don't want to add anything. Okay, so that's the simple logic we have built here. Now let's come down, we'll take the image, and that we have to take the image as well, so which is inside the element and provider, and we'll take the alt tag, and in that we're going to pass the provider. So element dot provider, we'll have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, 50, and height is also going to be the 50. Okay, nothing new, very simple. And we have to assign a class, so this will become like connect box provider item image. Okay, and we can come down, we'll have this p tag and we'll display the element name as well. Okay, so that's the simple JSX which we have written for this entire connect wallet function. Okay, connect wallet page, sorry. So looking fine, and right now we are not using use state because we need this use state when we actually connect with the smart contract to check whether the user is connected with the application or not. Okay, so I'll just keep it that use state there right now. So let's come here, start the application, npm run dev, and as I've noticed that we are not using this active btn. Simply copy that and let's come here. Okay, here is the mistake I made. It simply do one thing, simply remove this stylus, not only active button. Okay, so make sure you do this change, open the application on the browser, and before you do that you have to change the navigation. So let's go back into the component navbar and the discover section, and here we have to provide this, and what we have called the page, let's say we have called this connect wallet with w. Okay, capital W. So remove that and add a capital W. So this is the URL we have, save it, close it, and now you can come back to the application, and here we are. And now you can simply click on this and click on this connect wallet, and here we are. Okay, here we are on the connect wallet. You can see all the data it's already displaying, connect wallet and all that. So things are looking fine. Now let's make it side by side and let's start styling this components. Let's make it side by side, and okay, things are looking good. Now we can simply copy this and come back to the CSS file. We'll target that and we'll say, let's say width is going to be 100% and margin block is going to be 5 RAM from top and bottom, and we tag with the box. We'll say width is going to be 50% and margin is going to be 0 auto. Okay, save it, it will hold the content. And now we'll target the box h1 and we'll say font size is going to be, let's say 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0, and let's come down. We'll take the media query and the max width is we're going to have is 35 EM, and we'll target that, let's say box, connect box, and we'll say width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. So that's how it will look. Simply copy that and we'll say h1 font size is going to be, let's say 1 RAM, very small, make it 2 RAM, that's too big, let's make it to 1.5. that looks awesome. Okay, this looks good. Now we can come down, we can simply target the box para and we'll say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM and padding is going to be, padding bottom is going to be 2 RAM, border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and it will have our shadow dark color. Okay, that's the color we want to assign. So save it, and here we have that. Simply come down, we'll target that, we'll target the box provider and we'll say margin block is going to be 5 RAM and we'll have some space from top and bottom, and we'll say provider connect wallet box provider item, it will say display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM, margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, and border 1 pixel solid var, and we have this shadow color. Save it, let's come back. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, cursor pointer and transition all 0.3 second easy in. So that's how it will look. You can see it looks beautiful and beautifully aligned. Okay, we have some problem in the formatting image. Okay, I think I don't have the image, so okay, we can fix that later. Let's come down, we'll target that provider item on over effect. We want to add the, let's say box shadow, and it's gonna have, we want to add the background color to our shadow color. So you can see on over effect we are getting this nice color. Okay, we'll come down, we'll target the provider item and we'll say image, we'll call it border radius 50%. We'll come down, we'll say item p font size is going to be 2 RAM, line height is going to be 0, it's too big, let's make it 1.5. that's all perfect. Okay, now let's come down, we'll target that active state and we'll say box shadow is gonna have that box shadow. Okay, the moment I will save, the MetaMask will have that active state because that's what we have defined. You can see it's looking pretty cool. You can simply over it and you can click on any one of these provider and that will have that color, and it's responsive as well, so looking fine. Let's come back here in the provider, and here actually we don't have this formatting image, so I'll simply replace that with that one. Okay, save it, and here we have that MetaMask. Okay, so things are looking good. On over. First thing we're going to do is to create the page for it, so we'll call it contact us, and it's going to be an ages. We'll type RAFC. We have to create the CSS file for it. So before we do that, let's come here, let's create that. Okay, so let's go get into this style folder. Okay, and sidebar we need to copy this icons and simply paste it because we're going to use a couple of icons in the contact us form. Okay, here we have the icons, simply remove this one, and let's come down. We have to import the icons like outline, mail, and that's coming from React Icons HI. We have to do the internal import and we have to import the style file. So I remember that I haven't created the style file, so let's come here, go to the style folder, and we have to create a style file, contact us.module.css, and that's what we're going to import here. So that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so that's the folder. We have to import the, let's say, form style, because again we're going to use that form components here in this contact form. Okay, so we need to import this style for that as well. Okay, form style, so that's form style coming from the, let's say, account page form dash, and we have this style file. Okay, so these are the two style file, one is for the contact and one is for the form component. Okay, so let's simply come here. We have to import the button, and that's coming from the component and component index. So these are the internal import we have, and now we can start working on the JSX part. So simply remove this one, and we'll take the div. It will have a class called style dot, we'll call it contact us. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class contact us dash box, and that we're gonna have, let's say, h1, we'll call it contact. Down below we'll have another div. It will have a class called style contact us dash box, and we'll call it, let's say, box, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style contact box dash left. In that this will have a light, so we're going to have two divs, and inside that we're going to have a, let's say, we'll have a div. It will have a class called contact box dash left, and we'll call it item. In that we're going to take a we'll take this h3 and we'll come here and simply copy that data and paste here. We'll take the paragraph, come back here, copy that data and paste here. Simply, that's the one, and we'll have down, we'll take this contact box left, and we'll call it item. And that we're going to take this h3 and we'll simply copy that one, paste here. We'll take a p tag and we'll simply paste the data. Okay, that's the one we have. Now simply we have to replicate this one more time, and we have to make the changes, copy that one and simply paste here, and simply change this number, select all these here and change it. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply do one thing, and this time we have to copy one more time, and because we want to display the icon, so let's come here, copy this and simply paste here, and here we're going to display the icon. Simply remove this one. Here we'll take the HA anchor, and here we're going to display the icon. So icon will have, so we'll have the name TI Facebook. Simply replicate this couple of times, and this will become, let's say, TI LinkedIn, TI LinkedIn. This will become TI YouTube, and this will become, let's say, TI Instagram. So these have, and one more we have this Twitter. Okay, so these are the 5 icons we have, Okay, so that's looking absolutely fine. Now we are done with the left hand side. Now we can start working on the right hand side. So simply bring this down and we'll have this form, and inside that we're going to render the form component, but we're going to simply copy and paste a couple of forms. So let's come here, go to this, close this page and close this files, close this one, and come up here, go to this account, go to this form, and from here we're going to take a couple of things. So first thing, we're going to take this username we need, simply copy that and come back here and paste here. Okay, that's the first thing we need. Okay, simply close this one, and we need the email, so let's open that. Okay, this is the email, we need this as well. Simply select this one and come back here and paste right below. So that's the email we have. And let's come here, we need the descriptions, and this is the one we need. Simply select all these descriptions and close this one and come here and paste here. So that's the description, and here we have to do the changes in the style file. Okay, so let's have a look. So things are looking good, we don't have any issues. And here we have this form style, and that's the style we want to pass here. Okay, simply change this, select all this, we'll select only forms. Okay, and now we have to replace that, save it and save it. Now we have to start the application, but before we do that, let's come here and go to this navigation, you know the drill, and here we have to change that. So we'll have to go to this, so we go to the help section, and here we have this contacts, remove this, save it, and let's have a look. It's too good. And now we can open the application and click on this help and click on this, let's say contact us, and here we are. You can see things are looking good. We have all the components in the form component, and we have the data we have written. Okay, things are looking perfect. So that's what we have. Now let's come back to the code, and now we can start styling. But before we do that, we need a button. Okay, so let's take a button and we'll provide the props. We'll say, let's say send message, and we'll have a handle click function. So currently we want to have this empty function, and we'll have the custom class, we'll call it style dot button. Okay, so that's the entire thing, JSS for this, and everything's looking fine. Let's copy this one and close this, and now we can start working on the CSS. So let's make it side by side, and we'll target the contact us. Width is going to be, let's say 100%. Box, contact box is going to, width is going to be 60%, and margin 0 auto. Let's come down, we'll have the media query, and we'll say max width is going to be 35 EM, and width is going to be, let's say 90% on a mobile device. That looks pretty awesome. Let's come here, we're gonna target that box H1 and text align center. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Font width is going to be 900, so that looks good. Let's come down, we're gonna target that box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column 1 FR and 2 FR. Gap is going to be 5 RAM. Align item center, align self is going to be flex start, and margin bottom is going to be 10 RAM. So that looks good. Okay, you can see this is how it will look. Now let's come back to in the media query, and we'll target the box, and we'll say grid template column is going to be 1 FR and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look on a mobile device, looking perfect. And let's come here, we're going to target that box left, and it will have the items P. It will say line height is going to be 1.2 and width is going to be 80%. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and save it, and you can see nice, looking good. We'll come down, we'll target the box left item A, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and border radius is going to be 50%. Padding is going to be 0.3 RAM. And why these styles are not taking place? Okay, I think we have made some mistake. Okay, let's come down, we'll target the button, and we'll say width is, margin top is going to be, let's say 2 RAM, so it will have some space from the top. And let's scroll down, here you can see, and that's look good. but still this class are not taking place. Box left. Let's come back to the JSX and let's have a look what we have called. So here we have that. Okay, here we have that box. Okay, we have double box. So make sure you do the changes. Contact us box left item A. Okay, make sure you do this change, and now we can save and do the same change on here as well. So on here, and here we have the same one. Simply copy and change this as well, and you can see stars are taking place. So things are looking much better now. You can see it's look beautiful. So that's what we have. Things are looking perfectly aligned. Now let's have a look. So this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we have this one, data, and this. I think we have to decrease the font size a little bit. So this is the data, and let's change the name. Okay, description, email. So let's come here, go to the JSX, and here we're going to make the changes. This will become full name, and email is there, and this will become message. Save it, reload the browser, and here you can see it's changing. Now we have to decrease the font size to this sections. Okay, let's come back to the CSS, and here we have, where is the P? Here it is P. Let's make it 1 RAM only, and this one is looking perfect. Small, beautiful icons, everything is working fine, and 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, so looking fine. So make it full screen, and with this we are done with this. Okay, let's come here and simply, and you know the drill what we have to do. So let's create a page for it. So we'll call it about us, and simply type RAFCE. Let's zoom a bit and come here, and we have to create the CSS file for this. So about us.modules.css. So that's the general setups we are doing here. And now we're not going to create any extra folder for this page, okay, because we have to write a little bit code in this. Okay, so we're going to write all in this about us page. So let's start working on it. So first thing we have to do is to import couple of things. So first we need the images. Let's do the internal import. We need our CSS file, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so that's the CSS file. We need to import the component, and that's coming from component index. So these are the import, and then we have to import the images. Okay, and that's coming from the image folder. So let's remove this. So these are the external and internal import we have. Let's come down and let's start working on the JSX. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called about us, and inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called about dash box. In that we'll have another div. This will call about dash box hero. In that we're going to take this, let's say we'll take another div. It will have the about box hero left, and we have to take h1. Let's come back to the original application, and we have to copy this and simply paste here. We have to take this paragraph and paste here. Okay, so this is the left section. We have to come down, and we're going to take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called about box hero dash right. Okay, in that we're going to have the image. So we'll have this image tag, and we have the images inside this image. Okay, and we will call hero 2. Okay, so there is 2 images, one hero which is we are using in the home page, and this is hero 2 which we are using in about us page. Okay, here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style about box, and this will call title. Here we're going to take that, let's heading 2, and we have to copy this and simply come and paste here. We have to take a paragraph and copy and paste here. So that's the heading component we have here. Now let's simply close this one and close this one, come down, and this is going to be the third component. Okay, so we'll take a div. It will have a class called box about us box dash founders, and that will have another div. It will have a class called about us box founder dash box. In that we going to take a demo data. Okay, so altogether we want to display 4 founders. So we can do it in a hardcode value, but we're going to use the array because I believe that this data is going to be dynamic in future. So that's why we are taking this approach. So we're going to take an array, and we'll call it founder array, and this will call in this array we're going to take an object. Okay, so the object would be like, first is going to be the name of the founder, so let's come and copy and simply paste here. Then we want to type the positions, that what position they hold, so simply copy here and paste here. And let's take the, simply replicate this 4 times because we are displaying 4 founders, and just simply replace their name and the position. So these are the 4 array we have. And I remember that we have to add the image as well, so let's do that as well. So let's take the images, and inside that image we have an image called founder1. Okay, so I believe that I don't have the images. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to get into my folder, and from there I can simply get the images. So the images we have inside this, go to this image folder and founders images. So make it side by side and simply open the image folder and simply select all the founder image, so and drag it and leave it here. Come back to the index, and here we're going to import the images. So let's do it. We'll call it founder1, and that's coming from founder1 png, and simply replicate it 4 times. We'll change it to 3 4, and let's 4 3 2, and simply copy that and paste here. Okay, my bad. Copy and simply paste, copy and simply paste here, and replicate it 4 times and change this to 3 4. Okay, so these are the image we are importing, exporting. Now let's come here, and here we're going to use the images. So let's use the founder1, simply copy this portion and do the same thing to others. Okay, simply copy and paste and change the just the value founder3, and this will become founder4. So these are the data we have about the founders, and now we can copy that and we're going to loop over it. Okay, so this is the founder box we have. In that we're going to take this dynamic block. We will say founder array map element I, it's going to be an instant return, and that we're going to take a div. Okay, and it will have a class called about us founder box founder, and we'll call it, let's say, box dash image. In that we're going to have the image of the founder, so we have the data inside this image. Okay, so that's the data we are getting from here. Okay, now we have to assign a couple of properties. So alt tag is going to be the name of the founder, width is going to be, let's say, something like 500, and height is also going to be 500. And we want to assign a class to this, so about box founder box image image. It's pretty huge name. Okay, image image. Okay, so that's the class we are assigning to the image. Now let's come down. We're going to take this h3 and we're going to display the name of the founder, so element name, and we have to display the position, so element dot position. So that's the data we are rendering, so it's working fine. Now we can come down and simply copy this one because the title is going to be the same for first one and second one. Okay, so I'm just simply copying and pasting this one. Okay, so here we have the title. Okay, simply copy that and paste here, copy this portion and simply replicate, change this. Okay, so this is the title, and simply close this one. So altogether we have 4 divs, and this is going to be the final one. We're going to take another div and we'll have a class called style about box, and this time we're going to call facts. And then we're going to have another div, we'll have a class called about box facts that box, and that we're going to have this dynamic block because again we want to loop over it. Okay, so let's come up here and we're going to take the array. So this time we'll call it, let's say, fact array, and this will contain the object, and the, let's say, title is going to be let's give it 10 million. This is what we have in the demo, okay, in the template, and we're going to add this info, and for this we're going to simply copy and paste. So let's come here, copy this portion and simply paste here. Okay, simply replicate this 2 times, and now we have to change this data quickly. So this becomes like big number. Just copy this one and simply replicate this, come back, copy this and simply change this one, copy the text and simply change this one. So this is the fact array, simply copy that, and let's come here and we're going to simply loop over it. Okay, map element I, it's gonna be an instant return, and in that we're going to have a div. In this we'll have a div, and it will have a class called style box facts box, and this time we'll call it, let's say, info. it will have the h3 tag and it will display the element dot title, and down below we're going to have a paragraph and this will call info. Okay, so that's the data we have. Let's come down and here we're going to display the brand. So that's the entire JSX part for this about us page. As you can see, it's pretty small code. Okay, so we are done with the JSX part, and just reload the browser, and actually we are getting an error. It says that cannot read properties of undefined left. Okay, I have provided this dot, so simply reload the browser. Okay, this is the problem we have. Let's come back to the code, and here we have to simply remove the dot and provide a space. So now if we come and reload the page, and here you can see we have the about us, we have the paragraph image and all the founders we have and all the facts data we have. So everything is working fine. Now we can start working on the styling part. Okay, so let's make side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Okay, so things are looking so far so good. Okay, so simply copy this class and close this one and come back to simply close this folder image, close this one and go back to the images one, sorry, style file, and now we can start styling this. Okay, so we're going to target that about us, and we'll say first thing width is going to be, let's say, 100%. Margin block is going to be 5 RAM. About us box is going to be, width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto will come down. We'll take about us box hero section, and display is going to be grid template column 1.5 FR and 2 FR. Align item center, gap is going to be 3 RAM. Okay, that's about us box hero left, and h1 we're going to target that, and we'll say font size is going to be, let's say, 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 0.5, and let's add this media query. So we'll say and max width is going to be 35 EM. We'll say about us box hero grid template column 1 FR. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Now let's come down here. We're going to target that box hero left, and we'll say P, and this will become font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. Line height is going to be, let's say, 1.5 RAM, and we're going to target the about us box title, and this will become margin top is going to be 5 RAM, so we'll have some space from the top. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the about box title 2, and this time we'll say that font size is going to be 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 1. We'll target the about box title P. We'll say font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and line height is going to be 1.2. Width is going to be 40%, so that's how it will look. Simply copy this one and come back to the media query, and this time say width is going to be 100%. So that looks pretty good. And let's come here, and we're going to target about box founder, and this will become margin top is going to be 5 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 10 RAM, and founder box, where we're going to say that display is going to be grid template column for 1 FR. Okay, so it will come in 4. Okay, gap is going to be 2, and simply copy that and come back to the media query, and here we're going to say grid template column 1 FR for the mobile device. So that looks pretty good. So far so good. And here we're going to target that box founder image, and we'll say border background color is going to be our icon color, and we'll have a color itself is going to be our main color. Okay, we're going to have the padding is 1 RAM, and we'll take this border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So that looks good. You can see nice background we have. Target the image, and we'll say that border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So let's come down. We're going to target that founder box image h3. Line height is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. We'll target the founder box image P, and we'll say line height is going to be 0. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. So that looks pretty cool. It's working fine. You can see things are looking really good. And now we can come down, and we're going to target that box about us box, and this will say facts box, and display is going to be grid template column repeat 3 1 FR, and we'll take the gap of 2 RAM. We'll take the margin top is going to be 4 RAM. We'll come down. We're gonna target the box fact box info. It will have the background color to this icon color, we'll have the padding to 1 RAM and 3 RAM, we'll have the border radius to 1 RAM, and color itself going to be our main color for the text. Okay, that looks pretty cool. We'll come down, we're going to target the fact box info h3, and this time we're going to increase the font size to, let's say, 4 RAM, and line height is going to be 0, so that looks pretty huge. Now we can come down in the media query, we can say that auto box width is going to be 90%. We'll come down, we're going to target the box founder, and we'll say margin top is going to be 5 RAM, and let's come down, we're going to target the founder box and grid template column 1 FR, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. Come down, we'll target the let's come here, and we're going to target the about box fact box, and this will become grid display and grid template column 1 FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and margin top is going to be 4 RAM. So if we save, that's look pretty cool. You can see it's looking really good. And now we have to just simply decrease the font size. Okay, so simply copy this, and let's come here, and we're gonna say that h3 font size is going to be on a mobile device is, let's say, 2 RAM. So that looks really good on a mobile phone. So everything's looking fine. Let's come here and let's have a look. So this is how it will look. Let's increase the size, and we have to add a second breakpoint. So here is the problem we have. So we have to fix this. This is how it will look on a desktop. Pretty good. No issues we have in our desktop device. And let's come here. What we can do, simply come here and let's write the second media query. So this will become, let's say, min width is going to be, let's make it and. So it will start from 445 pixels, and it will go all the way to, let's say, max width is going to be let's say 768 pixels. And simply open the previous media query, simply copy the entire one. Okay, copy this and simply paste here and save it, and here you can see it looks beautiful. The only change we have to do is the here in the founder section, so make it 1 FR. Okay, and that's how it will look on a tablets on a bigger screen. So it looks pretty good. Everything is looking beautiful. So things are looking beautiful, 100% responsive for all the screen sizes. This is the about sections, so images we have. This is the founder sections. This is the facts about this NFT marketplace. Now let's come here. Final page, which is a subscription page. So you know the drill, what we have to do. Let's create a page for it, and with this time we're going to call it, let's call it subscription. Okay, .js subscription, and we have to type rafce. Now we have to create the CSS file for this, so we'll call it subscription.modules.css. and let's come here, we going to start working on it. So we have to do a couple of internal imports. So first thing we have to import is the style file, and that's coming from the style folder. Okay, so where it is, this one. Okay, so simply close this one, and let's come here, and we're going to create one more folder, and this is going to be the final folder for building this template, which is going to be in the root directory. Okay, so let's create a folder, and we'll call it subscription in the capital way. Okay, copy, and we have to create the JSX file and type rafce, close this one, and type, we have to create the CSS file for this, modules.css. Okay, so this is the component we're going to use right up here. Okay, so let's do the internal import. So we're going to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, we have the CSS file here. So let's come here and go back to the pages, and now we can start working on the JSX import. So we have to import the subscription component we have created, and that's coming from the .subscription JSX. Okay, and now we can start. We have to get the data. Okay, so let's come back to the original project, and this is the data which I have already prepared. So I will simply copy this one, copy this entire data, and let's come back here. Okay, I'm copying the data and pasting because if I start typing it will take a little bit time. Okay, so simply paste the entire data. So this is the pricing plan. So we are displaying altogether 3 pricing plans: starter, basics, and pro. And this is what we are displaying: the price, popularity, services, informations. Okay, so these are the area of objects we have. So we have all this data, okay, which we're going to display. Simply close that, and now we can start working on the JSX. So we're going to take a div. It will have a class and we'll call it, let's say, subscription. And inside that, so make it small. Inside that, we'll have another div. It will have a class called subscription dash box. In that, we'll have another div. It will have a class called subscription dash box, sorry, dash info. It will have this h1. We have to copy this entire h1 and simply paste here. Come down, we have to copy this p and paste here. So this is the data we have. Now we can come down. We'll have another div. It will have a class called subscription box, and in that we're going to loop over the data. Okay, so we have this data array, subscription array, and we're going to loop over it and render in the component. So we're going to pass that inside the component as a prop. So subscription, it will have a key, and in that we have to pass the data as well. So first thing is going to be the index, and second one is going to be the element data as well. Okay, so that's the only JSS part we have to write here in the subscription model. Okay, and now we can start working on the subscription component. Let's come here, and we have to do a couple of external imports. So first thing, we need the icon, tick icon, and that's coming from React TI. And let's come here, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from the component index. So that's the internal external import we have, and here we're going to receive the props element and I. Let's start working on the JSX. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style subscription, and let's call it box. And the reason why I'm calling the name in this way, because I don't want to create a name conflict, because in the page we are calling subscription. Okay, so I just want to keep two things separate. Okay, so I'll go with this new one. Okay, and that will have a let's say we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot subscription box dash box. In that we'll have the span, and it will have a class called style subscription box dash box, and we'll call it span. And that we're going to display the data. So we'll display the actual startup package. Okay, the name of the plan. So, and it will have this small, and it will have a class called subscription box, and this will call small itself. And in this we're going to display the, let's say, what we want to display the popular. So which one is popular, whether it's a standard popular or pro one. Okay, so here we'll display the popular data, and if we have the popular, then we want to display the popular. If we don't have, then we want to display nothing. Now we can come down, we'll have a p tag, and simply copy this entire and simply paste here, and here we're going to call it para, and here we're going to display the price. So we'll call it, let's say, price. And let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it subscription box dash box info. And that we're going to have this element, okay, and service, because inside the service we have couple of more information. Okay, so we're going to loop over with that as well. So we'll do map element I, and it's going to be an instant return, and inside that we'll have this p tag. It will, so simply copy this and simply paste here, and this will call para. Okay, it will have a key and I+1, and inside this we're going to display the span, and this span contain the tick icon, and here we're going to display the actual data simply. Okay, the actual data will display. So far so good. Now let's come down, we have to display the button finally at the end. Okay, it will have a class, not class, we have to assign the button name. So the button name would be submit, and it will have handle click functions, and it will also have the custom classes for the button. So we'll call it, let's say, button. So that's the entire JSX part for this entire subscription component. So far everything is looking good. Okay, let's copy that and let's start working on the CSS file. Okay, let's come back to the, and let's change the name here. Okay, so let's change this to subscription. Okay, so we can easily able to navigate to different pages. Okay, so let's come here and let's start the application, npm run dev, and click on this 3000 and click on this subscription, and here we are. You can see every data we are rendering, everything is working fine. We have no error here right now. So far things are looking good. Now let's make side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Simply copy this and now close this one and come back to the CSS file. Okay, first thing we have to do is to target the subscription page CSS. Okay, so let's open that and let's start with that. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin block is going to be 7 RAM, and subscription box is going to be, width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. We'll come down, we'll tag this media query and we'll say, let's say max width is going to be 35 EM, and in that we'll say width is going to be 90%. So that's how it will look. Okay, why the stylings are not taking place? We made a mistake. So let's come back to the JSX, and here I made a mistake. It started with a capital S. Okay, so make it capital and save it. Okay, change this to capital, and now things will look okay. It's working fine. So make sure you do this change, and let's come down. We have to target the info and we'll say text align center. We'll have this line height is 0. We'll come down and we're going to target the info h1 and we'll say font size is going to be 4 RAM, line height is going to be 0.5. We'll come down, we'll target the info p, it will have the font size to 1.6 RAM and it will have a line height to 0.5. Okay, now let's come down. We have to target the box and this will become display is going to be grid, and the grid template column repeat 3 1FR, and cap is going to be 3 RAM, margin top is going to be 7 RAM, so we'll have some space from the top. Okay, that's how it will look. Now we can come into the media query and we'll target that subscription and we'll say margin block is going to be 4 RAM, and here we'll target the box info h1, font size is going to be 2 RAM, and we have to target the p as well, so this will become font size to 1 RAM, so little small on the small screen. And let's come down, we have to target the box and we'll say grid template column 1FR for the mobile device. So that looks pretty good. Okay, this looks beautiful. Now we have to take the second media query, so max not min width, and we'll start from 445 and 455 to it will go all the way to, let's say 1024 pixels, and in that we're going to target the subscription. So simply remove this and copy this entire CSS and paste here. Okay, we want to provide the exact media query and the only change we have to do is in this. Okay, F1FR. So let's come here and you can see everything is working fine. Here we are dividing in 2 columns. Things are looking pretty awesome. Okay, so with this we are done with this entire CSS part for the pages. Now we can start working on the component CSS part. So close this one and go to this component, and now we can start working on this. Simply copy this and come here and start working on this. So we'll target that and we'll say border 1 pixel solid var, and it will have the icon color. We have to take the padding 2 RAM, we have to take the border radius 1 RAM, position relative, and transaction all 0.3 second easy in, cursor pointer. So that's how it will look. We have to take the box on over effect. We want to have the, let's say, box shadow to our custom box shadow color. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's come down. We have to target the subscription box itself and span. We'll say font size is going to be 2 RAM, font width is going to be 900. Let's come down, we'll target the box small, and this will become position is going to be absolute, right is going to be 3 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. It will have a background color to our icon color, and it will have the color to the main color. So that looks pretty good. We have a padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM, and we'll have the, let's say, border is going to be 0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. You can see beautiful design. Let's come down. We have to target the subscription box, and this will become the box price. We'll target the font size going to be 3 RAM, and line height is going to be 0, font width is going to be 900, but why the styles are not taking place? Okay, simply copy and come back here, and here we are making a mistake. Okay, so what we have to do is, let's come here, simply remove this. Okay, and simply copy that and remove this and call it price. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, and this will become price, and here you can see the stylings are taking place. Okay, a little bigger. Now we can come here, we'll say subscription box dash box info. We'll target the margin 4 RAM and 0. We'll come down, box info para, and this will become display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 500. Font size is going to be 1.5 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. So that's how it will look, pretty big on the desktop. Okay, we'll take a media query, and this will become, let's say, max width is going to be 35 EM. We'll target the, let's say, subscription box info para, and will this font size is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, now it's look good, and that's how it will look on a mobile device. Let's make on a big, and this is how it will look on a tablet. So looking pretty good. So it's looking really good on a device. On Overfig we are getting this style. This is the one, and you can go to the collection pages, remove this one and go to the home pages, and let's have a look. Okay, so with this, finally we are done with this entire NFT Marketplace template design. Okay, we completed the second part of this entire full stack NFT Marketplace project. All of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to this full stack NFT Marketplace project video. So in the first two part we had built the smart contract. In the second part we had built the front-end application. Right from this video we can start connecting the smart contract with the front-end application. Okay, so that's what we're going to do right from this video. So here I have opened the project where we left in the last video, and those of you watching this video right from here, let me give you a quick overview of this folder and file structure which we have built for the NFT Marketplace template design. Okay, so on the right hand side you can see we have these folders. So the very first folder we have this account page. It's actually a component for the account page. Okay, in that we have this form, we have this author page, in that we have all these component. Okay, for the author page we have this collection page. These are the component for the collection, and same goes for this component. So in this component we have all this component like filter, collection, category, follower, navigation, footer. So all these component we have. This is the image folder in which we have all the images which we are using in this project. Okay, now this is the logging component for logging page, and this is the NFT details components for the details NFT details page. Okay, and here we have the page folder. Inside that we have all the pages which we have created for this template. Okay, so we have this account, about us, author, collections, wallet, contact us, index, login, NFT details, search, sign up, subscription, upload NFT. So we have a lot of pages. Okay, let's close this one, and now we have come down. Here we have more components, search component we have. So this is the folder which I have created. In this I have the sample data which we're going to use when we build the API. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. Okay, so let's come here. Here we have the style folder. In that we have all the CSS files for the pages. Okay, down below we have the two more components, subscription component, and we have this upload NFT. Okay, and I have also opened the smart contract project in my other core editor. Okay, you can see this is the project in which we have built the smart contract. So this is the smart contract we have written. Open this one, and this is the smart contract for our NFT marketplace. So we have written tons of code for this NFT marketplace. Okay, so you can see this, we have this packages, counters, we have this one, they have mapping, we have this struct, and we have all this function. Okay, so we have update listing price, and we have getting listing price, we have create token, and we have this create market item, we have resale token, and we have this create market sell function, we have this fetch market item, and we have this fetch my NFT, we have this fetch item listed. So there is a lot of function we have written in the smart contract. But you have noticed one thing, the template we have designed and the smart contract we have written, there is a lot of difference between that. In the actual template, we need a lot of data. We need the data for the collection page, we need the data for the users, we need the data for the like, followers, for all those things. But we don't have any one of those function in our smart contract. So the point is, from where we'll get the data? That's a very valid question you guys should ask me. So this is how I have planned to take this course forward, okay? So the smart contract we have written, it's a very simple smart contract for a small application where you don't want to allow user to follow someone else, follow creators. Just a simple marketplace where user can create NFT and they can sell and buy. If you want to build an application like that, then it's perfect to go with the smart contract. But my NFT marketplace is a big, it need a lot of data, okay? There is a lot of functionalities there. So we need more robust smart contract which can handle all of these things. For that, what I have done, first we'll start working with this basic smart contract. We can connect with the front-end application and create NFT, sell NFT, and all those things, whatever we have right here in the smart contract. First, we'll start working with this. Once we will done with this basic smart contract, then we'll move to the API, okay? So here you have two options. First option, that you can store all the information about your application in the smart contract, like the followers, like the collections category, everything in the smart contract, and from there you can fetch and display in your front-end application. Or you have the second option, instead of writing a new smart contract, what you can do, you can store those creators or category user information in the backend, and from there you can fetch and display in the front-end application. But I will show you that how you can do in both way. So first we'll start working with this basic smart contract for our NFT marketplace. Once we connect and everything start taking shape, after that we'll start working on the backend development. We'll build an API for our NFT marketplace, and after we build an API, after that we're going to redesign the smart contract to the actual data we need to display in the front-end application, because I want that the entire application is controlled by the smart contract, not by any backend API, okay? Every single data we can render on display at transaction 2, that's all controlled by the smart contract, okay? So that's why I keep that part into the end of this section, because I want you to understand how things works in the smart contract, how you can render data, how you can create NFT, all those things with the basic things. Once we're done with this basic one, then we'll move to the advanced one, and where we're going to write all the functions, like we're going to write the function for the category collection, all of those things, okay? So I hope so far everything is clear, what approach I'm taking. If you have still any confusion, do leave in the comment and ask me, because this is a very crucial point and you have to understand that what plan we are following to build this application, because we have to follow a proper data model, okay? That's very important for performance purpose, okay? So let's come back to the application. Here I have opened the application and let me show you what I mean. So what I will do, I'll click here and go to the collection page. And here you can see that we need data for the collection page. We need this pricing, we need the total item, we need all these NFT details like NFTs, art, music, sports, photography. Right now we are doing this hard code, but we need this data from the API, from the smart contract, not from the API, okay? So we need going to remodify the application for the collection page as well. Same goes for the other pages. If we come here, go to the author page, here you can see we need a lot of details about the authors, like account address, titles, their social media icons, and these following tabs. So we need the collectibles, created, like, follower, following. So we need all this data from the smart contract, okay? And if we go to the NFT details page, and here you have noticed one thing, we need a lot of data for the NFT details page as well. So we need the collection, timer, auction, bidding, and if we scroll down here, you can see this virtual world, and here you can see we need bidding, history, honor, list. So all this data we need. And if we come back to the account page, and here you can see we need a function which can store all the information about the user, the creator, like name, email, description, websites, all this thing. So here I have opened the project directory, and in that you can see that we have 3 different folders. One folder for the API, second folder is for the smart contract, and third folder for the template. So what I want you to create a copy of the template. So if we commit any mistake in the template, we have a backup, okay? So for that purpose, create a copy of it, and that's what I'm going to do. So here we have all this folder, okay? So let's create a copy of this template. So I'll copy and paste. And here I have the copy of the template. Now let's simply rename this one, and I call it, let's say, connecting contract. Okay, the reason why I have given this name, because in this we're going to connect with the smart contract, obviously, okay? And that's the folder we're going to open in my code editor. So let's open that, and here we are back in the code editor, and you can see we have all the folders for the templates, but we don't have the contract, okay? So we're going to import the contract here, okay? So we have all these folders for the templates. Now open up the terminal and let's run the application. So clear the terminal and simply type npm run dev to see everything's working fine. Let's click on this, and here we are on the browser and things are looking fine. We don't have any issues. All the functions are working fine. Let's close to the different pages, and these are also working fine. So things are looking pretty good, okay? We can easily able to switch, open, close, and things are looking good, okay? Now let's come back to the code editor, and now let's come here, clear the terminal. And now we have to install a couple of important packages which allow us to communicate with the blockchain. Okay, so the first package we're going to install is Hardhat, and Hardhat is very popular. It's allow you to test the smart contract. It will give you a local blockchain where you can test the smart contract. Okay, so let's initialize that. So for that, I'm going to type, let's say, npx Hardhat init. So if you haven't installed Hardhat in your computer, then you have to run the command npm install Hardhat, and then you have to initialize. I have already installed Hardhat globally in my computer, so I can initialize directly. So let's initialize that, hit enter, and this will take a little bit of time. Okay, so here I want to create a normal file, so let's create a JavaScript, hit enter, and we have to install all the recommended npm packages. So simply copy, and we have to install this one, copy, and we have to install, hit enter. This will take a little bit time, so let me do fast forward. So installing, and here we have successfully installed Hardhat, and now we have to install a couple of more packages like Ether.js, and we need to install Web3 model. Okay, so let's install that. npm I ethers, hit enter. Now close it, and we have to install Web3 model. So Web3 model install. Okay, installing. Now here we have installed the Web3 model and Ether.js. So bring the terminal down, and once you successfully initialize Hardhat, it will create a couple of folders and files for you. Like this contract folder was not there, but after initializing Hardhat, we have this contract folder. We have another folder called script, and we have another folder called test, and we have another file which is a readme file. So when you initializing Hardhat, on that time, make sure that you should delete that readme file. I was already deleted that, that's why you haven't seen. So make sure before you initialize Hardhat, you should delete that readme file and then initialize. Otherwise Hardhat will not initialize. Okay, it will give you an error. So we have this folder. If we bring this terminal down, and if we go to this contract folder, and inside the contract we have this lock source smart contract. So this is a general smart contract. You can have a look that what they are doing here. Okay, but we're going to import our contract which we have already built. So let's delete this folder. We don't need this one. Delete this one. Okay, so we have deleted that, and here we have the another folder which is a script. Inside that we have a file deploy. Okay, so we're going to modify this, and this script will allow us to deploy the smart contract. Okay, so let's simply do one thing, delete this comment and delete this comment as well, and we don't need this extra data. Okay, so I'm going to delete it. If you want, you can keep it, but I'm going to delete this one. Okay, so that's the basic setup for the deploy script. We're going to do a little bit more modification here, but that's for the later part. Okay, so that's the deploy script, and if I close here and if I go to the next folder, this is a lock test file. Okay, so if you want to test the smart contract, that's we can do it here, which we're going to do definitely not now but later. Okay, so in that you will find you're going to write all the scripts. So this is the file, so we don't need to worry about this. Okay, so simply close this one, and this is the Hardhat config file. So here we're going to do all the configuration for the Hardhat. So if when we deploy the smart contract to the local blockchain, on that time we have to define that. When we have to deploy the smart contract to the Rinky Buy or any test network, so we have to define a couple of properties here. Okay, so that's all we're going to do here. I'm just giving you a quick overview. Okay, don't need to worry about, because you and I, we're going to do it together. So this is the Hardhat config file, and that we're going to do all the configuration. Okay, so let's close this one, and if we come here, let's open this contract. We already have the contract, and now open this in the code editor, and we have a contract here. Okay, we already have this contract. Now we're going to simply close this one. Okay, we have all this contract, close this one, and we're going to simply drag and drop here. Okay, drag and drop in the main directory. Okay, simply copy, don't remove, simply copy. Okay, so here we have the contract, and simply open, and here we have the Solidity smart contract. But we need to install a couple of packages. In this smart contract, you can see we are using OpenZeppelin, but we don't have OpenZeppelin, but we have to install that. So this is the smart contract we have here. Things are looking fine. Now simply do one thing. Here you can see we are getting the error for the OpenZeppelin. We have to install that. Okay, so now let's close this one and come back to the smart contract and close this one. Go to this packages and file, and this is the package we have to install. I hope you guys have this folder. So this is the one we have to install. So simply copy this one and copy this, come back, open up the terminal, and we have to type npm I OpenZeppelin contract, hit enter, and let's install this one. And here we have installed the OpenZeppelin. Now simply clear the terminal, and if we come back to the contract, here you can see we don't have any error. Things are looking fine. Okay, let's come to the readme file. So this readme file is created by Hardhat, so make sure you delete your previous readme file and then initialize Hardhat, otherwise you will get an error. So in this readme file you will find a couple of commands, and this is the command we're going to run shortly. Okay, so you will find these details. This is the help test, and this is the Hardhat node for internal for the local blockchain, and this is for the deploy script. Okay, So that's the readme file. Okay, so simply copy this and come back, split the terminal. Okay, and now here we're going to run this command npx hard node. So hit enter. This will start the blockchain locally in your terminal. So here you can see once you initialize that, it will give you 20 accounts with private key. Okay, so here you can see we have all these accounts. So we have this account 0 and each account contains 1000 ether. Obviously it's a fake ether which you can use to test the smart contract, okay, which we're going to do shortly. Okay, so we have all these accounts which you're going to use it for testing the smart contract. Okay, and we have the private key. So you should always make sure that this terminal should be on. Don't stop this, otherwise it will not work. So make sure your local blockchain should always run. Okay, otherwise it will give you an error. Okay, so all these accounts we have, and let's come back to the other hand. And before we do that, we have to do a couple of changes in the deploy script. Okay, so here in the smart contract, the name we have given to our smart contract is this NFT Marketplace. Okay, simply copy this one and come back to the script and go to this deploy, and here we have to do a couple of changes. Okay, so here we have to provide the smart contract file name. So what we're going to do, we're going to simply change this to, let's say, NFT smart contracts and NFT smart contract, and here we have to change also, and here we have to remove this extra data. We didn't need to pass in data in the deployment. Okay, and here we're going to change this to NFT smart contract, but make it lowercase. Okay, NFT, and we are not passing it. Simply copy and pass here, and that's the deploy script. Let's simply remove this portion, and here we're going to say that, let's say, contract address. So here I want to console log out the contract address, and we're going to change this to NFT Marketplace. So I want to get the contract address. Okay, and that's I want to console log out in my terminal so I can use it. Okay, there is a lot of property you get when you deploy the contract, but right now we are only focusing on the address of the contract. So that's the deploy script we have, and okay, so far everything's looking good, no problem we have here. Now close this one and come back, open up your terminal. Make sure that this part of the terminal should be running, otherwise you're not able to deploy the smart contract. Okay, and let's bring this side, come back to this terminal, and here we have to write the command. Okay, so type clear terminal, come here, go to this test, and simply copy this npx hard run script deploy and paste here. And after that you have to define the network, so where you want to test your smart contract or deploy a smart contract. So in this development we are going to use the local host. Okay, we're going to use our internal browser to do the testing. Okay, so first thing we have to define the network -- so this is the script we have to write, and we have to type that, let's say -- network, and here we have to define the network name. So we're going to use the localhost, so we'll call it localhost. If you want to use it Rinkyby or other test network, you can do that. So let's type localhost and hit enter. As you can see, downloaded, compile, and here is the compile successfully, and here we have successfully deployed the smart contract, and here you can see the address of the smart contract. So make sure you should copy the address of the smart contract. Okay, copy that and come here and bring the terminal, close this one, and now we have to create one more folder, okay, in the root directory, and this time we're going to call this folder to context. Okay, so in this we're going to make all the connection with the smart contract in this folder. Okay, so we'll have this context folder and we'll create two files. So first file we'll call it, let's say, NFT Marketplace, and let's call it context.js. Okay, and we have to create one more file. This will call constants.js, and inside this constant folder we need to paste our API. So let's give this comment and let's have our contract address. Okay, and that's what we have here. And once you deploy the smart contract successfully, after that you will have a couple of folders and files. So you can see right now we have this artifact and we have this cache. Okay, so let's close this one, and here in the artifact you can see we have this couple of folders. So the packages we are using in the smart contract we have here. Okay, this is the, you can see, able to see inside the token we are using ERC7021 extension. So all these things, whatever we are using, that's all we have here, which you don't need to worry. Okay, that's all things are happening internally. Okay, so close this. This is the utils folder. So we are using counter in the smart contract, so that's what we have. Again, you don't need to worry about it, and that's all we have here. Simply close this one, but the one we want to focus is this contract. So inside the artifact we have another folder, contract, and inside that we have the ABI of the smart contract. Okay, so this is the ABI, NFT Marketplace JSON. So okay, the second one. So here you can see this is the ABI of our smart contract, which is very important. Okay, you can have a look whatever function we have defined, whatever variables we have defined, that's all we have here in form of API. Simply close this one and come here and simply drag and drop in this context folder. Okay, simply move it and say move. So right now we have the API in our context folder. Okay, so here we have the API. Simply close this one, and if we come here, close this one. Now come back to the context file, and here we're going to import that API. So let's call it NFT Marketplace, and that's coming from the same directory. So we have this JSON file. Now we have to export the contract address and the contract API. So let's do that. So we'll say const, we'll type NFT Marketplace address, and here we have the address already, so we'll pass it in a string. Okay, and now we have to pass the API. So NFT Marketplace, we'll call it API, and here we have that NFT Marketplace. Inside that we have the API. Okay, so here we have the API. If we come here and if we go all here, so here we have the API. So that's what we are importing, exporting. Okay, so that's the only setup we have to do. If you have multiple contract, that's all import we're going to do and export from here. But right now we have only this one, so we're going with this. Okay, so let's close this one, and now all the logic we're going to start writing in this NFT Marketplace context. Okay, so this is going to be the place where we're going to communicate and bring all the logic. So simply come here and type RAFC, and we have to import a couple of things from React: use state, use effect, and we need use context. Let's come down. We have to import the packages. So we need, let's say, Web3 model. Okay, import Web3 model, and that's coming from Web3 model. We have already installed. We have to import the Ether.js, and that's coming from Ethers. Okay, now we have to import the router, and that's coming from Next router. So these are the internal import. Now simply come down, and now we have to do the internal import. So we have to import the API and the address from our constants. So let's do import, and it's called NFT Marketplace context. No, what it's called. So here we have NFT Marketplace address. Simply copy that, and that's what we're going to call. And this is coming from the constant in the same directory. Okay, we'll come here. We have to import the API, and that's also coming from the same file. So that's the internal import we have. That's the internal. Simply delete this one, okay, because we don't need this. And we're going to use create context for managing the state and all the data. Okay, so we'll come down. We're going to call it, let's say, export const, and we'll call it NFT Marketplace context, and we'll use React create context. So that's React context, and we'll come down. We'll take another export, and we'll get NFT Marketplace provider, and it's going to be an arrow function. Inside that we're going to send the children. So children, and it's going to be an arrow function, and instantly, and we want to return it, arrow function, and we want to return, and here we're going to call this NFT context, and inside that we're going to pass the children, and here we're going to call, let's say, not value, we have to call provider, and then we have to pass the value. So whatever data we're going to pass inside the value, that would be available in the entire application. In every component we can easily able to call the data. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking. Okay, so we have our context, we have our provider, and we have the children, and we have the value in which we're going to pass all the data. So right now we are just setting up the stage, and later we're going to utilize this stage for getting and sharing the data. Okay, so hope so far everything is clear. If yes, then you guys should hit like and subscribe, and do give your comment if you have any confusion. I'll try to explain one more time, because this is a very important part which you have to understand, then it will make sense. Otherwise it will not make sense. Okay, so that's what we have here. And to see the working example of this, let's come back here and go to the pages, and here we have this app. So what we have to do is we have to use that provider and wrap the entire application, then only we can easily able to share the data. Okay, so let's close this one, and here we're going to import that provider. So let's come here. So here we have this NFT Marketplace provider. So simply copy this one and come back here, and we have to import. So we'll call it import, and then we're going to call this provider, and that's coming from the, let's say, /context, and we have the NFT Marketplace context. Okay, so here we have the provider, and now we have to wrap the entire application with this. So simply copy this one and call on top of NavBar provider, close this one and cut this and paste here. So in this way, what will happen, whatever data we'll share inside the value, that would be available in the entire application, in every single component. Okay, so that's the best part of this. So here we have the provider, that's the only setup we have to do here. Okay, so to show you the working example, what we can do here, So let's come up here and take a variable. I'll call it, let's say, data. Let's call it title data. Okay, and let's come here and go to this, not here, let's go to the component. Where is it? Component in the hero section. So we have here hero section, and here you can see we have h1 discover, collect and sell NFT. Okay, simply copy this and come back here, and we're going to pass it here. So we have this title, we have the data, and simply copy this, and that's what we're going to send here inside this value. Okay, so here we have the data, we are passing it, and this data would be available in every single component in the entire application. Let me show you how it works. So we'll come back to the hero section once again, and here we're going to import the context. So let's do that. So here we're going to import a couple of things from React. So we need this use state, we need this use effect, and we need this use context. So we have these three components. Now let's come down, and here let me give the comment. I'll say smart contract import, and here we're going to import that. So let's take the bracket and come back here, and here we're going to take this NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy that one and simply paste here, and that's coming from the // context and NFT market context. So here we have that context, and now we'll come down here, we'll say const, and we'll come back to this and simply copy this, the data we are passing. So copy this. So you can pass anything, you can pass function, you can pass data, you can pass array, a lot of things you can pass, whatever you can pass here. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to receive here, and here we're going to use context, and in that we're going to use this NFT marketplace context for the data. Okay, in this way we can easily able to receive the data in this hero section. And now if we come here, replace this one, and simply let me show you without that. Okay, so let me start the application. Make sure you keep running this terminal, this internal blockchain. Okay, and just clear this terminal, and here we're going to type npm run dev. Open the application in the browser, and here you can see here we have opened the application, and we don't have that title. Okay, we have this emoji, but we don't have the title. Everything's looking fine, but we don't have the title. Now we'll come down, let's bring the terminal down, and here we're going to pass this data. Simply copy, and here we're going to pass it, save it. The moment you will send here, you can see we have the data. Okay, so things are looking fine, and that's how this context works, and this is what we're going to use throughout this entire project. Okay, when we get the data from the smart contract, this is how we're going to receive the data in multiple components and render on the application. So that's what we have here. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this. I want you to understand this, which is a very important, that how we are planning to take this course ahead, how are we going to share the data for the contract. So these are the important things you have to understand. Okay, and in the next video we're going to talk about more about this Web3 model packages which we are using. So we're going to talk about the Web3 model, we're going to talk about Ether.js, we're going to talk about hard hat, because that's the thing you have to understand, that how everything works behind the scene. So when you will sit for the interview and when you will show this project, so they will definitely going to ask you that you are using this dependency, how it's work. So in the next 2 to 3 videos we're going to talk about this Web3 model, Ether.js, Infura, IPFS, because we're going to use IPFS a lot, we're going to use Infura a lot for connecting with the blockchain. Okay, so in the next 3 videos we're going to give focus more in that, then we'll start working on this. Okay, so we're going to talk about these. Okay, so hope everything is clear so far. If you have still any doubt, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to explain one more time, because this is a very important part which you have to understand. Once everything is clear at this point, then you can easily able to build the application very fast. Okay, so that's why I have taken so much time to explain all of these things, that how we're going to plan the data modeling for this entire project. Okay, in the last video we had done a basic configuration for sharing the data in this entire application. Okay, so we have set up our create context for sharing data into different component. You are at the same place where I am, and let's get started. So here I'm going to, let's do one thing, open up the terminal and let's bring it up. So here you can see on the right hand side we have our local blockchain where it's running. Make sure it's keep running, then you can easily able to work. Okay, and on the right hand side we have our application running. So let's bring this down and create one more terminal. Okay, separate this, and we need to install a couple of packages. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply clear the terminal, and I'm going to install this npm IPFS, because when the user will upload the data or the images or the NFT, we want to upload that data to the IPFS. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what is IPFS, I will make a complete video on each of these packages, because these are the very important things which you have to know. When you will go in the interview, they're going to ask you this kind of things, that what is IPFS, what is peer-to-peer, and how you can utilize this IPFS in your blockchain project. Okay, so I'm going to simply install this one. This will take a little bit time, and here we have finally successfully initialized or install IPFS in our project. Now simply clear the terminal, and we need to install one more thing, which is a, let's remove this one, and we need to install Axios, which allow us to do the API request. Okay, so we're going to do the API request with this Axios. It's a very powerful package, you guys must have heard about it, and that's what we're going to use. So here we have installed that. Let's clear the terminal and simply close this terminal, and make sure this two terminals is running, and bring this down. And here we're going to import those packages which we have installed. So first thing, we're going to import the, let's say we have to import the Axios, and that's coming from Axios. Now we have to import that IPFS. So here we're going to import the create, and we're going to import as a IPFS HTTP, and we'll call it client, and that's coming from the IPFS. Okay, nothing new, we are importing that. Now that's the external import, and now we'll come down here and bring some space, and now we're going to do the internal import. So we're going to import the API and the address of the contract. Okay, so let's call this fetch smart contract. Okay, so here we're going to write the function which allow us to fetch the smart contract. Okay, so that's what we have. We'll call it fetch contract, and we're going to provide the signer or provider. We're going to use this new ether package, and we'll call the contract, and inside this we're going to pass the address of the contract and the API of the contract, which I think I don't have right now. Okay, so let's import that quickly. So let's come back to the constant, and here you can see, here we have the NFT Marketplace address and NFT Marketplace API. So we're going to simply copy and insert this, and that's coming from the constant. Okay, and now we have to import the API, so that's what we have here, and that's the exact thing we're going to pass in the contract. So simply copy that and pass here. Okay, we have to pass the API, we have to pass the signer and provider. So that's, this function will allow us to fetch the smart contract. Okay, so that's the, whatever we are doing, we are just setting up the stage so we can utilize this function in our letter code. Okay, so that's the fetch contract function. Now let's come here, and I'm going to create one reusable function, because we need to communicate our smart contract with the front-end application. Okay, so for that, for the wallet, okay, so for that, what we're going to do, I'm going to abstract the code which is repetitive. Okay, so if I will not extract this code, we have to write this code over and over again in all the functions like create NFT, buy NFT, transfer NFT. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just abstracting this code and creating a separate function. So in that way we have to write less code. Okay, so just don't be confused, just follow along with me. Okay, so I'll call it, let's say, connecting with smart contract. Okay, this is the comment. I'm going to give this kind of comment throughout the entire course, so you guys will navigate very easily. So that's what we have. We're going to call this one connecting with smart contract, very generic name, and it's going to be an async function because we have to deal with the data and asynchronous behavior. So we'll take this try and catch. So if there is some sort of error while connecting with the contract, so we have to get that error. Okay, so right now I'm going with this try and catch, but when we build the API, on that time we're going to create a global error handling, very complex model, not complex model, we're going to create a very beautiful system which can handle all the errors of our application. Okay, so in this we're going to simply console log out the error. So we'll say something went wrong while connecting with contract. Okay, that's the message I want to display anytime we have any kind of error. We'll come down, and here we're going to take another variable. We'll call it web3 model, and that's coming from new web3, and this is the function we have to call. So here we have this web3 model. We're going to simply copy, okay, it's a capital, and replace this capital. So here we have the web3 model, and it's all property. Okay, so again, I'm not explaining this web3 package in detail because this package is really huge. Okay, so I'll make a separate video in that I'm going to explain that how you can utilize it in a more advanced way. Okay, I'm just using a couple of properties which it has to make things work. Okay, so I'm not going to get into that detail. So here we have that, and here we're going to create the connection. So we have await, and we have this web3 model, and we're going to call this connect function. Now we'll come down, we're going to create the, let's say we have to create the provider, and this provider is coming from new. We have to call this ether package which we have, and we'll call it providers.web3 provider, and in that we're going to pass the connection. So that's how we got our provider. Now let's come down here, we have to come and we have to create the signer. So we'll call it provider.get signer. So whoever will interact with our smart contract became the signer. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now we have to create this contract, and finally we have to fetch the contract. So in that we're going to pass the signer, so that contract will interact with this particular user, and here we have this function, and that we are passing this signer or provider. Okay, so that's what we have, and now we have to return this function, sorry, return this contract. Okay, so now this function is a reusable function, and we can use wherever we want in this entire application. Okay, so that's the abstraction part of the connecting. Okay, so let's close this one, and let me show you what are the properties we'll get once we call this function. Okay, so for that let's close this one as well, and for that what I can do, I can come here and I'm going to create a function, and this function I'm only creating to show you that what properties we'll get when we'll call that contract function. Okay, only for that purpose I'm creating this function to show you. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, check contract. It's going to be an async function, and here we're going to call the, let's say we're going to call this function. Okay, so we're going to take a variable, we'll call it contract. Here we have the contract, and we're going to call this await, and we're going to call the functions, and I want to console log out all the property which we get from this contract. Okay, so let's call that. So that's what we have here. Now let's come up here, that's what we're going to pass this function here, so we can receive in the index page. So let's come here, go to this index page, and here we're going to call the function. So before we call that, we have to receive the function, and this setup we have already done in the first video. So if you haven't watched that, make sure you watch. This is the second part. Okay, so here we'll call the function, and here we're going to call the use state we already have here. Now here we're going to call that use state, and it's going to be an empty array, and then we're going to call this function check contract, and it's going to be an empty array. Okay, let's save it. Now come back to the browser, and as you can see here, the MetaMask is got open because we are calling the smart contract, and when the smart contract is getting called, our web3, the package we have installed, web3 model, it's automatically try to connect the application with the MetaMask. Okay, that's the world we have. Actually I have in my browser, so that's getting popped up. Okay, so here it's automatically getting open, and now here, just wait, I have to put my credential in this. Make sure you put your, so what is my credential? Okay, let's type that, and I have to simply unlock this. So the moment I unlock, it will, let's see, let's do the inspect element, and let's come here, and here you can able to find a couple of things. Okay, something went wrong while connecting with contract. Okay, because first time when the application got, the MetaMask got open, on that time we were not connected with this application. Okay, so what I will do now, I will simply, I'm going to reload the page. Okay, so let's come back here and reload the page. So the time I will do this, still I have no information about the contract. Why so we don't have that? And let's come here. Okay, my bad, because I have not called that contract in my console. Okay, so let's do that. Simply copy and simply paste here. Okay, so here we have called that, and here you can see we have that information. So here we have the contract, and it's contain all the information about the smart contract. So you can see the address. So this is the address of our smart contract. We have created this approved functions and balance of functions. We have created all the function which you will find right up here in the smart contract. Okay, in this here. So fetch my NFT, market items, listed item, estimated gas, create token. So all the function you will find which we have created in our smart contract, and this becomes only possible because we have installed that web3 model, and we have used that connection. Okay, properties. Don't need to worry about that web3 model. It's a beautiful package, and it's a powerful package. We're going to discuss more in the separate video. Okay, so that's all the data we can easily able to have here, and we can easily able to use in those property and interact with the smart contract. So that's what we have. So let's come here. We don't need this one. Okay, simply comment this. Actually remove this one. We don't need this. Actually remove this as well. Let's come here, go back to the NFT Marketplace context, and from here we're going to remove these functions, and we have to remove it from here as well. So that's Now we have the clean environment, and now we can start working on it. Okay, so we have these two functions, fetch contract and connecting with the smart contract. And now we'll come here and we're going to start working on the actual function. Okay, so the first function I want to create is, before we create that, we have to create a couple of use states. So first use state we'll create that is current account. Okay, so whoever will interact with the smart contract or interact with the application, we want to get the address of their wallet. Okay, so that's what we have taken. It's going to be an empty string, and now we're going to create a function which allow us to check whether the user is connected with the application or not. Okay, so we're going to create a function for that. So let's give this message, check if wallet is connected. Okay, so this function will check whether the wallet is connected with the application or not. Okay, so it's going to be a const, and we'll say check if wallet connected. So very generic name, and it's going to be an async function, and in that we're going to take this try and catch because we want to handle the error as well. And here I'm going to console log out that, let's say something like let's say something wrong while connecting to wallet. Okay, now here we're going to write the logic for that. So I'll take this, let's say if window.ethereum, so if window.ethereum is not there, then we want to return this error message. So I'll simply say that install meta mask. Okay, if we don't have that window.ethereum, I will show you that what it is exactly, and from where you will get this object. Now let's take that. But if we have that window.ethereum, then we want to get the accounts. So we'll take this account and we'll call this await window.ethereum. We have to request, and here we're going to call this method. Okay, so the method we're going to call for getting the account is eth dash accounts. Okay, eth, not r. Okay, in this way we can get the array of accounts. So okay, this will give the array of account. It could be have more than one account. So for that we have to build a condition. Okay, so let's simply come down, we'll take a if statement. We'll say account length. If there is an account length, then we want to call this set a current account, and we want to take the first account. Okay, else we want to say that console log no account found. Simple JavaScript, nothing fancy. Okay, hope these things are making sense. Okay, now let's talk about this window.ethereum, from where we are getting this. Okay, simply copy that and come here and reload the browser and just wait, and here we're going to paste that. So let's copy this one and come here and paste here. So here you can see I'm getting this object, and you might be thinking from where we are getting this object. So the moment you install this MetaMask, that MetaMask will inject this Ethereum object in your browser. Okay, and with the help of that you can easily able to detach whether they have any kind of web3 wallet or not. Okay, so this object is coming from MetaMask. If I remove MetaMask, I will don't have this object. Okay, if I open this, you will find tons of property. So you will have the chain ID, you will have enable MetaMask is true because we have MetaMask, and all the network, whatever network you will connect it with, whatever network will inject this provider, this Ethereum object, they will become true. Okay, and you will find the address, all these events you will find, so you can utilize this one. Okay, so now let's come back to the code, and here simply we copy this and we have to pass this function here, so we can easily able to call in our main index page. Okay, simply call it here. Now that's the check wallet connect function. Now we have to create another function which allow user to click on the button and connect with the wallet. Okay, so you should always have these two functions. One, it will automatically check the account, and the other will have a function which allow user to click and connect. Okay, so let's create the function. So we'll call it connect wallet and function. Okay, we're going to say connect wallet, pretty generic name. It's going to be an async function, and async function, and we have to take this try and catch general convention, and we have to simply display the error message. We will call it as something error while connecting to wallet, and here we have to do the same check. Okay, so here we have to write the same piece of code. So what we can do, we can come here and check if wallet connected, and here we're going to copy this part. Okay, this entire if statement. Okay, copy this one and come back here and simply paste it. The same if statement we have to do whether they have the MetaMask or any web3 wallet or not. If they have, then we want to get the account, and here we're going to change the method. So this time we are requesting for the account, so we'll call eth and we'll call it request account. Okay, so here we'll get the array of account, and now we have to set the account, first account. We have to take the first account. So you have seen the difference, like in the above function, when we are checking for the account automatically, on that time we are checking with the help of length. Okay, account.length. You have both the option. You can either go in that way, or you can either directly check this way. Okay, so here we have that function, but here we are writing simply. Okay, you have both this option, and here we have that. Okay, now once we get connected and account is set, we have to reload the window. Okay, so we'll call this location.reload function. This is optional, but it's always great to reload it, so everything will start from fresh. Okay, so that's the connect wallet function, and simply copy, and we have to pass that function here. Close all the functions, and here we're going to pass it. So that's the two important function which every Web3 application should have. So let's close this one, and now we're going to start creating the other important function. So this function will allow us to upload the images to the IPFS. Once we upload that, we're going to return that image and we're going to display it. Okay, so this is the reusable function we are creating. So we'll call it, let's say, let's come here. Here we have imported this XCS and we have this IPFS, but we haven't created the client. Okay, and here I'm giving you my personal URL. Okay, so let's come down, and here I'm going to create the client, and here we're going to use this IPFS HTTP client, and here we're going to construct the URL of the IPFS. So we'll say HTTP / and with IPFS.infura.io and /5001/API/v0. And this is my personal URL which I'm giving you, because if you want to get this URL, you have to create an account on Infura, and from there you have to fill out the credit card details. Then they will give you like close to 5 GB data, uploading data. So here I'm using this one, so make sure you use the exact URL, or in the next video when I will make a dedicated video for the Infura, where I will explain that how you can utilize that Infura even in more advanced way. Okay, for a lot of things, for getting the data and connected with the blockchain. Okay, so in this way I'm just utilizing it whatever I have, but don't need to worry about it. We're going to make a dedicated video on the Web3 model. We're going to make a dedicated video on Ether, Hard Hat, Infura, IPFS. I already have a video on Ether.js, which I will link in the I button on the description, where I have explained every single thing about the Ether.js package, so you guys can understand how you can utilize this. And we don't have any video about the Infura. I'll make a dedicated video on that, and I will talk about that how you can create your own Infura URL for the IPFS. Okay, so just utilize this URL for a time being. So that's what I have here. That's the exact URL you have to type. This is my client, and now we're going to utilize that client. So let's come back here in the function. We're going to create a function. We'll call it upload to NFT IPFS. Sorry, upload to IPFS, and it's going to be an async function, and it will receive a file. So whenever we call this function, we will get the URL from that. Okay, so when someone will use the drop zone and they will drop the image, we'll get the path of that images, and that's what we're going to receive here. Okay, and here we're going to create this try and catch, which is a general convention, and we have to say like error uploading to IPFS. Okay, and here we're going to simply create a variable called add, and here we're going to call the await client. This is the client we are calling, and here we're going to call the method to add, which we have on this client, and in this we're going to take this content, and here we're going to pass the file. Okay, so that's the path, and here we're going to take another one, and now we are constructing the URL. Okay, so it's going to be an template literal http ipfs.infura.io, and it's say IPFS / and here we're going to pass the data. Okay, added dot path. Okay, so this is the address, the main IPFS address, and at the end we are adding the file path. So whatever data will pass inside this end in the path, that would be available in that particular URL. Okay, so that's how we're going to upload the data to the IPFS. Okay, so once the data is uploaded, okay, now we're going to simply return it. Okay, return the URL. So when we'll call this function in our upload NFT, we'll get the URL there. So we don't need to extort the data and export and then receive. We are directly returning this URL, so we can easily able to get that URL in the IPF in the same upload page, and from there we can easily able to display. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking here. So that's the function for the IPFS. Simply copy this function, and that's the function we have to pass here, so we can receive in other components. So let's do one thing, simply cut this one, and we're going to call this function right up here. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to take this use state, and we're going to call this function right up here. So connect wallet. So let's call this function and let's save it. Okay, so we want to call this function every time. Okay, that's why I'm doing it this way. Simply come here, this is the function for upload, close this one, and now we can write the other function. So let's come down, and this time we have to create the function called create NFT function. Okay, so this will allow us to create NFT. By the name you can understand. So we'll take a variable, we'll call it create NFT, and it's gonna be an async function, and it will receive couple of data. So it will receive the form input. Okay, so the reason why I'm getting the entire data, so this form input, is an object. Okay, it will have all the data about the name, descriptions, price. Okay, so it will come in form of that. So here we have the form input, here we'll have the file URL, we'll also send in this create function, and we'll also send this router. Okay, so these are the property this function will receive, and it's going to be an arrow function. We have to follow the same convention, try and catch. We have to say console.log, and in this we're going to display the error message. So let's say error while creating NFT. So that's the function we have, and now we're going to first deconstruct the data from the form input, because form input is an object. Okay, so we're going to deconstruct the data. We'll take that and we'll say name, we need the descriptions, and we need the price, and that's all coming from form input. Okay, so that's the data we have from the form input. Now we have to check that whether the users who creating this NFT are providing all the data which is required to create NFT. Okay, so we check for that before we proceed. So we'll say if name is not there, description is not there, and price is not there, or file URL is not there, if we are missing any one of these property, then we want to simply return this message. Okay, we have to say console.log, and here we're going to say data missing. Okay, data is missing. So that's the check we are doing. Once the user provide all the data, we want to execute the function further. So let's come down, and we'll take another variable, we'll call it data, and here we're going to take that data and convert that into a JSON. Okay, so we'll call it JSON.stringify, and in that we're going to take this object, and in that we're going to pass the entire data, so name, descriptions, and we'll pass this image as well. So here what I'm doing, here we have the file URL. I'm going to convert that file URL name to the image. Okay, so this is how you can do it. It's a normal JavaScript. Okay, so here we are converting that into a string, a JSON. So once we have the data like this, now we can come down, we're going to take this try and catch again. We're going to take this one, and we'll say add. The same convention we have to follow, which we have followed in the upload to IPFS. Okay, so added, it's gonna be await. We have to take the client, and we have to take this add, and we have to pass the data. Okay, so here we have the data, and now we'll come down, we'll take the URL, and we need to construct the URL of this entire information. So this URL will have all the information like name, description, price, and the images. Okay, it will have all the data. Whatever data will pass inside this, that would be available. So let's construct the URL. So we'll call it, let's say IPFS infura.io/ipfs/ and here we have to pass the data. Okay, so added.path. So that's the URL we have constructed. Okay, that's sending here, and that's what we are adding up here. So once we have that, now we're going to create this await, and we're going to call this function create cells. and we're going to pass the data, URL and price. And you might be thinking from where we are getting this create cell function. Actually, we don't have this function right now. We have to create this function because this will be responsible for creating this cell, okay? And this function will execute internally, not externally. So once you call that function create NFT, this function will run internally, okay? So in this, we're going to pass the URL and the price. So that's it for this function, okay? So looking pretty good. We are getting all the data, checking, and we are converting that and sending to the IPFS. Now simply here we are getting some sort of error, okay? So let's do one thing. Let's simply remove this one and come up here and go up and remove this try, because we already have one try and catch, and this looks pretty fine, okay? So that's, make sure you do these changes, okay? So here we have that function. Things are looking so good. Let's have a look one more time. So we have to create this function. Simply copy, close this one, and let's copy this function, and we have to send it, okay? Now simply close this one and come down, and we'll say what is the name of the function we have given, create cell, okay? Simply copy and come up, paste here. So this is the function we're going to create now, okay? Create cell function. So we'll say const create cell. It's going to be an async function, and it will receive data. So it will receive the URL, it will receive the price. So this time I'm calling form input price, and you might be thinking that from where we are getting this form input price, but we have sent like price only. Here you might be thinking we have sent price, but here we are calling form input price. You can call whatever you want, but make sure the order will be same, okay? So here we have the price. We're going to take this, another data is called is resale, okay, and ID. And the reason why I'm taking this approach, because I don't want to write the same piece of code over and over again, okay? So this resale will allow us to do a couple of checks, that which function should I execute and what function the user is calling, okay? Only for that purpose I'm taking this, so I have to write less code. Everything will make sense, just follow along with me. So it's going to be an async function, and you know the drill. I have to take this try and catch so we can get any kind of error. So let's say something like console logout and error while creating cell, okay? That's the basic structure we are following. Now let's come up here, and here we're going to call this function. So we have created this function connecting with smart contract, and that's the function we're going to utilize now, because this time we're going to actually interact with the smart contract. So simply copy that, and let's scroll all the way down, and we're going to call that function here. So first thing we have to do is we have to take the price, okay? So we'll take that const and we'll call it price, and we have to convert this price, okay? So we'll call it ether.utils parse utils, and here I want to convert the price into ether, because you know that whatever transaction you do on the blockchain, or basically on Ethereum blockchain, that's happened in terms of way, okay? So I want to transform this price into ether. So let's do that. So here I'm going to call the form input price, and here I have to define the currency. So I'm going to convert that into a ether. So that's what I'm going to do. Here we have the price of that NFT, and we'll come down. Now we're going to call this contract function, okay? So simply await, and what is the name we have given to the function? So simply say await, and here we're going to call the function name connecting with smart contract, okay? So in that way I can able to have all the property of the smart contract on this contract variable. So let's come down. We're going to take this data. So here we're going to call the listing pricing, because we want to get our commissions. Whenever user will create NFT, resell NFT, we have to get the commission, okay? So let's get that as well. So here we have this listing price, and await, and we have this property on the contract. And if let's come here, open the contract side by side so we can have a look what we are working on. And let's come here, and if I scroll down, if I come up here, and here you can notice here we have two functions, update listing price and get listing price. So we have to get the listing price which we want to charge to the NFT creators, okay? Simply copy this function and come back here, and we're going to call this function, okay? So we'll get the listing price exactly, and once we have the listing price, and here we're going to do the magic. We're going to say const transaction, okay? Transaction. And the reason why I'm doing in this way, because we have to do a check. You will appreciate this, okay? So transaction, we have to take this. So here what I'm saying is not reselling. So if user is not reselling their existing NFT, they are creating new NFT, then I want to execute different function. But if user try to resell the same NFT which they have created in the past, then we want to execute different function, okay? Resell token, resell NFT function we have to create, okay? So here we have that, we have this contract, in that we have the function. So let's come here. If the user try to create new NFT, then we want to call this create token, okay, function. And you can notice one thing, that in this create token function we have to pass two things. One is the URL of the NFT and the price, and that's already we have. Okay, let's come here. In that we're going to pass the URL and we're going to pass the price, and we have to define the value as well. Okay, so here we have to define the listing price, and we have to convert that listing price to string. That's the first function. But if user try to resell, then we want to call this a resell function. Okay, contract. And let's come back here, and we're going to scroll all the way down, and here we have that resell token function. It will take the same property, it will take the token ID and the price. So let's come here, and we're going to call the function. We're going to pass that URL and the price. Okay, URL is actually the token ID. Okay, and here we're going to pass that value, which is a listing, and we have to send. Nothing new, we are following the same pattern. Okay, so this is the reselling function we are checking. In this way we can easily able to save a lot of code. So in this way we can easily able to save a lot of code. We don't need to write the same code over and over again. Okay, and once it's done, we have to execute this function. So we'll solve a wait transaction dot wait, and here we are using this wait because we have to wait till the transaction got written on the blockchain. Okay, so it's always important that whatever function you call and that function make any change on the blockchain, you have to make sure that you use this wait. Okay, so that's the wait, and that's the function for create sale. Okay, everything's looking fine, no errors we have. Okay, simply close this one, close this one, close this one, close this. I don't know why they got open. Simply close this one. Right now everything's looking fine, but when we do the actual testing with the smart contract, on that time if we find that we have to do any changes, we'll definitely come back here. So one thing you have to keep in mind, that the code you write, it's not always the final code. Okay, you keep optimizing for the performance purpose, for writing less code. Okay, so that's what we're going to do as well, but just follow along with me whatever we have done so far. Okay, so we're going to come down, we're going to create another function. We'll call it fetch NFTs function. So what this function will do, it will fetch all the NFT which is created in the on this application. Okay, in this marketplace. Okay, we want to fetch all the NFTs. So we already have that function, so we're going to do this fetch NFTs, and it's going to be an async function. You know the drill. And this time we don't need to pass anything inside this. It's going to take this cry and catch, and we'll say the error message, error while fetching NFT. Here I'm getting an error. Why? Okay, I made a spelling mistake in the async, so simply change this to async. Okay, now things looking fine. Let's come down, we'll take this variable and we'll call this provider. Okay, so we need to have a provider, then we can easily able to communicate with the smart contract. Okay, so we'll take the provider new ether and provider dot jcp. Okay, JSON RPC provider we call. And once we have that, we're going to pass that, we'll call it contract, and we're going to call this fetch NFT. Okay, so fetch contract function, and in that we're going to pass the provider. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to have the access of the contract. Now we'll call data, and here we'll say wait contract, and we're going to call this data function. So where it is the function, so where we have the function, so this is the function we have. So it have fetch market item. Simply copy the function, and that function we have to call here. And let's console log out all the data we'll get here. So I remember that we don't have an NFT, so let's comment this, and let's come down. We're going to take this items, and we're going to, because it will come in terms of promise. Okay, so we have to resolve the promise, and then we'll be able to get the data. Okay, so await promise dot all, and in that we're going to take this data and we're going to map over it. It's going to be async function, and in that we have to pass the property which we want to get. So we want to get the token ID, we want to get the seller, we want to get the owner, we want to get the price. We are converting this price, and we'll call it unformatted price. Okay, so the price will get, it will come in the form of big number. Okay, so we're going to convert that. Okay, so we have the price, and you might be thinking from where we are getting. So if we come back here, and here, let's see, come here, you can see we are passing the data in form of array market item. But if you come back to the market item here, here we are defining all the data. So we have the token ID, we have the seller, owner, price, sold. So these are the data we are returning from that array. Okay, and that's all data we are receiving here. We have the data. Now We'll come down, we'll take this const token URI and we'll call it await contract dot token URI, and in that we're going to pass this token ID. Now let's come down, we take another variable, this time we'll go to call data and we're going to deconstruct that. Okay, so we have to say image, name, description, and it's gonna be, let's say, await, we'll call the axis, and we're going to use this call get function. Okay, we're going to get that. So token URI, we want to pass it, and this will give all the data. Okay, and here we're going to take the price and we're going to convert that. Okay, utils format unit, and in that we want to convert that to unformatted price, and I want to convert that to, let's say, string, and we're going to convert it to ether. Same logic we are following here. So once we have the converted price, now we can come here and we're going to return the entire data. Okay, so you have either two options. You can return all the data right up here one by one and save in a use state and send as a data. Okay, or you can return the entire data and render in the component where you want. So I'm just returning the entire data. Okay, and in that we have to pass this price, we have to pass this token ID, and we have to convert the token ID to number. Okay, because it will come in the form of big number. Now we have to pass the seller, owner, image, name, and the description, and the final is the token URI. So these are the data we are returning from this function. Okay, and come here, simply copy this, and we have to return as a whole. Okay, so we'll say, let's come down and we'll say return items. Okay, so that's what we are returning. So this is the entire function we have for this fetch NFTs. So this will give all the NFTs which is related to this NFT marketplace. Okay, so that's what we have, and here we have to pass the function and simply close that, and let's write the next function. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to call this function fetch my NFT or listed NFT. So now we have to create the function which fetch all the NFT related to a single user. Okay, and so we'll fetch that NFT, we'll call it, let's say, const fetch my NFTs all listed. Okay, NFTs, it's gonna be an async function. Same logic we have to follow, and here we have to define the type. Okay, because we have to fetch two types of NFT. One is the NFT which is created by the user and he owns that NFT, and the other type is the listing, if the user put that NFT for sale or whether he have put not for sale. Okay, so here we have two versions of the NFTs which is related to the single user. Okay, that's why I have taken this type, and it's gonna be async function. Same logic we have to follow, try and catch, and here we're going to display the error message. So we'll say error while fetching listed NFTs. Okay, that's what we have here. Now let's come here. First thing we have to do is we have to get the contract. Okay, we have to get the contract, so we'll say const contract, and here we have the contract. Once we have the contract, we have to simply take this data, and in that we have to define the type. Okay, so if type is equal to, let's say, let's call it fetch items listed. Okay, if this is the type, then we want to call this function contract dot, and let's come here, and here we're going to call this fetch item listed. Okay, simply call this function. Okay, this is the function, or else we want to call this function, so my NFT. So here we have that function, my fetch my NFT. Okay, so that's the NFT. Simple logic. I hope this makes sense. And we'll come down, we're going to take this, let's say, items. Same thing we have to do is here we have to resolve the promise. So we'll say await promise dot all. We'll take the data, map over it. It's gonna be async, and it's gonna be, let's say, object. We'll define that token, and we define the seller, we define the owner, we'll define the, let's say, price, but it will come in the form of big number, so it will say unformatted price. So that's the data we have, and here we're going to construct the token URI. So we'll say, let's say data, and we'll say image, we have the name, we have the description, and here we're going to say await access.get, and in that we have to pass this token. Okay, I don't have the token URI. Okay, sorry, my bad. I have to create the token URI, which I have not done. So I'll come up here, I'll come up here, I'll say token URI, and I'm getting from here contract.token URI, and then I have to pass the token ID. Okay, and that way I have the token URI, and that I'm passing into the get XCS. Okay, and this will give us the data. Okay, simple logic. And same thing we have to do here. We have to return, before we return that, we have to take this price and we have to convert that into a ether. Okay, utils format unit, and here we're going to convert that price and to ether. Okay, ether, here we have the price. Okay, now we have to return all the data, so we'll say return, and we have to return the price, we have to return the token ID, and we have to convert it into a number. Now we have to take the seller, we have to take the owner, we have to take the image, we have to take the name, we have to take the description and the token URI itself. So this is the bunch of data we are sending. Okay, simply copy this, and now we have to send all the data as a whole. Okay, so let's come here, we have to say return items. Okay, so this will give us the entire data for the my NFT and listed NFT. Simply copy the function and close this one and pass it here. So this is the another function we have done. Okay, I hope so far everything's making clear to you, all of you guys. If you have still any confusion in any point of these code we have written, just do let me know. Okay, give me the name and explain your query, that what's the problem you have, what's the confusion. I'll try to explain on that, because this is a very crucial part, because here we are interacting with the smart contract and we are using XCS and extracting data, resolving promises to get the data from the contract so we can display on the application. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now let's close all the functions, and now let's care what we have left. So this is we done. So let's come here, we have that, and what else we have left? Okay, so this is the function we have to create market sell. Okay, we allow user to buy the NFT. Okay, so this is the function we're going to create. Simply copy that, come here, and we'll say buy NFT. So this function will allow the user to buy NFT. Okay, so it's gonna be an async buy NFT, same logic, async function. It will take the NFT, all the data of the NFT will take, and try and catch. We have to display the error message, so error while buying NFTs. Okay, here first thing we have to do is to get the contract, and we'll say await. We have to come up here, copy this contract function, and we have to call it. Okay, so simply remove this comma. So here we have the contract. We'll come down, we're going to call this, let's say price, and we have the price utils, and we have to convert the price, and this price we have inside this NFT. Okay, we'll call it price, and we have to convert this into ether. Okay, simple logic. Now we'll come down, well, simply call this transaction, and we have to call this function contract buy function. So we'll come up here and we're going to simply copy this create market sell function, and you can see in that we have to pass this data. Come here and we're going to pass the, let's say, NFT token ID, and we have to pass the price. Okay, we have to pass the price. So in this way the user can purchase the token, NFT. And once we're done, we have to call this transaction dot wait. We have to wait after once the transaction is written on the blockchain. So that's the buy function. Okay, so simply copy that, and we have to call the function here. So that's all the function we have to write for our smart contract, whatever smart contract we have built. So all the function we have written, and with this you are ready to go and launch your NFT marketplace. Okay, so now it's time to connecting with this. Okay, and passing all the data. So let's have a look one more time. So we have all this, we have all the functions we have written, and here you can see we have this account, a current account. So we have to simply copy that, and we have to pass that as data as well. So we can send it data, so we can receive another component, and we can build logic around that. Okay, so that's the account we have. Now that's the data. Now let's close this one, and that's the, okay, fetch, create sell, get NFT, connect wallet, and here we have this. Let's open this, check if wallet is connected, and we need to console log of the account. Okay, so let's come here, let's come down below, and we'll say console.log, and we're going to call this current, what is the name, current account, sorry, current account. Okay, so we have to see that whether it's working or not. Let's open the application, and make sure you should restart the application. Okay, and close all the thing. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to stop this terminal blockchain and we're going to stop this application. Okay, let's come here and we have to delete these folders, artifact and cache, okay, and ABI, okay, because we're going to redeploy the contract. So let's come here, delete the artifact, and we have to delete the cache. Okay, delete this one, and we come back to the context and we're going to delete this ABI, okay, JSON file. Okay, and we're going to redeploy this contract. Okay, let's come here, type node hardhat, npx node hardhat, and let's wait. So just wait. Here we have the local blockchain. Okay, it's running. Now we have to run this, deploy this script, deploy the smart contract. This is the command you have to type, nothing new. Just wait, and it's compiled, and here we have deploy the smart contract, and you see that we got the same address. No matter how many times you restart the applications or deploy the contract, you'll get the same address. Sometime it get differ, it's depend. Okay, so but that's really happen. Okay, but that's really happen. Okay, so simply copy that and let's come here and let's have a look. Do we have the exact address? So that's the, simply drag and drop here. That's the ABI we have. Go to the constant and you can see we have the exact address of the contract. Okay, don't need to worry about it. Exact address. Close this one and we have to clear the terminal and start that application. So type npm run dev and open this in the browser, and here you can see so far everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element. Come here, go to the console, and here you can see we have these two, but the account addresses are not displaying. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on this MetaMask, and you can see we are connected, but still we have some issue. And here you can see the balance is got detected because the account number 2 we have used to deploy the smart contract. And as you know, whenever you do deploy contract or do any transaction, you have to pay gas fee. So here we have pay a couple of ethers, which is obviously a fake ether. If you have that many ether, you are going to be a millionaire. Okay, so if we log out and simply log in once more and click on this, so things are looking fine. We are connected, we have this ether now, but still we have some problem. If we click here, you can see we are pointing out to this, but the account address is not displaying. So let's come here and let's come back to the code, bring this down, and what I have to do is to fix this one. I don't know why it's happening, but we're gonna find it out. So let's come up here and simply do one thing, remove this one. Okay, and simply copy this function, and we're going to call this function here, pass the function here. We can pass this function here, so we can receive another component, and from there we're going to call it. Okay, so let's call the function here, and let's okay, that's what we have done. Now let's come here, go to the index page. Okay, let's open the pages, go to the index page, and here we're going to receive the function. So let's receive it here, and here we're going to call the function. We'll take this use effect and we're going to simply call the function. Okay, now save it, and if you come back, and here we're going to do the console logout. Okay, let's do the console logout the current account and save it, and come back here, and here you can see we have the address. So sometime it happens, so you have to figure it out a way to make things work. Okay, so this is how we can easily able to get the account in my console. Okay, so that's working fine. And if we come here and try to copy that address and paste it, you can see the exact address we have. Okay, 226, and this is the data. Okay, so we have the exact address. Now let's come back to the here, close, come back to the index, and simply do one thing. Let's close all this, and now here we have that. Simply copy this account, so we already have it. Simply delete this one, console. I don't want to unnecessary comment, and now simply send this data, account data. Okay, so simply copy and scroll all the way down. Okay, I have already sent the data, so I can work around it. So let's come here, and to check that the account we have on using that account. So now we have the data about the account. So whenever a user will connect with this application, we'll get the account, and on the base of that we're going to build the logic. Okay, so let's start with the navigation. Okay, so this is how we'll go. We have all the data, all the function. So first we'll start with the navigation, then hero section, and then we'll move to the other component. Okay, so we'll come back here. Let's close all these open folders and go to this component. Okay, in this component we have this navigation. In that navigation we'll go to the main directory. Okay, main folder. So here we have that navigation, and let's scroll all the way down. Where is the button? Okay, so here we're going to add a dynamic button. So if a user is not connected with the application, we want to display a different button for connecting with the application. But if a user is connected with the application, we want to display a different button for creating NFT. Okay, so here we have the simple button. Now here we're going to build the logic for that. Okay, so for that, what we're going to do, first thing we have to receive the data. Okay, simply close this functions, close this one, and here we have that. So first thing we have to import that data component. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, import from smart contract. Okay, so first we have to get the context, and here we're going to use this use context, and here we're going to import the file. So what is the name we have called? Let's come here and simply grab this context, marketplace context, and paste here, and that's coming from the NFT marketplace context. Okay, context. Okay, so here we have the context, and now we're going to use this context. So let's scroll down, and here we're going to call it, so we'll give this comment so you guys can know what we are working on. Smart contract, we're going to take that const, and we have to receive that data. Okay, and that's coming from use context, and here we have the context. Okay, simply pass it here. So the data we want to receive is this. Let's come scroll down. We want to receive this current account. Okay, so that's the data we're going to receive here, and simply copy that and come down here in the button section, and here we're going to build the dynamic block. Okay, so we'll say if, not if, we're going to take this parameter. If current account is empty, we don't have any addresses in the current account, then we want to display this button. Okay, so we want to take this button, and we going to pass the name, btn name. So we'll say, let's say button name is going to be connect. Okay, and it will have the handle functions. So the function we want to call this one. Okay, so we can come here, and we have to get this function, connect wallet function. Okay, so we'll allow user to click and connect. So first thing we have to receive the function here, and then we can easily able to use that function. So we'll come down here, and we're going to call the function here. Okay, if user is not connected, we want to display this button, and we'll have this function on that button. Okay, but if the user is connected, okay, if the user is connected, simply copy, cut this one, and paste here. Okay, we want to call this function. So this time we'll call create, and here we're going to change that. So simply come here, and here we're going to import the link. Okay, NestShell link tag. Okay, because we want to redirect the user to the upload NFT page. Okay, so let's import the link, align link, and that's coming from next link, and this is what we're going to call here. So let's come up here, and here we're going to call it link, and in that we're going to call this button, and we have to define the path in the link. Okay, where we want to redirect. So we'll take this href, and we'll take this object, we'll say path name, it's path name, and here we want to redirect to the home page. Okay, so that's the pretty simple function we have here. Okay, that's the only setup we have to do here, and it would be working fine. Okay, so let's come here, and here we left, close this one, and here you can see it's create, but reload the browser and let's have a look. So we have already connected. You can see it turned to create because we are already connected with this application. Okay, let's come here and let's click on this MetaMask, and let's do one thing. Simply log out from the MetaMask and reload the browser, and this time you will find that we'll have different button. We'll have this connect. If we click on this, it will open the MetaMask. Click on this and it will, okay, it's not working. Why? Okay, it's not working. Let's do the inspect element and let's have a look. It says that error while connecting to the wallet, means our function is getting triggered, but we have some problem in the function because we can see the error message. Okay, so it's working fine. We have to come. Let's things are looking good. No problem we have here. Now what we can do, we have the problem in the code. So let's come back to the code and go back to the this connect wallet function, and where it is, here we have that. This is the check, and close this one and open this connect wallet. Okay, here is the problem we have. It's account request accounts. I forgot to add s. Okay, s, save it. Now it would be working. Okay, let's come here, cut this and reload the browser, and still we are not connected. You can see, yes, it's still we are not connected. And if we click on this, here we have MetaMask, means our function is working. So just wait, we can open that, we can put the credential, we can type unlock, and here we are connected with the application. We are reloading the browser, and you can see that the button is changed to create. And if we click on this button, we can easily we are having some error. Okay, we haven't defined that handle click function on the button, that's why we are getting this. That's not a big deal. So far things are looking good. Now let's come back to the code, go back to this navigation bar, and here we go to define the handle click function on the button. So let's call the function handle click, and for initially we're going to have this empty function. We don't need to pass any function here. You can see the error is gone. If we click on, we can't able to redirect to the upload page. Why it's happening? Okay, we have some problem, not a big deal, we can fix that. Let's come back to the code and do one thing, simply remove this link. Okay, we're going to use it later. Okay, I don't know why we're having this problem, but we're going to see. Okay, simply change that, take normal anchor tag. Okay, remove that, bring this down and paste here, and we're going to call that href, and we have to redirect to the upload NFT. Okay, not home page. Okay, so let's come here, what we have called to that page, go to the pages, and here we have called upload NFTs. Okay, so that's the exact name we have to call here, upload NFTs, NFT capital. Okay, save it, and now it should be working. Simply reload the browser and simply just log in. Okay, log out from this MetaMask, and let's try the final time. Okay, reload the browser, and you can see right now we have this connect. If we click on this, we can easily able to open the MetaMask, and we can easily able to connect with this MetaMask. Let me put the credential, click on unlock, and here we are reloading browser. I don't like this reload, we're gonna fix this. Okay, and we can click on this create, and here you can see it's reloading, and it's coming back to the upload NFT page. You can see here on the URL upload NFT page, and from here we can easily able to upload the NFT. We're going to change this behavior. Okay, it's reloading because we have used that anchor, that's why it's having this reloading. But when we use that link like next year link, we don't have this reload. Okay, we're gonna fix that. Okay, it's looking fine, you can see things are looking good. We can easily able to redirect to this, and we can able to create the NFT. Okay, so things are looking good, we are progressing slowly, and let's come back to the home page, and this looks beautiful. Let's come back to the code. So with this we are done. Close this navigation bar, and with this we are done with this entire logic for the NFT marketplace context. All we have to do is to use these functions and call in the component where we wanted to render the data, upload NFTs. Okay, and we already have all the setup, so now we're going to use these functions. Okay, so far everything's looking good. So first thing we have to do is to go to this context folder. Inside that we have this NFT marketplace context, and this is the function we have written in the last video. Okay, so all this function which you can see, that's all we have written in the last video, and here we're passing all the function with the data. Okay, so everything's looking so fine here, and we're going to close this one. And first thing we have to do is to open up your terminal. Okay, open up your terminal, and we're going to clear the terminal, and we're going to start our internal blockchain. So we'll type npx hard at node. We'll come this side, and we're going to redeploy the smart contracts. Okay, so let's deploy the smart contract, and we're going to start the application. Okay, let's start the application. Type run dev, and here the application is started. Let's open it on the browser, and here everything is working fine. As you can see, we are not connected with the application. That's why we can see that connect button. So far everything is looking fine. Let's do the inspect element and make it side by side so you guys can see what we are exactly working on. Okay, let's bring this down, and so far things are looking fine. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add the connect wallet function on this button, create button. So this is where we're going to add the function first. So right now nothing is happening. We're going to add the function. So let's come here, let's go to the component, and inside that component we have this navigation. Inside the navigation we have this sidebar. Okay, so we'll go to this navbar, and in that we will take this data, and that data we're going to send as a prop in our sidebar. So let's send that data, and let's come here. We have to send this function as well, connect wallet, and these are the two functions we have to receive in our sidebar. So let's receive the props. Let's receive the connect wallet. So here we are receiving the data. Now we have to do a couple of checks. Simply copy this, and let's close this one. Okay, close all these functions, and let's come down, and here we have this two button. Okay, so we're going to add this connect wallet function on the first button, on the create. Okay, so we'll say if account is empty, same logic we have to follow here. Then we want to add this button, so we'll say button, and it will have the button name, so we'll call it connect, and it will close this one, and it will have the handle click function. In that function we're going to call this, the function name we're going to call it wallet. What is the name? Okay, connect wallet function. So this is the function we're going to call on this. If we have an account, then we're going to call this function. Okay, and we're going to take this anchor tag so we can redirect to the create page, create NFT page. Okay, and here we're going to provide that path, so upload NFT. Simple logic what we have called. Okay, so that's pretty simple logic. Okay, so far everything's looking good. Now let's come up here and let's try to log out with the application. Here we are already logged out, and click on this. You can see this one is working fine. We can enter the credentials and just simply log into the application, and here you can see if we come here, and you can see if we click on this, you can see right now we have this create, means we are actually logged into the application. That's why we are getting this create button. If we click on that, we can successfully redirect it to the upload NFT page. So the logic is working fine. Okay, nothing fancy, we have already done this. So this one is looking fine. Let's close this one, and close this one, and come up here, close this. Now get into the pages, and now we have to go to this where it is upload NFT. Okay, so now we're going to start working on upload NFT and allow user to create NFT. Okay, so this is what we have done so far. Close this one. So first thing, we have to import a couple of things. We need use effect, use state, and use context, and that's coming from React. Now we'll come here and we're going to import a couple of things from contract. Okay, so import, we need that. Come here, what we have called, let's say come up here, and it's called NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy that and simply pass here, and that's coming from the context directory. Okay, nothing new, we have already done this. And here we're going to take the data. We're going to take this use context, and in that we're going to parse this NFT Marketplace context. So the function we want to receive here is, so let's come down. So first thing we need to have the function is upload to IPFS. Okay, so that's the very first function we're going to receive. So that's the first function. Let's come back here. What else we need? We need this create NFT. So this is the another function we need here. We're going to pass it here. Okay, so these are the two functions we are coming. One will allow us to upload to IPFS, and the other one will allow us to create. Okay, and now what we go to pass it here. So both the function we're going to pass as a prop in the upload NFT, and we're going to pass this function as well, create NFT as a props, and this is what we're going to receive in this upload NFT. Okay, let's receive that upload to IPFS, and we want to receive this create NFT component, and these are the two functions we have. Now we can simply just close this one, and here we're going to take a couple of use state. Okay, so we have to take the price, so we are taking price, and it's going to be an empty string, and here we're going to change this name from item name to name only. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. So we'll call it name, select all, and here we'll call name. It's here we have to also change the name, so let's come here, make it capital. Okay, so make sure you do these changes both in the state and both in the drop zone as well. So this is the change we have to do, and let's simply copy that, set price, But before we do that, we have to take one more use state. So this time we're going to take this image. Okay, initially it would be null, and that's the use state we need. So we have created price and we have created this image, and we have done rename. Here in the upload images, what we're going to do is simply change this one, and we'll call set image, and we'll send the props to, let's say, set image. And we have to also send this function upload to IPFS, okay, because the uploading image we are doing in the drop zone component. Okay, so let's send this function as well. So IPFS, so that's the drop zones we have. Now we're going to simply copy this set name functions, and that's what we have to replace here. So let's replace this one, and we have this set price. And what I remember that we don't have the input field for set price, so we have to create. Okay, so let's come here, let's close this one, and we're going to create here. So simply copy and simply paste here, and here we're going to change this to price. Okay, select this all together and set the price, remove this last s. So this is the price component we have, and it's working fine. And now what we have to do is, so far everything's looking good. Now we have this create NFT function, and that function we're going to call here. So scroll all the way down, and here we have these two buttons, so one for the preview and one for the upload. So we're going to create the function here. So it's going to be an async function because it's going to have a asynchronous behavior. So we'll call this, and inside this we're going to pass all the values. Okay, so pass the name, we'll pass the price, we'll pass the image, we'll pass the descriptions, and here we're going to import the router. So let's come here, and we have to import router. So we'll say use router, and that's coming from next router. Okay, and that's, we're going to take another variable, we'll call it router, and we'll say use router, and simply copy, and that's also we're going to pass it here. Okay, because we are receiving router in our create NFT function. So let's pass that router. We have to pass the, let's say, website, we have to pass the royalties, we have to pass file size, and the last one is going to be category, and the final one is going to be property. So these are the data we are passing. Right now our smart contract can only receive 4 data: name, price, image, description, and router. Okay, so when we modify our smart contract, in that we're going to add all these property. Okay, but I'm just passing all the data here, and I'm going to commit few of them. Okay, but I just try to keep it. Okay, so that's all data we are passing in create NFT. So that's what we have here, and let's come here and let's get into the drop zone. And here we're going to receive the props which we have sent. So we have image already, and let's come here, we have to receive this IPFS. Simply copy and simply paste here. Okay, so this is the IPFS we have. Now we need to get this set image, and we also have this one. So that's the props, and here we're going to do the changes. So instead of having the image from the as a props, we're going to take it from the folder simply. So we have the images there, so dot upload. Okay, so that's the props we have. We're going to simply add this to one. Okay, so simply remove this image, we don't need that one. So far everything's looking good, all these props, and simply rename that item name. Okay, because we have changed the item name there, so rename that and simply copy this one, and let's come down here, and here we have to change the name. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, and here we're going to call that function upload to IPFS. Simply copy that and copy and simply paste here, and it's going to be in a variable. It will return a URL. So when the image will be uploaded to the IPFS, it will return the URL. Okay, and once we'll get the URL, okay, and the URL will set to the file URL, and we are also going to set this image to the URL. So this is the image we are getting from the drop zone. Very simple, not so complicated. Okay, so everything is looking fine. Open up your terminal and simply stop the application from running. Okay, now we have to simply redeploy the smart contract. So let's delete this artifact, and we're going to delete this cache. We have to delete the API, and now we're going to deploy start the internal blockchains, and we're going to deploy the smart contracts. So let's do it very quickly. It is compiled successfully. We have to drag and drop the API, and now we have to start the application. So let's come here and start the application, and let's click on this, and here we are. And so far everything's looking fine. We are not connected, and you can see, so we have the connect button. Click on this, and let's simply connect the application. So I'll type my credential. So here I have my credential. Click on this, and I'm logged into the applications. It's reloading, and simply click on this. So here we are redirected to the upload NFT page. So let's get started, and we'll come back here, bring this terminal down, And what we have to do is come back to this context, NFT market, and in this you can see, simply remove this one, okay, because you see that once we are connecting with the application, it's reloading the browser. So for the time being I don't want that functionality, so I'll just simply comment out this, okay. So right now it will not reload whenever we connect the application, okay. So let's come here, reload the browser, and so far everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element and let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. So let's click on this 3 dot and make it side by side. So right now we don't have any error. Actually we do have one error. So click on this and here it say that help center component is missing a key. Okay, it's missing a key. So let's fix this one quickly. So let's come here and let's come back to the component. Inside the component we have this navbar. Inside the navbar we have this help center, and that we are missing that key. So let's provide this key to this div. So key is going to be, let's say I +1. So every div will have a unique key. So let's save it and let's close that one. If you reload the page, we don't have that error anymore. So as you can see, everything's looking fine so far. We don't have any error. We do have a couple of warnings, but don't need to worry about it. And here we don't have that information. Now simply upload that NFT. Simply click here, and I have all these images, and I have already provided you this images, so I guess you guys will have this one. Now simply create that, and okay, so I have some issues while uploading the image to the IPFS. So this is the error message we have passed, error uploading to IPFS. So let's come back to the code and let's go to this drop zone, and here we are uploading that. So far looking good. So here we are displaying the hardcode value. Let's change this to the actual image which we are getting from the user. Okay, so what do we have called, let's say this file URL. Here we have the data, and that's the image we want to display. Simply replace this one and paste here, save it. Okay, make sure you do the changes, and now reload the browser and just wait. So click on this and upload the images. Still we are getting that error. So as you can see, this error is coming from upload to IPFS. So there might be some problem in the URL. Okay, so that's the problem we might have. So what I can do, let's close this one, and let's come here. So far everything's looking good. Here we have the problem. Okay, let's have the error. So let's log out the error, and let's come here and let's try one more time. So now let's upload the image, and here we are getting the error message. Okay, so we need to have a project ID is required, and because of this we are not able to upload the image, the NFT, to the IPFS. Okay, so let's come back here, and I did a little bit research, and what I have found that the API, the public API we are using, it's no longer valid. Okay, because after the merge and after the update in the Infura, you can't use this public API to upload NFT. Okay, you have to get your own API key, and let me show you how you can get that. Okay, but before I do that, you have to do a couple of changes. Okay, here, so we have to change this one. Simply comment this one, and here we're going to do a couple of setups before we get the API key to do that. So we're going to take a const and we'll call project ID. You have to paste your project ID here. Okay, then we're going to create the project secret key, and that's the key you have to paste here. Okay, project secret key. So these are the key you need, and you also need the, let's say, auth, and this is the exact URL you have to build, basics, and it's going to be a $sign, and that's you're going to pass the buffer from, and this from is going to be the project ID, and then you have to pass this project secret key. So this is the setup you have to do. Okay, and it's going to be a string. Okay, base 64. So we are just doing the setup. Okay, so these are the basics project, and here we're going to take the client IPFS, and here we're going to define a couple of objects. So first we have to define the host is going to be infura/.ps, and we're going to define the port 5001, and we have to define the protocol. So it's going to be HTTPS, and we have to define the header and authentications auth. Okay, so these are the setups you have to do. Okay, make sure you do this one, and here you have to provide your project ID and secret key. I'll show you how you can get your. So far everything's looking fine, and now we have to take one more variable, which is a domain. Okay, because when you will upload the NFT to the IPFS, it will have your domain name, which you will create in your project ID. Okay, so I'll show you how you can do that. So let's create this, let's call it subdomain, and here you have to pass the URL of the subdomain. Okay, so these are the three things you need. You need the project ID, project secret key, and subdomain. And before we proceed ahead, we have to do a couple of changes down here. Okay, so here we're going to do the changes in upload to IPFS. Okay, please come and remove this part, and here we have to type this subdomain. Okay, subdomain, the variable you have taken on the top, so we have called subdomain. Simply copy that, and that's what exactly we go to pass it where it is here. So make sure you do these changes in upload to IPFS. That's the one change you have to do. And here you have to simply come here and simply copy this host. Okay, copy this host, and you have to simply replace this. Copy and replace this one. Okay, infura-ipfs.io. Okay, so this is the host you have to provide. Here you have to provide this S. Okay, HTTPS. So these are the changes you have to do. Make sure you do this. And this is the subdomain URL, and this is the setup for the client, and this is the project ID and project key. So to get our project ID and secret key, we're going to use Infura. It will allow us to communicate with the IPFS. Okay, so make sure you come to this application and read about it. They have explained everything about it. So I'll simply create my account. So this is my actual account. I'm going to create a new account. So let's click this, and you have to make sure you agree with the terms and conditions. Click on this, create. And once you're done with that, it will send you an email in your email ID. So here I am, and here you have to click and confirm the email. So congratulations, click on this, and here you will redirect to your Infura dashboard. So simply close this one. Here you have to do this formalities. So let's select this. So engineer, you can select whatever you want. So no specific requirement. Okay, and click on this submit, and here you can able to create your project. Okay, so what do you want? I want to create a project to, let's say, you can give a name. So I'm going to choose the IPFS, and here you can give the name of your project. So let's give the name NFT project. Click submit. So here we are back into the Infura, and to get that project ID and secret key, you have to enter a valid credit card number. Okay, they won't charge you anything for the 5 GB. Okay, so they will give you 5 GB limit in a month. If you exceed that limit, they will charge you very less. Okay, so make sure you enter your valid credit card number and then save. Enter a card number, and if you come here you can able to find all the project which you have, or if you have any query, you can, that's all you can able to find here. So from here you can also navigate. You can click on IPFS, and you can click on this, and you can create from here as well. Okay, you can pick the course, and if I come to the Explorer, you can see right now I haven't created any project because this is my brand new account. I have another account which is active on. Okay, so simply click on this, give the name to your project, and click on enter, and you have to enter the valid credit card number. So this is my active account, and let me show you how it will look. So here I have already created this project, NFT Marketplace, and here you can see all the requests I have made, all the NFTs which I have created and uploaded to the IPFS. That's all the data you can find here. And if you go to this project, right now I don't have it. And if you go to this, you can see here we are, and this is how it will look once you enter your credit card details. This is how the interface looks. So once you enter your credit card details, you will come here, and here you can able to find the project ID and key secret. Okay, project ID, you will find secret key. This is the Infura API endpoint 5001, and so make sure you get that. And from here you can easily able to set the limit. So if you want to set the limit as a quota, you can do that. So let me save it to 2 because I don't want to pay money for using this IPFS. And from here you can easily able to enable the subdomain. Okay, so make sure you can give whatever name you want to your subdomain. So I'll call it, let's say, I'll call it something like so Schweb NFT Marketplace. Okay, so this is the subdomain which I've created. Okay, save it, and it's generated, and that's all the data you have to paste here. You have to paste your project key, secret key, and your subdomain. Close this one and close this one, and simply next.js config file, and here you have to do a couple of configuration because we are using external domain to get the images. So here we have to do the configuration for that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to simply copy and paste the thing. Okay, so this is the image, and the image will come from these directory. Okay, so this is my NFT subdomain, and this is the actual Infura IPFS. Okay, so make sure you write the exact thing. Instead of my subdomain, you have to type your own, and the Infura would be the same. So that's the configuration you have to do in the next.js config file. And here you have to paste the project ID and secret key. So I believe that you guys have got your secret key and project ID key and subdomain. Once you're done with that, let's start using this IPFS. Okay, so here I'm back. Let's upload that image. Click on this and select the image, and okay, so here we are still getting an error. So now you can see that error is not related to the the ID, project ID. It's related to something else. It's related to the basics. Okay, so I have done something wrong in my basic URL, in the basic URL. Okay, so let's come here, and okay, this is the problem we have. So make sure you provide this space, and now it will work. Reload the browser and let's try one more time. Let's click on this, and still we are getting an error. Okay, so this time the error is not related to the basic, not related to the project ID, but this time the error is related to the URL. Okay, the configuration file. Everything's looking good. We have also configured this one. Okay, so we have also configured this one. If you click on this, here it will come, and here you can see this is what we exactly done in our Next.js config file for the images, but still we are getting that error. I don't know why. So but we can come back here. So the image we have uploaded to the IPFS, it's in this URL. Okay, so let's simply copy the URL and simply open the browser and paste here. Hit enter, and you can see this is our NFT, and it's on my domain $Hussein NFT Marketplace .infura@ipfs.io. Okay, so the IPFS work is working fine. Now the only problem we have in our Next.js config file. So this is also looking good. We don't have any issues in that. Okay, so simply close this one and close this one, and simply come back to this terminal code, and let's restart the application, because I just looked for the code for the half an hour and I found that no problem issue we have. In such scenario, the only option we have is to restart the application. So let's restart the application and have a look. So we'll run the local blockchain, then we have to simply go into start the application. Click on this, and right now we don't have any issues. Click on this, and here we are. Now let's create that NFT, and here you can see it's working fine. So sometimes there is no problem in the code, but sometimes you have to restart the application, and the error you're having, it will automatically get fixed. Okay, so whenever you get any kind of error and you find that all the code is working fine but still you are getting that error, make sure you restart the application. So here we have the image working fine. Here we have to provide the name. If you provide the name, you can see that it's getting updated. You can provide the website. I'll say daulat-hussain.com. Here you can provide the detail of this NFT, my first NFT, choose the category, provide the royalty and file size and property, and here we go to set the price. So 123. If we click, we don't have that function. If we do this inspect element, and here you can see data is missing. Okay, so everything is working fine. We can easily able to detach the error message as well. So things are looking fine. We can easily able to upload the image to the data IPFS. Okay, so let's come back to the code, bring this down, and let's go to this, close this one and close this one and close this one, and let's go to this upload NFT, and here we are calling the function. So here we are calling the function, and you have noticed one thing, that we need only 4 data: name, price, image, description, and router. Sorry, 5 data to create NFT. So let's do one thing. So we have all this data here, and we can come back to this context in the smart contract, and here you can see we are only taking this URL of the NFT and the price to create NFT. Okay, so we need these 2 data we need. So let's close this one and come back, but here we have all this data. So what we can do, we have to simply comment this half. Okay, comment this data. Obviously right now we don't use it in our application, but definitely we're going to use it later. Okay, so that's what we have here, and this is what we have. Now it will work. So let's close this one, and here we are back in the context, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So let's open this. Okay, so here we have to simply replace this one, total, and paste the data. So we have to paste the price, name, image, description, and router. So make sure you do these changes. We can simply remove this. We don't no longer need this one, and we have to do the changes. So here we have to pass the file image, and here we're going to pass the, no, that's it. Okay, the only 4 data we want to send. Okay, so description, price, image, and we have to change this only. Okay, image. So here we are converting that data into a string, and that's what we are adding up here in the client, and that's what we are uploading to the inferior. Okay, and the rest would be fine, and here we don't need to do any changes, so this will be the same. So contract, we have listing price, we have this to function. So if someone try to create new token, then we have to call this function, or if someone try to resell that, then we have to call that function, and here we are passing the data and the price, and we have to get the commission. So everything is looking fine, no issues we have here. And here we're going to console log out the transaction data. Okay, log transaction. So that's what we have to do. Now let's come here, we're going to restart the application, and this is what you have to do every time you make any changes. Always should start with a fresh, otherwise it will give you an error. This is how I would like to do it. Okay, so I'll come here and have to delete this artifact, simply delete this cache, and now we have to delete this one as well. We have to start that node, and here we're going to redeploy the contract. So deploy that one. So compile successfully, deployed, and before we start we have to simply drag and drop the ABI. So here we have the ABI. Now we can start the application. Close all this folder, open folder. So looking good. Now we have to restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev, click on this 3000. Here we are, close this one, and everything's looking fine so far. Now simply come here and simply log out the application, and let's refresh one more time. So working fine. Now click on this connect, MetaMask, enter your password, unlock, and here you can see we have this button. Click on this, and that's working fine. Let's do the inspect element, and let's make it this way. Okay, come back to the console, and now we're going to upload the NFT. So here we're going to clear this one, okay, otherwise it will throw an error. So whenever you restart the application, make sure you just reset the account. Okay, so this is the account we have used to upload, and now we go to upload the NFT. Click on this. Before we do that, let's bring the terminal down, and let's go to this upload drop zone, and here I'm going to console log the URL, the image which we are uploading. Okay, so let's come here in the drop zone on drop, and here we're going to just simply log out the URL, the data. So log out the URL. Okay, so that's what we have. Save it. Let's come back to the application, and now we reload the page, and let's upload that. So here you can see we got the image, URL, it's uploaded to the IPFS, and now we have to pass the data. So let's pass that Daulat NFT. We have to pass the, let's say, hey Daulat NFT. Just ignore it for our time being, and let's type the price, because these are the data is mandatory. So we'll type 123. Click on this upload. Here is MetaMask, and here you can see it's working fine. So we are interacting with our create token function which we have in our smart contract. You can see the contract address, and this is the listing price we are taking. Okay, you can see this is the contract address. You can simply copy and check. Okay, and this is the listing price which we are charging on every time user will create NFT. So that's the listing price we have. And if you come here you can go to this data. Here you can see the function we are calling create token, and we are passing a string and a number, UNT. If you come here you can able to find the details, and this is the detail, gas fee and the total fees. Now click on this confirm, and you can see boom. So here you have created your first NFT. Here we have got the data. So if you open this one, you can get all the data related to the NFT which is you have minted. So we have this access list, block number, chain ID, data from gas, and we have all this data. Okay, all this data we are getting because we have successfully created NFT. So the address, and let's come here, close this one. So this is working fine. Now here we're going to import the, let's say, use router. Okay, we have this use router, and here we going to take another variables. We'll say const router, and this router is coming from use router. Okay, so we have this use router, and simply copy that and simply come down here. So once we successfully create the NFT, we want to redirect to the search page. Okay, so you have option wherever you can transfer, but we want to transfer the user after they create the NFT to the search page. So here we're going to use that use router, and we're going to call this router.push, and here we're going to push this to the search page. Okay, search page, and that's what we have called the page name. Okay, so this is what we have to do. Now let's come here, and this time what we have to do is simply let's create one more NFT. So this time we have the URL. Let's pass the data. So we have to pass the name, pass the description, hey, subscribe my channel. So if you haven't done, please do that. And here we have to price the price. Click on this. Here we have the MetaMask. So far everything's looking good. So same function, click on this confirm, and here you got the URL, and you can see we have successfully redirected to the search page. So this redirection is also working fine, and these are the demo data we have, but we're going to display the actual NFT which we are creating here instead of this. Okay, so this is the demo data we have rendering here, but we're going to display the actual NFTs. So things are looking fine so far, everything is working fine. We are done with this function. Now we have to call this function fetch NFT. So let's do this, call this function. We'll take this use effect and we're going to call this function. So we'll call this, what is the name? It's fetch NFTs. So simply call this function. So I want to call this function every time whenever we reload the page. Okay, so there are certain functions we have to call every time. So that's what we have here. Now simply close this one and close this one, come back here, and we have to go to the search page. Okay, search page, and here we have to import couple of things. We need use effect, use state, and use context. The same logic we have to follow here as well. So we're going to import the, let's say, smart contract. Okay, and import, and we'll call it import, and here we're going to call this NFT context, market context. So simply come here, what is the name we have called? So we have the marketplace context. Simply paste here, and that's coming from context folder. Okay, you guys are, I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this. Okay, still you have any confusion, do leave in the comment section. Okay, I try to explain everything. Here we have the import. Now simply close this one, and here we're going to import the data. So it's coming from use context NFT Marketplace. Let's come here, and this time the function we need is this fetch NFTs. Simply copy and pass it here. So that's the function we have. And now what we're going to do is, now we're going to call this function. So we're going to take this use state, and we'll have the NFT is going to be an empty array. We have to take this NFT copies, it's going to be an empty array, and this NFT copy is only for filter purpose. Okay, so these are the two use state we have. Now we're going to call this function. So we'll say, and we want to call this function every time we reload the browser, or do we have any changes in the data. Okay, so we're going to call this function, and then because it will give us the promise, we have to resolve that promise, and we have to say, let's say, set NFT, and then we have this, pass this item, and we'll call it reverse function. And so we have all the NFT in there, and now we have to do the same thing for the set NFT copy, because we want to take the copy of it. Okay, because here I don't want to mutate the array. Okay, I want to take the reference and I want to do the changes in that, but I don't want to change the original array. So this is how we have the data. Now simply console log out the data. So NFT, so that's the setup we have here. Now if we come back here and simply do the inspect element, go to this console, and here you can see we have the data array. In that, if we open this one, in that we can see we have the data which we have resolved. Simply remove that one. Now let's come here. So first thing we have to do is simply copy this NFTs. Okay, and that's what we have to send as a prop in our NFT Card 2 component. So send it as a prop here. Simply come back to this, and here we are receiving the data, and here we're going to do the changes. Sorry, so here we are looping over the data, and we'll come here in the images, and here we're going to call, because it's going to be same element, and we have to call the image. Okay, we have the image. Now if we come here, and here you can see we got the image, the two NFT we have created. Here we have got it. It's looking absolutely fine. Let's make it on full screen. This is the two NFT we have created. This is the price we have given, and right now we have no name. Okay, so now we have to change this to the name. So we'll say element.name, save it. Here you can see we have the name, my second NFT, and here is the $NFT. So the name is also displaying. Okay, now we'll come down, and here we're going to display the price of the NFT, element.price, and here you can see the price we have. You can like and like. So right now we have this small data, okay, we're going to make our smart contract more robust, so we'll have all the data which you can see in the template design. Okay, so right now I'm just telling you that how you can work with this. So it's working fine. We can render the template, and now we have to start working on the search, okay, on the filter search. So far looking good. Let's come here, simply not remove that, simply comment out this data, because I want to keep it so you guys can have a reference. Now let's create other function for our search bar. Okay, so when anybody will type any NFT name, we want to display that NFT. Okay, so here we're going to take this on handle search, and it's going to be take the value, and in that we're going to take this filter NFT, and all the NFT we have this inside the NFT, and we're going to call this filter method on it, and this will have the name, and we want to check. Okay, we have to first take the name and convert it to the lowercase. Once we have the name in the lowercase, after that we have to call this function include function, and we have to try to match the data, okay, the value, and we have to convert the value also in a lowercase. So that's the filter. Now here we have to do the if statement. So if filter length is deeply equal to 0, then we want to call this displays this data NFT copy, else we want to display this filter. So this is the on handle search function. So simply copy, and that's what we're going to pass it here in the search bar component. So send it as a props. Now this is the one function we have. Now create the another function for the clear. Okay, so when there is nothing in that search, we have to display the data. Okay, so we'll say clear search, and will not take any value, and we'll say if nft.length is and nft.copy, then we want to display this one, nft full copy. Okay, and the same thing we have to do here. We have to pass the data. So that's the two props we are sending. Simply copy that one, come back to the search bar, and here we're going to receive those props. So simply copy and receive here. So these are the two data we have, and here in the search bar we have to take this use state and use effect, and we'll come here. We're going to take this use state and we'll say search, and here we'll take another use state and we'll call it, let's say, search item, and in that we're going to pass the search. Okay, so that's the setup we have, use state. Now we'll come down, we'll create this use state, and we'll say that const timer, and we're going to create a set timer, so we can detach the timing. Okay, set timer, and in that we're going to call this set search, and we're going to pass the search item, and it will take 1 second. Okay, you can adjust the timing as per your, but I'll go with 1 second. So that's the set timer, and now we need to return the function. So I'll say let's clear the timer function once everything's get done. So we'll call this clear timer function, and it's going to be in a search item. Okay, so that's the basic function. I hope things are getting simpler for you, because these are the simple JavaScript. That's why I'm not explaining that much. So that's what we have here. We'll come down, we'll take another use state, and this time we'll say if search, then we want to call this function. What is the name? On handle search. Simply copy and paste here, and in that we're going to pass the search, else we want to call this on clear search. Okay, so that's the search component. Things are looking fine so far, and it's gonna be this search. So it's looking good, and here we're going to target the input. So in that we're going to say it will have an on click, and we'll say e set search item, and in that we're going to e.target.value, and it will have the value to this search. What is the name? Search item. Okay, initial value. So far everything's looking good. All these things we have done for the search, and now let's have a try. So everything's looking fine. If I search something, okay, we have some problem in our search, it's not working. Just do the inspect element, and let's come here, and let's try to search it. So okay, we have some problem in our search bar. So let's come back to the code, and let's do one thing. Let's close all this one, and let's restart the application and deploy the contract. Let me do it very quickly. So let's run this all command. So drop this one and start the application. So far everything's looking good. You can see all these are looking good. We don't have any issues. Now we have to come here, and first thing we have to simply log out, and let's re-log into the application one more time, fresh. Okay, so let's click on this connect and put your credential. So let me type my password, unlock, and here you can see click on this create, and now we have to create the NFT. So let's do it very quickly. So let's come back to the search here, and if I click here, and you can see right now we don't have any NFT because we haven't created any NFT. That's why we don't have anything here. We have to create NFT. So let's come back to the NFT page, and we'll simply first we have to reset the account, otherwise it will give us an error. Make sure you clear your history. Okay, so now let's click on this, select this NFT, and here we have the NFT. Now let's put the detail name, let's say Rayan, and here we can type the description, hey Rayan NFT, and let's give the price 121. Here is MetaMask. Simply come here and click on confirm. After creating NFT, here we have redirect to the search page, and here what I have found that NFTs are not displaying. So I stop the recording and try to find out that what is the problem we have in the code. So there is no problem in the code. At the time of recording, we having a lot of requests on the IPFS or Infura. So when we are making those API requests, it's taking a little bit time to load the data. So that could be the first reason. And the second reason is that I was also getting 504 error while making those requests, okay, from Infura. So there is no problem with the code. That's happening because a lot of requests is going on Infura or IPFS, on all the way we are using the free account. So that's why we are getting this slow server request. So if you have the same problem, don't need to be panicked, because I faced this problem and I was trying to figure out this problem for the last 2 hours. Then I found that this is the true problem exactly happening at this point of time when I'm recording this video. Okay, so make sure you keep continuing with this. Whatever we are doing, we are going on the right path. Just keep working on that. If you still not get that NFTs, keep working along with me. We'll try to figure it out in the later, that how we're going to fix it. Okay, sometime you will have the data, sometime you won't have the data. Okay, so there is no problem with the code, so keep working on it. So let me show you. So you can see, let's reload the browser and let's come here, and you can see still we don't have the data. Now let's do the console. Here you can see it took almost 2 minutes, and here we got the NFT. So sometime it will come, sometime it will give you an error. Okay, so here we have the one NFT we have created. You can see we have the price, image, and that's all we have. And we have also the problem in the search bar. We're going to fix that as well. So let's come here and let's try to create one more. Let's give the name. We'll call it Daulat NFT. Let's give the description. Let's give the price. And simply confirm. And here we have redirect. You can see this time we haven't got the data because sometimes it's loading the data in the back end. So just wait for a little bit. And here we can come, let's console log out. Do we actually have the data or not? So let's do the inspect element. And you can see this is the error I was talking about. Okay, simply reload the browser. There is no problem in the code. Simply reload the browser. And as you can see right now we have received the data. So sometimes the data will come in late, sometimes the data will arrive fast, so you can display. So we have this dollar, the NFT we have created, so everything is working fine. Okay, so this is the bug I have found, and that's happening because of the Infura or IPFS. So make sure, don't be panic. And if we are typing here anything in the search bar, our search filter is not working. Okay, so this was not working. We have to fix this as well. Okay, so let's type R, still is not working. So there is a serious problem. Let's create one more NFT. Okay, let's type the price and click on confirm, and here you can see we got it. Okay, so we got this 4 NFT because I was testing when I was not getting the data, so I created 2 NFT. So you can see sometime the data will arrive fast, sometime the data will arrive late, and sometime you will get an error. So it's nothing your problem, that's happening because at the time of recording I'm facing this problem because there is a lot of requests is going on in Infura or IPFS. So that's because of that is happening. Okay, so keep working along with me. We're going to do a meta modification so we don't have any issues right now. Just work along with me. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this, that how you can create your NFT. The only modification we have to do in our search bar, because our search bar is not working fine. And the first thing we have to do is to redeploy the smart contract. So let's come up here and let me delete this artifact, delete this cache, and go to this context folder, and we have to delete this ABI because we have to start with fresh. Okay, now open up your terminal and simply clear the terminal, and we have to type npx hard at node, which is not new to all of you guys, and we have to deploy the smart contract. Okay, so let's click on this deploy, and here the smart contract is deploying. So compile successfully, and here we got the contract address. So Let's come back to this artifact, and here we need to drag and drop this ABI of the smart contract to the context. Okay, move it. So that's the setup you have to do, which is not new. Okay, and let's come on this side and we have to restart the application. So we'll type npm run dev and let's open the application in the browser. So here everything is working fine, we don't have any issues. So let's click on this and go to this upload NFT, and here we are on the upload NFT. Okay, so before we do that, let's come here. I like to change the theme, so let's come back here. Let's bring this terminal down and go to this style. Inside this global, here you will find the theme color. So altogether I have 12 themes for this template. So this is the main theme, and here is the second one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like we have almost 12 theme for this template. Okay, so this time I'm going to change the theme. So let's come up here and simply comment this part, the main theme, and this time I'm going to take this number 2 theme. Okay, so let's uncomment this one, and here is the yellow one. Now let's come back here and you can see everything's turned yellow, so the theme is working fine. Now this will look pretty good. Okay, so sometimes you have to do these changes to keep yourself focused. Okay, because this project is getting very long and I want to explain you everything, that how you can make a beautiful and a powerful application. So things are looking good. Now let's come here in the MetaMask, and first thing we have to do is to delete the history. So make sure you do this, because if you start creating NFT like this, it will throw you an error. And this is not the problem in the code we have, it's the problem in the MetaMask, because if you keep the history of one account and you switch to the another account, there is a conflict. Okay, so make sure you always reset. Okay, now let's come here and reload the browser one more time and now create the NFT. So let's give the name my NFT. I'll say subscribe to my channel. Okay, that's the description, and this is the price we have to pass. Click on this upload, and here is the MetaMask. Now we are interacting with the contract, and now let's click on confirm, and here we have redirect to the home page, sorry, search page. So things are looking good. Right now you can see the data is not arrived because it's taking a little bit time. We have to make that API request to the IPFS, and from there we're going to fetch the data and display. So it will take a little bit time, but here we're going to display that loader. Okay, we're going to build that loader right now. So it's not working. Let's do the inspect element, and here you can see in the console we haven't arrived anything. We have the URL of the images, and here you can see finally it's arrived. So it took a little bit time, 1 minute, then it's arrived. So here we have the NFT we have created, you can see. So this is the first NFT, we have all the data. Now let's create the another one, and let's me quickly create this. Let's come here and we're going to confirm this one. So here we have this second NFT we have created, and you can see again we have facing the same issue. So if you are facing the issues and if the data is not coming and you are getting any kind of error, don't need to worry about it. Okay, just work along with me. Okay, because this data will take a little bit time to come. Okay, so it's not working, we don't have the data. Let's create one more. Okay, let's quickly create as many NFT as we can so we can do the testing. So let's call it Schwab by NFT. We'll type the description, hey Schwab NFT, make it capital, and we have to give the price. Here we have the MetaMask. Now let's confirm it. So back here one more time, so still nothing is displaying. Let's come here, and now we're going to create a couple of more NFT from different account. Okay, so this time we were using account number 2, now we're going to use other account, so we can purchase and list. Okay, so make sure you have to delete the history. Okay, now reload the page, and now we have to create the NFT. So let's click on this and let's create the NFT. So we'll pick this one. Let me do it very quickly. So here we are, and you can see finally it took close to 2 minutes and finally the data arrived. Okay, so we're going to display the loader. Okay, so here we have all the 4 NFT, the first 3 NFT created by the first account and the last NFT created by the second account. So everything is looking fine. Okay, looking good. Now we have to add a function to this NFT. So if once anybody will click on this NFT, we want to redirect to the NFT detail page, and where we're going to display all the data about this NFT. Okay, so that's the functionality we have to include. So if we are click, nothing is happening, but we're going to add it. Okay, so let's come here and close this one and close this one. Go to this pages, go to this inside this search page. Okay, search page, here we are, and click on this NFT card 2. here we will come, and inside this we are displaying the data. Okay, so here we're going to import couple of things. So we need to import the link, and that's what we're going to wrap the entire NFT card with this link. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take this link and we'll simply cut this one. Okay, simply close this one and paste right here, and we have to define the href path where we want to redirect. So it's going to be a path name, we'll call it. So the page we want to redirect is, let's say, what is the name? Let's have a look. NFT Details. Okay, so this is the page where we want to redirect, and we want to send the entire data, so which is inside this element. Okay, and we will send it as a query. So we have the data in the URL, and we have to assign a key, otherwise it will React will give us an error. So let's save it, and if we come back here and reload the browser, and if you click on this, click, and here you can see we are redirect to the detail page, and where here on the URL we have all the data related to this NFT, and that's what we're going to fetch and display here. So you can see we have all the data, seller, token ID, all the information we have in the URL. If you click on this, you can see we are getting the data. This one is also working fine, and let's come back to the code. So that's, we are done with this, and let's open up this, and here we're going to do a couple of changes because we have the information in this card, and that's what we're doing to display here. So let's come here, close this one, close this search page, and simply go to this NFT detail page, and in this we're going to display the data. Okay, so let's come up here. So this is the detail component. So first thing we have to do is to get the data, and that's what we're going to do here. We're going to import the data from that page. So for that we have to import a couple of things from React. So we need the use effect, use state, and use context. Now we'll come down, we're going to import the, let's say, use router, because inside the router we have, in the URL we have all the data. So we'll use this use router, and we'll come down, we're going to do the import from the smart contract. Okay, data, and we say, what is the name we have given? NFT Play Marketplace context. So here we have the data. Now we're going to do a couple of things. So we're going to take this, and it's coming from use context, and in that we're going to pass the NFT Marketplace context. So that's looking fine. Now let's come here, and here we're going to take a use state, and this will be the NFT, and this NFT will come in the form of object. Okay, so first thing is going to be the image, second is going to be the token ID, third is going to be the name, and fourth is going to be the owner, and last one is going to be price, and we have one more is seller. Okay, so these are the data we will take from that router, and that's the data we are sending actually. So this is our object. Now let's come down, we're going to take this router and use router, and here we're going to use this use effect, and here we're going to say if router is ready, then return this. So this piece of code will, what it does, it will check whether our router is ready or not. If it's not ready, then it will return from this function, but if it's ready, then we'll get the data and set to the NFT marketplace. Okay, so we'll say NFT router dot query. In the query we have all the data. Okay, and now we want to call this router is ready. Okay, nothing fancy, very simple function we are writing here. Here we're going to pass the entire data. So simply pass the data here, and that way we can easily able to receive the data in our NFT detail page. So let's come here and let's go to this context, and let's have a look what are the things we need to receive here. And here we're going to receive this current account, simply call it here, and that's the only thing we want to get it from there. So things are looking fine, no issues we have here. Okay, so this is the data component, and that's the NFT details. Here we are checking for the data is ready or not in the URL, and here we are passing the data. So far things are looking good. Now simply come here in the NFT detail page, and here we're going to receive the data NFT which we are sending as a prop, and that's the exact data we're going to send in both NFT image and NFT description in the both component. Okay, so that's looking good. Now we're going to start with the NFT detail image first. So let's click on this, and here we are, and this is looking fine. Now we're going to first simply close all this function. So we'll have some clean environment, close this one. And first thing we have to do is to receive the data which is coming, NFT. Okay, so we have that data here, and now we're going to render the data. So first thing we have to do is to change the image. So let's simply come here and remove it. We have the image inside this NFT.image. Okay, simply save it, and here we're going to change the description sorry, and we'll say NFT.description. Inside this we have the description. Now let's come here, and here we're going to display the address, so which we have inside this. What's the name of the address we have called? I think seller. So let's come here and let's have a look. So what we have called seller. Okay, seller we have here. So that's what we have, NFT to gain. So that's the entire data we are here. And now if you click on reload the browser, and if you click on any one of these FT, you will able to see the changes in the image, name, and all those things. Simply click here, and boom, you can see the image is changed. Okay, and here you can see the descriptions. We have this, hey, that's what description we have given. We have the contract address and the token ID. Okay, let's assign a space in the token. So but it's working fine, you can see. So here we're going to provide a space, HTML space tag. So let's do it. So we'll have some space, so it's looking fine. So this is working fine. We can render the informations. Now if you click on this, you can easily able to choose the changes here, also looking good. If you click on this, looking fine. Okay, the data is changing dynamically, the NFT is changed, so everything is changing, looking fine. Now let's come back to the code, close this one, and now we can come and we can start working on the description, NFT description. Click on this, and we have to receive the data here. Okay, same thing we have to do here as well. So simply come here, and let's simply close all these arrays. Close this function, close this one, close this one, and close this one. And now we can start working and displaying the data. So first we have to display the names. So in this NFT.name, and here we're going to display the token ID. So NFT dot, which is called token ID. So that's the first piece of data. Let's come here, and here you can see my NFT and token ID is 1. So it's working fine. No issues we have here. Now let's come here. If you click on this, you can see the title is changed and the token ID is also changed. So looking so far good. And here in the image 2, it's actually going to be the collection. Okay, here we're going to display the collection image and the name of the collection. Okay, so I'm going to remove this username, and I will tap this creator background. Okay, so you can see this is the background, because every single collection will have its own background image or a tag which user will create. Okay, so that's what we have. And here we're going to change this to, let's say, collection. That's collection, and here we're going to type the collection name, let's say monkey app, whatever you can call. Okay, so that's the collection name. You can see the changes are taking place, collection and monkey app, and the image is also changed. Now we can come down, and here we're going to display the price, actual price of the NFT. So we'll say NFT.price. That's the price we have here. And you can see we have this place of it, but we're going to make it dynamic. Okay, and now we have to start working on this creator. So I want that whenever someone click on this creator, okay, whoever created this NFT, we want to redirect to the author page, where we're going to display all the information about that particular creator, that how many NFT is listed to the marketplace, how many NFT he owns, how many user or follower he follows. So all the data related to this particular creator we're going to display in the author page, and that's what event we're going to add in his name. Okay, so let's come here, and let's come here up, and we're going to import couple of things. We need to import the link, and that's the internal import. Let's come down, and we have to import this NFT context place. Simply take this use effect, use context. So far everything's looking good, and now let's call this down. Okay, so we're going to follow this hierarchy. So smart contract data, and we're going to take this const. In this We'll use this use context, we'll pass this NFT context and the data we want to receive. So let's come here, go to this, close all this open folder and go to this context. And what data we need this buy NFT function, because we want to add this functionality on the buy button. So if anybody wants to buy the NFT, they can buy. Okay, simply come back here and we're going to receive that function, and we need to receive one more thing. We need to receive the account. Okay, so let's come here and that's what we're going to receive here. So these are the two functions we are receiving, and now we're going to utilize this. Okay, so let's come here and let's scroll down, and so this is the creator sections, and now we're going to add that, change this. Okay, so we're going to add that link. So let's come here, take a link tag, not a small one, link, and we're going to cut this and we're going to paste right up here. So we're going to take this href, we have to assign the path, so path name. So we want to redirect to the author page, and the query is going to have the information about the address, so nft.seller. okay, so we want to redirect to the seller. Okay, we want to redirect, we have to give the seller address, not the owner, because owner is the NFT marketplace. Okay, so seller, the one who created this NFT. So that's what we have. So if anybody will click, they can easily able to redirect to the author page. So looking good, and let's come here, and this is the button. So right now you can see this two button, but here we're going to make it more dynamic. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to take this dynamic block and we'll say if current account is equal to nft.seller, we have to make it to lowercase, and if that's the case, then we want to render this button. So we'll take this, you cannot buy your own NFT. Okay, so if someone's created the NFT and if they visit that NFT detail page, then we want to display this data because they can't buy their own NFT. Okay, so that's the first check we have to do. And else we say current account nft.owner to lowercase. So if the NFT belongs to the marketplace, to the smart contract of the marketplace, then we want to say this. So simply copy this button and paste here, and here we're going to say that we're going to change this text. We'll say list on marketplace. So just imagine in this way, you have bought an NFT and you want to relist to the marketplace so anybody can buy it. So that's the functionality we're going to add right up here. Okay, so this is the second check we are doing, and that's the one. And now we have to take one more. So we're going to simply paste this button one more time, and here we're going to add this buy NFT function. So the one who want to buy it, and here we're going to call that function. So let's call it buy NFT, and in that we have to send the entire data of the NFT. So if we click here we are receiving that, and let's come up here, and that's the first check, this is the second check, and this is the third check. Okay, and this is the last fourth button, we'll make an offer, we're going to make it. Let's come here, and here you can see right now we have this buy NFT because this is not the NFT we have created. Okay, so if we reload the page, and here you can see we can able to have this buy NFT because the first account created this 3 NFT and we have created only one. So if I click on this, things are looking fine. If you come here and if you can see the buy NFT, if you click on this, and here you can see you cannot buy your own NFT because this is the NFT we have created. So our message is also working fine, all the test now. So far things are looking good. Now if we click here, we can easily able to redirect to the author page, and you can see in the URL we have the account address as well. So, and here we're going to display the data. So as you can see, we have this collectible where we're going to display all the NFT which user are listing to the NFT marketplace for selling. And in the created section, we're going to display all the NFT which the owner actually own. Okay, so we're going to rename those two tab. Okay, so instead of collectible, we're going to add the, let's say, listed NFT, and instead of create, we're going to add that, let's say, own NFT. Okay, so these are the two changes we're going to do shortly. And so far this is working good. Let's come back here, and if you click on this, everything is dynamic, working 100%. Okay, all the data is working fine. Now let's come back to the code, and let's come here. In the buy NFT function, you can see we are receiving the entire data of the NFT, and here we are converting that NFT price, and that's what we are actually passing in the create a market sale function on the smart contract. Okay, so let's redirect to the actually author page. So when the transaction get completed, we want to redirect that. So okay, so we want to redirect to the author page. So that's what we have here. Save it, and let's come back here, and now let's try to make a purchase. So things are looking good. Let's come here and make sure you have to clear your history before you start making purchase. Reload that, and let's click on this buy NFT, and here you can see it's loading. Let's click on this confirm, and here we have redirect to the author page. So everything is working fine, and we have bought that NFT. So we have bought that NFT, but we are not displaying here because we have to do the changes here. So here in the collectible, we go to display the NFTs, and this is the create section. Okay, so things are looking good so far. Let's come back to the code, and let's close this one, close this one, close this one, and close this one. So let's come here and close this one as well. Close this. Let's go to the pages, and we have to go to this author pages, and here we go to do a couple of changes. So we have to receive this use context, and we have to come down, and we have to receive that NFT Marketplace context, and that's coming from there. Okay, so NFT Marketplace context, we have that. Now we go to close this existing one, and this is the use state we have taken previously for tabs, and here we go to do the import from the smart contract. Okay, smart contract data. So first we're going to take this use context, and then that's we're going to pass our context. So the function we want to receive here, let's come back to the context, and what the function we want to receive. So we want to receive, first thing is this fetch NFT, fetch my NFT or listed NFT. Okay, because in this function we are calling two functions. The first function is fetching the listed NFT to the marketplace, means the person who want to sell the NFT, and the second one is the function which the NFT he actually owned. Okay, he bought the NFT. So here in this function we are calling this two functions. Simply copy this function, okay, defining that, and we're going to send this, and then we're going to run the function. Copy this function, and that's what we're going to receive here. Now let's come here, and we have to receive this account. So we have this account, so that's pretty good. Now let's come here, we're going to take this use context, and we'll call it NFTs. It's going to be an empty array. We have to take another one, so we'll call it my NFT empty array, and this is the two array we have. Let's come down, and we're going to take this use effect, and in this we're going to call this function. Simply copy and paste here, and we have to pass this. So what we have to pass? We have to pass this fetch items listed. So if we call this, pass this, then we want to call the first function fetch item listed. Okay, simply copy that one and paste it. It will return us a promise, so we have to resolve those promise. So then inside that we'll call the item, it's gonna be an arrow function, and here we're going to set the data to the NFT item. So this is how we will receive the data and set that to the NFT array. So that's the first thing, and it's gonna be an empty array. Simply come down, and we have to do the same thing for other function. So we'll do this exactly the same thing. So we'll call the same function. So let's come here, copy this function, and this time we want to call the other function fetch my NFT. So we'll type that, let's fetch my NFT, and we have to resolve the promise items, and we want to set the NFT. So we'll call set and my NFT, and that we're going to pass this items. Okay, looking so far so good. So and it's gonna be an empty array. So these are the two functions for fetching listed NFT and my NFT. So let's come here, and this is that looking fine. Let's come back to this author page, author NFT card in the same page, and here we're going to pass the data. So let's come here, we have to pass this NFT, and we have to pass this my, let's set NFTs. Okay, so these are the two data we are passing. Let's come here and make sure you do these changes, make it small. Okay, NFTs, okay, make it small, and do it here as well, and that looks pretty fine. And here we're going to make it small. Okay, so that looks good. So things are looking good. Make it small, this one as well. So make sure you do these changes, because this is the pattern I would like to follow. I never try to keep the last alphabet of the any use state as a capital one. It's my preference. You can go with your. So we have the data in this author NFT card box, and we can click on this and we can come back to this NFT card box and we're going to receive those data. So let's come here, receive the data and NFTs, and this is called my NFTs. So this is the two data we have here. Close all this arrays, and now we can simply pass the data in this component. So first thing we have to do is to pass the data in the collectibles. So this collectible where we're going to display the NFT which is listed to the marketplace. Okay, so let's pass those NFT data. So we have the data. Let's commit this one and copy this and paste here. So we have the listed NFT. Now my NFT, we're going to pass it here. And okay, simply comment this. Okay, so we have to comment this collectible array and created array. So make sure you do this one. So we have the data in this. Simply click on this, and if we come down here we are using the exact reusable NFT card component, so we don't need to do any changes. You can see we have all the data here. So we have the images and reload it, and here you can see we have created that one NFT listed. We have listed that one NFT which is displaying here because it's working fine. So we have the image, title, price, everything's looking good. Now you can come here, go to this search items, click on this, and here you can see we have this. So we have this all NFT which is created. If you click, let's come here, if you click on this, here you can see author page, like this account address created this NFT, and that's what he can find in the author page. So that looks pretty good, and now we can start working on this create NFT. We don't have it right now. Okay, looking fine. Let's have a look. It's looking really good. Click on the other one and you can see right now we can buy it. Simply buy this NFT. Okay, bought it, and here we are redirected, but we can't able to display that NFT here. So I think we have a problem in that function. In the function it has to display here, but it's not displaying, so we have some issue. We have to figure it out. But this one is working, but our created own NFT is not working. Okay, so let's come here and go to this context, market context, and this is the fetch my NFT function we have. So everything's looking good. This is the function we are receiving. With this function we are receiving the listed NFT, but fetch my NFT is not working somehow. This function is not working. Okay, so let's come here in the smart contract. Let's scroll down. Where is the function? Here we have the function. Inside that, things are looking good. Okay, things are looking good, but before we start working on the smart contract, let's fix the problem which we have in the search. Okay, so we'll fix that first, then we'll come back to this. Okay, let's go to the search page, and now we have to work on the search before we move to the smart contract. Okay, so let's fix this first. So let's come here, and you can see if I'm typing anything, we are getting this blinking, but we can't able to filter it. Okay, we are getting this weird behavior of blinking. So if we are typing anything, nothing is happening. And let's come back to the code, and here what I have found that I made a mistake somewhere here. So this is look good, and here I made a mistake. Okay, it's an empty array we have to pass. Simply provide this one, and because of this missing bracket our filter was not working. Okay, so make sure you provide this bracket, and now everything is good. Okay, don't need to do any changes in the filter in the search bar. The only thing we have to do is to provide the bracket, and that's working fine. Now we can come here, and now we can easily able to use this filter. So we have to type the name of the NFT. If we type H, you can see we have this filter working fine. If we type hey, that's there. If we type the, let's say, what is the other name, my, so if we type my, we have this my NFT. So our filter is working perfectly, and we can easily able to see the data and do all the things. If we click, it's working fine. So far everything's looking good. Now let's come here to the author page, and this is the account, this is the NFT we have listed to the marketplace. That's what we're displaying, but we have the problem in the NFT we have owned. Okay, so it's not working. We have to see what's the problem we have there. Let's come back to the code, and things are looking good. Simply close this one, and now let's go to this context, and here we have to have a look one more time. So this is the problem we have in the fetch my NFT. That's not working. So let's come here, go to the contract. Okay, and so I found that there is a little bit problem in the smart contract in terms of fetching the NFT. Okay, so before we work that, come back to the author. Here we have that account, but we're not using it. We have to display the account. So let's come here, pass the account in the author profile card, okay, as a prop. So let's pass it here so we can display in the card. So let's click on this, and where we are actually displaying that, we have to receive that account and simply copy that, and here in the input. Okay, so here we have this demo account. We're going to display the actual account of the creator. Okay, so remove that one and we're going to pass that account. So if we save it, come here, you can see the actual address of the NFT creator. If you can copy and you can open in the browser and you can see everything. So if anybody wants to validate anything on Etherscan or anywhere, they can do this by this account address. Okay, it's looking fine, but this is the problem we have to fix it. So things are looking good so far. Close all this and this is the fetch working fine, and let's come up here, copy one more time and do one thing. Let's call the function right up here. Okay, because I want to call this function every time an application gets started. Okay, so let's call this function, and in that we're going to call the function. Let's come here and let's check one more time. Still we having the issues? Yes, still we having the issues. We have this 2 NFT which we have created, but still we have this problem in this own NFT. So the NFT which I have bought. Let's come back to the contract, and so here I'm back into the NFT smart contract, and I did a little bit changes in the smart contract. So I will provide you the updated version of this smart contract so you guys can utilize that one, because we had some problem in our fetch NFT, and I was stuck for quite long to find out the problem. So there was a lot of problem in that code which is correlated to one another. So I did a couple of changes. I'll provide you the updated smart contract in this article. So make sure you come to this article, simply copy this entire updated smart contract, and instead of this old one you have to paste here. Okay, so this is the updated smart contract. Okay, all this updated. I have updated the listing price as well. So 25. Here you can see this is the updated smart contract, and this is the functions we have here. So what we can do, let's come here and we have to do this function. This is the function we have to do. It's fetch my NFTs, provide that as, and that's the one change you have to do in this context. And what else we have to do? And here we have this another function, fetch market item. Let's come here where it's that fetch market item. So this is the fetch market items S. Okay, it makes sense because we are trying to fetch all the items of the NFT. Okay, so simply copy, and that's what we're going to pass it here. So far things are looking good. Make sure you do only these 2 changes and get the updated smart contract if you want that your own NFT function should work. Okay, so far things are looking good, and that's okay. Now simply come here, and this is also fine, no issues in this. Now simply close this one and close this one, and we have to redeploy the smart contract. Simply delete this artifact. Let me do it very quickly. Let me deploy that smart contract, start the blockchains, drag and drop the ABI. Now start the applications. So here things are looking fine. Now simply clear your entire history. Let me do it very quickly. So right now the NFTs are not displaying, and you know why. Let's do this console. Here we have the data, and here finally the data is arrived. So it will take a little bit time. We're going to add a loader. So these are the 2 NFT we have created. Now let's change the account and create a couple of more from other account. Okay, so here you can see this one is working fine, the listed NFT in the author page. Now simply switch the account and create an NFT from different account. So let's do it very quickly. So here we got the 3 NFTs. Now let's come back to the author. You can see in the second account we have this 1 NFT because 1 NFT we have created. So far things are looking good. Now let's come here and try to purchase this NFT. So if we purchase this one, It's a 23 ether, lot of money. Click on this confirm. Here we have redirect to the author, and again you can see finally it's working fine. Okay, so make sure you get the updated NFT, then you can easily able to fetch your own NFT which you have bought. Okay, so make sure you get that from article. So here we have that. You can easily able to switch between the tabs and get your own NFT and listed NFT. If you come back to the search, and you can see this is the two NFT we have. If you buy this one as well, so let's try this confirm, and if you can see this is the listed NFT, you created that NFT, and if you click on this created, you have this bought NFT which you have bought. Okay, it's looking also fine, and here you can see the button is changed to list on marketplace. So if you want to resell this NFT to this marketplace so other can buy it, we're going to attach that function right up here. Okay, resell function which we have already there in our smart contract. Okay, that's looking fine. So if we come back to the search right now, you can see, let's come here, let's create one more NFT from this account. So let's do it very quickly. And here we are again. It's taking a little bit time. We have to attach that loader. Okay, so finally the data is arrived, and right now we have this two NFT. You can see this is the NFT we can't buy because this is the one we have created. And if we click on this creator, and you can see this is the two NFT the creator created, and this is the two NFT he actually owned. Okay, so that's the things are also working fine. If we click here we have this button to list on marketplace, and that's the function we go to assign. Okay, looking fine so far. Let's come back to the code. So far everything is looking good. Now let's come back to the contract. So make sure you do this one. Okay, make sure you get the updated smart contract, then those things will work, otherwise you will have an issue. So this is the updated one. So now we have to create one more page, and when someone will click on this list to NFT marketplace, we want to redirect them to the resell NFT page where they can put the price and they can relist the NFT to the marketplace. Okay, so this is the logic which I want to follow. Okay, so you can do with the pop-up, but I want to do with a separate page. Okay, so let's create a page. So click on this, and before we do that, let's come here, click on this and go to this descriptions, and if we come here we have that button. So let's scroll down. Here we have that button. Okay, so this is the first check we are doing, this is the second for buy, and this is the list on marketplace, and here we go to attach that function. Okay, this is the function where we want to attach. Let's come here, close this one, and we have to go to this context, and in this context where it is here we have this function create sales. Okay, and in this create sale we have this two function. So if user try to create the new NFT, then we want to call that create token function, but if user try to resell the NFT to the marketplace, then we want to call this resell token function. Okay, so that's the two change we have to do. So this is the data we have to pass in this create sale. That's looking fine so far. That's the resale we have, and here we go to call this function resell token, and we go to pass these data. So far things are looking good. Let's close this one, and now we have to create a page. So let's create that. We'll call it resell token JS. We'll type RAFCE. Okay, now come here, close this one. We have to call the CSS file as well. So let's create that resell.modules. Okay, that's the CSS file. Let's do the import style, and that's coming from the style folder, and this is called resell token. Okay, that's basic thing. Let's come here, close this one, and come back here. Let's come here and go to this NFT detail page. In here we're going to click on this, we're going to go to the description, and we're going to attach this function, so which redirect to the resale page. Okay, so first we have to import the router. Okay, so we'll say import use router, and that's coming from next router. That's the router we have, and now we can come down here, and here we're going to simply take the router. Okay, router, and this router is coming from use router. Simple logic, you guys have already seen that. And now we're going to attach that function, that router here in this button. Okay, so we'll say router.push, and we want to push it to the, what is the name we have called, resale token. Okay, this is the name we have given to the page. Okay, save it. Let's close this one and let's keep it this open, resale token, because here we go to write this JSX and all the logic. So looking fine. Let's come back here and reload the browser, and you can see this is the button we have, list on marketplace. So if you click on this, and here we have redirect to the resale token, okay, page, and here we're going to allow user to put the price, and so reselling the reselling the NFT. Okay, looking fine, this one. Now let's come back to the code, and here we're going to write that JSX. So we'll take this div, it will have a class called style dot, and we'll call it resale token. We'll have another div, it will have a class resale token dash box, or inside this we're going to use the form component which we have created. Okay, so we're going to use that. So let me come here, go to this account page. Inside the form here we're going to take this first div. Okay, we need only one input. Simply copy that and simply paste right here. So we'll have this form, and if we have to change the name, so we'll call it, let's say, price. So that's what we have here. Here we're going to display the resale price, and here we have to import the form style file. Okay, because we want to have the styling, and that's coming from the account page slash form slash modules form. Okay, so that's the style file we have. Let's come back and do the page, and here you can see it's looking fine. Now simply copy this, and we have to add that styling to the form. Okay, so let's replace this one and the second one. Simply replace this both and save it. Let's come here, you can see that's how it will look. Our input is already ready, and now we can utilize it. Okay, so let's copy that, just copy this and come back to this. Width is going to be 100%, margin, let's say block is going to be 4 RAM. So we'll have some space from top and bottom, and we have to target the box. We'll say width is going to be 80, margin 0 auto, and that looks good, pretty big. Okay, let's come here, we have to take this h1 and we'll call it resell your token set price. So that's the title we have here. Now we're going to add the, make it 60, the width is 60, and we have tagged the h1, and we send font size going to be 3 RAM. So that looks pretty good. Okay, now we're going to convert this to a number, because we want to take input as a number, not as a string. Okay, text. So that's what we have here. Looking fine, we can type, and as you can see it's going into minus. We have to set the minimum value, so minimum is going to be 1 ether. I know it's pretty high, but it's totally up to you. So it's a 1 ether we have, and that's the input. And now we want to receive the data. So when someone will click on that button, list to marketplace, we want to send couple of data. Okay, and that's what we're going to receive here. So let's receive couple of things from use state. So we have use effect, use state, and use context. We have to use this router, and that's coming from router, and we have to import that XCS to make our API calls. And here we're going to import that, let's say, what do we have to import? Import the button, because we want to have a button which allows us to list. So, and we're going to import the context, and that's coming from NFT Marketplace context, and here we're going to use that context, and that's coming from here, and in that we're going to receive this function. So what's the function name we have here? So we're going to call this function, so where it is, so this is the function we have. Now let's come here, we're going to call this function create cell. So we have this function, simply copy that one, and let's come here, we're going to call this function here. Okay, now we're going to take this couple of use state, price, and we have to take this images. So we'll send the data in the router in the URL with these two data. Okay, and so we have that one, and we're going to take this router, use router. Okay, and we're going to take this ID token, and this data is coming from the router.query. Okay, right now we don't have the setup, we're going to set that. Okay, so just follow this setups, and here we're going to come and we're going to say fetch, let's say fetch NFT is going to be an async function, and in that we're going to call the function. If token URI is not ready, then we want to return this one, but if it's ready, then we want to take the data, and that data is coming from wait XCS get, and then we're going to pass this token URI, and in this data we have all the data, price, image. So we're going to receive that one, data dot price, and we have to receive this date set image. Okay, so we have this two data, and that's coming from the URL. Okay, and we're going to call this use effect once, and we're going to call that fetch, and we're going to call this ID. Okay, we have to call the function, so it's looking fine. We come down, we're going to take a resell function, and it's going to be an async function, and we'll say await create sales. In that we have to pass this token URI, price, true, and ID, because that's the input we have to provide to this function. So this true will define that it's a resale. Okay, nothing complex, very simple. And here we're going to push that once the process happened to author page. Okay, so once someone's purchased, we want to push them to the author page. Simple logic. Okay, and now that's what we have here. Come here, and we have to import the image tag as well. And now we're going to take a image because we want to display the image. So let's come here, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style resell token box image, and that we're going to have the image. So if we have the image, then we want to display the image, so we'll have this image tag, and that we have to provide the source of the image. So we have the image alt tag, and we have to provide the width. So width is going to be 400 and height is going to be 400. So that looks pretty good, nothing complicated. And we're going to take another div. It will contain the button, so resell btn. In that we're going to call the button function, and we have to provide the name, resell nft, and let's say we'll say handle click function, and here we're going to pass that function. So the function we want to pass is resell. Okay, so that looks pretty good, and this resell function will trigger the create sale. Okay, the resell function. So that's what we have here. So this is the price we have. Now let's come here, reload the browser, and if we come here and if we try to list this, if we click on this list on marketplace, okay, the data is not displaying. Okay, we don't have anything in the URL. So let's come here and click on one more time. Okay, my bad, actually we have to send the data, we haven't done anything. So we'll come here, close this one, and we'll come here, we'll go to the pages, NFT details. In that, click on the description, and here we're going to send the data. Okay, so let's come back to the list to marketplace button. So let's come here. So here we are only redirecting to the resell token function, resell token page. Now we have to send the data along with that. Okay, so we're going to convert this into a template literal. So simply remove this and convert that into a template literal, and here we're going to construct the URL. So in the URL we're going to send this data exactly. Okay, so here I have simply copy and paste the data which I want to send. So this is the data ID, and in that ID we have to send the token ID and the token URI, which is we have inside this NFT token URI. So this is the data we are sending there. Okay, so simply save it, make sure you send the exact data as we have here, and now we will receive this data, and that would be working fine. So this is the URL we are constructing, and that's what we are receiving with this ID and token URI, which is coming from query. Okay, so let's come here, go back to the NFTs, and here we have the NFT. Now if we click on this list on marketplace, you can see we have the image is displaying, and the token URI is already passed in the function, so anybody can buy it. But this image looks really bad. Okay, so in the URL we have all the data, token URI, ID, URL, so things are looking fine. Let's come back to code and close this one, and come here. Okay, sorry, this is the image we have. Copy that one and simply come to this, and actually we have to provide the margin block is going to be, let's say, 4 rem, so we'll have some space from top and bottom. Okay, so we have some good space. Now let's come here, and sorry, my bad, the height is going to be 4, not 100. So here we have width 4. So now it will look good. Save it, and here we have this perfect image displaying the NFT, so they can enter the price and they can buy the NFT. Okay, so click on, let's do one thing, let's type the price 1324, click on this, and here we are getting an error. It says that create sale is not a function. Why so? And let's change this to arrow function. Okay, maybe sometime you don't know what's the problem happening, you have to make this little bit changes to find out. Okay, so we're going to call this resell function normally. So let's come here, we have to reload the page, and still we are getting the same error. let's come here in the NFT Marketplace context, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So simply take this router, cut this one, and that's what we're going to call here, okay, in this function, because we are already using this like create sales router there, okay. So that's why we have to cut and paste here, and here we have to do the changes, okay. So here we have the ID. Instead of sending the URL, we have to send the ID. So we have the ID, and that's what we're going to pass here, okay. So we have to pass the ID. Make sure you do this change. And so if we come back to the smart contract, here you can see that we have this resale token. S is in a small case, not in capital. So make sure you do this changes. Simply copy and paste this here, resale token in small case, and save it. Come back to the application and let's try one more time. So 34, and again we are having the same issue. We have done a couple of changes, but still the problem is there, okay. I'll try to fix this problem in the next video, okay. This video is already getting very big and I have to fix this one because I check all the code and it's still having this issue. So in the next video we'll try to fix this problem. I have to find out what's the problem exactly happening in the code, okay. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. So we have the problem right up here, okay. Things are looking good, but we have some issues here. We have to check. I have to check. So let's close this for a time being, okay. Close this one and close this one. Close this one, okay. So I hope that you guys have understood whatever we have done so far. We have done a lot of things, and the final thing is left is to add that resale functionality, and that's what we're going to do in the next video, okay. So let me find out the problem which we are having in the code. Recently I have created this Discord server, okay, because many of you guys having a lot of issues in the installations of the packages, installation, writing the code or writing the smart contract. So a lot of you guys have gave me those comments. It's very hard to answer all your queries in the comment section because you guys are telling me that you guys not able to install the certain packages, you're not able to write the smart contract, facing a specific problem. So in a small line, it's very hard to tell you that what's the problem exactly you are facing. So because of that, what I have done, I have created this Discord servers where we will build this community. Those who are participating in this project will try to help each other, okay. Don't expect that always I'm going to answer your query, okay. You have to put your query in the Discord server. We will have other members there and they will respond to the query if they have faced a similar problem or if they have a better solution, okay. So this is how we have to work together, okay. It's very hard to answer all the comments which you guys are giving me in the comment section, because sometimes what happening that I get the notification for the comment, but when I'm opening that video and to see the comment is no longer there. It's not displaying in the comment section, but it's displaying in the only notifications. So I'm having those issues as well. I don't know what's the problem they have in the YouTube comment, okay. So the comments are sometimes not displaying and you guys think that I'm not able to answer response to you guys, okay. So make sure you join this Discord server. Here I've divided in 3 categories. So one is for smart contract, one is for template, one is for integration, and one is for API. So if you have any problem in any one of these topics, make sure you leave your query along with the images, okay, snippet of the code. So we'll try to help you. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back to this full stack NFT marketplace project video. So in the last video we had problem in our resale token functions, and this is where we left in the last video. So here I have opened the project, make sure you do that, and let's come up here. So these are the function we had written in the previously, okay. So let's have a look everything, and this is the fetch token function we have here, and here we have the price. So what we can do, simply comment out this price, because this time we don't want to take the price from the URL, because we're going to take that price from the input field, okay. So here we have the remove this one, and here we have the price, and that's here we're going to wrap this entire resale function so we can easily able to know that what's the error happening exactly. So let's wrap this in try and catch, and we're going to cut and paste here, and here we're going to console log out the error. So we'll say console.log and we'll have the error. So we'll say error while resale, and here we're going to pass the entire error, okay. So that's the result things, and you can see in the input tag we forgot to add that, because in the input tag we are not taking the value of the input, okay. So we have to take that value as well. So here what we're going to do is, here we have the price, and that's the price we're going to set here. So here we're going to add this on change function. It's going to be E, and here we're going to call this set price, and in that we're going to pass the value. Okay, so whatever the user will put the price, that's we're going to assign to the price. Okay, so that's the price we have here. And let's come back to this, and here you have noticed that the create function, the create self function, we actually not exporting here, and that's why we were getting that error message called undefined. Okay, so that's the function we had to export. So let's come up here, and where is that function? So this is the function we have to copy, and that's we're going to export right up here. Okay, so because of this we were getting the error, and we had no, and we were not taking the price from the input. Because of those two things we were getting this error. Okay, so that's the setup we have. Now let's come here, and so far everything's looking good. So let's have a look. Things are looking good, and now we can come here. Let's go to this simply upload NFT, and let's create NFT. Okay, simply create. Let me create it very quickly. Okay, and we're going to give the description, subscribe to my channel. Let's give the price, and it's 123. Hit and simply create confirm. So here we have created the NFT, and as you can see, the NFT is not arrived. So in the next video we're going to create that loader. Okay, so let's do the inspect element. Before we do that, let's come here, and we have to switch the account. Okay, so this is the NFT we have created from one account, and now let's switch to other account and let's create some more NFT. Okay, so if we have enough NFT, then we can easily able to do the resale testing. Okay, so let's create NFT. So let me clear this history, otherwise it will have an error. And now reload the browser, and now let's create. You can see, so I have already created a couple of NFTs very quickly. Okay, so these are the NFT I have created. 3 NFTs right now I have, and you can see this is the one I have created. And here we have this buy NFT function. So this is the NFT we are created with the first account. So let's click on this buy, and let's buy this NFT, and we're going to confirm it. And here we have redirect to the author page, and here you can see the NFT which I have created with this account. But if I click on this create here, you can able to see the NFT which I have bought just now. Okay, so the price is 232 ether. Okay, that's a lot of money. So you can see, and here you can see that we got an options for listing this NFT to the marketplace. Okay, so I'm the owner of this NFT and I want to resell this. Okay, so let's click on this, and here we redirect to the NFT page. Here you can able to find the NFT which you are reselling. And what we're going to do, we're going to give the price. So the amount which we want to resell is 985 ether, and that's, we're going to click on this confirm. Here is MetaMask, and now we have to simply click on this. You can see all the price, click on confirm, and here finally we have relisted this NFT to the marketplace. And that's the NFT you can able to find here in the author page in the relist option. Okay, you can see the price which we have assigned 985. So this is the NFT which we are selling to this marketplace on 985 ether. Okay, that's the amount. That's huge. Okay, let's come back to the search, and here you will find the same NFT, and here you will find the same NFT is listed here as well. So let's come up here, and let's simply change the account number to, okay, and you have to clear your history, otherwise you will have an error. So let me do it very quickly. And if I come back here, and you can see here we got the all NFTs. Let's come here, go to this author profile, and with this account I have created like this NFT. Okay, so this NFT I have created, and I haven't bought any NFT with this account. So let's purchase some NFTs. So let's come up here, and this is the NFT I want to buy, which I have delisted in the from other account, and now I can buy this one. So let's buy this NFT. So let's buy this one, and let's do the confirm. And here we have back here, and if I click on this create, here you can see we bought this NFT and we paid this much ether. Okay, so here we can easily able to change, and here you will see that the NFT which you have bought is no longer listed here. Okay, because you have bought it. So this is working absolutely fine. Now let's come here, go back to the author, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to relist this on NFT to the marketplace so the other can buy. Okay, so this time I'm going to set the price to 1000 ether. Okay, that's pretty huge. Let's do the confirm, and here you can see that the NFT which you have relisted, that's displaying in your collectibles. Okay, we're going to rename these tabs. Okay, instead of collectible we're going to type listed NFT, instead of create we're going to type own NFTs. Okay, so it's working fine. And if you come click on this created no NFTs you have here. Okay, so everything's working fine. So the problem we had in the last video when we were not able to resell the token, that was happening because of we were not taking the price from the input, and we were not exporting the function. Okay, so everything is working so fine. Let's cut this one, and let's come here, come back to the author page, and here we're going to click on this author tab, and here we're going to rename that. Okay, so let's come here, where we have, so here we have the collectible. So we're going to change this to something like listed NFTs, and here we're going to change this to own NFTs. Okay, and the same thing we have to do here. We have to simply change this to listed, and we're going to change this to own NFTs. Okay, save it, come here, and here you can see we have this listed NFTs, and here we have this own NFT. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to the, let's search, and here you will find that right now we have 3 NFT in our marketplace. Okay, so let's buy this one, and let's buy and resell couple of NFTs to check. As you can see, we bought this NFT. Now if I come here and if I try to buy, let's say come here, and if I want to relist this to the marketplace, I can do it very easily. Okay, so I want to sell it to 1233, and let's do it. Okay, let's have a look. It's working so smoothly. Okay, so this is the message, everything's working fine. Let's reload the browser, and let's come here, simply close all of these open tab, and let's come back to this navigation and go back to this simply NavBar, and come up here, and here we're going to import. Okay, so here we're going to import the, let's say we have to import the use router, and here we're going to create that router. Okay, so let's do it here. So we'll say router, and this router is coming from use router. Okay, so we have the router. Now simply copy that, and we want to do a couple of changes. So here in the navigation bar, you can see we are getting that weird behavior of reloading because we are using this anchor tag. So we're going to replace this with the router. Okay, so just do simply what I'm doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply remove this one, I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to call this router. Okay, I'm going to call this push, and I'm going to push to that page where I want to redirect to the user. So the page which we have called upload NFT. Okay, so let's call upload NFT. Okay, so if we add this one, so in this way we don't have that reload behavior. So that's the one fix we have to do. Now let's come here, and if we click on this create, you can see we can simply switch to the upload NFT, and there is no reload. Okay, and that's the same thing we're going to do to this other one. Okay, so let's come here and go to this where we are here. Okay, so we're going to do on the logo. Okay, so instead of logo, I'm using this icon, DJ icon. Okay, and in your case you might be having the logo which I gave you. Okay, so make sure you do this change. So let's simply come here. So what we have to do here, we're going to add that on click function, and on the on click function we're going to have this router. Okay, router push, and we want to redirect to the, let's say, home page. Simply remove this one and remove this one. It's okay, pretty good, pretty simple. Now if you click on this, you can see here we have redirect to the home page, and we are back on the upload page. So things are working fine. So it's pretty good, no problem. We have everything's working fine. Now let's come back here to the sidebar, because there we have to make the change. Okay, in the sidebar as well. So let's come up here, and here we are doing the same thing. So let's fix this one very quickly. Simply I will remove this one, and here we're going to call the router, and I remember that I don't have the router. Okay, so let's come up here, and we have to import the router very quickly. So let's do it, import, and that's use router, and that's coming from next router, and we're going to take it as a variable router, and we'll call it use router, and now we can utilize it. So let's scroll down here, and here we're going to call that, so router dot push, and we want to push to the upload NFT. It's okay, very simple. Now everything's working fine. You can click and you can navigate to different pages. Okay, this one is also working fine. Let's see on the mobile device. So that's how it will look. You can see this is the button we have. Let's click on this, and here we are. So it's working fine. So this looks pretty good. Now here we have to make the changes. You can see in the user profile we have this demo address. We want to change that as well, and we're going to add the link as well on this my profile, my item, edit profile, help, disconnect. So we're going to redirect that as well. So let's close this one, and let's, where we have that one in the navigation, inside the navigation we have this profile card. Okay, so let's click on this, and here we have to do the changes. So first thing we have to do is we have to send the account. Okay, so here here we have the account, and that's the account we're going to send in this profile as a props. Send it and come back to the profile component, and here we're going to receive it as a prop, and we'll display the actual address of the account, whoever is connected with the application. And we're going to use this slice method because we don't want to use the entire address, otherwise that will look weird. Okay, so I want to slide it down to, let's say, let's make it 9. So that's too big. Let's make it to like 9.9 is not displaying, so we'll start with 0. Okay, we'll start with, let's say, 10 big, and let's start with 0 and 15. That looks fine. So that looks fine. Okay, and here we're going to provide this dot dot dot, and if we come back here, now it's look perfect. You can see we can increase that as well. Let's make it to 25. It's really big. Let's make it to 20. Okay, that looks fine. Let's make it to 18. This looks better. Okay, if you guys want to increase it, you can increase from your side. So let's come here, and if we simply change the account, and if you see, the changes are also taking place in the account. So right now we do have different account here. You can see everything's happening dynamically. If you click here, working fine, you can see we have a different account. Now let's add a link on this menus. Okay, so what we have to do is, let's scroll down here, and here we have that. Okay, we go to simply replace this one. So here we go to redirect to the author page, because profile is going to be the author. Okay, where we'll display all the information. Simply change this one to also a profile page, because all the item is going to be there in the author page, and this will become the, let's say, we have a page called account. Okay, what is the name of the page? Account. Okay, so we want to redirect to the account page. Okay, and we have one more. So here this one is help, so we're going to redirect to the, let's say, contact us. Okay, that's the name I think I've given, contact us. Okay, instead of disconnect, let's make this one to about us. Okay, and we're going to redirect to the about us page. So that's looking fine. You can click and you can simply redirect to the different pages. Click on this one and you can see it's working fine. About us, so things are looking pretty good. Okay, so everything's working fine. Now let's come here and let's have a look. So this is the tab we have, and here we're going to display all the popular creators, and this section is going to be a very interesting, and you will learn something new in this. It's not going to be the regular component, because in this what we're going to do is we're going to calculate the worth of the NFT for which is created by a single user, and that's what we're going to display along with the address. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So don't miss that part. Okay, you will learn that. We have this demo data. That's what we're going to fix in the next video. And right now you can see we have this hardcode value. Okay, this hardcode value. But instead of this hardcode value, I want to display all the data which we have in. So instead of this hardcode value, I want to display the NFT which is listed for sale. Okay, so we're going to fix this one. Okay, we're going to replace this one. So right now we have this hardcode. Let's come back here, close this one, and I believe that you guys have understood that how you have to do it. So if you have understood, pause the video and give a try, and after that you can continue working. My approach and your approach might be different, but the ultimate goal should be that you have to get the result. Okay, so you have to follow the same logic. Okay, so let's come here and go to the index page, and here we actually have this component. Okay, we have this title, and here we have this filter, and here we have this NFT card, the component, and that we have to display the data. So let's come here, and here we are displaying this random data. Okay, and that's all we are displaying here. Okay, but instead of this demo data, we have to display the actual data. So what we're going to do is, let's come up here, go to this search page, and here we're going to do a couple of copy and paste. Okay, simply copy this component because that's the same we're going to use. We already have that. Okay, we already have that. Okay, now we already have these setups. Now let's come here. We have to simply get this part. Okay, use effect, fetch NFTs. Simply copy this entire one and come here and paste here. So we have this fetch NFTs. So we have this fetch NFTs. We have this NFT copies, and the function we are calling. So the same thing, nothing complicated, and that's the data we're going to pass it here. So the NFT data. So let's pass NFT data, and in that we're going to send that NFT data. Okay, simply copy and come here, and here we're going to receive as a props. So receive that data and simply colors this, and that's the data we're going to render here. Simply paste here. So we have the data, and now you can simply comment this. I'm not remove it because you guys can have a reference. Okay, so it's looking fine. Now if we come back here, you can see all the NFTs are displaying, the images are broken because we have to do the setups, but it's working fine. Okay, it's working fine. So now let's come here, and here we're going to change the images. So instead of this only LM, we have to say images and save it. Here we have the images. Okay, it's looking pretty good. We'll come down, and now we have to display the price. So simply change this one, and here we're going to display the name. So data.name, save it. Okay, we have this problem. Why it's happening? Okay, let's come here, and here we're going to change the, let's say, where price, and data NFT dot price, save it. Okay, still we are not getting the price. Why it's happening? Okay, let's come here, and okay, sorry, it's a element. Okay, so that's the change I have to do. Okay, simply copy this one, and you have to replace this date NFT, and I believe that you guys have already noticed that. Okay, so let's replace this one and save it, and come back here, and here you can see we have the price, we have the name. So things are looking pretty good, and here we have to do the changes in the token IDs. So we have the token ID as well. So you can see it's looking pretty fine. We have our Wonder Woman, Hey Buddy, we have my NFT. So all the NFTs are displaying fine. Okay, so things are looking good. Now let's have a look. Everything's looking fine, and in the next video we're going to complete that one. Let's have a look. Let's come here, go to the search page, and here you can see we have this one. We can easily search the woman. This one is also working fine. We can search for, let's say, hey, it's working fine. Now let's for the last one, which is my, and it's working fine. From here we can easily able to buy NFT. Simply buy that one, and we can easily able to make the purchase. And here we can see we haven't listed any NFT from this account, but we own some account NFT. So this is the NFT which we have bought it. Click on this, and if we want to resell this, let's do that one. And this time I want to sell it. No, I want to create a couple of new NFTs. So let me do it very quickly. Okay, confirm, and working fine. You can see this is the NFT you have created. If you click on this, here you can able to find that listed NFT is this one which you have created, and this is the one which you own it. So it's working fine. This, like, we have this broken images. Okay, so what we can do to fix this one, and if we come on this follower, and that follower is also looking fine, you can see. Let's fix this one. Okay, let's fix this like one. So let's come here and go to this pages, go to this author, and in the like, so in the tab where it is, so here we have the data. Let's come up here, and here we have the data. So instead of sending this like array, we can send this NFT. Okay, for the time being we are sending this way, so we don't have that broken image. Just simply replace this one and comment this one, and you can see our listed NFT is displaying. So it's looking fine. Okay, now it's looking good, no broken things. Things are looking good. This one is also looking fine, and let's come back to the page, and this one is also fine. Come back to the connect wallet function, and let's add the function to connect. Okay, so we're going to attach the function. Let's come here, close all this tab, and right now I'm going to do only with the MetaMask. Okay, we'll do that other wallet later. Okay, so let's export this, use context, and we're going to import that NFT context. So let me do it very quickly, and this is coming from /context, and we have this NFT context. In that we're going to receive that context. What is the name which I have given to that? Let's come up here and copy and simply paste up here. So we have this context, and now we're going to use this use context. Okay, so let's come up here, and we'll say const, and here we'll say use context. We'll pass that NFT marketplace context, and the function which we want to receive is this. Let's say make the change, and we want to receive this connect account, and we want to receive one more. So we want to receive this connect wallet function, and simply the function we're going to call on this. Okay, so we're going to call on the, let's call on here. Okay, simply wrap this one and call this function here. Okay, so right now I'm just calling this random same function in all the button, but we're going to have a separate function for different button. Okay, so just go in this way. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply close this one, and things are looking good. Just close all these file folders, and that's working fine. We are already connected, that's why you can't see that. So let's click on this and come back to the search, and this is the things looking pretty good. You can see that, and you can see this is the NFT. Now you can simply, that's out of the range, and this is also out of the range because I don't have that much ether in this account, so I can purchase it. And this is my created NFT, this is my own NFT, and this is the like NFT, and all the tabs are working fine. You can see all the functions are working fine, looking pretty good. Now let's come up here and let's scroll down, and this is the section we're going to do in the next video. And trust me, this is going to be a very dynamic one, and you will learn of something new. Okay, whatever you have done so far, that was okay, but in this you will learn something new, because in this we're going to calculate the entire worth of the NFT which a single user hold, and that's what we're going to display here. In this video we're going to build the loader. Okay, so you have noticed one thing, that when we fetching the data from the API or from the smart contract, it taking a little bit time. So okay, so I thought let's make a dedicated video to show you that how you can build the loader and how you can display while fetching the data. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that, and let's come up here, and first thing we have to do is to come up here in the component section, in the root directory, in the component section, and here we're going to create one folder called loader. Okay, and inside the loader we're going to create this loader.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file. Okay, simply type rfc, and we have to create the CSS file as well, module.css. So that's the CSS file we have, and let's open this component, and we have to import that component in the component.index. So this is the structure we are following. So if we're going to import and export from here, so we'll type, let's say, loader, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, we have this loader and we have this loader component, and now we have to simply copy, and we're going to export down below. Okay, so this is the loader component we have, and simply close this one and come up here, and here we're going to do the import. So first thing, we need the image. We're going to do the internal import. We need our CSS file, so style, and that's coming from the same directory. And here we're going to build the GSX. So let's write the div, and it will have a class called style.loader. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.loader-box. Inside that we'll have another div. This will have a class called loader-box image, and that will have the image. So we're going to display the image. So right now let's import all the images, and that's coming from the image folder. Okay, so all the images which is already provided to you guys. Okay, so if you haven't have the images, so make sure you visit dollarthusen.com and go to the blog section. In the very first article you will find all the details about this project. Okay, so here we have the images. Now let's come up here, let's go to this image folder, and actually I'm going to simply, I have built this image. Okay, loader zip, I'm going to make a side by I'm simply drag and drop here. So here I have the loader, and now simply close this one, and now we have to import the loader. So here we have that index.js. So click on this, and here we're going to import the image. So import, and we'll call it, let's say, loader zip. Okay, let's call loader. Okay, and this is coming from the same directory. Okay, we have this loader zip, and now we have to export that. So we're going to do it right up here. So this is the loader image we have. Now simply cut down, and here we're going to use that image. So image.loader, we have the image. We're going to take this alt tag, we'll provide this loader, and we have to provide the width is going to be, let's say, 400, 200, and height is going to be, and we're going to provide this class for the CSS. So 200 width, 200 height, and we will pass this object is going to be cover. So that's the image setup we have. Now let's come back to the CSS and start working on it. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, margin 0 auto, and we'll target the box. We'll say width is going to be 50%, margin 0 auto, and that's looking fine. We're going to say change this to margin block. Okay, so block 4 ram, so we'll have some space from top and bottom, and this is the setup we have here. Now let's close this open folder, and let's go to the pages, go to this search pages, because this is where we are displaying the dynamic data from the smart contract. So we go to add the loader here, and so let's come here. First thing we have to do is to import the loader, and that is coming from component index. So let's import that loader, and here we have the loader. Simply copy that, and that's the loader we're going to display right up here. Okay, so here we're going to add the dynamic block. So we'll say NFT dot length is equal to 0. Okay, so if we have the NFT length, then we don't want to display the loader, we want to display this data component. But if the length is 0, then we want to display our loader. Simple logic. Okay, we'll call the loader component, and we're going to simply cut this portion and paste here. So this is our loader is ready. Okay, save it. This is looking fine. Save it and come up here, and let me quickly deploy the contract and restart the application. So this is nothing new to all of you guys. Okay, you guys already know how to do that. So let me do it very quickly. Let me deploy the contract, and here we have the artifact. Simply drag and drop the ABI of the contract, and let's restart the application, and let's open it on the browser. And here you can see, here we are, and here the functions are working fine. Now let's connect the application. We have to type our credential, unlock, and that's looking good. Let's come back to the create, and now we have to create the, before we create, let's come back to the search, and let's see. Here you can see the loader is working absolutely fine. Okay, it's working fine. So let's come back here, let's bring this down and go back to the CSS file, and here we're going to say that text align center, and here we're going to add this loader box image. We'll say margin bottom 14 and top is going to be -2 rem, so we'll have some little space, and we're going to add this animation. Okay, so I'll call this my animation, my move, and it's going to be run infinity time, and here we're going to create the animation. So my move, and on 50% we want to simply rotate to, let's say, rotate 360 degree. Okay, simple CSS. Save it, and let's come down here. We're going to target the image, and we're going to say border radius, and that's the only CSS we have to write for this loader. Okay, save it. If we come back here, you can see it's in the center and it's working fine, it's spinning. Okay, we don't have any data, that's why you can see this loader is moving around. So that's looking fine. Let's come back and let's do the inspect element, and here you can see it's working fine. Let's go back to this and let's try to create an NFT. So before we do that, let's clear the entire history of the application, MetaMask. So let's create a NFT, and let's click on this, and let me fill out the details. So we need to fill out the name, we have to do the descriptions, and we have to give the price to 12. Hit enter. Here we have the MetaMask, and let's simply confirm the transaction. So here you can see we are redirected to the search page, and if I scroll here we have the router, and you can see it's working fine. Loader, and just wait. Loading, and let's do the console log. Why it's taking too much time? So it's working, and let's come here, let's create one more. Okay, it's taking too much time, so let's create a couple of more. So let's create one more, and click on, cut this one and click at this. Here we have the MetaMask, and let's do the confirm, and here we have the loader. Loading error while fetching the data. So simply reload the browser, and just wait. Okay, you have noticed that we are getting an error, so we have no function to catch the error. So we're going to create a global system which handle all the error in our application, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. Okay, so right now just have a look. So here we have this loader working fine, and just wait, and here finally the data arrive. You can see we have the data, and the loader is gone, so it's looking fine. If we click on this, you can see this is the NFT you have created, and this is the own NFT. You don't have any NFT. Let's come here, go back to the search, and we have the NFT. Now we come back to the create, and let's create one more NFT. Okay, let's give the price, give the description, give the price to 2, and let's click on confirm. Click on confirm transaction, and here we have redirect. It's loading, so just wait. it will take a little bit of time. Okay? So this data is coming from IPFS or from the smart contract, so it always will take a little bit time. Okay, so if it's taking too much time, make sure you reload the browser, it will work. So you can see we have the data and it's working fine. Let's come back to the home page, and you can notice one thing here, we don't have that loader. Okay, so here we are also displaying that listed NFT, so we're going to add the loader here as well. Okay, so let's come back to the code and simply close this one and go back to the index page, and here we're going to import the loader. Simply load the loader and what I name load the loader and import the loader. So simply copy that one, and that's the loader we're going to use it here. So we're going to make that dynamic blocks. We'll say nft.length if 0, then we want to call the loader, otherwise we want to display the actual component. Simply cut and paste here, save it, and this would be working fine. You can see we have the data, it's arrived, so the loader is not displaying anymore. Reload the browser and let's have a look. So the data is there, the data is here, so you can see that. Now let's come up here to check this. Let's come back and go to this NFT and create a new NFT. So let me do it very quickly. Price and click on upload. So simply come down, click on this confirm, and here you are redirected to the search page. The loader is working fine. Now let's come back to the home page and let's scroll down, and here you can see the loader is working fine. So just wait, the data would arrive, it will take, and finally it came. Working fine, everything's working fine. And you can see the moment I'm clicking on this card, we are not able to redirect to the NFT detail page. Okay, so we have to add that event as well. So it's not working, we have to add the event. Let's come back here and let's go back to this component, and here we have to wrap this entire component into a link tag. Okay, so let's come up here, we're going to take this linked, which is coming from Next.js. Okay, link, and that's what we're going to wrap it. Simply call this link, close this one, and simply cut this part and paste down below. And here we're going to provide the href path, and the path we want to redirect to this, let's say, what is the name we have called? So NFT detail. Okay, let's call it NFT nf/NFT details, and we want to send the entire data which we have inside this element el. Okay, in this we have the entire data of this NFT. Save it, and this will work. So now if you click on this, here you have redirect to the detail page, and simply close this one, and here you will find everything's working fine. So all the data, everything's changed. You can come down and you can simply click on this and you will redirect to here. Okay, things are looking pretty good, and this component is very reusable. You can use wherever you want. Okay, so all you have to do is to plug this component and you can use in every single portion of your application. So I hope that now you know that how you can create loader in React or in application like this while fetching the data. So let's come back to the code one more, close all this thing, and let's close this one. And that's the thing I want to show you. Let's come back to the application. So far this is looking good. And this video is going to be a very advanced one, because in this video we're going to display the data of the creators, NFT creators. Not only that, we're going to calculate the entire worth of their NFTs and display, and we're going to build a robust systems and display that who are the exactly top creators of NFT on this marketplace. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that. So first thing we have to do is to create a folder, and make sure that you create this folder in a root directory. So click on this and create a folder, and we'll call it, let's say top creators. Okay, that's the name we're going to give, creators, and in that we're going to create a file, and this file we'll call it topcreator.js. okay, it's a JavaScript file, JS, not JSX. And in this we're going to build the system, and what this system will do, and this system is actually a part of data modeling, that how you can structure the data. Okay, and that's a very vast topic. Okay, so if you want to become a pro developer, you have to know that how you have to design a proper data modeling. Okay, so the logic here, what we're going to build is, we have the all NFTs, and we have the data, we have the information about the users who created that NFT and the price of that NFT. Okay, so one user can create multiple NFT Okay, so the entire logic is going to be like this, that one user, if a user created 10 NFTs and each NFT cost $10, okay, sorry, 10 ether, so altogether that particular user have created 50 ethers of NFTs. Okay, so we're going to calculate the entire worth of NFT which is created by a single user, okay, single creator. So that's the entire system we're going to build, and this is a part of a data structure. Okay, so I hope you will learn something new in this. So let's start working on it. So we're going to build a function. We'll export it and we'll call it const, and we're going to call this function to get top creators, and this will receive an array. Okay, this will receive an array of creators, and we'll take this const and we'll call final creators, empty array, and here we're going to take this const and we'll say final result, and here we're going to use the special function which is a reduce. Okay, so if you want to know more about this reduce function, you can simply go to MDM and you can find it out. Okay, so we'll call this reduce and it needs a callback function. So in this we're going to pass this index and we're going to pass the current value. Okay, current value. So we have the current value and it's going to be an arrow function, and in this what we're going to do is we're going to build a system. We'll take this index, we're going to pass this current value, seller, and equal to empty array. Okay, once we have that, we're going to post that entire data to this current value. Okay, simple logic. Let's come down. We're going to say return index and simply come down here, and it's going to be an empty object. Now here we're going to take this object dot entries, and in that we're going to take this final result. We're going to simply call this for each method, and it's reads a callback function. We'll call it item. It's going to be an array function. In that we're going to take this const seller, and it's going to be a first. Okay, we'll take another one, we'll call total. So the total sum of the NFTs, we'll call it NFT1, and we have that. Simply come down, we're going to loop over it. Okay, so we'll say item, let's say new item. Okay, let's call new item, and this new item will have this number. In that we're going to take this new item dot price. Okay, we are only, because this NFT array has all sort of properties like details about the owner, about the images, but we are only focusing on the price. Okay, so we have the price. On that we're going to call this reduce method, and it's need a callback function. In that we're going to pass the previous value. Okay, so when this loop will run, it will remember the previous value and it will add to the coming value. Okay, so we'll have the previous value, and here we're going to say current value, and we're going to sum up this together. Okay, so simply come here and we're going to take this previous value plus current value, and we're going to take this index as a 0. Okay, so when the loop will start for the very first time, it would be a 0, but as it goes on and on, the data would be keep updating. Okay, so I'm going this way, or okay, value, providing the value, or you can do one thing. You can take it as a variable. Let's do that. Let's remove it. Okay, you can take it as a variable, but I'm just going in this way. I'm putting right straight away the value. Okay, so 0. And now we have to simply, once we have the data, we're going to simply return this. We're going to push this, the entire data, into this final creators, and simply push this seller, and we have to push this total. Okay, so that's the data we are pushing into this, and now we're going to simply return the final data. Okay, so in this the data will get the creator, the address of the seller, and we get the total worth of ether they have in terms of NFTs. Okay, so that's working fine, looking pretty good. Now let's come here and we'll go to this index page, and here we have to send that data. Okay, so first we're going to import that function. So get topper, and that's coming from the, let's say, coming from top creators and top creators. So here we have that one. Now simply copy that, and we'll come here. We're going to take creator list and const creators. We're going to call the function, and we're going to pass the entire NFT data. Okay, so we have this in this. So this is how we're going to pass it. Now we're going to simply console log this, the entire data. Okay, so for the time being, let's do one thing, comment this one. Okay, so that's working fine. Now here we're going to pass the data, top creator in the top follower. Okay, we're going to pass that creator data and simply copy that and come here, and here we're going to receive that prop. So top creator, and let's come here and simply scroll down. This is the button we have, and here we are displaying. Okay, so here we have the all the data, all the follower components, and here we're going to do that. Okay, we're going to replace this card array with the actual data. Simply pass it and save it. And if we come up here and simply comment this portion, okay, I'll just try to keep it. So just do what I'm doing. Okay, I know this is a quite advanced one. Okay, you have to know that how you have to deal with the algorithm, how you have to deal with the data structure. Okay, so just follow. If it not make sense, when you will see the result, everything will make sense. Okay, so that's working fine. Now let's come up here, go into this follower tab card, and here we have received this data, and that's the data we are passing up here. Okay, so here we have this user element.user, but right now we don't have any information about the any user images. Okay, so we'll just leave it like this. So we'll say okay, before we do that, let's come up here, and right now you can see top created list. We don't have anything here. Okay, so no information is displayed. Reload the browser, and you can see not this one we have to click on. You can see the other tabs are working fine because they have the demo data, but the popular tab in which we have attached that popular creator is not displaying. Okay, let's come back to, we're going to fix this one, and let's come here, and here we have the top creator, and actually we have to look at the data. Okay, so where here we have this function, and here we are passing that data. And okay, let's come back to this function we have created, top created list, and I made a silly mistake in this function. Okay, so I was stopped the recording and I was trying to find out that what is the problem happening. So this is the problem which I have created here. So here we're going to fix this one, simply equal to index, and we're going to say current value dot seller. Okay, and if you save, now everything would be working fine. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. Now let's come here, and here you can see we have the data. We have the two creators, and we have the address, and we have the price, the total worth of ether they have. Ether they have. Okay, so that's everything's working fine. Okay, so we have the seller, total price, total value of NFT. And now if we come here, and here you can see we have the two creators, and we are displaying this data. Okay, and here we're going to display the actual data. So let's come back here, and we'll simply close this one, come back to the follower tab, and go to this follower tab card component, and here we're going to display. So let's close all the tabs, and now let's come here. So here we are, and where we go, so this is the data we have here. Simply remove this one, and simply click on this follower tab, and go to this follower tab. Okay, click on this, and here we are into, you can see how we are utilizing this component in multiple places. I know it's become very nested, but you can see in this way you have to write very less code. Imagine that you have to write the same code over and over again for different places. Okay, in the different places in your application, but we are using this components. And now what we're going to do is simply we have the data in here, and we'll say first thing we have to display the, let's say, price. So element dot price, and if we have the price, then we want to display the price, but if we don't have the price, we have to display this 0. Okay, make sure it's not price, it's total. Okay, so change this to total, and here you can see we have the total price. Okay, so this user have created, no matter how many NFT he or she created, we're going to summing up all the NFT value and displaying that. Okay, so the first created contain 457 ether, so this is the amount, and this is the, like, it's really pretty huge. And here we're going to display the actual address instead of name. Right now we can't display the name because we don't have that. It's better to display the address. So we'll display the address, seller, and we'll use this slice method because we don't want to display the huge address, we want to display a part of it. So we'll call this slice method. Will start from, that's a 0, and it will go all the way to 9. If we save that, you can see here we have the address looking perfect. It's looking perfect. Now let's do something about the images, because we don't have the images. So let's add a condition. So if we have the background image, then it's good, we have to display the background image. But if we don't have, then we want to display this demo. So let's import the images, all the images. So that's coming from the image folder, and simply copy, and that's what we're going to call it. We're going to say this hardcode value, save it. Here we have that one. Same thing we have to do is with the, let's say, user, okay, one. So for the time being we are going this way. Okay, let's make it, no, let's bring it back to one. So that's looking fine. Okay, we have the address, we have the calculated ether and that's looking perfect. So if we come here, if we create, let's change me the account. So let's, this time we're going to create with account number 5. Okay, fresh account. Let's do this reset, and now let's create it quickly, and let me give the name, and this time we are calling the price 231, sorry, 321. Okay, so just keep that price in mind, and now come here, confirm, and you can see this one is working fine. The data is loading. Here we come back here in the home page, and here you can see the data is arrived here and looking fine. And here we have the account ad, okay, 321. So this user created the NFT. Okay, so it's working fine. This looking good. Now let's come here and close all this one and come up here, and we're going to add the condition. We'll say creator length is equal to 0. Then we want to display this loader, else we want to display this component. Okay, so we are using this reloader component over and over again, and now things are looking perfect. You can see the data came and everything's working fine. We can come here, we can buy. I really like this to buy NFTs and just relist. And here you can see we are getting an error. Okay, and this error is happening in our author page. Okay, so we're gonna fix this bug, not a big deal. Simply close this, go back to the author page, and in the author page we have the component here, this follower component we are using. So here we have this follower component. Okay, so we have this follower component, and here we have this data, but in this we don't have the seller data. Okay, so we're going to create it. Okay, so let's come here, we'll create seller, and we'll give this random text because we don't have the address. Simply copy and do. It's working fine. Now let's close this one and come back and reload the page. Okay, we are still getting the error. I know why we are getting the error, because we are displaying the top creators down below, so where we have to provide this information as well. So it's happening in tab component. So let's come here and go to this author. You can see here we have to provide that. Okay, so let's click on this. So here we have the array in the author page, and here we have to provide that seller address. Let's give this random address for the time being. Copy and simply paste here. So looking so far so good. Okay, everything's working fine. Now save it, come back to the application, reload the browser, and here you can see everything's looking fine. Right now we have listed one NFT to the marketplace, and that's the one you can see right up here. This is the NFT, we own it. This is the NFT which we have listed. Okay, we're displaying for the time. Okay, and here we have the follower data. Okay, we can see that we have the address, but these are the demo address, so that's why they don't have any balance. Okay, and this is working fine. If you click on the follower, all the tabs are working fine and look beautiful. So everything's functionable and connected with the contract, smart contract, and that looks good. I really like to switch, and things are looking pretty good. Let's come back to the home page, and if you come down here, and here you can see this one is also working fine. This one is also working fine. Now, so let's come back here and close all these open folders. Close this one, close this one, close this open files. So with that, we are done with this video. Hope you guys have learned something new, how to work with the data. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, then do leave in the comment section. I do understand that this part is a little advanced to move your head around. Okay, so try to watch the code once again and try to understand that how the data is flowing. If you have still any confusion, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you. In this video, we're going to build a more sophisticated system which handle all the errors. So you have noticed sometime that when we are fetching the data from the API or from the smart contract, it's taking too much time, and because of that it's getting timeout and we are getting an error, and sometimes users are creating error while creating NFT. So we need to have a system in our application which can trigger that error messages and display to the user. So that's the system we're going to build in this video. So hope you will learn something new in this to how to handle global error. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you to do that, and the first thing we have to do is to come up here in the components and we have to create a folder. So we'll call it error. Okay, here we're going to build a error component, and in that we're going to create this error.jsx, and we have to create this CSS file for error as well. So let's create this. Nothing new, you guys are already getting familiar with this. And here we have the CSS file. Close this one and come back to the error, type RAFCE, and let's come here, and here we're going to import couple of things. So let's come here and we need to import use state, we need to use effect and use context. We'll come down, we're going to import the image. So this is optional, but I would like to have an image, funny images, so that's why I'm displaying that. And we have to do the internal import. So here we're going to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory. And now let's import the images, all the images which we have inside this image folder. Now let's come here, we're going to import the data from the context. So smart contract import context, and we'll call it NFT, and that's coming from this context. So what is the name we have given? Let's come back to the context and simply come up here, and this is what we have called NFT Marketplace context. Simply copy this one and come back and paste here. Okay, so this is our context. Now we have to use that context const error we need, and we need the set open error, and here we're going to pass this context. So don't need to worry, we haven't created this error or set open error. We're going to create that state. Okay, I'm just writing down so I can know that what I have to create. So these are the data we're going to import from market context, NFT market context. Let's build this HTML. Okay, so we'll type this style.error, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style-error box, and that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called error-box info. In that we're going to have the image first, and we'll take this alt, and it will have an error. Width is going to be 200 and height is also going to be 200. Nothing fancy. Let's come down, we have to assign a class, and we'll say style error box info image. Okay, and object cover. And now let's add the image, and I remember I don't have the image, so let's come up here. I have already built that image, and that's the error image. Now I'm going to simply drag and drop here. You know the drill. Let's come here, and we're going to simply import the image error. We have the, let's call it error zip, and that's simply copy and paste here. So this is how we are exporting that image, and now we can utilize it. So that's the error component is ready. Now we have to display the actual error message. Okay, so let's pass the error. Right now we don't have this data, we're going to create it. Let's comment this out and let's type this hardcode data error. Okay, so that's the entire JSX for this error component. Now let's come here and go to this index, component index, and we have to import that component. Okay, this is the structure what we are following, and simply copy and export here. So this is the error component. Simply close this one and close this one, and go back to the NavBar. Here we're going to attach this error component, okay, in the NavBar. So let's come here, let's come up here. Here we're going to import that error component. Okay, that's where we have it. Now let's close this one, and let's close this one, and let's go to this NFT marketplace context. Now we have to do all the setups, build the logic in the context, because this is the file we're going to catch all the errors, because here we are dealing with the entire functionality of this application. So let's come up here, and we're going to take this use. The first one is going to be, let's say, use state, and it's going to be an error, and that's what we are receiving in our error context, error component. Initially it will be empty, and now we have to take one more. We'll call it open error. Initially it would be false. Okay, So these are the two states we are taking. That's what we have here. Simply copy that one and come here, and here in the check if wallet is connected. So here we are here we are simply logging out the error message in the console, but we're going to display. Simply remove this one, take this dynamic block, we'll say set to true, and we'll simply remove this one. We'll call it, simply cut this and paste here. Okay, so we're going to set that error message. So that's what we have here. Simply save it. So we're going to set the true and we're going to set the error message as well. So that's the thing you have to do. And now let's come back here, and here we have to do the same thing. So simply come here, and this is going to be set error, sorry, my bad, not error, set error. Here we're going to do that. Simply copy and simply paste here, and here you have to set error. So you know what you have to do. Wherever you are simply console log out there, that's all places you have to do the changes. So let me do it very quickly. So let me do this one as well. Simply remove this one, take this one, and we'll paste this one, and simply we're going to say this set error, and we're going to simply copy and paste here and remove this part. So that's the function for the connect wallet. We have to do the changes here as well, set error, and this one as well. Now let me do it very quickly. Okay, let me do it. And here we are getting a sort of error, so because of this extra comma I'm providing. So simply come and remove this commas and remove this one and close, and let's here remove it. So right now all the errors are gone. So make sure you do these changes. So things are looking good, and now let's keep continuing and changing that. Okay, so finally we are done with this. We are changed the entire, set the entire error message, and here we're going to send that as well. So okay, we'll send the set open error. Okay, so make sure you do all these changes whatever we have done, and now everything's looking fine. Let's come here and simply go back to this NavBar, where it is NavBar. Inside the NavBar we have this one, and here we're going to receive the data. Okay, so let's receive this open error, and that's what we're going to utilize it. Let's scroll all the way down, and here we're going to build a dynamic block. Okay, we'll say if open error is false. If open error is false, then we don't want to display, but if it's true, then we want to display this error component. Okay, so that's pretty good. If you come here, and here we are already receiving the error. So here you have two options. You can either receive directly or you can send it as a prop. No problem in that. Okay, so that's the data we are passing here. Okay, and here we have this set open error, and that's what we're going to call it here. We'll call it on clicked, and we're going to call this set open error, and it's going to be a false. So that's looking pretty good. That's the only setup we have to do here. And to see things are looking place, let's make it to true. So we'll do this true, and now we'll come back to the application, and here you can see we have this beautiful crying baby image and the error message. Reload the browser, and you can see we don't have an error. You can see this is the GIF emoji I have used. You can use whatever you want. It's totally optional, or you can simply display a simple error message, but I like to have images, so it's looking fine. Now let's start styling this one, and since it's working fine, close all this one and close this one, and let's get back to the close this one, get back to the CSS file, and let's target the error. And first thing we have to do is to set the background color. So on the parent div I want to add some sort of overlay. Okay, so we're going to use this variable, but I remember that I don't have that color. So let's come back here and let's create that. Okay, let's go back to the style file and the global CSS style, and here we're going to create that. So we'll simply replicate this one, and we're going to call it, let's say, overlay, and we're going to decrease the opacity. So we'll bring this down, okay, little, save it, copy this one, and come here and paste here. And here we're going to say width is going to be 100%, and this will height be 100%. Position is going to be fixed, and z index is going to be, and top is going to be 0. and cursor pointer. So whenever someone will click on this overlay, and will turn the stage of the open error to false. Okay, and we'll close that pop-up. So we'll come down, we'll target the error box, and we'll have the top is 25%, and we'll have the, let's say, left is going to be 30%. We'll have the position is going to be absolute, background color is going to be var, and in this we're going to display what color? We're going to display this main BG color. Copy and simply paste here. Come back here, we're going to say padding is going to be 2 RAM and 5 RAM. We'll take this border radius 1 pixels, and we'll have this box shadow, and we're going to use this custom box shadow. Simply copy this one and simply paste here. So that's the box shadow we have. We'll say text align center, and we'll have width to 40%. Now if we save it, we'll come down, we'll target the, let's say, box info P, and we'll increase the font size to 1.3 RAM, and let's say color is going to be our icon color. Simply copy and paste here and save it. Here we come and we'll take the media query, and we'll say on max with 35 EM we want to simply change a couple of things. So top is going to be, let's say, 5%, left is going to be 5%, width is going to be 90%, and height is going to be, let's say, 90%. So this is the setup for the mobile device, looking fine. And let's say padding is going to be 2 RAM, not more than that. If we come here, save it, and if we come here, you can see it's looking pretty good. It's right in the middle and looking fine. You can do whatever you want with this. Okay, so it's totally up to you. And you can see we have this overlay, but when we are clicking on this, the event is not taking place. Okay, so we have some problem here. So the close, it's not closing on click. Okay, let's come back here, and let's close this one, and go to this where we are. So here we are on the error. So here we are setting it to false, and we have this click function, but it's not working. Okay, not a big deal. So first thing we have to do is we have to get back where we are displaying the component. So let's go back to the navbar, and inside that navbar we have here, so okay, sorry, my bad, we have to simply remove this one, and now it will work. Simply save it, close this one. Right now we don't have it, it's looking fine. And to see things are working or not, let's come here, and we want to create an NFT without filling out all the details. Okay, so let's click on this upload function, and here you can see it's triggering up. Okay, so we have this hardcode value. What we can do is, it's working fine, you can see it's working fine. Now let's come here, and instead of this hardcode value, we want to display the actual error message. So let's come here, and here we're going to simply remove this portion, and we're going to make it active, this one. Save it, and that's what we are getting here. If you click on this, here you can see data is missing. You can add some fancy text. I just added this simple data is missing. It's totally up to you. Okay, so that's looking fine. Everything is working fine. Okay, now whatever error will happen in this entire application, this pop-up will trigger, and it will display the error message. Now let's click on this NFT, and let's create a couple of NFTs. Okay, let's create this beautiful NFT, my NFT, and let's give the descriptions. I believe that you guys are enjoying this project. If you have still any questions, any query, do leave in the comment section. Okay, do leave it. And here we are, let's create that NFT. Click on confirm, and here we are redirect. Our loader is also working fine, which we have built in the last video. If you haven't watched, make sure you watch it. And it's loading, and just do the inspect element and see what you can see. Here we have, and finally the data arrive, and this is the entire NFT we have created so far, and we have created one more. If you click on this, this is the NFT which we have created from this account, and it's loading. And here you can see, here we have one more error. Okay, so you can see it's good that this error is happening, so I can show you all the things. So we have this problem in our, let's say, in our search page, we have this problem. Okay, you can see we are getting the message error while fetching NFTs. So that's the problem we are having. So I'm back to the code, and let's close this one. And now we have to go back to the search page, and let's come up here, and here we are calling that function. Okay, so we're going to wrap this function fetch NFT into a try and catch, so we can catch the error. So that's the data we have here. We're going to call this error, and we're going to say try and catch. We're going to cut this one and paste here, and here we're going to call it's set error, not only error, set error. Simply copy, and then we have to set the error message. So we'll say that please reload the browser. The reason why I'm adding this particular message, because this is the error is not happening in our code. This error is happening from when we are fetching the data from the contract from the IPFS. So it's taking too much time. On such scenario, we're going to have this error. So we'll allow the user to reload the browser. We'll tell the user to reload the browser so everybody can start from fresh. Okay, so that's the message we have, and now things are looking good. Okay, so that's the change you have to do. Now let's simply come here, and it's loading, and here finally the data arrive. Things are looking fine. You can click and you can navigate wherever you want. You can click on this and you can see that how many you have created, how many you own, followers, and following followers. Let's come back to the code and homepage, and let's scroll down. You can see the top creators. We have this 3 creators with total ETH they have in there. Okay, and this is the data we are displaying. Now let's buy this NFT. I really like to buy and sell NFT. Okay, so let's come here and click on confirm, and here we have 2 NFT. Here we have bought this one. Okay, you can see this is the NFT we have bought. If we click on here, we can relist this NFT. Let's relist it. Let's type the price to, let's say 2, 3, 4. Okay, something big. Save it, and let's make the confirm. Here we have redirected to the listed NFT section, and you can see the price got updated. And if you come back to the home, here you can see in the follower section the popular NFT creators, and you can see this data is also get updated. Okay, now he has this much ether of NFTs. It's looking fine, and this data is also working fine. So you can see all the data is displaying beautiful. Let's come here, and that's okay. Let's come down and close this one. With this, finally we are done with this entire project. We have built our smart contract, we have built our front-end application, we have connected the smart contract with the front-end applications, and now from the next videos we're going to start building the API. Okay, we're going to use the MongoDB as a backend server. Okay, so we're going to use MongoDB, and we're going to build a more robust API for this application. And you have seen that there is a lot of data is missing for the NFT. So in the NFT details page we have a lot of data, and the smart contract we have written is very minimum. We're going to make it more advanced smart contract which can handle everything. Okay, so this application, this entire NFT marketplace will have 2 versions. One version which is totally controlled by the smart contract, in that we don't need to have any backend API server. That entire thing would be controlled by the smart contract in terms of liking, follower, displaying the dynamic data, selling a transaction. Every single data would be controlled by the smart contract, and there would be another version where we're going to make the backend server for this particular application. Okay, so we're going to remodify the smart contract whatever we have built, because this smart contract is pretty simple. We're going to make it more advanced, which can suit this application. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and whatever we have worked so far you have coded along with me. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, do leave in the comment section. Join the Discord server. If you have an error, post your queries there, post the error. The user, the member of the Discord server will help you. If I will get a chance, I will help you too. Okay, so be a part of this community, help each other. If you know anything, if you have any idea, do leave the ideas in there. So we're going to include those functionality, those projects in this amazing marketplace. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have enjoyed this project. If you really enjoy this project, do hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot, and I would come back, motivate me a lot. And that's the only thing I want to tell you. And from the next video, or maybe from the next video, we'll start building the API backend part of this application. So let's move for that. Have a wonderful day.